The Bonehunters by Stephen Erickson, Series Malazan Book of the Fallen, Book 6, Part 3, Chapter 13. And all these people gathered to honor the one who had died. Was it a man, a woman, a warrior, a king, a fool, and where were the statues, the likenesses painted on plaster and stone? Yet, so they stood or sat, the wine spilling at their feet, dripping red from their hands with wasps, in their dying season spinning, about in sweet thirst, and drunken voices cried out, stung awake. Voices blended in confused profusion, the question asked again, then again, why? But this is where a truth finds its own wonder. For the question was not why did this one die, or such to justify, for in their heart of milling lives there were none for whom this gathering was naught, but an echo of former selves. They asked, again and yet again, why are we here? The one who died had no name, but every name, no face, but every face of those who had gathered. And so it was we who learned among wasps, swept past living, yet nerve-firing one last piercing, that we were the dead, and all in an unseen mind stood or sat a man or a woman, a warrior, queen or fool, who in drunken leisure gave a moment's thought to all passed by in life. Fountain gathering, Fisher Kell Tath. Even with 4 new wheels, the trigal carriage was a battered, decrepit wreck. 2 of the horses had died in the fall, 3 shareholders had been crushed, and a 4th had broken his neck. Carpelan Demizand sat on a folding camp stool, his head swathed in a blood-stained bandage, sipping herbal tea in successive winces. They had left Ganath's warren of Omtosifelak, and now the familiar desert, scrubland and barren hills of 7 cities surrounded them, the sun reaching towards noon behind a ceiling of cloud. The smell of rain tinged the unusually humid air. Insects spun and swirled overhead. This comes, said Ganath, with the rebirth of the inland sea. Paran glanced over at her, then resumed, cinching tight the girth strap on his horse. The beast had taken to holding its breath, chest swollen in an effort to keep the strap loose, likely hoping Paran would slide off from its back at some perfectly inopportune moment. Horses were reluctant companions in so many human escapades, disasters and foibles. Paran could not resent the animal's well-earned belligerence. "Ganath," he said, "do you know precisely where we are?" This valley leads west to Raraku Sea, beyond the inside range, and east through a little-used pass down to the city of Gedanisban. She hesitated, then added, "It has been a long time since I have been this far east, this close to the cities of your kind. Gedanisban." "Well, I have need of supplies." She faced him. "You have completed your task, Master of the Deck. The Deragoth unleashed, the divers known as Dejim Nibral the Hunter, now the Hunted. Do you now return to Darujistan?" He grimaced. "Not yet, alas. There are still more forces you intend to release upon the world." A certain edge to her voice brought him round. "Not if I can help it, Ganath. Where do you now go?" "West." "Ah, yes, to repair the damage to that ritual of yours. I'm curious, what did it imprison? A sky keep of the K-chain Shamal, and other things? A sky keep gods below, where did it come from?" "A warren, I suppose," she said. She knew more than that, he suspected, but he did not press the issue. Paran made some final adjustments to the saddle and said, "Thank you, Ganath, for accompanying us. We would not have survived without you. Perhaps, some day, I can ask of you a favor in return." Agreed. He drew out a long, cloth-wrapped object that had been strapped to the saddle, carried it over to Carpolan Demesand. "High mage," he said. The corpulent man looked up. "Ah, our payment. For services rendered," Paran said. "Do you wish me to unwrap it?" "Hood, no, Ganos, Paran. Sorcery is the only thing keeping my skull intact right now." Even scabbarded and bundled as that sword now is, I can feel its entropy. Yes, it is an unpleasant weapon, Paran said. In any case, there is yet one more thing to be done. A gesture from Karpolan, and one of the Pardu shareholders came over, collected the Otatarol sword that had once belonged to Adjunct Lawn. She carried it a short distance, then set it on the ground and backed away. Another shareholder arrived, cradling in his arms a large two-handed mace. He positioned himself over the wrapped weapon, then swung the mace down, and again, each blow further shattered the Otatarol blade. Breathing hard, the man stepped back and looked over at Karpolan Demisand, who then faced Paran once more. Collect your shard, master of the deck. Thank you, the Malazan replied, walking over crouching. He pulled aside the cut and battered hide. He stared down at the rust-hued slivers of metal for a half-dozen heartbeats, then selected a shard about the length of his index finger and not much wider. Carefully folding it inside a fragment of hide, he then tucked it into his belt pouch. He straightened and strode back to the high mage. Karpolan Demisand sighed, slowly rose from the stool. It is time for us to go home. Have a safe journey, High Mage, Paran said with a bow. The man attempted a smile, and the effort stole all colour from his face. Turning away and helped by one of the shareholders, he made his way to the carriage. Pray, Ganeth said in a low voice at Paran's side, he encounters no untoward opposition in the warrens. Paran went to his horse. Then, arms resting on the saddle, he looked over at Ganeth. In this war, he said, elder forces will be involved, are involved. The clan Emas may well believe that they have annihilated the Jaghut, but clearly that isn't the case. Here you stand, and there are others, aren't there? She shrugged. From behind them came the tearing sound of a warren opening, snapping traces, then the rumble of wheels. Ganeth, Jaghut are not interested in war. Paran studied her for a moment longer. Then he nodded. Setting a foot in the stirrup, he pulled himself onto the horse and collected the reins. Like you, he said to the Jaghut, I'm feeling a long way from home. Farewell in your travels, Ganath. And you, master of the deck. Eastward Paran rode along the length of the valley. The river that had once carved through this land was long gone, although the winding path of its course was evident, with stands of brush and withered trees clustered here and there where the last sinkholes had been, old oxbows and flats of alluvial sands fanning out on the bends. After a league, the valley opened out into a shallow basin, raw cliffs to the north, and long, sloping slides of rubble to the south. Directly ahead, a trail was visible climbing between deep-cut runoff channels. Reaching its base, Paran dismounted and led his mount up the track. The afternoon heat was building, all the more cloying for its unnatural humidity. Far to the west, likely above the Raraku Sea, massive clouds were building. By the time he reached the summit, those clouds had devoured the sun, and the breeze at his back was sweet with the promise of rain. Paran found himself with a view far to the east, down onto rolling hills dotted with domestic goats, the path leading towards a more substantial road that cut north-south along the edge of the plain, the southern route swinging eastward towards a distant smudge of smoke and dust that was, he suspected, Dudanisban. Astride his horse once more, he set off at a canter. Before long, Paran came to the first herder's hovel, burned and gutted, where goats were now gathering, driven by habit alone as the day's light faded. He discerned no obvious sign of graves, and was not inclined to search among the ruins. Plague, the silent, invisible breath of the grey goddess. It was likely, he realized, the city ahead was in the grip of that terror. The first spatters of rain struck his back, and a moment later, in a rushing sizzle, the downpour was upon him. The rocky trail was suddenly treacherous, forcing Paran to slow his horse to a cautious trot. Visibility reduced to a dozen paces on all sides. The world beyond washed away behind a silver wall. Warm water trickling beneath his clothes, Paran drew up the tattered hood of the military rain cape, covering his shoulders, then hunched over as the rain hammered down. The worn trail became a stream, muddy water sluicing along amidst rocks and cobbles. Horse slowing to a walk, they pressed on. Between two low hills, the track sprawling out into a shallow lake, and Paran found himself flanked by two soldiers. One gauntleted hand reached out to take the reins. "You're headed the wrong way, stranger," growled the man in Malazan. The other held cradled in his arms a crossbow, but it wasn't loaded, and he now spoke from the shadows beneath his hood. "Is that cape loot? Dragged it from the body of a Malazan soldier, did you?" "No," Paran replied. "Issued to me just like your capes were to you, soldier ahead." He could just make out in a brief easing of the downpour was an encampment. 2, perhaps 3 legions, the tents cloaking a series of hills beneath a low ceiling of smoke from cook fires dying in the rain. Beyond it, with the road winding down a slope, rose the walls of Gidanisban. He returned his attention to the soldiers. "Who commands this army?" The one with the crossbow said. "How about you answer the questions to start? You a deserter?" "Well, technically speaking, yes. Then again, I'm supposed to be dead. I wish to speak with your commanding officer. You pretty much ain't got no choice. Now, off the horse, stranger. We're arresting you on suspicion of desertion." Paran slipped down from the horse. "Fine. Now will you tell me whose army this is?" "The lads push for you. You're now a prisoner of Onarm's host." For all the outward signs, it slowly dawned on Paran that this was not a siege. Companies held the roads leading into Gidanisban, and the camp itself formed a half-ring cordon along the north and west sides, no pickets closer than 400 paces from the unmanned walls. One of the soldiers led Paran's horse towards the temporary stables, whilst the other one guided Paran down avenues between sodden tents. Figures moved about, cloaked and hooded, but none wearing full battle regalia. They entered an officer's tent. "Captain," the soldier said, flipping back his hood, "we come upon this man trying to ride into Gidanisban from the Raraku road. You see, sir, he's wearing a Malazan military rain cape. We think he's a deserter, probably from the Adjunct's 14th. The woman he addressed was lying on her back on a cot that ran parallel to the back wall. She was fair-skinned, her petite features surrounded by a mass of long red hair. Head tilting to take in her soldier and Paran. She was silent for a moment, then resumed her stare at the dipping ceiling above her. "Take him to the stockade. We have a stockade, don't we? Oh, and get his details, what regiment, which legion, and all that. So it can be recorded somewhere before he's executed. Now get out, the both of you. You're dripping water everywhere." "Just a moment, Captain," Paran said. "I wish to speak with the High Fist. Not possible, and I don't recall giving you permission to speak. Pull out his fingernails for that, Futhgar, will you? When it's time, of course. Years ago, Paran would have done nothing. Succumbed to the rules, the written ones and the unwritten ones. He would have simply bided his time. But he was soaked through, in need of a hot bath. He was tired, and he had gone through something like this once before, long ago and on a distant continent. Back then, of course, it had been a sergeant, same red hair, but a moustache under the nose. Even so, the similarity was there, like the poke of an assassin's knife. The soldier, Futhgar, was standing on his left, half a pace back. Paran gave nothing away, simply stepping to his right, then driving his left elbow into the soldier's face, breaking his nose. The man dropped to the ground like a sack of melons. The captain sat up, legs swinging round, and was on her feet in time for Paran to take a forward step and punch her hard, his knuckles cracking against her jaw. Eyes rolling up, she collapsed back down onto the cot, breaking its wooden legs. Massaging his hand, Paran looked round. Futhgar was out cold, as was the captain. The steady downpour outside had ensured that no sounds from the brief fight had been heard beyond the tent. He walked over to the captain's travel chest, unlocked. He tilted back the lid and began rummaging through the clothes lying atop armour. Before long, he had enough lengths of material suitable to gag and bind the two soldiers. Dragging Futhgar from near the entrance, he removed the man's eating knife, his sticker, and a broad-bladed Kethra gutting knife. Then his sword belt, he prepared a wad of cloth for a gag, then bent close to determine if enough air was getting through the man's broken nose. Not even close. Leaving that for the moment, he tightly bound the wrists and ankles, using a harness strap to link the two behind Futhgar's back. He then tied a strip round Futhgar's head, hard against the gaping mouth, leaving room to breathe but no room for the tongue to push outward. He'd be able to make groaning sounds, but not much more than that. He bound the captain in an identical manner, then added the wad of cloth fixed in place with another strip of material torn from one of the captain's shirts. And finally, he tied both of them to either side of the cot, and the cot to the tent's centre pole, to hinder their squirming from the tent, which he hoped would give him sufficient time. Satisfied, he took one last look round, then, drawing up his hood, he stepped back outside. He found the main avenue and made his way towards the large command tent at the centre of the encampment. Soldiers walked past, paying him no heed. This was Onurm's host, but he'd yet to see a single familiar face, which wasn't too surprising. He had commanded the Bridgeburners, and the Bridgeburners were gone. Most of these soldiers would be newcomers to the army, drawn in from garrisons at Pale, Genabaris, and Nathilog. They would have arrived since the Panian War. Nonetheless, he expected to find at least someone from the original force that had marched all the way to Coral, someone who had been part of that devastating battle. 4 soldiers stood guard outside Dujek's command tent. A 5th figure was nearby, holding the reins of a mud-spattered horse. Paran walked closer, eyes on the horseman. Familiar, he'd found what he had been looking for. An outrider, but one who'd belonged to Caladan Brood's army, he believed, though I might be wrong in that. Now, what was his name? The man's pale brown eyes fixed on him as Paran approached. From within the shadow of the hood, there came the flicker of recognition, then confusion. The outrider straightened, then saluted. Paran shook his head, but it was too late for that. The 4 guards all stood to attention as well. Paran answered the salute with a vague, sloppy gesture, then stepped close to the outrider. "Soldier," he murmured, "do you know me? Make your answer quiet, if you please." A nod. "Captain Ganos Paran. I don't forget faces or names, sir, but we'd heard you were I. And that's how it stays. Your name? Herleshel. Now I remember. You acted as chronicler on occasion, didn't you?" A shrug. "I keep an account of things, yes, sir. What are you doing here? I need to speak with Dujek." Herleshel glanced over at the guards, then scowled. "Walk with me, sir. Don't mind them. They're new enough not to know all the officers." Leading the horse, Herleshel guided Paran away, down a side alley nearby, where he halted. "Herleshel," Paran said, "why is Dujek's tent guarded by green soldiers? That doesn't make sense at all. What's happened, and why are you camped outside Gidanisban?" "Yes, sir, we've had a hard time of it. It's the plague, you see. The Legion healers were keeping it from us, but what it's done to 7 cities. Gods, Captain, there's bodies in the tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. Every city, every village. Caravan camps. Everywhere, sir. We had a gold morant accompanying us, you see, a renegade of sorts. Anyway, there's a temple in Gidanisban, the Grand Temple of Polil, and it's where this foul wind is coming from, and it's getting stronger." Herloschel paused to wipe rain from his eyes. So Dujek decided to strike at the heart, didn't he? Yes, sir. Go on, Herloschel. We arrived a month back, and the High Fist formed up companies of his veterans along with the Gold Morant. They planned an assault on that damned temple. Well, they expected at least a high priestess or some other sort, but they were ready for it. What nobody planned on, though, was the grey goddess herself. Paran's eyes widened. Who made it back out? Most of them, sir, except the Gold Morant. But they're all sick, sir. The plague's got hold of them, and they're only still alive because of the healers. Only the healers are losing the battle. So here we are, stuck, and nobody's skank enough to take real command and make some real decisions. Herloschel hesitated, then said, "Unless that's why you're here, Captain." "I sure hope so." Paran looked away. "I'm officially dead, Outrider. Dujek threw us out of the army, myself and a few others. Bridgeburners." "Yes. Well, sir, if anybody earned their days in the sweet sun—" Paran grimaced. "Aye, I'm sure that sun's around somewhere. Anyway, I can hardly take command. Besides, I'm just a captain. With absolute seniority, sir, Dujek took his officers with him. They were the veterans after all. So we got nearly 10,000 soldiers camped here, and the nearest thing to a commander is Captain Sweetcreek, who's a Falari princess, if you can believe that. Red hair, wild red, eye and a pretty face, with a swollen jaw we've met. A swollen jaw? It wasn't a pleasant meeting?" Still, Paran hesitated, then he swore and nodded. "All right, I'll keep the rank of captain, with seniority, but I need a new name. Captain Kindly, sir, Kindly. Old soldiers talk about him like grandmothers talk monsters to the brats. To keep them in line, sir." "Nobody here's met him. At least nobody who's not fevered and half out of their minds." "Well, where was Kindly last posted?" "14th, sir. The Adjunct army out west of Raraku. Which direction did you come in from?" "West." "That'll do, sir, I think. I'll make it so's I recognize you. Nobody knows a thing about me, only that the High Fist used me to run messages. So why would I let 2 soldiers arrest me if I'm supposed to take over command? You did."
"Well, maybe you wanted to see how we were running things here. All right, one more question, Herloschel. Why aren't you still with Caladan Brood on Genebakis? The alliance broke up, sir, not long after the Tiste Andes settled in Black Coral. Rivi back to the plains, the Barghast back to their hills. The Crimson Guard, who were up north, just vanished. No one knows where they went. When Ern shipped out, well, seemed like they were headed somewhere interesting. Regrets?"
"With every heartbeat, sir." Herloschel then frowned. "Captain Sweetcreek's got a swollen jaw, you said. I punched her, along with some soldier named Futhgar. They're bound and gagged in the captain's tent. They might have come round by now." The man grinned, but it was not a pleasant grin. "Captain, you knocked out cold a Falari princess. That's perfect. It fits with what people have heard about Kindly. That's brilliant." Paran winced, then rubbed at his face. "Gods below. What is it with me and royalty?" She had slowly emerged from the hidden temple to see a straggling line of battered figures walking the road below, making her way down the dusty, stony slope. She was within 15 paces before anyone noticed her. There was a strangeness in that moment of meeting, survivors eye to eye, both recognition and disbelief, acceptance, a sense of something shared, and beneath it the ineffable flow of sorrow. Few words were exchanged. Joining the soldiers in their march, Lostara Yil found herself alongside Captain Faradan Sort, who told her something of Wigatan's aftermath. "Your fist, Tene Baralta, was hovering on the edge of death, if not of the flesh. Then of the spirit, he has lost an arm. It was burned beyond repair, and there was other damage to his face. I believe he was a vain man." Lostara grunted. That damned beard of his, slick with oil, she thought about Tene Baralta for a time. She'd never liked him much, more than just vain, perhaps, truth be told, something of a coward, despite all his belligerence and posturing. She remembered the way he had led the retreat, following her assassination of the elder Shaikh, and his eagerness to take credit for every success whilst dancing from the path of disaster. There had been a sadistic streak in the man, and Lostara now feared that it would burgeon as Tennebaralta sought means to feed all that was wounded within him.
Why did the army leave all of you behind? Faradan Sort shrugged. They assumed no one who had been trapped within the city could have survived the firestorm. She paused, then added, it was a reasonable assumption. Only Shin knew otherwise, and something told me to trust the girl. So we kept looking. They're all wearing rags, and they're unarmed. Aye, which is why we need to rejoin the army as soon as possible. Can Sin magically contact the 14th or Quick Ben?
I have not asked her. I do not know how much of her ability is unformed talent. Such creatures occur occasionally, and without the discipline of schooling as an apprentice, they tend to become avatars of chaos. Power, yes, but undirected, wild. Even so, she was able to defeat the Wall of Fire and so save Fist Keneb's companies. Well, some of them. Lostara glanced over at the captain, then back at the soldiers in their wake for a moment before saying, "You are Corelri." "I am." "And you stood the wall." A tight smile there for an instant, then gone. "None are permitted to leave that service. It's said the Storm Riders wield terrible sorcery in their eternal assault upon the wall. All sorcery is terrible. To kill indiscriminately, often from a great distance, there is nothing more damaging to the mortal who wields such power, whether it is human or something else. Is it better to look your foe in the eye as you take his life?" "At the very least," Faradan replied, "you gave them the chance to defend themselves. And Opon decides in the end, decides in which set of eyes the light shall fade. Opon, I thought it was skill. You're still young, Captain Lostara Yil. I am." Faradan Sort smiled. "With each battle I find myself in, my faith in skill diminishes. No, it is the Lord's push or the lady's pull, each time, every time." Lostara said nothing. She could not agree with that assessment, even disregarding the irritation of the other woman's condescension. A clever, skilled soldier lived where dim-witted, clumsy soldiers died. Skill was a currency that purchased Opon's favour. How could it be otherwise? You survived, Wigatton, Faradan Sort said. How much of that was the lady's pull? Lostara considered for a moment, then replied, "None." Once, years ago, a few score soldiers had stumbled clear of a vast swamp. Blooded, half mad, their very skin hanging in discoloured strips from weeks slogging through mud and black water. Kalam Mekhar had been among them, along with the three he now walked beside, and it seemed that in the end only the details had changed. Black Dog had brutally culled the Bridgeburners, a protracted nightmare war conducted in black spruce stands, in lagoons and bogs, clashing with the Mott Irregulars, the Nathi First Army and the Crimson Guard. The survivors were numbed. To step free of the horror was to cast aside despair. Yet whatever came to replace it was slow in awakening, leaving very little. "Look at us," he remembered Hedge saying. "We're nothing but hollowed-out logs. We done rotted from the inside out. Just take every other damned thing in that swamp." Well, Hedge had never been one for optimism. "You're looking thoughtful," Quick Ben observed at his side. Callum grunted, then glanced over, was wondering, "Quick, you ever get tired of your own memories?" "That's not a good idea," the wizard replied. "No, I suppose it isn't. I'm not just getting old, I'm feeling old. I look at all those soldiers behind us. Gods below, they're young, except in their eyes. I suppose we were like that once, only from then till now. Quick, what have we done? Damned little that meant anything." "I admit I've been wondering a few things about you myself," Quick Ben said. "That claw pearl, for example."
The one that stabbed me in the back? What about him? Why you ain't killed him already, Kalam? I mean, it's not something you'd normally set aside, is it? Unless, of course, you're not sure you can take him. From behind the two men, Fiddler spoke. It was Pearl that night in Malaz City. Hood's breath. Kalam, the bastard's been strutting round in the 14th since Raraku. No wonder he's wearing a sly smile every time he sees you.
I don't give a damn about Pearl, not about killing him anyway, Kalam said in a low voice. We got bigger things to worry about. What's our adjunct got in mind? What's she planning? Who says she's planning anything? Fiddler retorted. He was carrying one of the children in his arms, a girl fast asleep with her thumb in her mouth. She went after Leoman, and now she's fleeing a plague and trying to link up with the transport fleet. And then?
My guess is we're on our way back to Genabakis, or maybe the Karel Peninsula. It's more of the same, 'cause that's what soldiers do. That's how soldiers live. I think you're wrong, Kalam said. It's all snarled now. What do you mean? Pearl's the key sapper, the assassin said. Why is he still around? What's the point of spying on the adjunct? What's the point of dogging the 14th's heels? I'm telling you, Fid, what the adjunct does next depends on Empress Laseen, her and nobody else. She won't cut us all loose, Fiddler said. Not the adjunct, not the 14th. We're her only mobile army worthy of the name. There ain't no more commanders out there. Well, there are, but the only salute I'd give 'em is point first. Bloody or not, Tavore's put an end to the rebellion here, and that's got to count for something. Fid, Quick Ben said, the war's a lot bigger than you might think, and it's just starting. There's no telling which side the Empress is on. What in Hood's name are you talking about? Apsalar spoke. A war among the gods, Sergeant. Captain Paran talked of such a war at length. Both Kalam and Quick Ben turned at this. Ganos Paran? The assassin asked. Quick said he left him in Darujistan. What's he to do with all of this? And when did you speak with him? She was leading her horse by the reins, 3 paces behind Fiddler. In the saddle sat 3 children, dull-eyed in the heat. At Kalam's questions she shrugged, then said, He is master of the deck of dragons. In that capacity he has come here to 7 cities. We were north of Raraku when we parted ways. Kalam Mekhar, I have no doubt that you and Quick Ben are in the midst of yet another scheme. For what it is worth, I would advise caution. Too many unknown forces are in this game, and among them will be found elder gods and, indeed, elder races. Perhaps you believe you comprehend the ultimate stakes, but I suggest that you do not. And you do? Quick Ben demanded. Not entirely, but then I have constrained my goals, seeking only what is achievable. Now you got me curious, Fiddler said. Here you are, marching with us once again, Apsalar, when I'd figured you'd be settled in some coastal village back in Itko Khan, knitting greasy sweaters for your da. Maybe you left Crocus behind, but it seems to me you ain't left nothing else behind. We travel this same road, she said. For the moment, Sergeant, you need fear nothing from me. And what about the rest of us? Quick Ben asked. She did not reply. Sudden unease whispered through Kalam. He met Quick's eyes for a brief moment, then faced forward once more. Let's just catch up with that damned army first. I'd like to see Pearl disposed of, Quick Ben said. No one spoke for a long moment. It wasn't often that the wizard voiced his desire so brazenly, and Kalam realized with a chill that things were getting bad, maybe even desperate. But it wasn't that easy. Like that rooftop in Darujistan, invisible enemies on all sides, you look and look but see nothing. Pearl, who was once Solk Ilan Mokra Warren, and a blade sliding like fire into my back. Everyone thinks Topper's the master in the claw, but I wonder, can you take him, Kalam? Quick's got his doubts. He's just offered to help. Gods below, maybe I am getting old. You never answered me, friend, the assassin said to Quick Ben. What was the question again? Ever get tired of your own memories? Oh, that one. Well, Kalam, you have no idea. Fiddler didn't like this conversation. In fact, he hated it, and was relieved as everyone fell silent once more, walking the dusty track, every step pushing that damned ruin of a city further behind them. He knew he should be back in the column with his squad, or maybe up ahead, trying to pry stuff loose from Faradan's sort. That captain was full of surprises, wasn't she just? She'd saved all their lives, there was no doubting that, but that didn't mean that he had to trust her. Not yet, despite the truth that he wanted to for some arcane reason he'd yet to comprehend. The little girl with the runny nose sniffled in her sleep, one small hand clutching his left shoulder. Her other hand was at her mouth, and her sucking on her thumb made tiny, squeaking sounds. In his arms, she weighed next to nothing. His squad had come through intact. Only Balm, and maybe Hellion, could say the same. So, 3 squads out of, 10, 11, 30? Moke's soldiers had been entirely wiped out. The 11th squad was gone, and that was a number that would never be resurrected in the future history of the 14th. The captain had settled on the numbers, adding the 13th for Sergeant Erb, and it turned out that Fiddler's own, the 4th, was the lowest number on the rung. This part of 9th Company had taken a beating, and Fiddler had few hopes for the rest, the ones that hadn't made it to the Grand Temple. Worse yet, they'd lost too many sergeants. Borduke, Mosul, Moak, Sobolone, Tug. Well, all right, we're beaten up, but we're alive. He dropped back a few paces, resumed his march alongside Korab Bilan Thenu Alas, the last survivor of Leoman's rebel army. Barring Leoman himself, had said little, although the scowl knotting his expression suggested his thoughts were anything but calm. A scrawny boy was riding his shoulders, head bobbing and dipping as he dozed. "I was thinking," Fiddler said, "of attaching you to my squad. We were always one short." "Is it that simple, Sergeant?" Korab asked. "You Malazans are strange. I cannot yet be a soldier in your army, for I have not yet impaled a babe on a spear. Korab, the sliding bed, is a 7 cities invention, not a Malazan one. What has that to do with it? I mean, Malazans don't stick babes on spears. Is it not your rite of passage? Who has been telling you this rubbish?" "Leoman." The man frowned. "No, but such beliefs were held to among the followers of the Apocalypse. Isn't Leoman one such follower?" "I think not. No, never. I was blind to that. Leoman believed in himself and no other, until that Mesla bitch he found in Regatten. He found himself a woman, did he? No wonder he went south." "He did not go south, Sergeant. He fled into a warren. A figure of speech. He went with his woman." "She will destroy him. I am sure of that. And now I say that is only what Leoman deserves. Let Dunsparrow ruin him. Utterly." "Hold on," Fiddler cut in, as an uncanny shiver rose through him. "Did you call her Dunsparrow?" "Yes. For such she named herself." "A Malazan?" "Yes. Tall and miserable, she would mock me. Me, Korab Bilan, Thenualas, Leoman's second, until I became his third, the one he was content to leave behind, to die with all the others." Fiddler barely heard him. "Dunsparrow," he repeated. "Do you know the hag, the witch, the seductress and corrupter? Gods, I once tossed her on my knee." He realized of a sudden that he was clawing a hand through the remnants of his singed, snarled hair, unmindful of the snags, indifferent to the tears that started from his eyes. The girl squirmed. He stared over at Korab, unseeing, then hurried ahead, feeling dizzy, feeling appalled. Dunsparrow. She'd be in her 20s now. Middle 20s, I suppose. What was she doing in Gatan? He pushed between Kalam and Quick Ben, startling both men. "Fid? Tug hood snake till he shrieks," the sapper said. "Drown the damned Queen of Dreams in her own damned pool. Friends, you won't believe who went with Leoman into that warren. You won't believe who shared Leoman's bed in Gatan. No, you won't believe anything I say." "Abyss take you, Fid," Kalam said in exasperation. "What are you talking about?" "Dunsparrow. That's who's at Leoman's side right now. Dunsparrow, Whiskey Jack's little sister, and I don't know anything. What to think? Only I want to scream, and I don't know why even there. No, I don't know anything anymore. Gods quick, Kalam. What does it mean? What does any of it mean?" "Calm down," Quick Ben said, but his voice was strangely high, tight.
For us. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's a damned coincidence, and even if it isn't, it's not like it means anything. Not really. It's just peculiar, that's all. We knew she was a stubborn, wild little demon. We knew that, even then, and you knew her better than us. Me and Kalam, we only met her once in Malaz City. But you were like her uncle, which means you got some explaining to do. Fiddler stared at the man, at his wide eyes. Me?
"You've lost your mind? Quick, listen to you, blaming me for her. Wasn't nothing to do with me. Stop it, both of you," Kalam said. "You're frightening the soldiers behind us. Look, we're all too nervous right now about all sorts of things to be able to make sense of any of this, assuming there's any sense to be made. People choose their own lives, what they do, where they end up. It don't mean some gods playing around. So Whiskey Jack's little sister is now Leoman's lover, and they're both hiding out in the Queen of Dreams' warren. All right, better that than crumbling bones in the ashes of Wigatan, right?" "Well, maybe not," Fiddler said. "What in Hood's name does that mean?" Kalam demanded. Fiddler drew a deep, shaky breath. "We must have told you. It's not like it was secret or anything, and we always used it as an excuse to explain her the way she was and all that. Never so she could hear, of course. And we said it to take its power away." "Fiddler!" The sapper winced at Kalam's outburst. "Now who's frightening everyone? You are. And never mind everyone else. You're frightening me, damn you." "All right. She was born to a dead woman. Whiskey Jack's stepmother. She died that morning. And the baby, Dunsparrow, well, she was long in coming out. She should have died inside, if you know what I mean. That's why the town elders gave her up to the temple, to Hood's own. The father was already dead, killed outside Quan, and Whiskey Jack, well, he was finishing his prenticeship. We was young then, so me and him, we had to break in and steal her back. But she'd already been consecrated, blessed in Hood's name, so we took its power away by talking about it. Ha, making light and all that. And she grew up normal enough, more or less, sort of. He trailed away, refused to meet the two sets of staring eyes, then scratched at his singed face. "We need us a deck of dragons, I think." Apsalar, 4 paces behind the trio, smiled as the wizard and assassin both simultaneously cuffed Sergeant Fiddler. A short-lived smile. Such revelations were troubling. Whiskey Jack had always been more than a little reticent about where he'd come from, about the life before he became a soldier. Mysteries as locked away as the ruins beneath the sands. He'd been a mason once, a worker in stone. She knew that much. A fraught profession among the arcana of divination and symbolism. Builder of barrows, the one who could make solid all of history, every monument to grandeur, every dolmen raised in eternal gestures of surrender. There were masons among many of the houses in the Deck of Dragons, a signifier of both permanence and its illusion. Whiskey Jack, a mason who set his tools down to embrace slaughter. Was it Hood's own hand that guided him? It was believed by many that Laseen had arranged Dasim Ulta's death, and Dasim had been the mortal sword of Hood, in reality, if not in name, and the centre of a growing cult among the ranks of the Malazan armies. The Empire sought no patron from among the gods, no matter how seductive the invitation, and in that Laseen had acted with singular wisdom, and quite possibly at the command of the Emperor. Had Whiskey Jack belonged to Dasim's cult? Possibly still, she had seen nothing to suggest that was so. If anything, he had been a man entirely devoid of faith, nor did it seem likely that the Queen of Dreams would knowingly accept the presence of an avatar of Hood within her realm. Unless the two gods are now allies in this war. The very notion of war depressed her, for gods were as cruel and merciless as mortals. Whiskey Jack's sister may be as much an unwitting player in all this as the rest of us. She was not prepared to condemn the woman, and not yet ready to consider her an ally either. She wondered again at what Kalam and Quick Ben were planning. Both were formidable in their own right, yet intrinsic in their methods was staying low beneath notice.
What was obvious, all that lay on the surface, was invariably an illusion, a deceit. When the time came to choose sides out in the open, they were likely to surprise everyone. Two men, then, whom no one could truly trust. Two men whom not even the gods could trust, for that matter. She realized that, in joining this column, in coming among these soldiers, she had become ensnared in yet another web, and there was no guarantee she would be able to cut herself free. Not in time.
The entanglement worried her. She could not be certain that she'd walk away from a fight with Kalam. Not a fight that was face to face, that is, and now his guard was up. In fact, she'd invited it, partly from bravado and partly to gauge his reaction, and just a little misdirection. Well, there was plenty of that going round. The two undead lizards, Curdle and Telerast, were maintaining some distance from the party of soldiers, although Apsalar sensed that they were keeping pace, somewhere out in the scrubland south of the raised road. Whatever their hidden motives in accompanying her, they were for the moment content to simply follow. That they possessed secrets and a hidden purpose was obvious to her, as was the possibility that that purpose involved, on some level, betrayal. And that, too, is something that we all share. Sergeant Balm was cursing behind Bottle as they walked the stony road. Scorched boots, soles flapping, mere rags covering the man's shoulders beneath the kiln-hot sun. Balm was giving voice to the miseries afflicting everyone who had crawled out from under Wigatten. Their pace was slowing as feet blistered and sharp rocks cut into tender skin, and the sun raised a resisting wall of blinding heat before them. Clawing through it had become a vicious, enervating struggle. Where others among the squads carried children, Bottle found himself carrying a mother rat and her brood of pups, the former perched on his shoulder, and the latter swathed in rags in the crook of one arm. More sordid than comic, and even he could see that, but he would not relinquish his new allies. Striding at Bottle's side was the half-blood Seti, Coric, freshly adorned in human finger bones, and not much else. He knotted them in the singed strands of his hair, and with each step there was a soft clack and clatter, the music grisly to Bottle's ears. Coric carried more in a clay pot with a cracked rim that he'd found in the pit of a looted grave. No doubt he planned on distributing them to the other soldiers. As soon as we found enough clothes to wear, he caught a skittering sound off among the withered scrub to his left. Those damned lizard skeletons chasing down my scouts. He wondered to whom they belonged, reasonable to assume they were death-aspected, which possibly made them servants of Hood. He knew of no mages among the squads who used Hood's warren. Then again, those who did rarely advertised the fact. Maybe that healer, Deadsmell, but why would he want familiars now? He sure didn't have them down in the tunnels. Besides, you'd need to be a powerful mage or priest to be able to conjure up and bind two familiars. No, not Deadsmell. Who then? Quick Ben. That wizard had far too many warrens swirling round him. Fiddler had vowed to drag Bottle up to the man, and that was an introduction Bottle had no desire to make. Fortunately, the sergeant seemed to have forgotten his squad, caught up as he was in this sordid reunion of old-timers. "Hungry enough yet?" Coric asked. Startled, Bottle glanced over at the man. "What do you mean?" skewered pinkies to start, then braised rat. It's why you've brought them along, isn't it?
You're sick.
Just ahead, Smiles turned to fling back a nasty laugh. Good one. You can stop now, Coric. You've reached your quota for the year. Besides, Bottle ain't gonna eat them rats. He's married the mommer and adopted the whelps. You missed the ceremony, Coric, when you was off hunting bones. Too bad we all cried. We missed our chance, Coric said to Bottle. We could have beat her unconscious and left her in the tunnels. A good sign. Things are getting back to normal. Everything except the haunted look in the eyes. It was there in every soldier who'd gone through the buried bones of Wigatan. Some cultures, he knew, used a ritual of burial and resurrection to mark a rite of passage. But if this was a rebirth, it was a dour one. They'd not emerged innocent or cleansed. If anything, the burdens seemed heavier. The elation of having survived, of having slipped out from the shadow of Hood's gates, had proved woefully short-lived. It should have felt different. Something was missing. The Bridgeburners had been forged by the holy desert Raraku, so for us, wasn't Wigatan enough? It seemed that for these soldiers here the tempering had gone too far, creating something pitted and brittle, as if one more blow would shatter them. Up ahead, the captain called out a halt, her voice eliciting a chorus of curses and groans of relief. Although there was no shade to be found, walking through this furnace was far worse than sitting by the roadside easing burnt, cut and blistered feet. Bottle stumbled down into the ditch and sat on a boulder. He watched, sweat stinging his eyes, as dead smell and loots moved among the soldiers, doing what they could to heal the wounds. "Did you see that red blade, Captain?" Smiles asked, crouching nearby, looking like she'd just come from a parade ground. "No, she didn't," Corporal Tar said. "She's smoke-stained and scorched, just like you'd expect. Only she's got all her hair." "So that's what's got you snarly," Coric observed. "Poor Smiles. You know it won't grow back, don't you? Never. You're bald now for the rest of your life. Liar." Hearing the sudden doubt in her voice, Bottle said, "Yes, he is. I knew that."
And what's with the black-haired woman on the horse? Anybody here know who she is? Fiddler recognized her, Tar said. A Bridgeburner, I'd guess. She makes me nervous, Smiles said. She's like that assassin, Kalam, eager to kill someone. I suspect you're right, and Fid wasn't exactly thrilled to see her either. Tar spoke. "Coric, when you going to share those finger bones you collected? Want yours now?" I do." Her throat parched, her skin layered in sweat. Even as shivers rippled through her, Hellion stood on the road, too tired to walk, too sick to sit down. She feared she'd never get up again, just curl into a little juddering ball until the ants under her skin finished their work, and all that skin just peeled away like deer hide, whereupon they'd all march off with it, singing songs of triumph in tiny squeaking voices. It was the drink, she knew, or rather, the lack of it. The world around her was too sharp, too clear. None of it looked right. Not right at all. Faces revealed too many details, all the flaws and wrinkles unveiled for the first time. She was shocked to realize that she wasn't the oldest soldier there, barring that ogre Cuttle. Well, that was the one good thing that had come of this enforced sobriety. Now, if only those damned faces could disappear just like the wrinkles on them, then she'd be happier. No, wait, it was the opposite, wasn't it? No wonder she wasn't happy. Ugly people in an ugly world. That's what came from seeing it all the way it really was. Better when it was blurred, all farther away back then. It had seemed so far away she'd not noticed the stinks, the stains, the errant hairs rising from volcanic pores, the miserable opinions and suspicious expressions, the whisperings behind her back. Turning, Hellion glared down at her two corporals. "You think I can't hear you? Now be quiet, or I'll rip one of my ears off, and won't you two feel bad?" Touchy and Breathless exchanged a glance, then Touchy said,
We ain't said nothing, Sergeant. Nice try. The problem was, the world was a lot bigger than she had ever imagined. More crannies for spiders than a mortal could count in 1,000 lifetimes. Just look around for proof of that. And it wasn't just spiders anymore. No, here there were flies that bit, and the bite sank an egg under the skin. And giant grey moths that fluttered in the night and liked eating scabs from sores when you were sleeping. Waking up to soft crunching way too close by, scorpions that split into two when you stepped on them. Fleas that rode the winds, worms that showed up in the corners of your eyes and made red swirling patterns through your eyelids, and when they got big enough, they crawled out your nostrils, sand ticks and leather leeches, flying lizards and beetles living in dung. Her entire body was crawling with parasites. She could feel them. Tiny ants and slithering worms under her skin, burrowing into her flesh, eating her brain. And now that the sweet taste of alcohol was gone, they all wanted out. She expected at any moment to suddenly erupt all over all the horrid creatures clambering out, and her body deflating like a punctured bladder. 10,000 wriggling things, all desperate for a drink. "I'm going to find him," she said. "One day who?" Touchy asked. "That priest, the one who ran away. I'm going to find him, and I'm going to tie him up and fill his body with worms. Push 'em into his mouth, his nose, his eyes and ears and other places too. No, she wouldn't let herself explode. Not yet. This sack of skin was going to stay intact. She'd make a deal with all the worms and ants, some kind of deal. A truce. Who said you can't reason with bugs? It sure is hot, Touchy said. Everyone looked at him. Gessler scanned the soldiers where they sat or sprawled alongside the track. What the fire hadn't burned, the sun now had. Soldiers on the march wore their clothes like skin, and for those whose skin wasn't dark, the burnished bronze of hands, faces and necks contrasted sharply with pallid arms, legs and torsos. But what had once been pale was now bright red. Among all those light-skinned soldiers who'd survived Yagatan, Gessler himself was the only exception. The golden hue of his skin seemed unaffected by this scorching desert sun. "Gods, these people need clothes," he said. Beside him Stormy grunted about the extent of his communication lately, ever since he'd heard of Truth's death. "They'll start blistering soon," Gessler went on, "and dead smell and loots can only do so much. We got to catch up with the 14th. He turned his head, squinted towards the front of the column. Then he rose. "Ain't nobody thinking straight, not even the captain?" Gessler made his way up the track. He approached the gathering of old bridge-burners. "We've been missing the obvious," he said. "Nothing new in that," Fiddler said, looking miserable. Gessler nodded towards Apsalar. "She's got to ride ahead and halt the army. She's got to get 'em to bring us horses and clothes and armor and weapons and water and food. We won't even catch up otherwise." Apsalar slowly straightened, brushing dust from her leggings. "I can do that," she said in a quiet voice. Kalam rose and faced Captain Faradan Sort, who stood nearby. "The sergeant's right. We missed the obvious." "Except that there is no guarantee that anyone will believe her," the captain replied after a moment. "Perhaps if one of us borrowed her horse." Apsalar frowned, then shrugged. "As you like. Who's our best rider?" Kalam asked. "Masan Gilani," Fiddler said. "Sure, she's heavy infantry, but still," Faradan Sort squinted down the road. "Which squad?" "Herbs, the 13th, Fiddler pointed. "The one who's standing, the tall one, the dull Honese." Masan Gilani's elongated, almond-shaped eyes narrowed as she watched the old soldiers approaching. "You're in trouble," Scant said. "You did something, Gilani, and now they want your blood." It certainly looked that way, so Masan made no reply to Scant's words. She thought back over all of the things she had done of late. Plenty to consider, but none came to mind that anyone might find out about. Not after all this time. "Hey, Scant," she said. The soldier looked up. "What, you know that big hook blade I keep with my gear?" Scant's eyes brightened. "Yes. You can't have it," she said. "Saltlick can have it." "Thanks, Masson," Saltlick said. "I always knew," Hanno said. "You had designs on Salty. I could tell, you know."
"No, I don't. I just don't like Scant. That's all." "Why don't you like me?" "I just don't. That's all." They fell silent as the veterans arrived. Sergeant Gessler, his eyes on Massan, said, "We need you, soldier." "That's nice." She noted the way his eyes travelled her mostly naked frame, lingering on her bared breasts with their large dark nipples before, with a rapid blinking, he met her eyes once more.
"We want you to take Apsalar's horse and catch up with the 14th. This was from Sergeant Strings, or Fiddler, or whatever his name was these days. It seemed Gessler had forgotten how to talk. "That's it?" "Aye." "All right. It's a nice horse. We need you to convince the adjunct we're actually alive," Fiddler went on. "Then get her to send us mounts and supplies." "All right." The woman, presumably named Apsalar, led her horse forward and handed Massan Gilani the reins. She swung up into the saddle, then said, "Anybody got a spare knife or something?" Apsalar produced one from beneath her cloak and passed it up to her. Massan Gilani's fine brows rose. "A kithra." "That will do. I'll give it back to you when we meet up again." Apsalar nodded. The Dal Honizis set off. "Shouldn't take long," Gessler said, watching as the woman, riding clear of the column, urged her horse into a canter. "We'll rest for a while longer here," Faradan Sort said. "Then resume our march." "We could just wait," Fiddler said. The captain shook her head, but offered no explanation. The sun settled on the horizon, bleeding red out to the sides like blood beneath flayed skin. The sky overhead was raucous with sound and motion as thousands of birds winged southward. They were high up, mere black specks, flying without formation, yet their cries reached down in a chorus of terror. To the north, beyond the range of broken, lifeless hills and steppe-land ribboned by seasonal runoff, the plain descended to form a white-crusted salt marsh, beyond which lay the sea. The marsh had once been a modest plateau, subsiding over millennia as underground streams and springs gnawed through the limestone. The caves, once high and vast, were now crushed flat or partially collapsed, and those cramped remnants were flooded or packed with silts, sealing in darkness the walls and vaulted ceilings crowded with paintings, and side chambers still home to the fossilized bones of Imas. Surmounting this plateau there had been a walled settlement, small and modest, a chaotic array of attached residences that would have housed perhaps 20 families at the height of its occupation. The defensive walls were solid with no gates, and for the dwellers within, ingress and egress came via the rooftops and single-pole ladders. Yadeth Garath, the first human city, was now little more than salt-rotted rubble swallowed in silts, buried deep and unseen beneath the marsh. No history beyond the countless derivations from its ancient name remained, and of the lives and deaths and tales of all who had once lived there, not even bones survived. Dejim Nibral recalled the fisher folk who had dwelt upon its ruins, living in their squalid huts on stilts, plying the waters in their round hide boats and walking the raised wooden platforms that crossed the natural canals wending through the swamp. They were not descendants of Yadeth Garath. They knew nothing of what swirled beneath the black silts, and this itself was an undeniable truth that memory withered and died in the end. There was no single tree of life, no matter how unique and primary this Yadeth Garath. No, there was a forest, and time and again a tree, its bole rotted through, toppled to swiftly vanish in the airless muck. Dejim Nibral recalled those fisher folk, the way their blood tasted of fish and mollusks, dull and turgid and clouded with stupidity. If man and woman cannot, will not remember, then they deserved all that was delivered upon them: death, destruction, and devastation. This was no god's judgment. It was the world's nature's own exacted in that conspiracy of indifference that so terrified and baffled humankind. Lands subside, waters rush in, the rains come, then never come. Forests die, rise again, then die once more. Men and women huddle with their broods in dark rooms in all their belated begging, and their eyes fill with dumb failure, and now they are crumbled specks of grey and white in black silt, motionless as the memory of stars in a long-dead night sky. Exacting nature's judgment, such was Dejim Nebral's purpose. For the forgetful, their very shadows stalk them. For the forgetful, death ever arrives unexpectedly. The Trollbaral had returned to the site of Yadeth Garath, as if drawn by some desperate instinct. Dejim Nebral was starving. Since his clash with the mage near the caravan, his wanderings had taken him through lands foul with rotted death. Nothing but bloated, blackened corpses, redolent with disease. Such things could not feed him. The intelligence within the divers had succumbed to visceral urgency, a terrible geas that drove him onward on the path of old memories, of places where he had once fed, the blood hot and fresh pouring down his throats. Canabar Belid, now nothing but dust. Vithan Tower, the great city in the cliff face, now even the cliff was gone. A swath of potsherds reduced to gravel was all that remained of Minikanar, once a thriving city on the banks of a river now extinct. The string of villages north of Minikanar revealed no signs that they had ever existed. Dejim Nebral had begun to doubt his own memories. Driven on across the Nord hills and into the fated marsh, seeking yet another village of fisher-folk, but he had been too thorough the last time, all those centuries past, and none had come to take the place of the slaughtered. Perhaps some dark recollection held true, casting a haunted pall upon the swamp. Perhaps the bubbling gases still loosed ancient screams and shrieks, and the boatmen from the isles, passing close, made warding gestures before swinging the tiller hard about. Fevered, weakening, Dejim Nebral wandered the rotted landscape, until a faint scent reached the divers, beast and human, vibrant, alive, and close. The Trollbarol, 5 shadow-thewed creatures of nightmare, lifted heads and looked south, eyes narrowing. There, just beyond the hills, on the crumbling track that had once been a level road leading to Minikanar, the divers set off as dusk settled on the land. Masan Gilani slowed her horse's canter when the shadows thickened with the promise of night. The track was treacherous, with loose cobbles and narrow gullies formed by runoff. It had been years since she'd last ridden wearing so little, nothing more than a wrap about her hips, and her thoughts travelled far back to her life on the Dalhousie plains. She'd carried less weight back then, tall, lithe, smooth-skinned and bright with innocence. The heaviness of her full breasts and the swell of her belly and hips came much later, after the 2 children she'd left behind to be raised by her mother and her aunts and uncles. It was the right of all adults, man or woman, to take the path of wandering. Before the Empire conquered the Dalhousie, such a choice had been rare enough, and for the children, raised by kin on all sides, their health tended by shamans, midwives, and shoulder witches, the abandonment of a parent was rarely felt. The Malazan Empire had changed all that, of course. While many adults among the tribes stayed put, even in Masan Gilani's time, more and more men and women had set out to explore the world, and at younger ages, fewer children were born, mixed bloods were more common, once warriors returned home with new husbands or wives, and new ways suffused the lives of the Dalhousie. For that was one thing that had not changed over time, we ever return home. When our wandering is done, she missed those rich grasslands and their young, fresh winds. The heaving clouds of the coming rains, the thunder in the earth as wild herds passed in their annual migrations. And her riding, always on the strong, barely tamed, crossbred horses of the Dalhousie, the faint streaks of their zebra heritage, as subtle on their hides as the play of sunlight on reeds. Beasts as likely to buck as gallop, hungry to bite with pure evil in their red-rimmed eyes. Oh, how she loved those horses! Apsalar's mount was a far finer breed, of course, long-limbed and graceful, and Masan Gilani could not resist admiring the play of sleek muscles beneath her and the intelligence in its dark, liquid eyes. The horse shied suddenly in the growing gloom, head lifting. Startled, Masan Gilani reached for the Kethra knife she had slipped into a fold in the saddle. Shadows took shape on all sides, lunged. The horse reared, screaming as blood sprayed. Masan Gilani rolled backward in a tight somersault, clearing the rump of the staggering beast and landing lightly in a half-crouch. Slashing the heavy knife to her right as a midnight-limbed creature rushed her. She felt the blade cut deep, scoring across two out-thrust forelimbs. A bestial cry of pain, then the thing reared back, dropping to all fours and stumbling on those crippled forelimbs. Reversing grip, she leapt to close on the apparition and drove the knife down into the back of its scaled, feline neck. The beast collapsed, sagging against her shins. A heavy sound to her left as the horse fell onto its side. 4 more of the demons tearing into it. Legs kicked spasmodically, then swung upward as the horse was rolled onto its back, exposing its belly. Terrible snarling sounds accompanied the savage evisceration. Leaping over the dead demon, Masan Gilani ran into the darkness. A demon pursued her. It was too fast. Footfalls sounded close behind her, then ceased. She threw herself down into a hard, bruising roll, saw the blur of the demon's long body pass over her. Masan Gilani slashed out with the knife, cutting through a tendon on the creature's right back leg. It shrieked, careening in mid-air, the cut-through leg folding beneath its haunches as it landed, and its hips twisting round with the momentum. Masan Gilani flung the knife. The weighted blade struck its shoulder, point and edge slicing through muscle to caroom off the scapula and spin into the night. Regaining her feet, the Dal Honese plunged after it, launching herself over the spitting beast. Talons raked down her left thigh, pitching her round off balance. She landed awkwardly against a slope of stones, the impact numbing her left shoulder. Sliding downward, back towards the demon, Masan dug her feet into the slope's side, then scrambled up the incline, flinging out handfuls of sand and gravel into her wake. A sharp edge sliced along the back of her left hand, down to the bone. She'd found the Kethra lying on the slope. Grasping the grip with suddenly slick fingers, Masan Gilani continued her desperate clamber upward. Another leap from behind brought the demon close, but it slid back down, spitting and hissing as the bank sagged in a clatter of stones and dust. Reaching the crest, Masan pulled herself onto her feet, then ran, half blind in the darkness. She heard the demon make another attempt, followed by another shower of sliding stones and rubble. Ahead, she could make out a gully of some sort, high-walled and narrow. 2 strides from it, she threw herself to the ground in response to a deafening howl that tore through the night. Another howl answered it, reverberating among the crags, a sound like 1,000 souls plunging into the abyss. Gelid terror froze Masan Gilani's limbs. Drained from her all strength, all will, she lay in the grit, her gasps puffing tiny clouds of dust before her face, her eyes wide and seeing nothing but the scatter of rocks marking the gully's fan. From somewhere beyond the slope, down where her horse had died, came the sound of hissing, rising from 3, perhaps 4 throats. Something in those eerie, almost human voices whispered terror and panic. A third howl filled the dark, coming from somewhere to the south, close enough to rattle her sanity. She found her forearms reaching out, her right hand clawing furrows in the scree, the Kethra knife still gripped tight as she could manage with her blood-smeared left hand. Not wolves. Gods below, the throats that loosed those howls. A sudden heavy gusting sound to her right, too close. She twisted her head round, the motion involuntary, and cold seeped down through her paralyzed body, as if sinking roots into the hard ground. A wolf, but not a wolf, padding down a steep slope to land silent on the same broad ledge. Masan Gilani was lying on a wolf, but huge, as big as a Dalhonese horse, deep grey or black. There was no way to be certain. It paused, stood motionless for a moment in full profile, its attention clearly fixed on something ahead, down on the road. Then the massive beast's head swung round, and Masan Gilani found herself staring into lambent amber eyes, like twin pits into madness. Her heart stopped in her chest. She could not draw breath, could not pull her gaze from that creature's deathly regard. Then a slow, so very slow, closing of those eyes, down to the thinnest slits, and the head swung back. The beast padded towards the crest, stared down for a time, then slipped down over the edge, and vanished from sight. Sudden air flooded her lungs, thick with dust. She coughed, impossible not to, twisting round into a ball, hacking and gagging, spitting out gobs of gritty phlegm, helpless, giving everything away. Still coughing, Masan Gilani waited for the beast to return, to pick her up in its huge jaws, to shake her once, hard enough to snap her neck, her spine, to crunch down on her rib cage, crushing everything inside. She slowly regained control of her breathing, still lying on sweat-soaked ground, shivers rippling through her. From somewhere far overhead in that dark sky she heard birds crying out. 1,000 voices, 10,000. She did not know that birds flew at night. Celestial voices winging south as fast as unseen wings could take them. Closer by, no sound at all. Masan Gilani rolled onto her back, stared unseeing upward, feeling blood streaming down her slashed thigh. Wait till Saltlick and the rest hear about this one. Dejim Nibrol raced through the darkness, 3 beasts in full flight, a 4th limping in their wake, already far behind. 2 weak, made mindless with hunger, all cunning lost, and now yet one more diver's kin was dead, killed effortlessly by a mere human who then crippled another with a lazy flick of that knife. The Trollbarol needed to feed. The horse's blood had barely begun to slake a depthless thirst, yet with it came a whisper of strength, a return to sanity. Dejim Nibrol was being hunted, an outrage that such a thing could be. The stench of the creatures rode the wind, seeming to gust in from all sides except directly ahead. Fierce, ancient life and deadly desire, bitter to the Trollbaral's senses. What manner of beasts were these? The 4th kin, lagging half a league behind now, could feel the nearness of the pursuers, loping unseen, seemingly content to keep pace, almost uninterested in closing, in finishing off this wounded divers. They had announced themselves with their howls, but since then, naught but silence, and the palpable nearness of their presence. They were but toying with Dejim Nebral, a truth that infuriated the Trollbarral, that burned like acid through their thumping hearts. Were they fully healed, and 7 once again, rather than 3 and scant more, those creatures would know terror and pain. Even now, Dejim Nebral contemplated laying an ambush, using the wounded kin as bait. But the risks were too great. There was no telling how many of these hunters were out there, and so there was little choice. Flee desperate as hares, helpless in this absurd game. For the first 3 kin, the scent of the hunters had begun to fade. It was true, few creatures could keep pace with Dejim Nebral for very long. It seemed then that they would content themselves with the crippled trailer, giving the divas an opportunity to see them for the first time, to mark them for the others, until such time as vengeance could be exacted. And yet the mysterious beasts did not lunge into view, did not tear into the fourth kin. And even for that one, the scent was fading. It made no sense. Dejim Nebral slowed his flight, wondering, curious, and not yet in the least suspicious. From cool relief to growing chill, the night descended among the trudging soldiers, raising a mutter of new complaints. A sleeping child in his arms, Fiddler walked 2 strides behind Kalam and Quick Ben, while in his wake strode Apsalar, her footfalls the barest of whispers, better than scorching sun and heat, but not much better. Burnt and blistered skin on shoulders now radiated away all the warmth the flesh could create. Among the worst afflicted, fever awoke like a child lost in the woods, filling shadows with apparitions. Twice in the past 100 paces, one of the soldiers had cried out in fear, seeing great moving shapes out in the night, lumbering, swaggering, with eyes flashing like embers the hue of murky blood. Or so Mayfly had said, surprising everyone with the poetic turn of phrase. But like the monsters conjured from the imaginations of frightened babes, they never came closer, never quite revealed themselves. Both Mayfly and Galt swore that they had seen something, moving parallel with the column, but quicker, and soon past. Fevered minds, Fiddler told himself again, that and nothing more. Yet he felt in himself a growing unease, as if they did indeed have company along this broken track, out there in the darkness, among the trenches and gullies and jumbled rockfalls. A short time earlier he'd thought he had heard voices, distant and seeming to descend from the night sky, but that had since faded. Nonetheless, his nerves were growing frayed, likely weariness, likely an awakening fever within his own mind. Ahead, Quick Ben's head suddenly turned, stared out to the right, scanned the darkness. "Something?" Fiddler asked in a low voice. The wizard glanced back at him, then away again, and said nothing. 10 paces later, Fiddler saw Kalam loosen the long knives in their scabbards. Shit! He dropped back until he was alongside Apsalar, and was about to speak when she cut him off. "Be on your guard, sapper," she said quietly. "I believe we have nothing to fear, but I cannot be certain. What's out there?" he demanded. "Part of a bargain."
What is that supposed to mean?
She suddenly lifted her head, as if testing the wind, and her voice hardened as she said in a loud voice, "Everyone off the road, south side only now." At the command, thin fear whispered along the ancient road. Unarmed, unarmored, this was a soldier's worst nightmare. Crouching down, huddling in the shadows, eyes wide and unblinking, breaths drawing still, the Malazans strained for any telltale sound in the darkness beyond. Staying low to the ground, Fiddler made his way along to rejoin his squad. If something was coming for them, better he died with his soldiers. As he scrabbled, he sensed a presence catching up from behind, and turned to see Korab Bilan Thenualas. The warrior held a solid club-like piece of wood, too thick to be a branch, more like a taproot from some ancient Guldinda. "Where did you find that?" Fiddler demanded in a hiss. A shrug was the only answer. Reaching his squad, the sergeant halted and Bottle crawled over to him. "Demons?" the soldier whispered. "Out there." A jerk of the head indicated the north side of the road. At first I thought it was the Parl of evil offshore, the one that flushed the birds from the salt marshes beyond the bay. "The Parl of what?" Fiddler asked. But it wasn't that. Something a lot closer. Had a risen wheeling round out there. It came close to a beast, a damned big beast, Sergeant. Halfway between wolf and bear, only the size of a bull Bedouin. It was headed west. You still linked to that Ryzan bottle? No, it was hungry enough to break loose. I'm not quite recovered, Sergeant. Never mind. It was a good try. So the bear wolf or wolf Bedouin was heading west. Aye, not 50 paces across from us. No way it didn't know we were here, Bottle said. It's not like we was sneaking along, was it? So it ain't interested in us.
Maybe not yet, Sergeant.
What do you mean by that? Well, I'd sent a Capimoth ahead of us up the road, used it to test the air. They can sense things when those things are moving, stirring the air, giving off heat into the night. That heat is sometimes visible from a long way away, especially the colder the night gets. Capimoths need all that to avoid Ryzen, although it doesn't always. Bottle, I ain't no naturalist. What did you see or sense or hear or whatever through that damned Capimoth? Well, creatures up ahead, closing fast. Oh, thanks for that minor detail, Bottle. Glad you finally got round to it. Shh. Sergeant, please. I think we should just lie low. Whatever's about to happen's got nothing to do with us. Karab Bilan Thenualis spoke. Are you certain of that? Well, no, but it stands to reason. Unless they're all working together, closing a trap. Sergeant, Bottle said, we ain't that important. Maybe you ain't, but we got Kalam and Quick Ben, and Sin and Apsalar. I don't know much about them, Sergeant, Bottle said. But you might want to warn them what's coming, if they don't know already. If Quick hasn't smelled all this out, he deserves to get his tiny head ripped off. Never mind them. Twisting round, Fiddler squinted into the darkness south of them. Any chance of moving to better cover? This ditch ain't worth a damned thing. Sergeant, Bottle hissed, his voice tightening. We ain't got time. 10 paces apart and moving now parallel along the route of the old road, one taking the centre of the track, the flankers in the rough ditches to either side, Dejim Nibraul glided low to the ground, tipped leathery ears pricked forward, eyes scanning the way ahead. Something wasn't right. Half a league behind the 3/4 kin limped along, weak with blood loss and exhausted by fear, and if the hunters remained close, they were now stalking in absolute silence. The kin halted, sinking low, head swivelling as its sharp eyes searched the night. Nothing, no movement beyond the flit of Ryzen and Capimoths. The 3 on the road caught the scent of humans, not far, and savage hunger engulfed all other thoughts. They stank of terror. It would taint their blood when he drank deep, a taste metallic and sour, a flavour Dejim Nibraul had grown to cherish. Something lumbered onto the track 30 strides ahead. Huge, black, familiar, Deragoth. Impossible. They were gone, swallowed by a nightmare of their own making. This was all wrong. A sudden howl from far to the south, well behind the 4th kin, who spun, snarling at the sound. The first 3 divers spread out, eyes on the lone beast padding towards them. If but one, then she is doomed. The beast surged forward in a charge, voicing a bellowing roar. Dejim Nibraul sprinted to meet it. The flanking divers twisted outward as more huge shapes pounded to close with them, 2 to each side. Jaws spread wide, lips peeling back. The Deragoth reached Dejim Nibraul, giving voice to thunder. Massive canines sank down into the kin, slicing through muscle, crushing bone. Limbs snapped, ribs splintered and tore into view through ruptured flesh and hide. Pain, such pain, the center divers sprang into the air to meet the charge of the Deragoth ahead, and his right leg was caught in huge jaws, jolting Dejim Nibraul to a halt in mid-flight. Joints popped even as the leg bones were crunched into shards. Flung hard to the ground, Dejim sought to spin round, talons lashing out at his attacker's broad head. He tore into one eye and ripped it loose, sending it whirling off into the darkness. The Deragoth flinched back with a squeal of agony. Then a second set of jaws closed round the back of the kin's neck. Blood sprayed as the teeth ground and cut inward, crushing cartilage, then bone. Blood filled Dejim Nibrail's throat. No, it cannot end like this. The other 2 kin were dying as well, as the Deragoth tore them to pieces. Far to the west, the lone survivor crouched, trembling. The hounds attacked, 3 appearing in front of the last divers. Moments before they closed, all 3 twisted away, a feint which meant wolf jaws ripped into the back of Dejim Nibrol's neck and lifted the divers from the ground. The troll Boral waited for the clenching, the killing, but it never came. Instead, the beast that held it was running fast over the ground, others of its kind to either side, west and north, then, eventually, swinging southward out into the wastes untiring, on and on through the cold night. Helpless in the grip of those jaws, the last divers of Dejim Nibrol did not struggle, for struggle was pointless. There would be no quick death, for these creatures had some other purpose in mind for him. Unlike the Deragoth, he realized these hounds possessed a master who found reason to keep Dejim Nibrol alive. A curious, fraught salvation, but I still live, and that is enough. I still live. The fierce battle was over. Kalam, lying near Quick Ben, narrowed his gaze, just barely making out the huge shapes of the demons as they set off without a backward glance westward along the track. "Looks like their hunt's not yet over," the assassin muttered, reaching up to wipe the sweat that had been stinging his eyes. "Gods below," Quick Ben said in a whisper. "Did you hear those distant howls?" Kalam asked, sitting up. "Hounds of shadow, I'm right, aren't I, Quick? So we got lizard cats, and giant bear dogs like the one Toblikai killed in Raraku, and the hounds wizard. I don't want to walk this road no more." "Gods below," the man at his side whispered again. Lieutenant Porres's cheerful embrace with the lady went sour with an ambush of a patrol he'd led inland from the marching army, 3 days west of Gatan, starving bandits of all things. They'd beaten them off, but he had taken a crossbow quarrel clean through his upper left arm and a sword slash just above his right knee, deep enough to sever muscle down to the bone. The healers had mended the damage, sufficient to roughly knit torn flesh and close scar tissue over the wounds, but the pain remained excruciating. He had been convalescing on the back of a crowded wagon until they came within sight of the North Sea and the army encamped, whereupon Captain Kindly had appeared. Saying nothing, Kindly had clambered into the bed of the wagon, grasped Porres by his good arm and dragged him from the pallet. Down off the back, the lieutenant nearly buckling under his weak leg, then staggering and stumbling as the captain tugged him along. Gasping, Porres had asked, "What's the emergency, Captain?" "I heard no alarms." "Then you ain't been listening," Kindly replied. Porres looked round, somewhat wildly, but he could see no one else rushing about, no general call to arms. The camp was settling down, cook fires lit and figures huddled beneath rain capes against the chill carried on the sea breeze. "Captain, my officers don't lie about plucking nose hairs, Lieutenant. There's real injured soldiers in those wagons, and you're just in their way. Healers are done with you. Time to stretch out that bad leg." "Time to be a soldier again. Stop limping, damn you. You're setting a miserable example here, Lieutenant." "Sorry, sir." Sodden with sweat, Porres struggled to keep up with his captain. "Might I ask, where are we going?" "To look at the sea," Kindly replied. "Then you're taking charge of the inland pickets, first watch, and I strongly suggest you do a weapons and armour inspection, Lieutenant, since there is the chance that I will take a walk along those posts." "Yes, sir." Up ahead, on a rise overlooking the grey, white-capped sea, stood the 14th's command, the Adjunct, Nil and Nether, Fists, Blistig, Temel and Keneb, and slightly apart and wrapped in a long leather cloak, Tamba. Just behind them stood war leader Gaul and his ancient aide Imral, along with captains Ruthan Good and Madontul Rada. The only one missing was Fist Teni Baralta, but Porres had heard that the man was still in a bad way, unarmed and one-eyed, his face ravaged by burning oil, and he didn't have Kindly in charge of him either, which meant he was being left to heal in peace. Ruthan Gud was speaking in a low voice. His audience, Madantul Rada and the 2 Khundril warriors, just fell into the sea. Those breakers, that tumult in the middle of the bay, that's where the citadel stood. A tier of raised land surrounded it, the island itself, and there was a causeway linking it to this shore. Nothing left of that but those pillars just topping the sands above the tide line. It said the shattering of a Jaghut enclave far to the north was responsible. How could that sink this island? Gaul demanded. You make no sense, Captain. The Tlan Imas broke the Jaghut sorcery. The ice lost its power, melted into the seas, and the water levels rose. Enough to eat into the island, deluging the tier, then devouring the feet of the citadel itself. In any case, this was thousands of years ago. Are you an historian as well as a soldier? The war leader asked, glancing over, his tear-tattooed face bathed red like a mask in the setting sun's lurid light. The captain shrugged. The first map I ever saw of 7 cities was Falari, a sea current map marking out the treacherous areas along this coast, and every other coastline all the way to Nemil. It had been copied countless times, but the original dated from the days when the only metals being traded were tin, copper, lead and gold. Falar's trade with 7 cities goes back a long way, war leader Gaul, which makes sense since Falar is halfway between Quantali and 7 cities. Captain kindly observed, It's odd, Ruthen Good. You do not look Falari, nor is your name Falari. I am from the island of Strike Kindly, which lies against the outer reach deeps. Strike is the most isolated of all the islands in the chain, and our legends hold that we are all that remains of the original inhabitants of Falar, the red and gold-haired folk you see and think of, as Falari were in fact invaders from the Eastern Ocean, from the other side of Seeker's Deep, or some unknown islands well away from the charted courses across that ocean. They themselves do not even recall their homelands, and most of them believe they have always lived in Falar. But our old maps show different names, strike names for all the islands and the kingdoms and peoples, and the word Falar does not appear among them. If the adjunct and her retinue were speaking, Pause could hear nothing. Ruthen Gud's words and the stiff wind drowned out all else. The lieutenant's leg throbbed with pain. There was no angle at which he could hold his injured arm comfortably. And now he was chilled, the old sweat like ice against his skin, thinking only of the wizards and mages. No one had spoken in some time. Weariness. And, perhaps, the end of this dread, miserable chapter in the history of the 14th. They had pushed hard on the march, first west and then northward. Somewhere in the seas beyond was the transport fleet and its escort of dromons. Gods, an intercept must be possible, and with that, these battered legions could get off this plague-ridden continent, to sail away. But where? Back home, he hoped. Quantali, at least for a time, to regroup, to take on replacements, to spit out the last grains of sand from this hood-taken land. He could return to his wife and children, with all the confusion and trepidation such a reunion would entail. There'd been too many mistakes in their lives together, and even those few moments of redemption had been tainted and bitter. Minala, his sister-in-law, who had done what so many victims did, hidden away her hurts, finding normality in brutal abuse, and had come to believe the fault lay with her, rather than the madman she had married. Killing the bastard hadn't been enough, as far as Keneb was concerned. What still needed to be expunged was a deeper, more pervasive rot, the knots and threads all bound in a chaotic web that defined the time at that fell garrison. One life tied to every other by invisible, thrumming threads, unspoken hurts and unanswered expectations, the constant deceits and conceits it had taken a continent-wide uprising to shatter all of that. And we are not mended. Not so long a reach to see how the adjunct and this damned army was bound in the same tangled net, the legacies of betrayal, the hard, almost unbearable truth that some things could not be answered. broad-bellied pots crowding market stalls, their flanks a mass of intricately painted yellow butterflies, swarming barely seen figures and all sweeping down the currents of a silt-laden river, scabbards bearing black feathers. A painted line of dogs along a city wall, each beast linked to the next by a chain of bones. Bazaars selling reliquaries purportedly containing remnants of great heroes of the Seventh Army, Bult, Lull, Chend and Duiker, and of course Coltane himself. When one's enemy embraces the heroes of one's own side, one feels strangely cheated, as if the theft of life was but the beginning, and now the legends themselves have been stolen away, transformed in ways beyond control. But Coltane belongs to us. How dare you do this? Such sentiments, sprung free from the dark knot in his soul, made no real sense. Even voicing them felt awkward, absurd. The dead are ever refashioned, for they have no defense against those who would use or abuse them, who they were, what their deeds meant. And this was the anguish, this injustice, these new cults with their grisly icons. They did nothing to honor the chain of dogs. They were never intended to. Instead, they seemed to Keneb pathetic efforts to force a link with past greatness, with a time and a place of momentous significance. He had no doubt that the last siege of Wigaton would soon acquire similar mythical status, and he hated the thought, wanted to be as far away from the land birthing and nurturing such blasphemies as was possible. Blistig was speaking now. These are ugly waters to anchor a fleet, Adjunct. Perhaps we could move on a few leagues. No, she said. Blistig glanced at Keneb. The weather shall turn, Nil said. A child with lines on his face. This is the true legacy of the chain of dogs, lines on his face and hands stained red. And Temuel, the young Wiccan commanding resentful, embittered elders, who still dreamed of vengeance against the slayers of Coltane. He rode Duiker's horse, a lean mare with eyes that Keneb could have sworn were filled with sorrow. Temel carried scrolls, presumably containing the historian's own writings, although he would not show them to anyone. This warrior of so few years, carrying the burden of memory, carrying the last months of life in an old man, once soldier among the old guard, who had, inexplicably, somehow touched this Wiccan youth. That alone, Keneb suspected, was a worthy story, but it would remain forever untold, for Temel alone understood it, holding within himself each and every detail, and Temel was not one to explain, not a teller of stories. No, he just lives them. And this is what those cultists yearn for themselves, and what they will never truly possess. Keneb could hear nothing of the huge encampment behind him, yet one tent in particular within that makeshift city dominated his mind. The man within it had not spoken in days. His lone eyes seemingly stared at nothing. What remained of Tene Baralta had been healed, at least insofar as flesh and bone was concerned. The man's spirit was, alas, another matter. The Red Blade's homeland had not been kind to him. Keneb wondered if the man was as eager to leave 7 cities as he was. Nether said, the plague is growing more virulent. The grey goddess hunts us. The adjunct's head turned at that. Blistig cursed, then said, since when is Poliel eager to side with some damned rebels? She's already killed most of them, hasn't she?
I do not understand this need.
Nether replied, shaking her head. But it seems she has set her deathly eyes upon Malazans. She hunts us and comes ever closer. Keneb closed his eyes. Haven't we been hurt enough? They came upon the dead horse shortly after dawn. Amidst the swarm of capamoths feeding on the carcass were 2 skeletal lizards, standing on their hind legs, heads ducking and darting as they crunched and flayed the bird-sized insects. Hood's breath, Lostara muttered. What are those? Telerast and Curdle, Apsalar replied. Ghosts bound to those small frames. They have been my companions for some time now. Kalam moved closer and crouched beside the horse. Those lizard cats, he said, came in from all sides. He straightened, scanning the rocks. I can't imagine Masan Gilani surviving the ambush. You'd be wrong, said a voice from the slope to their right. The soldier sat on the crest, legs sprawled down the slope. One of those legs was crimson from upper thigh to the cracked leather boot. Masan Gilani's dark skin was ashen, her eyes dull. Can't stop the bleeding, but I got one of the bastards and wounded another. Then the hounds came. Captain Faradan's sword turned to the column. Dead smell up front, quick! Thank you for the knife, Masan Gilani said to Apsalar. Keep it, the Kanezi woman said. Sorry about your horse, so am I, but you are not to blame. Kalam said, well, it seems we're in for a long walk after all. Bottle made his way to the front of the column in Deadsmell's wake, close enough to look long and hard at the two bird-like reptile skeletons perched on the horse carcass and intent on killing Kapamoths. He watched their darting movements, the flicking of their bony tails, the way the darkness of their souls bled out like smoke from a cracked water pipe. Someone came to his side and he glanced over. Fiddler, the man's blue eyes fixed on the undead creatures. What do you see, Bottle? Sergeant. Fiddler took him by the arm and pulled him off to one side. Out with it. Ghosts possessing those bound-up bones. The sergeant nodded. Apsalar said as much. Now, what kind of ghosts? Frowning, Bottle hesitated. Fiddler hissed a curse. Bottle, well, I was assuming she knows, only has her reasons for not mentioning it, so I was thinking it wouldn't be polite. Soldier, I mean, she was a squad mate of yours, and a squad mate who just happened to have been possessed herself by the rope almost all the time that I knew her. So if she's not talking, it's no surprise. Tell me, Bottle, what manner of flesh did those souls call home? Are you saying you don't trust her? I don't even trust you. Frowning, Bottle looked away, watched Deadsmell working on Masan Gilani on the slope, sensed the whisper of Danul sorcery, and something like Hood's own breath. The bastard is a necromancer. Damn him. Bottle, Sergeant. Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. Wondering what? Well, why Apsalar has 2 dragons in tow. They're not dragons. They're tiny lizards. No, Sergeant, they're dragons. Slowly, Fiddler's eyes widened. Bottled known he wouldn't like it. Chapter 14. There is something profoundly cynical, my friends, in the notion of paradise after death. The lure is evasion. The promise is excusative. One need not accept responsibility for the world as it is, and by extension, one need do nothing about it. To strive for change, for true goodness in this mortal world, one must acknowledge and accept, within one's own soul, that this mortal reality has purpose in itself, that its greatest value is not for us, but for our children and their children, to view life as but a quick passage along a foul, tortured path, made foul and tortured by our own indifference, is to excuse all manner of misery and depravity, and to exact cruel punishment upon the innocent lives to come. I defy this notion of paradise beyond the gates of bone. If the soul truly survives the passage, then it behooves us, each of us, my friends, to nurture a faith in similitude. What awaits us is a reflection of what we leave behind, and in the squandering of our mortal existence, we surrender the opportunity to learn the ways of goodness, the practice of sympathy, empathy, compassion, and healing, all passed by in our rush to arrive at a place of glory and beauty, a place we did not earn and most certainly do not deserve. The apocryphal teachings of Tanno's spirit walker Kimlock, the decade in Erliton. Chaw held out the baby as if to begin bouncing it on one knee, but Barathor reached out to rest a hand on the huge man's wrist. The blacksmith shook his head. Not old enough for that yet. Hold her close, Chaw, so as not to break anything. The man answered with a broad smile and resumed cuddling and rocking the swaddled infant. Barathol Mekhar leaned back in his chair, stretching out his legs. and briefly closed his eyes, making a point of not listening to the argument in the side room where the woman Scylla resisted the combined efforts of Loric, Nullis, Philiad, and Urdan, all of whom insisted she accept the baby, as was a mother's responsibility, a mother's duty, and a host of other guilt-laden terms they flung at her like stones. Barathol could not recall the last time the villagers in question had displayed such vehement zeal over anything. Of course, in this instance their virtue came easy, for it cost them nothing. The blacksmith admitted to a certain admiration for the woman. Children were indeed burdensome, and as this one was clearly not the creation of love, Silara's lack of attachment seemed wholly reasonable. On the opposite side, the ferocity of his fellow townsfolk was leaving him disgusted and vaguely nauseous. Harith appeared in the main room, moments earlier a silent witness to the tirade in the side chamber where they'd set Silara's cot. The old woman shook her head. Idiots! Pompous, prattling twits. Just listen to all that piety, Barathol. You'd think this babe was the emperor reborn. Gods forbid, the blacksmith muttered. Jessa, last house on the east road. She's got that year-old runt with the withered legs. That ain't gonna make it. She'd not refuse the gift, and everyone here knows it. Barathol nodded, somewhat haphazardly, his mind on other matters. There's even Jessa, second floor of the old factor house, though she ain't had any milk to give in 15 years. Still, she'd be a good mother, and this village could use a wailing child to help drown out all the wailing grown-ups. Get the Jessers together on this, and it'll be fine. It's Loric, Barathol said. What's that? Loric. He's so proper he burns to the touch, or rather, he burns everything he touches. Well, it ain't his business, is it? People like him make everything their business, Harith. The woman dragged a chair close and sat down across from the blacksmith. She studied him with narrowed eyes. How long you going to wait? She asked. As soon as the lad Cutter is able to travel, Barathol said. He rubbed at his face. Thank the gods all that rum's drunk. I'd forgotten what it does to a man's gut. It was Loric, wasn't it? He raised his brows. Him showing up here didn't just burn you, it left you scorched, Barathol. Seems you did some bad things in the past, she snorted, as if that makes you different from all the rest of us. But you figured you could hide out here forever, and now you know that ain't going to be. Unless, of course, her eyes narrowed to slits, you kill Loric. The blacksmith glanced over at Chaw, who was making faces and cooing sounds down at the baby, while it in turn seemed to be blowing bubbles, as yet blissfully unaware of the sheer ugliness of the monstrous face hovering over it. Barathol sighed. I'm not interested in killing anyone, Harith. So you're going with these people here as far as the coast, yes? Once Loric gets word out, they'll start hunting you again. You reach the coast, Barathol, you find the first ship off this damned continent is what you do. Course, I'll miss you, the only man with more than half a brain in this whole town, but Hood knows nothing ever lasts. They both looked over as Loric appeared. The High Mage's colour was up, his expression one of baffled disbelief. I just don't understand it, he said. Barathol grunted. It's not for you to understand. This is what civilization has come to, the man said, crossing his arms and glaring at the blacksmith. You got that right. Barathol drew his legs in and stood. I don't recall Silara inviting you into her life. My concern is with the child. The blacksmith began walking towards the side chamber. No, it isn't. Your obsession is with propriety.
Your version of it, to which everyone else must bend a knee. Only Silara's not impressed. She's too smart to be impressed.
Entering the room, Barathol grasped Nullis by the scruff of her tunic. You, he said in a growl, and the rest of you, get out. He guided the spitting, cursing Semk woman out through the doorway, then stood to one side watching the others crowd up in their eagerness to escape. A moment later, Barathol and Silara were alone. The blacksmith faced her. How is the wound? She scowled. The one that's turned my arm into a withered stick, or the one that'll make me walk like a crab for the rest of my life? The shoulder. I doubt the crab walk is permanent. And how would you know? He shrugged. Every woman in this hamlet has dropped a babe or three, and they walk just fine. She eyed him with suspicion. You're the one called Barathol, the blacksmith.
Yes, the mayor of this pit you call a hamlet.
Mayor? I don't think we warrant a mayor. No, I'm just the biggest and meanest man living here, which to most minds counts for far too much. Lorik says you betrayed Aran, that you're responsible for the death of thousands when the Tilan Imas came to crush the rebellion. We all have our bad days, Solara. She laughed, a rather nasty laugh. Well, thank you for driving those fools away, unless you plan on picking up where they left off. He shook his head. I have some questions about your friends, the ones you were travelling with. The Clan Imas ambushed you with the aim, it seems, of stealing the young woman named Felicin Younger. Lorik said as much, Solara replied, sitting up straighter in the bed and wincing with the effort. She wasn't important to anybody. It doesn't make sense. I think they came to kill Heboric more than steal her. She was the adopted daughter of Shaik. The woman shrugged, winced again. A lot of foundlings in Raraku were. The one named Cutter. Where is he from again? Darujistan? Is that where all of you were headed? Skelara closed her eyes. It doesn't matter now, does it? Tell me, have you buried Heboric? Yes, he was Malazan, wasn't he? Besides, out here we've a problem with wild dogs, wolves, and the like. Might as well dig him up, Barathol. I don't think Cutter will settle for leaving him here. Why not? Her only answer was a shake of her head. Barathol turned back to the doorway. Sleep well, Solara. Like it or not, you're the only one here who can feed your little girl, unless we can convince Jessa, last house on the East Road, at all events. She'll be hungry soon enough. Hungry, the woman muttered behind him, like a cat with worms. In the main room, the high mage had taken the babe from Chor's arms. The huge simpleton sat with tears streaming down his pocked face, this detail unnoticed by Lorik as he paced with the fidgeting infant in his arms. A question, Barathol said to Lorik. How old do they have to get before you lose all sympathy for them? The high mage frowned. What do you mean? Ignoring him, the blacksmith walked over to Chor. You and me, he said, we have a corpse to dig up. More shoveling, Shore. You like that. Chor nodded and managed a half-smile through his tears and runny nose. Outside, Barathol led the man to the smithy where they collected a pick and a shovel. Then they set off for the stony plain west of the hamlet. There'd been an unseasonal spatter of rain the night before, but little evidence of that remained after a morning of fiercely hot sunlight. The grave was beside a half-filled pit containing the remnants of the horses after Erden had finished butchering them. He had been told to burn those remains, but had clearly forgotten. Wolves, coyotes and vultures had all found the bones and viscera, and the pit now swarmed with flies and maggots. 20 paces further west, the now bloated, shapeless carcass of the toad demon lay untouched by any scavenger. As Chor bent to the task of disinterring Heboric's wrapped corpse, Barathol stared across at that demon's misshapen body. The now stretched hide was creased with white lines, as if it had begun cracking. From this distance, Barathol could not be certain, but it seemed there was a black stain ringing the ground beneath the carcass, as if something had leaked out. "I'll be right back, Chor," the man smiled. As the blacksmith drew closer, his frown deepened. The black stain was dead flies in their thousands, as unpalatable, then, this demon as the handless man had been. His steps slowed, then halted, still 5 paces from the grisly form. He'd seen it move, there again, something pushing up against the blistered hide from within, and then a voice spoke in Barathol's head. "Impatience?" Please be so kind, a blade slicing with utmost caution this infernal hide. The blacksmith unsheathed his knife and stepped forward. Reaching the demon's side, he crouched down and ran the finely honed edge along one of the cracks in the thick, leathery skin. It parted suddenly, and Barathol leapt back, cursing as a gush of yellow liquid spurted from the cut. Something like a hand, then forearm and elbow pushed through, widening the slice, and moments later the entire beast slithered into view, 4 eyes blinking in the bright light. Where the carcass had had 2 limbs missing, there were now new ones, smaller and paler, but clearly functional. Hunger. Have you food, stranger? Are you food? Sheathing his knife, Barathol turned about and walked back to where Chor was dragging free Heboric's body. He heard the demon following. The blacksmith reached the pick he had left beside the grave pit and collected the tool, turning and hefting it in his hands. "Something tells me," he said to the demon, "you're not likely to grow a new brain once I drive this pick through your skull. Exaggeration. I quake with terror, stranger." Amused. Greyfrog was but joking, encouraged by your expression of terror. Not terror, disgust. The demon's bizarre eyes swiveled in their sockets, and the head twitched to look past Barathol. "My brother has come. He is there, I sense him." "You'd better hurry," Barathol said. "He's about to adopt a new familiar." The blacksmith lowered the pick and glanced over at Chor. The huge man stood over the wrapped corpse of Heboric, staring with wide eyes at the demon. "It's all right, Chor," said Barathol. "Now, let's carry the dead man to the tailings heap back of the smithy." Smiling again, the huge man picked up Heboric's body. The stench of decaying flesh reached Barathol. Shrugging, the blacksmith collected the shovel. Greyfrog set off in a loping gait towards the hamlet's main street. Dozing, Solara's eyes snapped open as an exultant voice filled her mind. "Joy, dearest Solara, time of vigil is at an end. Stalwart and brave Greyfrog has defended your sanctity, and the brood even now squirms in Brother Loric's arms, Greyfrog. But they said you were dead. What are you doing talking to me? You never talk to me. Female with brood must be sheathed with silence. All slivers and darts of irritation fended off by noble Greyfrog, and now, happily, I am free to infuse your sweet self with my undying love. Gods below, is this what the others had to put up with?" She reached for her pipe and pouch of rust leaf. A moment later the demon squeezed through the doorway, followed by Loric, who held in his arms the babe. Scowling, Solara struck spark to her pipe. "The child is hungry," Loric said. "Fine. Maybe that will ease the pressure and stop this damned leaking. Go on, give me the little leech." The high mage came closer and handed the infant over. "You must acknowledge that this girl belongs to you, Solara."
"Oh, she's mine, all right. I can tell by the greedy look in her eyes. For the sake of the world, you should pray, Loric, that all she has of her father is the blue skin. You know, then, who that man was? Corbolodom. Ah! He is, I believe, still alive, a guest of the Empress. Do you think I care, Loric? I was drowning in Durhang. If not for Heboric, I'd still be one of Bidithal's butchered acolytes. Heboric."
She looked down at the babe suckling from her left breast, squinting through the smoke of the pipe. Then she glared up at Loric. "And now some damned Tilan Imas have killed him. Why? He was a servant of Tretch. Solara, there is war now among the gods, and it is us mortals who shall pay the price for that. It is a dangerous time to be a true worshipper of anyone or anything, except perhaps chaos itself, for if one force is ascendant in this modern age, it is surely that." Greyfrog was busy licking itself, concentrating, it seemed, on its new limbs. The entire demon looked smaller, Solara said. "So you're reunited with your familiar Loric, which means you can go now off to wherever and whatever it is you have to do. You can leave and get as far away from here as possible. I'll wait for Cutter to wake up. I like him. I think I'll go where he goes. This grand quest is done, so go away." Not until I am satisfied that you will not surrender your child to an unknown future, Silara. It's not unknown, or at least no more unknown than any future. There are 2 women here, both named Jessa, and they'll take care of it. They'll raise it well enough, since they seem to like that sort of thing. Good for them, I say. Besides, I'm being generous here. I'm not selling it, am I? No, like a damned fool. I'm giving the thing away.
The longer and the more often you hold that girl, Luric said, the less likely it is that you will do what you presently plan to do. Motherhood is a spiritual state. You will come to that realization before too long. That's good. So why are you still here? Clearly, I'm already doomed to enslavement, no matter how much I rail. Spiritual epiphany is not enslavement, shows how much you know, High Mage. I feel obliged to tell you your words have crushed Grey Frog.
He'll survive it. He seems able to survive everything else. Well, I'm about to switch tits here, you 2 eager to watch. Loric spun on his heel and left. Grey Frog's large eyes blinked translucently up at Silara. I am not crushed. Brother of mine misapprehends. Broods climb free and must fend. Each runtling holds to its own life. Recollection. Many dangers. Transitional thought. Sorrow. I must now accompany my poor brother, for he is well and truly distressed by many things in this world. Warmth. I shall harbour well my adoration of you, for it is a pure thing by virtue of being ever unattainable, the consummation thereof, which would, you must admit, be awkward indeed. Awkward isn't the first word that comes to my mind, Grey Frog, but thank you for the sentiment, as sick and twisted as it happens to be. Listen, try and teach Loric, will you? Just a few things like, maybe, humility and all that terrible certainty. Beat it down. Beat it out of him. It's making him obnoxious. Paternal legacy, alas, Loric's own parents. Ah, never mind. Farewell, Silara. Delicious fantasies, slow and exquisitely unveiled in the dark, swampy waters of my Imaginanon. All that need sustain me in fecund spirit. The demon waddled out. Hard gums clamped onto her right nipple. Pain and pleasure. Gods, what a miserable, confusing alliance. Well, at least all the lopsidedness would go away. Nullis had been planting the babe on her left ever since it had come out. She felt like a badly packed mule. More voices in the outer room, but she didn't bother listening. They'd taken Felicin younger. That was the cruelest thing of all. For Heboric, at least, there was now some peace, an end to whatever had tormented him, and besides, he'd been an old man. Enough had been asked of him, but Felicin... Skillara stared down at the creature on her chest, its tiny grasping hands. Then she settled her head against the back wall and began repacking her pipe. Something formless filling his mind. What had been timeless, and only in the last instance, in the drawing of a few breaths, did awareness arrive, carrying him from one moment to the next, whereupon Cutter opened his eyes. Old grey tree trunks spanned the ceiling overhead, the joins thick with cobwebs snarled around the carcasses of moths and flies. 2 lanterns hung from hooks, their wicks low. He struggled to recall how he had ended up here, in this unfamiliar room. Darujistan, a bouncing coin assassins. No, that was long ago. Tremolor, the Azath house, and Moby, that god-possessed girl Apsalar, oh my love. Hard words exchanged with Cotillion, the god who had once looked through her eyes. He was in 7 cities. He had been travelling with Heboric ghost hands and Felicin younger, Skillara, and the demon Grey Frog. He had become a man with knives, a killer given the chance. Flies, Cutter groaned, one hand reaching tentatively for his belly beneath the ragged blankets. The slash was naught, but a thin seam. He had seen his insides spilling out, had felt the sudden absence of weight, the tug that pulled him down to the ground. Cold, so very cold. The others were dead. They had to be. Then again Cutter realized he too should be dead. They'd cut him wide open. He slowly turned his head, studying the narrow room he found himself in. A storage chamber of some kind. A larder, perhaps. The shelves were mostly empty. He was alone. The motion left him exhausted. He did not have the strength to draw his arm back from where it rested on his midsection. He closed his eyes. A dozen slow, even breaths, and he found himself standing in some other place, a courtyard garden, unkempt and now withered as if by years of drought. The sky overhead was white, featureless. A stone-walled pool was before him, the water smooth and unstirred. The air was close and unbearably hot. Cutter willed himself forward, but found he could not move. He stood as if rooted to the ground. To his left, plants began crackling, curling black as a ragged hole formed in the air. A moment later, two figures stumbled through that gate. A woman, then a man. The gate snapped shut in their wake, leaving only a swirl of ash and a ring of scorched plants. Cutter tried to speak, but he had no voice, and after a few moments it was clear that they could not see him. He was as a ghost, an unseen witness. The woman was as tall as the man, a Malazan, which he was certainly not. Handsome in a hard, unyielding way, she slowly straightened. Another woman now sat on the edge of the pool. Fair-skinned, delicately featured, her long golden-hued hair drawn up and bound in an elaborate mass of braids. One hand was immersed in the pool, yet no ripples spanned outward. She was studying the water's surface and did not look up as the Malazan woman spoke. Now what? The man, two vicious-looking flails tucked in his belt, had the look of a desert warrior, his face dark and flat, the eyes slitted amidst webs of squint lines. He was armored as if for battle. At his companion's question, he fixed his gaze on the seated woman and said, "You were never clear on that, Queen of Dreams. The only part of this bargain I'm uneasy about. Too late for regrets," the seated woman murmured. Cutter stared at her anew. The Queen of Dreams, a goddess. It seemed that she too had no inkling that Cutter was somehow present, witnessing this scene. But this was her realm. How could that be? The man had scowled at the Queen's mocking observation. "You seek my service. To do what? I am done leading armies, done with prophecies. Give me a task if you must, but make it straightforward. Someone to kill, someone to protect. No, not the latter. I am done with that too. It is your skepticism. I most value Leoman of the Flails. I admit, however, to some disappointment. Your companion is not the one I anticipated." The man named Leoman glanced over at the Malazan woman, but said nothing. Then, slowly, his eyes widened, and he looked back at the goddess. "Korab, chosen by Opon, the Queen of Dreams, said, beloved of the lady, his presence would have been useful." A faint frown, then a sigh, and still she would not look up as she said, "In his stead, I must countenance a mortal upon whom yet another god has cast an eye. To what end, I wonder, will this god finally use her, in the manner that all gods do?" She frowned, then said, "I do not refute this alliance. I trust Hood understands this well enough. Even so, I see something unexpected stirring in the depths of these waters. Dunsparrow, did you know you were marked?" "No, I gather you did not. You were but newborn when sanctified, after all, and then stolen away from the temple by your brother. Hood never forgave him for that, and took in the end a most satisfying vengeance, ever turning away a healer's touch when nothing else was needed, when that touch could have changed the world, could have shattered an age-old curse." She paused for a moment, still staring down into the pool. "I believe Hood now regrets his decision. His lack of humility stings him yet again. Dunsparrow, with you I suspect he may seek restitution." The Malazan woman was pale. "I had heard of my brother's death," she said in a low voice, "but all death comes by Hood's hand. I see no need for restitution in this, by Hood's hand. True enough, and so too Hood chooses the time and the manner. Only on the rarest of occasions, however, does he manifestly intervene in a single mortal's death. Consider his usual involvement as little more than withered fingers ensuring the seamless weave of life's fabric, at least until the arrival of the knot. Learman spoke. Ponder the delicacies of dogma some other time, you two. I already grow weary of this place. Send us somewhere, Queen, but first tell us what services you require. She finally looked up, studied the desert warrior in silence for a half-dozen heartbeats, then said, For now I require from you nothing. There was silence then, and Cutter eventually realized that the two mortals were not moving. Not even the rise and fall of breath was visible, frozen in place, just like me. The Queen of Dreams slowly turned her head, met Cutter's eyes, and smiled. Sudden, spinning retreat, he awoke with a start beneath threadbare blankets and a cross-beamed ceiling layered in the carcasses of sucked dry insects. Yet that smile lingered, racing like scalded blood through him. She had known, of course she had known, had brought him there to that moment to witness. But why? Leoman of the Flails, the renegade commander from Shaikh's army, the one who had been pursued by the adjunct Tavore's army? Clearly he found a way to escape, but at a price. Maybe that was the lesson. Never bargain with gods. A faint sound reached him, the wail of a babe, insistent, demanding. Then a closer noise, scuffling, and Cutter twisted his head round to see the curtain covering the doorway drawn back, and a young, unfamiliar face staring in at him. The face quickly withdrew. Voices, heavy footsteps, then the curtain was thrown aside. A huge, midnight-skinned man strode in. Cutter stared at him. He looked familiar, yet he knew he'd never before met this man. Solara is asking after you, the stranger said. That child, I'm hearing, hers? Yes, for the moment. How do you feel? Weak, but not as weak as before. Hungry, thirsty. Who are you? The local blacksmith, Barathol Mekhar. Mekhar Kalam, a grimace. Cousin, distant. Mekhar refers to the tribe. It's gone now, slaughtered by Falad and Esgura of Aran during one of his westward conquests. Most of us survivors scattered far and wide. He shrugged, eyeing Cutter. I'll get you food and drink. If a Semk witch comes in here and tries to enlist you in her cause, tell her to get out. Cause? What cause? Your friend Silara wants to leave the child here. Oh, does that surprise you? He considered. No, not really. She wasn't herself back then, from what I understood. Back in Raraku, I expect she wants to leave all reminders far behind her. Barathol snorted and turned back to the doorway. What is it with all these refugees from Raraku anyway?
I'll be back shortly, Cutter. Mekhar. The Daru managed a smile.
This one here looked big enough to pick up Kalam and fling him across a room. And if Cutter had read the man's expression aright, in that single unguarded moment when he'd said Kalam's name, this Barathol was likely inclined to do just that. Given the chance, thank the gods I have no brothers or sisters, or cousins, for that matter. His smile suddenly faded. The blacksmith had mentioned Silara, but no one else. Cutter suspected it hadn't been an oversight. Barathol didn't seem the type who was careless with his words. Burn, fend. Lorik stepped outside. His gaze worked its way down the squalid street, building to building, the decrepit remnants of what had once been a thriving community. Intent on its own destruction even then, though no doubt few thought that way at the time, the forest must have seemed endless, or at least immortal, and so they had harvested with frenzied abandon. But now the trees were gone, and all those hoarded coins of profit had slipped away, leaving hands filled with nothing but sand. Most of the looters would have moved on, sought out some other stand of ancient trees to persist in the addiction of momentary gain, making one desert after another, until the deserts meet. He rubbed at his face, felt the grit of his stay here, raw as crushed glass on his cheeks. There were some rewards at least, he told himself. A child was born. Grey Frog was at his side once more, and he had succeeded in saving Cutter's life. And Tavore Mekhar, a name riding 10,000 curses. Well, Tavore was nothing like Lorik had imagined him to be given his crimes. Men like Corbolo Dom better fit his notions of a betrayer, or the twisted madness of someone like Bidithil. And yet Barathol, an officer in the Red Blades, had murdered the Fist of Aaron. He'd been arrested and gaoled, stripped of his rank and beaten without mercy by his fellow Red Blades, the first and deepest stain upon their honour, fueling their extreme acts of zealotry ever since. Barathol was to have been crucified on Aaron Way. Instead, the city had risen in rebellion, slaughtering the Malazan garrison and driving the Red Blades from the city. And then the clan Imas had arrived, delivering the harsh, brutal lesson of imperial vengeance. And Tavore Mekhar had been seen by scores of witnesses flinging open the north gate. But it is true. Clan Imas need no opened gates. The question no one had asked was, why would an officer of the Red Blades murder the city's fist? Lorik suspected Barathol was not one to give him the satisfaction of an answer. The man was well past defending himself, with words at any rate. The High Mage could see as much in the huge man's dark eyes. He had long ago given up on humanity. And his own sense of his place in it, he was not driven to justify what he did. No sense of decency nor honour compelled the man to state his case. Only a soul that has surrendered utterly gives up on notions of redemption. Something had happened once that crushed Barathol's faith, leaving unbarred the paths of betrayal. Yet these local folk came close to outright worship in their regard for Tavore Mekhar, and it was this that Lorik could not understand. Even now, when they knew the truth, when they knew what their blacksmith had done years ago, they defied the High Mage's expectations. He was baffled, left feeling strangely helpless. Then again, admitted Lorik, you have never been able to gather followers, no matter how noble your cause. Oh, there were allies here, adding their voices to his own outrage at Solara's appalling indifference regarding her child. But he knew well enough that such unity was, in the end, transitory and ephemeral. They might all decry Solara's position, but they would do nothing about it. Indeed, all but Nullis had already come to accept the fact that the child was going to be passed into the hands of two women, both named Jessa. There, problem solved. But in truth, it is nothing but a crime accommodated. The demon Grey Frog ambled to his side and settled belly down in the dust of the street. 4 eyes blinking lazily, it offered nothing of its thoughts. Yet an ineffable whisper of commiseration calmed Lorik's inner tumult. The High Mage sighed. I know, my friend, if I could but learn to simply pass through a place, to be willfully unmindful of all offences against nature, both small and large. This comes, I suspect, of successive failures. In Raraku, in Kurald Leosan, with Felicin younger, gods below, what a depressing list. And you, Grey Frog, I failed you as well. Modest relevance, the demon said. I would tell you a tale, brother. Early in the clan's history, many centuries past, there arose, like a breath of gas from the deep, a new cult. Chosen as its representative god was the most remote, most distant of gods among the pantheon. A god that was in truth indifferent to the clans of my kind. A god that spoke naught to any mortal, that intervened never in mortal affairs. Morbid, the leaders of the cult proclaimed themselves the voice of that god. They wrote down laws, prohibitions, ascribances, propitiations, blasphemies, punishments for nonconformity, for dispute and derivations. This was but rumour, said details maintained in vague fugue, until such time as the cult achieved domination, and with domination, absolute power. Terrible enforcement, terrible crimes committed in the name of the silent God. Leaders came and went, each further twisting words already twisted by mundane ambition and the zeal for unity. Entire pools were poisoned, others drained and the silts seeded with salt. Eggs were crushed, mothers dismembered. And our people were plunged into a paradise of fear, the laws made manifest and spilled blood, the tears of necessity. False regret with chilling gleam in the centre eye. No relief awaited, and each generation suffered more than the last. Loric studied the demon at his side. What happened? 7 great warriors from 7 clans set out to find the silent god, set out to see for themselves if this god had indeed blessed all that had come to pass in its name. And did they find the silent god? Yes, and too they found the reason for its silence. The god was dead. It had died with the first drop of blood spilled in its name. I see, and what is the relevance of this tale of yours, however modest? Perhaps this: the existence of many gods conveys true complexity of mortal life. Conversely, the assertion of but one god leads to a denial of complexity and encourages the need to make the world simple. Not the fault of the god, but a crime committed by its believers. If a god does not like what is done in its name, then it should act. Yet, if each crime committed in its name weakens it, very soon I think it has no power left, and so cannot act, and so, ultimately, it dies. You come from a strange world, Grey Frog? Yes. I find your story most disturbing. Yes. We must undertake a long journey now, Grey Frog. I am ready, brother. In the world I know, Luric said, many gods feed on blood, as do many mortals. The High Mage nodded. Have you said your goodbyes, Grey Frog? I have. Then let us leave this place. Filiad appeared at the entrance to the smithy, catching Barathol's attention. The blacksmith gave 2 more pumps of the bellows feeding the forge, then drew off his thick leather gloves and waved the youth over. The High Mage, Filiad said, he's left with that giant toad. I saw it, a hole opening in the air. Blinding yellow light poured from it, and they just disappeared inside it, and then the hole was gone. Barathol rummaged through a collection of black iron bars until he found one that looked right for the task he had in mind. He set it on the anvil. Did he leave behind his horse? What? No, he led it by the reins. Too bad. What do we do now? Filiad asked. About what? Well, everything, I guess. Go home, Filiad. Really? Oh, all right. I guess. See you later, then. No doubt, Barathol said, drawing on the gloves once more. After Filiad left, the blacksmith took up the iron bar with a set of tongs and thrust the metal into the forge, pumping one-legged on the floor bellows. 4 months back, he had used the last of his stolen hoard of Aran coins on a huge shipment of charcoal. There was just enough left for this final task. Telan Imas. Nothing but bone and leathery skin. Fast and deadly, masters of ambush. Barathol had been thinking for days now about the problem they represented, about devising a means of dealing with them, for he suspected he'd meet the bastards again. His axe was heavy enough to do damage if he hit hard enough. Still, those stone swords were long, tapered to a point for thrusting. If they stayed outside his reach, to all of that, he thought he had found a solution. He pumped some more until he was satisfied with the white-hot core in the heart of the forge, and watched as the bar of iron acquired a cherubic gleam. We now follow the snake, which takes us to a gather camp on the shores of a black-grain lake, beyond which we traverse flat rock for 2 days, to another gather camp, the northernmost one, for all that lies beyond it is both flowing and unfound. Samardev studied the elongated, sinuous line of boulders on the ledge of bedrock below and to their left. skins of grey and green lichen, clumps of skeletal dusty green moss, studded with red flowers, surrounding each stone, and beyond that, the deeper verdancy of another kind of moss, soft and sodden. On the path they walked, the bedrock was scoured clean, the granite pink and raw, with layers falling away from edges in large flat plates. Here and there, black lichen, the texture of sharkskin, spilled out from fissures and veins. She saw a deer antler lying discarded from some past rutting season, the tips of its tines gnawed by rodents, and was reminded how, in the natural world, nothing goes to waste. Dips in the high ground held stands of black spruce, as many dead as living, while in more exposed sections of the bedrock low-lying juniper-formed knee-high islands spreading branches over the stone, each island bordered by shrubs of blueberry and wintergreen. Jack pines stood as lone sentinels atop rises in the strangely folded amorphous rock. Harsh and forbidding, this was a landscape that would never yield to human domination. It felt ancient in ways not matched by any place Samar Dev had seen before, not even by the wastelands of the Jag Odan. It was said that beneath every manner of surface on this world, whether sand or sea, floodplain or forest, there was solid rock, twisted and folded by unseen pressures. But here, all other possible surfaces had been scoured away, exposing the veined muscle itself. This land suited Karsa Orlong, a warrior scoured clean of all civil trappings, a thing of muscle and will and hidden pressures, while in strange contrast the Anibar boat-finder seemed an interloper, almost a parasite, his every motion furtive and oddly guilt-laden from this broken rock-skinned place of trees and clear water lakes. Boat-finder and his people took black grain and the skins of animals. They took birch bark and reeds for making baskets and nets. Not enough to scar this landscape, not enough to claim conquest. As for her, she found herself viewing her surroundings in terms of trees left unharvested, of lakes still rich with fish, of more efficient ways to gather the elongated mud-colored grains from the reed beds in the shallows, the so-called black grain that needed to be beaten free of the stalks, gathered in the hollow of the long narrow boats the Anibar used, beaten down with sticks amidst webs and spinning spiders and the buzz of tiger flies. She could think only of resources and the best means of exploiting them. It felt less and less like a virtue with every passing day. They continued along the trail, boat-finder in the lead, followed by Karsa, who led his horse by the reins, leaving Samar Dev with a view of the animal's rump and swishing tail. Her feet hurt, each step on the hard stone reverberating up into her spine. There had to be a way of padding such impacts, she told herself. Perhaps some kind of multi-layering technology for boot soles. She would have to think on that. And these biting flies, Boat-finder had cut juniper branches, threading them through a headscarf so that the green stems dangled in front of his forehead and down the back of his neck. Presumably this worked, although the man looked ridiculous. She contemplated surrendering her vanity and following suit, but would hold out a while longer. Karsa Orlong was undertaking this journey now as if it had become some kind of quest, driven by the need to deliver judgment upon whomsoever he chose, no matter what the circumstances. She had begun to understand just how frightening this savage could be and how it fed her own growing fascination with him. She half believed this man could cut a swath through an entire pantheon of gods. A dip in the trail brought them onto mossy ground through which broken branches thrust up jagged grey fingers. To the right was a thick, twisted scrub oak, centuries old and scarred by lightning strikes. All the lesser trees that had begun growth around it were dead, as if the battered sentinel exuded some belligerent poison. To the left was the earthen wall of a toppled pine tree's root mat, vertical and as tall as Karsa, rising from a pool of black water. Havoc came to an abrupt halt, and Samar Dev heard a grunt from Karsa Orlong. She worked her way round the jug horse until she could clearly see that wall of twisted roots, in which was snared a withered corpse, the flesh wrinkled and blackened, limbs stretched out, neck exposed, but of the head only the lower jawline visible. The chest area seemed to have imploded, the hollow space reaching up into the heart of the huge tree itself. Boatfinder stood opposite, his left hand inscribing gestures in the air. "This toppled but recently," Karsa Orlong said. "Yet this body, it has been there a long time. See how the black water that once gathered about the roots has stained its skin." "Samar Dev," he said, facing her, "there is a hole in its chest. How did such a thing come to be?" She shook her head. "I cannot even determine what manner of creature this is." "Jagut," the Toblakai replied. "I have seen the like before. Flesh becomes wood, yet the spirit remains alive within." "You're saying this thing is still alive?" "I do not know. The tree has fallen over after all, and so it is dying." "Death is not sure," Boatfinder cut in, his eyes wide with superstitious terror. "Often the tree reaches once more skyward. But this dweller, so terribly imprisoned, it cannot be alive. It has no heart, it has no head." Samar Dev stepped closer to examine the body's sunken chest. After a time she backed away, made uneasy by something she could not define. "The bones beneath the flesh continued growing," she said, "but not as bone would. The sorcery belongs to Duris, I suspect. Boatfinder, how old would you judge this tree? Frozen time, perhaps 30 generations. Since it fell 7 days, no more, and it is pushed over. I smell something," Karsa Orlong said, passing the reins to Boatfinder. Samar Dev watched the giant warrior walk ahead, up the opposite slope of the depression, halting on the summit of the basilith. He slowly unslung his stone sword, and now she too caught a faint sourness in the air, the smell of death. She made her way to Karsa's side. Beyond the dome of rock, the trail wound quickly downward to debouch on the edge of a small boggy lake. To one side, on a slight shelf above the shoreline, was a clearing in which sat the remnants of a rough camp, 3 round structures, sapling-framed and hide-walled. 2 were half-burnt, the third knocked down in a mass of shattered wood and torn buckskin. She counted 6 bodies lying motionless here and there in and around the camp, 1 face down, torso, shoulders and head in the water, long hair flowing like bleached seaweed. 3 canoes formed a row on the other side of the trail, their bark hulls stove in. Boatfinder joined her and Karsa on the rise. A small keening sound rose from him. Karsa took the lead down the trail. After a moment, Samar Dev followed. "Stay back from the camp," Karsa told her. "I must read the tracks." She watched him move from one motionless form to the next, his eyes scanning the scuffed ground, the places where humus had been kicked aside. He went to the hearth and ran his fingers through the ash and coals down to the stained earth beneath. Somewhere on the lake beyond, a loon called, its cry mournful and haunting. The light had grown steely, the sun now behind the forest line to the west. On the rise above the trail, Boatfinder's keening rose in pitch. "Tell him to be quiet," Karsa said in a growl. "I don't think I can do that," she replied. "Leave him his grief. His grief will soon be ours." "You fear this unseen enemy, Karsa Orlong." He straightened from where he had been examining the holed canoes. "A 4-legged beast has passed through here recently, a large one. It collected one of the corpses, but I do not think it has gone far." "Then it has already heard us," Samar Dev said. "What is it?" A bear Boatfinder had said that black bears used the same trails as the Anibar, and he'd pointed out their scat on the path. He had explained that they were not dangerous normally. Still, wild creatures were ever unpredictable, and if one had come upon these bodies, it might well now view the kill site as its own. A bear? Perhaps, Samar Dev, such as the kind from my homeland, a dweller in caves, and on its hind legs half again as tall as a tebleur. But this one is yet different, for the pads of its paws are sheathed in scales. Scales? And I judge it would weigh more than 4 adult warriors of the tebleur. He eyed her. A formidable creature. Boatfinder has said nothing of such beasts in this forest, not the only intruder. The Toblakai said, these Anibar were murdered with spears and curved blades. They were then stripped of all ornaments, weapons, and tools. There was a child among them, but it was dragged away. The killers came from the lake, in wooden-keeled longboats. At least 10 adults, 2 of them wearing boots of some sort, although the heel pattern is unfamiliar. The others wore moccasins made of sewn strips, each one overlapping on one side. Overlapping? Ridged, that would improve purchase, I think? Semar Dev, I know who these intruders are. Old friends of yours? We did not speak of friendship at the time. Call down Boatfinder. I have questions for him. The sentence was unfinished. Samar Dev looked over to find Karsa standing stock still, his gaze on the trees beyond the 3 canoes. She turned and saw a massive hulking shape pushing its forefront clear of bending saplings, an enormous scaled head lifted from steep shoulders, eyes fixing on the Toblakai, who raised his stone sword in a 2-handed grip, then surged forward. The giant beast's roar ended in a high-pitched squeal as it bolted backward into the thicket. Sudden crashing, heavy thumps. Karsa plunged into the stand, pursuing. Samar Dev found that she was holding her dagger in her right hand, knuckles white. The crashing sounds grew more distant, as did the frantic squeals of the scaled bear. She turned at scrabbling from the slope and watched Boatfinder come down to huddle at her side. His lips were moving in silent prayers, eyes on the broken hole in the stand of trees. Samar sheathed her dagger and crossed her arms.
"What is it with him and monsters?" she demanded. Boatfinder sat down in the damp mulch, began rocking back and forth. Samar Dev was just completing her second burial when Karsa Orlong returned. He walked up to the hearth she had lit earlier, and beside which Boatfinder sat hunched over and swathed in furs, voicing a low moaning sound of intractable sorrow. The Toblakai set his sword down. "Did you kill it?" she asked.
Did you cut its paws off, skin it alive, add its ears to your belt and crush its chest in with your embrace? Escaped, he said in a grunt. Probably halfway to Erlitan by now. No, it is hungry. It will return, but not before we have moved on. He gestured to the remaining bodies. There is no point. It will dig them up. Hungry, you said. Starving. It is not from this world, and this land here it offers little. The beast would do better on the plains to the south. The map calls this the Ulfara Mountains. Many lakes are marked, and I believe the small one before us is joined to others further north by a river. These are not mountains, they once were millennia past. They have been worn down. We are on a much higher elevation than we were just south of here. Nothing can gnaw mountains down to mere stubs which, nonetheless, we should see if we can repair these canoes. It would be much easier. I shall not abandon Havoc. Then we will never catch up with our quarry, Karsa Orlong. They are not fleeing. They are exploring, searching. For what? The Toblakai did not answer. Samar Dev wiped dirt from her hands, then walked over to the hearth. I think this hunt we are on is a mistake. The Anibar should simply flee, leave this broken land, at least until the intruders have left. You are a strange woman, Karsa pronounced. You wish to explore this land, yet find yourself made helpless by it. She started. Why do you say that? Here one must be as an animal, passing through quiet, for this is a place that yields little and speaks in silence. Thrice in our journey we have been tracked by a bear, silent as a ghost on this bedrock, crossing and recrossing our trail. You would think such a large beast would be easy to see, but it is not. There are omens here, Samar Dev. more than I have ever seen before in any place, even my homeland. Hawks circle overhead. Owls watch us pass from hollows in dead trees. Tell me, witch, what is happening to the moon? She stared into the fire. I don't know, it seems to be breaking up, crumbling. There is no record of anything like that happening before, neither the way it has grown larger, nor the strange corona surrounding it. She shook her head. If it is an omen, it is one all the world can see. The desert folk believe gods dwell there. Perhaps they wage war among themselves. Superstitious nonsense, she said. The moon is this world's child, the last child, for there were others once, she hesitated. It may be that two have collided, but it is difficult to be sure. The others were never very visible, even in the best of times.
Dark, smudged, distant, always in the shadow cast by this world, or that of the largest moon, the one we see most clearly. Of late, there has been much dust in the air. There are more fires words in the sky. Karsa said, just before dawn you may see 10 in the span of 3 breaths, each slashing down through the dark, every night. We may learn more when we reach the coast, for the tides will have changed. Changed how? The moon's own breath, she replied.
We can measure that breath in the ebb and flood of the tides. Such are the laws of existence. The Toblikai snorted. Laws are broken. Existence holds to no laws. Existence is what persists, and to persist is to struggle. In the end, the struggle fails. He was removing strips of smoked bedouin meat from his pack. That is the only law worthy of the name. She studied him. Is that what the Teblor believe? He bared his teeth. One day I will return to my people, and I will shatter all that they believe, and I will say to my father, forgive me, you were right to disbelieve. You were right to despise the laws that chained us. And to my grandfather I shall say nothing at all. Have you a wife in your tribe? I have victims, no wives. A brutal admission, she reflected. Do you intend reparation, Karsa Orlong? That would be seen as weakness. Then the chains still bind you. There was a Nathi settlement beside a lake where the Nathi had made slaves of my people. Each night after hauling nets on the lake, those slaves were all shackled to a single chain. Not a single Teblor so bound could break that chain together. Their strengths and wills combined, no chain could have held them. So, for all your claims of returning to your people and shattering all that they believe, you will, in truth, need their help to manage such a thing. It sounds as if it is not just your father from whom you require forgiveness. Karsa Orlong, I shall take what I require, witch. Were you one of those slaves in the Nathi fishing village? For a time and to escape, and clearly you did escape, you ended up needing the help of your fellow Teblor. She nodded. I can see how that might gnaw on your soul, he eyed her. You are truly clever, Samardev, to discover how all things fit so neatly in place. I have made long study of human nature, the motivations that guide us, the truths that haunt us. I do not think you Teblor are much different from us in such things, unless, of course, you begin with an illusion, one that suits the conclusion you sought from the start. I try not to assume veracity, she replied. Indeed, he handed her a strip of meat. She crossed her arms, refusing the offer for the moment. You suggest I have made an assumption, an erroneous one, and so, although I claim to understand you, in truth I understand nothing. A convenient argument, but not very convincing, unless you care to be specific. I am Karsa Orlong. I know the measure of each step I have taken since I first became a warrior. Your self-satisfaction does not offend me, witch. The savage now patronizes me. Gods below, he proffered the meat again. Eat, Samardev, lest you grow too weak for outrage. She glared at him, then accepted the strip of bedouin. Karsa Orlong, your people live with a lack of sophistication, similar to these Anibar here. It is clear that once, the citizens of the great civilizations of 7 cities lived in a similar state of simplicity and stolid ignorance, haunted by omens and fleeing the unfathomable. And no doubt we too concocted elaborate belief systems, quaint and ridiculous, to justify all those necessities and restrictions imposed upon us by the struggle to survive. Fortunately, however, we left all that behind. We discovered the glory of civilization, and you, Teblor, hold still to your misplaced pride, holding up your ignorance of such glory as a virtue. And so you still do not comprehend the great gift of civilization. I comprehend it fine, Karsa Orlong replied around a mouthful of meat. The savage proceeds into civilization through improvements. Yes, improvements in the manner and efficiency of killing people. Hold on, improvements in the unassailable rules of degradation and misery. Karsa, improvements in ways to humiliate, impose suffering, and justify slaughtering those savages too stupid and too trusting to resist what you hold as inevitable, namely their extinction. Between you and me, Samardev, he added, swallowing, who should the Anibar fear more? I don't know, she said through gritted teeth. Why don't we ask him? Boatfinder lifted his head and studied Samardev with hooded eyes. In the frozen time, he said in a low voice, Iskar Jarak spoke of the unfound. Iskar Jarak was not a god boatfinder. He was a mortal. With a handful of wise words, it's easy to voice warnings. Actually staying around to help prepare for them is another thing altogether. Iskar Jarak gave us the secrets, Samardev, and so we have prepared in the frozen time, and prepare now, and will prepare in the unfound. Karsa barked a laugh. Would that I had travelled here with Iskar Jarak. We would find little to argue over, I think. This is what I get, muttered Samardev, in the company of barbarians. The Toblakai's tone suddenly changed. The intruders who have come here witch, believe themselves civilized, and so they kill Anibar. Why? Because they can. They seek no other reason to them. Samardev, Karsa Orlong, will give answer. This savage is not stupid, not trusting, and by the souls of my sword I shall give answer. All at once night had arrived, and there in that silent forest it was cold. From somewhere far to the west rose the howl of wolves, and Samardev saw Karsa Orlong smile. Once long ago, Mappo Runt had stood with 1,000 other Trell warriors. Surmounting the Orstans Ridge, overlooking the valley of Bayan Eka, so named for the shallow, stony river that flowed northward to a distant mythical sea, mythical for the Trell, at least none of whom had ever travelled that far from their homeland steppes and plains. Arrayed on the slope opposite and down on the river's western bank, 1,500 paces distant, was the Nemil army, commanded in those days by a much-feared general, Seylan Mathers. So many of the Trell had already fallen, not in battle, but to the weakness of life encamped around the trader posts, forts and settlements that now made the borderlands a hazy, ephemeral notion and little more. Mappo himself had fled such a settlement, finding refuge among the still belligerent hill clans, 1,000 Trell warriors facing an army 8 times their number. Mace, axe, and sword hammering shield rims, a song of death promise rising from their throats, a sound like earth thunder rolling down into the valley where birds flew low and strangely frenzied, as if in terror they had forgotten the sky's sanctuary overhead, instead swooping and wheeling between the grey-leaved trees clumped close to the river on both sides, seeming to swarm through thickets and shrubs. Upon the valley's other side, units of soldiers moved in ever-shifting presentation. Units of archers, of slingers, of pike-wielding infantry, and the much-feared Nemil cataphracts, heavy in armour atop massive horses, round shields at the ready, although their lances remained at rest in stirrup sockets. As they trooped at the trot to the far wings, making plain their intention to flank once the foot soldiers and Trell warriors were fully engaged in the basin of the valley. Bayan Eka, the river,
was no barrier, barely knee-deep. The cataphracts would cross unimpeded. Salen Marthas was visible, mounted with flanking retainers, traversing the distant ridge. Banners streamed above the terrible commander, serpentine in gold-trimmed black silk, like slashes of the abyss clawing through the air itself. As the train presented along the entire ridge, weapons lifted in salute, yet no cry rose heavenward, for such was not the habit of this man's hand-picked army.
That silence was ominous, murderous, frightful. Down from the trellish steps, leading this defiant army of warriors, had come an elder named Trinigar, to this his first battle. An elder for whom the honorific was tainted with mockery, for this was one old man whose fount of wisdom and advice seemed long since dried up. An old man who said little, silent and watchful, is Trinigar, like a hawk. An observation followed by an ungenerous grin, or worse, a bark of laughter. He led now by virtue of sobriety, for the 3 other elders had all partaken 5 nights before of weeping Jigura cactus, each bead sweated out on a prickly blade by 3 days of enforced saturation in a mixture of water and the 8 spices, the latter a shamanistic concoction said to hold the voice and visions of earth gods. Yet this time the brew had gone foul, a detail unnoticed. The trench dug round the cactus bowl had inadvertently captured and drowned a venomous spider known as the antelope, and the addition of its toxic juices had flung the elders into a deep coma, one from which it turned out they would never awaken. Scores of blooded young warriors had been eager to take command, yet the old ways could not be set aside. Indeed, the old ways of the Trell were at the heart of this war itself. And so command had fallen to Trinigar, so wise he has nothing to say. The old man stood before the warriors now on this fated ridge, calm and silent as he studied the enemy, presenting one alignment after another, whilst the flanking cavalry, 3,000 paces or more distant to north and south, finally wheeled and began the descent to the river. 5 units each unit 100 of the superbly disciplined, heavy-armoured soldiers, those soldiers being noble-born, brothers and fathers and sons, wild daughters and savage wives, one and all bound to the lust for blood that was the Nemiel way of life. That there were entire families among those units, and that each unit was made up mostly of extended families and led by a captain selected by acclamation from among them, made them the most feared cavalry west of the Jag Odan. As Trinigar watched the enemy, so Mappo Runt watched his war leader. The elder did nothing. The cataphracts crossed the river and took up inward-facing stations, whereupon they waited. On the slope directly opposite, foot soldiers began the march down, whilst advanced skirmishers crossed the river, followed by medium and then heavy infantry, each reinforcing the advance bridgehead on this side of the river. The Trell warriors were shouting still, throats raw, and something like fear growing in the ever longer intervals of drawn breath and pauses between beats of weapon on shield. Their battle frenzy was waning, and all that it had succeeded in pushing aside, all the mortal terrors and doubts that anyone sane could not help but feel at the edge of battle, were now returning. The bridgehead, seeing itself unopposed, fanned out to accommodate the arrival of the army's main body on the east side of the river. As they moved, deer exploded from the cover of the thickets and raced in darts this way and that between the armies. Century upon century, the Trell ever fought in their wild frenzy. Battle after battle, in circumstances little different from this one, they would have charged by now, gathering speed on the slope, each warrior eager to outpace the others, and so claim the usually fatal glory of being the first to close with the hated enemy. The mass would arrive like an avalanche, the Trell making full use of their greater size to crash into and knock down the front lines, to break the phalanx, and so begin a day of slaughter. Sometimes it had succeeded. More often it had failed. Oh, the initial impact had often knocked from their feet row upon row of enemy soldiers, had on occasion sent enemy bodies cartwheeling through the air. And once, almost 300 years ago, one such charge had knocked an entire phalanx on its ass. But the Nemil had learned, and now the units advanced with pikes levelled out. A trell charge would spit itself on those deadly iron points. The enemy square, trained to greater mobility and accepting backward motion as easily as forward, would simply absorb the collision, and the trell would break or die where they stood locked in the fangs of the Nemil pikes. And so, as the trell did nothing, still fixed like wind-plucked scarecrows upon the ridge, Salen Mathers reappeared on his charger, this time before the river, gaze tilted upward, as if to pierce the stolid mind of Trinigar as he rode across the front of his troops. Clearly the general was displeased, for now to engage with the trell he would have to send his infantry upslope, and such position put them at a disadvantage in meeting the charge that would surely come then. Displeased, Mappo suspected, but not unduly worried. The phalanxes were superbly trained. They could divide and open pathways straight down, into which their pikes could funnel the trell, driven as the warriors would be by their headlong rush. Still, his flanking cavalry had just lost much of their effectiveness, assuming he left them at their present stations, and now Mappo saw messengers riding out from the general's retinue, one down and the other up the valley's length. The cataphracts would now proceed upslope to take the same ridge the trell occupied and move inward. Twin charges would force the trell to turn their own flanks. Not that such a move would help much, for the warriors knew of no tactic to meet a cavalry charge, as soon as the cataphracts swung their mounts and began their ascent. Trinigar gestured, each hand outward. The signal was passed back through the ranks, down to the ridge's backslope, then outward, north and south, to the hidden outlying masses of trell warriors, each one positioned virtually opposite the unsuspecting cavalry on the flanks. Those warriors now began moving up towards the ridge. They would reach it well before the cataphracts, and their armour-burdened war horses, but they would not stop on the summit, instead continuing over it, onto the valley slope, and at a charge, down into the horse soldiers. Trell cannot meet a cavalry charge, but they can charge into cavalry, provided the momentum is theirs, as it would be on this day. Dust and distant sounds of slaughter now from the baggage camp west of the river, as the 1,500 Trellnigar had sent across the Bayaneka 3 days past, now descended upon the lightly guarded supply camp. Messengers swarmed in the valley below, and Mappo saw the general's train halted, horses turning every which way as if to match the confusion of the officers surrounding Salen Mathers. On the distant flanks the trell had appeared, voicing war cries over the ridge, and were beginning their deadly flow downward into the suddenly confused, churning knot of riders. Salen Mathers, who moments earlier had been locked in the mindset of the attacker, found himself shifting stance, his thoughts casting away all notions of delivering slaughter, fixing now on the necessity of defence. He split his army of foot soldiers, half legions wheeling out and moving at dog-trot to the far too distant flanks, horns keening to alert the cavalry that an avenue of retreat now existed. Elements of light cavalry that had remained on the other side of the river, ready to be cut loose to run down fleeing trell. The general now sent at a gallop back towards the unseen baggage camp. But their horses had a steep slope to climb first, and before they were halfway up, 800 trell appeared on the crest, wielding their own pikes, these ones half again as long as those used by the Nemil, taking position with the long weapons settled and angled to match the slope. The light cavalry reached that bristling line uneven and already seeking to flinch back. Spitted horses reared and tumbled downslope, breaking legs of the horses below them. Soldiers spun from their saddles, all advance now gone, and the trellish line began marching down into the midst of the enemy, delivering death. The general had halted his centre's advance to the slope, and now reordered it into a four-sided defence, the pikes a glistening, wavering forest, slowly lifting like hackles on some cornered beast. motionless, watching for a time, Trinigar, wise in silence. Now half turned his head, gestured in a small wave with his right hand, and the 1,000 trell behind him formed into jostling lines, creating avenues through which the columns of trell archers came. Archers was a poor description. True, there were some warriors carrying recurved longbows so stiff that no human could draw them. The arrows overlong and very nearly the mass of javelins, the fletching elongated, stiffened strips of leather. Others, however, held true javelins and weighted atlatls, whilst among them were slingers, including those with sling poles and 2-wheeled carts behind each warrior, loaded down with the large, thin sacks they would fling into the midst of the enemy, sacks that seethed and rippled. 1,600 archers, then many of them women, who later joked that they had emptied their yurts for this battle. Moving forward onto the slope, even as the original warriors, now aligned in columns, moved with them, down to meet the heart of the Nemil army. Trinigar walked in their midst, suddenly indistinguishable from any other warrior, barring his age. He was done with commanding for the moment. Each element of his elaborate plan was now engaged, the outcome left to the bravery and ferocity of young warriors and their clan leaders. This gesture of Trinigar's was in truth the finest expression of confidence and assurance possible. The battle was here, it was now, measured in the rise and fall of weapons. The elder had done what he could to speak to the inherent strengths of the Trell, while deftly emasculating those of the Nemiel and their vaunted general. And so, beneath screeching birds and in sight of terrified deer, still running and bounding along the valley slopes, the day and its battle gloried in the spilling of blood. On the west river bank, Nemil archers, arrayed to face both east and west, sent flights of deadly arrows again and again, the shafts descending to screams and the thuds of wooden shields, until the advancing warriors, cutting down the last of the light cavalry, reformed beneath the missile fire, then closed at a trot with their pikes, the first touch of which shattered the archers and their meagre guard of skirmishers. The ranks who had faced east, sending arrows over the Nemil square into the Trell marching to close, were now struck from behind, and there was great slaughter. Trell arrows arced out to land within the phalanx, the heavy shafts punching through shield and armour. Javelins then followed as the Trell moved closer, and the Nemil front ranks grew pocked, porous, and jostling as soldiers moved to take the place of the fallen. Trellish throwing axes met them, and at last, with less than 20 paces between the forces, the pole slings whirled above the massed Trell, the huge sacks wheeling ever faster, then released out, sailing over the heads of the front ranks of Nemil, down striking pike heads, bursting apart, each spike spilling out hundreds of black scorpions, and thus the women laughed, saying how they had emptied out their yurts for this gift to the hated Nemil. Small in the scheme of things, yet that day, in that moment, it had been one pebble too many in the farmer's field cart, and the axle had snapped, screaming panic, all discipline vanishing, hard, cold claws of the scorpions on the neck slipping down beneath breastplates, the cuffs of gauntlets, down onto the strapped shield arm, and then the savage acid sting puncturing like a fang, the blaze of agony surging outward. It was enough. It was more than enough. The phalanx seemed to explode before Mappo's eyes, figures running, shrieking, writhing in wild dances, weapons and shields flung aside, helms torn off, armour stripped away. Arrows and javelins tore into the heaving mass, and those that raced free of it now met the waiting maces, axes, and swords of the Trell, and Mappo, along with his fellow warriors, all frenzy driven from them, delivered cold death. The great general Salen Amathas died in that press, trampled underfoot by his own soldiers. Why he had dismounted to meet the Trell advance no one could explain. His horse had been recovered as it trotted back into the baggage camp, its reins neatly looped about the hinged horn of the saddle, the stirrups flipped over the seat. The cataphracts, those feared horse soldiers, born of pure blood, had been slaughtered, as had the half-legions of foot soldiers who arrived too late to do anything but die amidst flailing, kicking horses and the bawling of the mortally wounded nobles. The Nemil had looked upon 1,000 warriors and thought those Trell the only ones present. Their spies had failed them twice. First, among the hill tribes, when rumours of the alliance's break-up had been deliberately let loose to the ever-whispering winds. Then in the days and nights leading to the battle at Bayaneka, when Trinigar had sent out his clans, each with a specific task, and all in accordance with the site where the battle would take place, for the Trell knew this land, could travel unerring on moonless nights, and could hide virtually unseen amidst the rumples and folds of these valleys during the day.
Trinigar, the elder who had led his first battle, would come to fight 6 more, each time throwing back the Nemil invaders, until the treaty was signed yielding all human claim on the Trell steppes and hills, and the old man who so rarely spoke would die drunk in an alley years later, long after the last clan had surrendered, driven from their wildlands by the starvation that came from sustained slaughter of the Bedouin herds by Nemil and their half-breed Trellish scouts.
In those last years Mappo had heard Trinigar, his tongue loosened by drink, had talked often, filling the air with slurred, meaningless words and fragmented remembrances. So many words, not one wise, to fill what had once been the wisest of silences. 3 strides behind Mappo Runt, Iskaral Pust, high priest and avowed magi of the House of Shadow, led his eerie black-eyed mule and spoke without cessation. His words filled the air like dried leaves in a steady wind, and held all the significance and meaning of the same, punctuated by the sob of moccasins and hoofs dragging free of swamp mud only to squelch back down, the occasional slap at a biting insect, and the sniffling from Pust's perpetually runny nose. It was clear to Mappo that what he was hearing were the high priest's thoughts, the rambling, directionless interior monologue of a madman vented into the air with random abandon. And every hint of genius was but a chimera, a trail as false as the one they now walked, this supposed short-cut that was now threatening to swallow them whole, to drag them down into the senseless dark peat that would be forever indifferent to their sightless eyes. He had believed that Iskaral Pust had decided upon taking his leave, returning with Magora, if indeed she had returned, and was not skittering about among the fated trees and curtains of moss, to their hidden monastery in the cliff. But something as yet unexplained had changed the high priest's mind, and it was this detail more than any other that made Mappo uneasy. He'd wanted this to be a solitary pursuit. Icarium was the Trell's responsibility, no matter what the Nameless Ones asserted. There was nothing righteous in their judgment. Those priests had betrayed him more than once. They had earned Mappo's eternal enmity, and perhaps one day he would visit the extremity of his displeasure upon them. Sorely used and spiritually abused, Mappo had discovered in them a focus for his hate. He was Icarium's guardian, his friend. And it was clear as well that the Jag's new companion led with the fevered haste of a fugitive, a man knowing well he was now hunted, knowing that he had been a co-conspirator in a vast betrayal, and Mappo would not relent. Nor was he in need of Iskaral Pust's help. In fact, Mappo had begun to suspect that the high priest's assistance was not quite as honourable as it seemed. Traversing this marsh, for example, a journey ostensibly of but 2 days, Pust insisted that would deliver them to the coast days in advance of what would have been the case had they walked the high-ground trail. 2 days were now 5, with no end in sight. What the Trell could not fathom, however, was the possible motivation Iskaral, and by extension the House of Shadow, might have in delaying him. Icarium was a weapon no mortal nor god could risk using. That the Nameless Ones believed otherwise was indicative of both madness and outright stupidity, Not so long ago they had set Mappo and Icarium on a path to Tremolor, an Azoth house capable of imprisoning Icarium for all eternity. Such imprisonment had been their design, and as much as Mappo railed against and finally defied them, he had understood even then that it made sense. This abrupt, inexplicable about-face reinforced the Trell's belief that the ancient cult had lost its way or had been usurped by some rival faction. A sudden yelp from Iscaral Pust, a huge shadow slipped over the two travellers, then was gone. Even as Mappo looked up, his eyes searching through the moss-bearded branches of the huge trees, seeing nothing, yet feeling still the passage of a cool wind flowing in the wake of something. The Trell faced the high priest. "Iscaral Pust, are there Encaral living in this swamp?" The small man's eyes were wide. He licked his lips, inadvertently collecting the smeared remains of a mosquito with his tongue, drawing it inward. "I have no idea," he said, then wiped his nose with the back of his hand, looking like a child caught out in some horrible crime. "We should go back, Mappo Runt. This was a mistake." He cocked his head. "Does he believe me? How can he not? It's been 5 days. We've not crossed this arm of swamp, this northward tendril. No, we've walked its length. Encaral? Gods below, they eat people. Was that an Encaral? I wish, but oh no, if only. Quick, blessed genius, come up with something else to say." He scratched the white stubble on his chin, then brightened. "It's Megora's fault. It was her idea. All of this." Mappo looked about. "A northerly arm of marshland?" They had cut westward to find it. The first hint that something was awry, but Mappo had not been thinking clearly back then. He was not even certain the fog had lifted from his spirit in the time since. Yet now he began to feel something, a stirring of the embers, the flicker of anger. He faced right, set out. "Where are you going?" Iscaral demanded, hastening to catch up, the mule braying a complaint. The Trell did not bother replying. He was fighting the desire to wring the little man's scrawny neck. A short while later the ground perceptibly rose, becoming drier, and open pockets of sunlit glades appeared ahead, walled beyond by stands of birch. In the clearing directly ahead, half sitting, half leaning on a boulder, was a woman. Tall, her skin the colour of fine ash, long black hair hanging loose and straight. She wore chain armour, glinting silver, over a grey hooded shirt and leggings of pale, supple leather. High boots fashioned from some black-scaled creature rose to her knees. 2 basket-like rapiers adorned her belt. She was eating an apple, its skin the deep hue of blood. Her eyes were large, black, with elongated epicanthic folds tilting upward at the corners, and they were fixed on Mappo with something like languid disdain and mild amusement. "Oh," she murmured, "Ardata's hand in this, I see. Healed by the Queen of Spiders, you foster dangerous alliances, Guardian." Her free hand pressed against her lips, eyes widening. "How rude of me. Guardian no longer. How should you be called now, Mappo Runt? Discarded one?" She tossed the apple to one side, then straightened. "We have much to talk about, you and I." "I do not know you," the Trell replied. "My name is Spite." "Oh," said Iscaral Pust, "now that's fitting, since I hate you already." "Allies need not be friends," she replied, gaze flicking with contempt to the high priest. Her eyes narrowed momentarily on the mule. Then she said, "I am without friends, and I seek no friendships." "With a name like Spite, is it any wonder? Iscaral Pust, the hounds have done well in disposing of Dejim Nibraul, or rather, I begin to comprehend the subtle game they have played, given the proximity of the Deragoth. Your master is clever, I give him that. My master, hissed Iscaral Pust, has no need to fashion an alliance with you." She smiled, and it was, Mappo judged, a most beautiful smile. "High priest, from you and your master, I seek nothing." Her eyes returned once more to rest upon the Trell. "You, discarded one, have need of me. we shall travel together, you and I. The services of the Magi of Shadow are no longer required. You'll not get rid of me so easily, Iscaral Pust said, his sudden smile, intended to be unctuous, sadly marred by the mosquito carcass, squished against one snaggled, crooked incisor. Oh no, I will be as a leech, hidden beneath a fold in your clothing, eagerly engorging upon your very lifeblood. I shall be the fanged bat hanging beneath your udder, lapping your sweet exudance. I shall be the fly who buzzes straight into your ear, there to make a new home with a full larder at my beck and call. I shall be the mosquito. Crushed by your flapping lips, High Priest, Spite said wearily, dismissing him. Discarded one, the coast is but half a league distant. There is a fishing village, sadly devoid of life now, but that will not impede us at all. Mappo did not move. What cause have I, he asked, to ally myself with you? You shall need the knowledge I possess, Mappo Runt, for I was one of the nameless ones who freed Dejim Nibral with the aim of slaying you, so that the new guardian could take your place at Icarium's side. It may surprise you, she added, that I am pleased the Trollbaral failed in the former task. I am outlawed from the Nameless Ones, a fact that gives me no small amount of satisfaction, if not pleasure. Would you know what the Nameless Ones intend? Would you know Icarium's fate? He stared at her, then asked, what awaits us in the village? A ship, provisioned and crewed in a manner of speaking. To pursue our quarry, we must cross half the world. Mappo Runt. Don't listen to her. Be quiet. Iscaral Pust, Mappo said in a growl, or take your leave of us, fool. Very well, it is clear to me that my presence in your foul company is not only necessary, but essential. But you, Spite, be on your guard. I will permit no betrayal of this bold, honourable warrior, and watch your words, lest their unleashing haunt him unto madness. If he has withstood yours this long, priest, she said, then he is proof to all madness. You, woman, would be wise to be silent. She smiled. Mappo sighed. Ah, Pust, would that you heeded your own admonishments. The boy was 9 years old. He had been ill for a time, days and nights, unmeasured, recalled only in blurred visions, the pain-filled eyes of his parents, the strange calculation in those of his 2 younger sisters, as if they had begun contemplating life without an older brother, a life freed of the torments and teasings and, as demanded, his stolid reliability in the face of the other equally cruel children in the village. And then there had been a second time, one he was able to imagine distinct, walled on all sides, roofed in black night where stars swam like boatmen's spiders across well water. In this time, this chamber, the boy was entirely alone, woken only by the needs of thirst, finding a bucket beside his bed filled with silty water and the wood and horn ladle his mother used only on feast nights. Waking, conjuring the strength to reach out and collect that ladle, dipping it into the bucket, struggling with the water's weight, drawing the tepid fluid in through cracked lips, to ease a mouth hot and dry as the bowl of a kiln. One day he awoke yet again and knew himself in the 3rd time. Though weak, he was able to crawl from the bed, to lift the bucket and drink down the last of the water, coughing at its soupy consistency, tasting the flat grit of the silts. Hunger's nest in his belly was now filled with broken eggs, and tiny claws and beaks nipped at his insides. A long, exhausting journey brought him outside, blinking in the harsh sunlight, so harsh and bright he could not see. There were voices all around him filling the street, floating down from the roofs, high-pitched and in a language he had never heard before. Laughter, excitement, yet these sounds chilled him. He needed more water. He needed to defeat this brightness so that he could see once more. Discover the source of these carnival sounds had a caravan arrived in the village, a troupe of actors, singers, and musicians. Did no one see him here on his hands and knees, the fever gone, his life returned to him? He was nudged on one side, and his groping hand reached out and found the shoulder and nape of a dog. The animal's wet nose slipped along his upper arm. This was one of the healthier dogs, he judged, his hand finding a thick layer of fat over the muscle of the shoulder. Then, moving down, the huge swell of the beast's belly, he now heard other dogs gathering, pressing close, squirming with pleasure at the touch of his hands. They were all fat. Had there been a feast, the slaughter of a herd, vision returned with a clarity he had never before experienced. Lifting his head, he looked round. The chorus of voices came from birds. Rooks, pigeons, vultures bounding down the dusty street, screeching at the bluff rushes from the village's dogs, who remained possessive of the remains of bodies here and there, mostly little more than bones and sun-blackened tendons, skulls broken open by canine jaws, the insides licked clean. The boy rose to his feet, tottering with sudden dizziness that was a long time in passing. Eventually he was able to turn and look back at his family's house, trying to recall what he had seen when crawling through the rooms. Nothing. No one. The dogs circled him, all seeming desperate to make him their master, tails wagging, stepping side to side as their spines twisted back and forth, ears flicking up at his every gesture, noses prodding his hands. They were fat, the boy realized, because they had eaten everyone, for they had died. His mother, his father, his sisters, everyone else in the village, the dogs owned by all and by none, and living a life of suffering, of vicious hunger and rivalries, had all fed unto indolence. Their joy came from full bellies, all rivalry forgotten now. The boy understood in this something profound, a child's delusions stripped back, revealing the truths of the world. He began wandering. Some time later he found himself at the crossroads just beyond the northernmost homestead, standing in the midst of his newly adopted pets. A cairn of stones had been raised in the very centre of the conjoined roads and tracks. His hunger had passed. Looking down at himself, he saw how thin he had become, and saw too the strange purplish nodules thickening his joints, wrist, elbow, knee, and ankle, not in the least painful. Repositories, it seemed, for some other strength. The cairn's message was plain to him, for it had been raised by a shepherd, and he had tended enough flocks in his day. It told him to go north, up into the hills. It told him that sanctuary awaited him there. There had been survivors then. That they had left him behind was understandable. Against the blue-tongue fever, nothing could be done. A soul lived, or a soul died of its own resolve, or lack thereof. The boys saw that no herds remained on the hillsides. Wolves had come down, perhaps, uncontested, or the other villagers had driven the beasts with them. After all, a sanctuary would have such needs as food and water, milk and cheese. He set off on the north trail, the dogs accompanying him. They were happy, he saw, pleased that he now led them, and the sun overhead that had been blinding was blinding no longer. The boy had come to and now crossed a threshold into the fourth and final time. He knew not when it would end. With languid eyes, Felisin Younger stared at the scrawny youth who had been brought in by the unmanned acolytes. Just one more lost survivor, looking to her for meaning, guidance, for something to believe in that could not be crushed down and swept away by ill winds. He was a carrier. The swellings at his joints told her that. Likely he had infected the rest of his village. The nodes had suppurated, poisoning the air, and everyone else had died. He had arrived at the gates of the city that morning in the company of 12 half-wild dogs. A carrier, but here in this place that was not cause for banishment, indeed the very opposite. Kulat would take the boy under his wing for teaching in the ways of pilgrimage, for this would be his new calling, to carry plague across the world, and so, among the survivors in his wake, gather yet more adherents to the new religion. Faith in the broken, the scarred, the unmanned, all manner of sects were being formed. Membership defined by the damage the plague had delivered to each survivor. Rarest and most precious among them, the carriers, All that Kulat had predicted was coming to pass. Survivors arrived, at first a trickle, then by the 100 drawn here, guided by the hand of a god. They began excavating the long-buried city, making for themselves homes amidst the ghosts of long-dead denizens who still haunted the rooms, the hallways and the streets, silent and motionless, spectres witnessing a rebirth on their faint blurred faces, a riot of expressions ranging from dismay to horror. How the living could terrify the dead. Herders arrived with huge flocks, sheep and goats, the long-limbed cattle called eriga, that most had believed extinct for 1,000 years. Kulat said that wild herds had been found in the hills, and here the dogs recollected what they had been bred for in the first place, and now fended the beasts against the wolves and the grey eagles that could lift a newborn calf in their talons. Artisans had arrived and had begun producing images that had been born in their sickness, in their fevers, the god in chains, the multitudes of the broken and the scarred and the unmanned, images on pottery on walls painted in the ancient mix of eraga, blood, and red ochre, stone statues for the carriers. Fabrics woven with large knots of wool to represent the nodules, scenes of fever patterns of colour surrounding central images of Laseen herself, Shaikh reborn, the deliverer of the true apocalypse. She did not know what to make of all this. She was left bewildered again and again by what she witnessed, every gesture of worship and adoration. The horror of physical disfigurement assailed her on all sides until she felt numb, drugged, insensate. Suffering had become its own language, life itself defined as punishment and imprisonment. "And this is my flock." Her followers had thus far answered her every need but one, and that was the growing sexual desire, reflecting the changes overtaking her body, the shape of womanhood, the start of blood between her legs, and the new hunger feeding her dreams of succor. She could not yearn for the touch of slaves, for slavery was what these people willingly embraced, here and now in this place they called Hanar Ara, the city of the fallen. Around a mouthful of stones, Kulat said, "And this is the problem, Highness." She blinked. She hadn't been listening. "What? What is the problem?" "This carrier who arrived but this morning from the southwest track, with his dogs that answer only to him." She regarded Kulat, the old bastard who confessed sexually fraught dreams of wine, as if the utterance was itself more pleasure than he could bear, as if confession made him drunk. "Explain." Kulat sucked at the stones in his mouth, swallowed spit, then gestured. "Look upon the buds, Highness, the buds of disease, the many mouths of Bluetong. They are shrinking. They have dried up and are fading. He has said as much. They have grown smaller. He is a carrier who shall one day cease being a carrier. This child shall lose his usefulness." Usefulness. She looked upon him again, more carefully this time, and saw a hard, angular face older than its years, clear eyes, a frame that needed more flesh and would likely find it once again, now that he had food to eat. A boy still young who would grow into a man. "He shall reside in the palace," she said. Kulat's eyes widened. "Highness, I have spoken." "The open wing with the courtyard and stables where he can keep his dogs. Highness, there are plans for converting the open wing into your own private garden." "Do not interrupt me again, Kulat. I have spoken. My own private garden." The thought now amused her as she reached for her goblet of wine. "Yes, and we shall see how it grows." So carried on her unspoken thoughts. Laseen saw nothing of Kulat's sudden dark look the moment before he bowed and turned away. The boy had a name, but she would give him a new name, one better suited to her vision of the future. After a moment, she smiled. Yes, she would name him Crocus, Chapter 15. An old man past soldiering, his rivets green, his eyes rimmed in rust, stood as if heaved awake from slaughter's pit, back cut from broken flight, when young blades chased him from the field. He looks like a promise only fools could dream unfurled, the banners of glory, gesticulating, in the wind over his head, stripped like ghosts, skulls stove in, lips flapping, their open mouths mute. "Oh, hearken to me," cries he atop his imagined summit, "and I shall speak of riches and rewards of my greatness. My face once young like these I see before me, hearken. While here I sit at the tapu's table, grease-fingered, with skewered meat, cracked goblet, pearled in the hot sun, the wine watered to make in the alliance of thin and thick, both passing palatable, as near as an arm's reach. From this rabbler, this ravelling trumpeter, who once might have stood shield-locked, at my side, red-hued, masked, drunk, coarse with fear in the moment before he broke and ran, and now he would call a new generation to war, to battle clamour. And why? Well, why? All because he once ran. But listen, a soldier who ran once ever runs, and this honoured magistrate is the reason, the sole reason I say, for my knife finding his back. He was a soldier whose words heaved me awake. Bedura's defences in the slaying of King Qualintros of Belid, transcribed as song by Fisher Malaz City, last year of Laseen's reign. Within an aura redolent and reminiscent of a crypt Noto Boyle, company cutter Cartulian by birth, and once priest of Soliel, long, wispy, colourless hair plucked like strands of web by the wind. His skin, the hue of tanned goat leather, stood like a bent sapling and picked at his green-furred teeth with a fish spine. It had been a habit of his for so long that he had worn round holes between each tooth, and the gums had receded far back, making his smile skeletal. He had smiled but once thus far by way of greeting, and for Gano's Paran, that had been once too many. At the moment the healer seemed at best pensive, at worst distracted by boredom. "I cannot say for certain, Captain Kindly," the man finally said. "About what?" A flicker of the eyes, grey floating in yellow murk. "Well, you had a question for me, did you not?" "No," Paran replied. "I had for you an order." "Yes, of course, that is what I meant. I commanded you to step aside. The High Fist is very ill, Captain. It will avail you nothing to disturb his dying. More pointedly, you might well become infected with the dread contagion. No, I won't. And it is his dying that I intend to do something about. For now, however, I wish to see him, that is all." "Captain Sweetcreek has. Captain Sweetcreek is no longer in command, cutter. I am now get out of my way before I reassign you to irrigating horse bowels, and given the poor quality of the feed they have been provided of late." Noto Boyle examined the fish spine in his hand. "I will make note of this in my company log, Captain Kindly. As the host's ranking healer, there is some question regarding chain of command at the moment. After all, under normal circumstances, I far outrank captains. These are not normal circumstances. I'm losing my patience here. An expression of mild distaste. Yes, I have first-hand knowledge of what happens when you lose patience, no matter how unjust the situation. It fell to me, I remind you, to heal Captain Sweetcreek's fractured cheekbone." The man stepped to one side of the entrance. "Please, Captain, be welcome within." Sighing, Paran strode past the cutter, pulled aside the flap, and entered the tent. Gloom, the air hot and thick with heavy incense that could only just mask the foul reek of sickness. In this first chamber were 4 cots, each occupied by a company commander, only 2 of whom were familiar to Paran. All slept or were unconscious, limbs twisted in their sweat-stained blankets, necks swollen by infection, each drawn breath a thin wheeze like some ghastly chorus. Shaken, the captain moved past them and entered the tent's back chamber, where there was but one occupant. In the grainy, crepuscular air, Paran stared down at the figure in the cot. His first thought was that Dujek Onam was already dead, an aged, bloodless face marred by dark purple blotches, eyes crusted shut by mucus. The man's tongue, the colour of iron steel, was so swollen it had forced open his mouth, splitting the parched lips. A healer, probably Noto Boyle, had packed Dujek's neck in a mixture of mould, ash and clay, which had since dried, looking like a slave collar. After a long moment, Paran heard Dujek draw breath, the sound uneven, catching again and again in faint convulsions of his chest. The meagre air then hissed back out in a rattling whistle. Gods below, this man will not last the night. The captain realized that his lips had gone numb, and he was having trouble focusing. This damned incense, it's Debayang. He stood for another half-dozen heartbeats, looking down on the shrunken, frail figure of the Malazan Empire's greatest living general. Then he turned about and strode from the chamber. 2 steps across the outer room, and a hoarse voice halted him. "Who in Hood's name are you?" Paran faced the woman who had spoken. She was propped up on her bed, enough to allow her a level gaze on the captain. Dark-skinned, her complexion lacking the weathered lines of desert life, her eyes large and very dark. Stringy, sweat-plastered black hair, cut short, yet nonetheless betraying a natural wave, surrounded her round face, which sickness had drawn, making her eyes seem deeper, more hollow. "Captain Kindly, by the abyss you are. I served under Kindly in Nathalog. Well, that's discouraging news. And you are? Fist Wraith Bude? One of Dujek's recent promotions, then, for I have never heard of you, nor can I fathom where you hail from." Shalmozin. Paran frowned. "West of Nemil, southwest. How did you come to be in Nathalog, Fist? By the 3, give me some water, damn you." Paran looked round until he found a bladder, which he brought to her side. "You're a fool," she said. "Coming in here, now you will die with the rest of us. You'll have to pour it into my mouth." He removed the stopper, then leaned closer. She closed her remarkable luminous eyes and tilted her head back, mouth opening. The wheals on her neck were cracked, leaking clear fluid as thick as tears. Squeezing the bladder, he watched the water stream into her mouth. She swallowed frantically, gasped, then coughed. He pulled the bladder away. Enough. She managed a nod, coughed again, then swore in some unknown language. "This damned smoke," she added, in Malazan, "numbs the throat so you can't even tell when you're swallowing. Every time I close my eyes, Debayang dreams rush upon me like the red winds." He stood, looking down upon her. "I left Shalmozin in haste. On a blue Marant trader, money for passage ran out in a town called Pitch, on the Genebari coast. From there I made it to Nathalog, and with a belly too empty to let me think straight, I signed up. Where had you intended to go?" She made a face. "As far as my coin would take me, fool. Crossing the 3 is not a recipe for a long life. Blessings to Opon's kiss, they didn't come after me. The 3, the rulers of Shalmozin, for the past 1,000 years, you seem to recognize the Empire's name, which is more than most. I know nothing beyond the name itself, which is found on certain Malazan maps." She croaked a laugh. "Malazans knew enough to make their first visit their last." "I wasn't aware we'd visited at all," Paran said. "The Emperor and Dancer, the imperial flagship, Twist, gods, that craft alone was sufficient to give the 3 paws. Normally, they annihilate strangers as a matter of course. We trade with no one, not even Nemil. The 3 despise outsiders. Were they so inclined, they would have conquered the entire continent by now, including 7 cities. Not expansionists, then. No wonder no one's heard of them. More water." He complied. When she'd finished coughing, she met his eyes. "You never told me. Who are you in truth?" "Captain Ganos Paran."
"He's dead."
"Not yet." "All right, so why the lie? Dujek decommissioned me. Officially, I am without rank. Then what in Hood's name are you doing here?" He smiled. "That's a long story. At the moment I have one thing I need to do, and that is repay a debt. I owe Dujek that much. Besides, it's not good to have a goddess loose in the mortal realm, especially one who delights in misery. They all delight in misery. Yes, well, she bared a row of even teeth stained by sickness. Captain, do you think, had we known Polil was in the temple, we would have gone in at all? You, on the other hand, don't have that excuse, leaving me to conclude that you have lost your mind.
Captain Sweetcreek certainly agrees with you, Fist, Paran said, setting the bladder down. I must take my leave. I would appreciate it, Fist Rythbude, if you referred to me as Captain kindly. He walked towards the tent's exit. Ganos Paran. Something in her tone turned him round even as he reached for the flap. Burn my corpse, she said. Ideally fill my lungs with oil so that my chest bursts, thus freeing to flight my ravaged soul. It's how it's done in Shalmorazin.
He hesitated, then nodded. Outside he found the cutter Noto Boyle still standing at his station, examining the bloodied point of the fish spine a moment before slipping it back into his mouth. Captain Kindly, the man said in greeting, the outrider Hurleshall was just here looking for you. From him I gather you intend something rash. Cutter. When the alternative is simply waiting for them to die, I will accept the risk of doing something rash. I see. How then have you planned this assault of yours, given that you shall face the grey goddess herself? I doubt even your reputation will suffice in compelling the soldiers to assail the grand temple of Polil. Indeed, I doubt you will get them to even so much as enter Gdanisban. I'm not taking any soldiers, Cutter. A sage nod from the gaunt man. Ah, an army of one then, is it? Granted, he added, eyeing Paran speculatively. I have heard tales of your extraordinary ferocity. Is it true you once dangled a falard over the edge of his palace's tower balcony, even though he was an ally of the Empire at the time? What was his crime again? Oh yes, a clash of colours in his attire on the first day of the Emperor's festival. What were those colours he had the effrontery to wear? Paran studied the man for a moment, then he smiled. Blue and green, but those colours do not clash, Captain. I never claimed good judgment in aesthetic matters. Cutter. Now, what were we talking about? Oh yes, my army of one. Indeed, I intend to lead but one man together. The two of us shall attack the grey goddess, with the aim of driving her from this realm. You chose wisely, I think, Noto Boyle said. Given what awaits Hurleshall, he displayed impressive calm a few moments ago. And well he should, Paran said, since he's not coming with me. You are. The fish spine speared through the cutter's upper lip. A look of agony supplanted disbelief. He tore the offending needle from his lip and flung it away, then brought up both hands to clench against the pain. His eyes looked ready to clamber from their sockets. Paran patted the man on the shoulder. Get that seen to, will you? We depart in half a bell, Cutter. He sat on a kit chest, settled back slowly until the give of the tent walls ceased, then stretched out his legs. I should be half drunk right now, he said, given what I'm about to do. Hurleshall seemed unable to muster a smile. Please, Captain, we should decamp. Cut our losses. I urge you to abandon this course of action, which will do naught but result in the death of yet another good soldier, not to mention an irritating but competent company cutter. Ah, yes, Noto Boyle, once priest to Soliel, sister goddess of Poliel. Priest no longer, Captain, disavowed, hold no weight with the ascendant so abandoned. Soliel, mistress of healing, beneficence, the goddess that weeps healing tears. She must have let loose an ocean of them by now, don't you think? Is it wise to mock her at this threshold, Captain? Why not? How has her infamous unceasing sorrow for the plight of mortals done them any good, any at all, Hurleshall? It's easy to weep when staying far away, doing nothing. When you take credit for every survivor out there, those whose own spirits fought the battle, whose own spirits refused to yield to Hood's embrace, He sneered up at the tent roof. It's the so-called friendly, sympathetic gods who have the most to answer for. Paran glared at the man standing before him. Hood knows the other ones are straightforward and damned clear on their own infamy. Grant them that. But to proffer succor, salvation and all the rest, whilst leaving true fate to chance and chance alone, damn me, Herloschel, to that they will give answer. The outrider's eyes were wide, unblinking. Paran looked away. Sorry, some thoughts I'd do better to keep to myself. It's a long-standing fault of mine, alas. Captain, for a moment there, your eyes, they flared like a beast's. Paran studied the man. Did they now? I'd swear it with one heel on Hood's own foreskin, Captain. Gonnois Paran pushed himself to his feet. Relay these orders to the officers. This army marches in 4 days. In 3 days' time I want them in full kit, dressed out with weapons bared for inspection, ready at noon. And when we depart, I want to leave this camp clean, every latrine filled in, the refuse burned. He faced Herloschel. Get these soldiers busy. They're rotting from the inside out. Do you have all that, Herloschel? The outrider smiled, then repeated Paran's orders word for word. Good. Be sure to impress on the officers that these days of lying round moping and bitching are at an end. Tell them the order of march will place to the lead post the most presentable company. Everyone else eats their dust. Captain, where do we march? No idea. I'll worry about that then. What of the High Fist and the others in that tent? Chances are they won't be up to much for a while. In the meantime, you command the host, sir. I do. Herloschel's sudden salute was sharp. Then he pivoted and strode from the tent. Paran stared after him. Fine. At least someone's damned pleased about it. A short time later, he and Noto Boyle sat atop their horses at the camp's edge, looking downslope and across the flat killing ground to the city's walls, its bleached limestone facing a mass of scrawls, painted symbols, handprints, skeletal figures. This close, there should have been sounds rising from the other side of those walls, the haze of dust and smoke overhead, and the huge gate should be locked open for a steady stream of traders and hawkers, drovers and work crews. Soldiers should be visible in the windows of the gate's flanking square towers. The only movement came from flocks of pigeons lifting into view, then dipping back down, fitful and frantic as an armada of kites rejected by storm winds, and from the blue-tinted desert starlings and croaking crows lined up like some nightmare army on the battlements. Captain, the cutter said, the fish spine once more jutting from between his lips. The hole it had made earlier, just above those lips, was a red, slightly puckered spot, smeared like a popped pimple. You believed me capable of assaulting all that is anathema to me. I thought you were disavowed, Paran said. My point precisely. I cannot even so much as call upon Soliel for her benign protection. Perhaps your eyes are blind to the truth. But I tell you, Captain, I can see the air roiling up behind those walls. It is the breath of chaos. Currents swirl, heave, even to look upon them, as I do now, makes me ill. We shall die, you and I, not 10 paces in from the gate. Paran checked the sword at his belt, then adjusted his helm's strap. I am not as blind as you believe me to be, cutter. He studied the city for a moment, then gathered his reins. Ride close to my side. Noto Boyle. Captain, the gate looks closed, locked tight. We are not welcome. Never mind the damned gate, Paran said. Are you ready? The man turned wild eyes upon him. No, he said in a high voice, I am not. Let's get this over with, Paran said, nudging his horse into motion. Noto Boyle spared one last look over his shoulder and saw soldiers standing, watching, gathered in their hundreds. Gods, he whispered, why am I not among them right now? Then he moved to catch up to Captain Kindly, who had once dangled an innocent man from a tower's edge, and now does it all over again, to me. She had once been sent out to hunt down her younger brother tracking him through half the city. Oh, he'd known she was after him, known that she was the one they'd send, the only one capable of closing a hand on one scrawny ankle, dragging him back, then shaking him until his brain rattled inside his skull. He'd led her a wild trail that night. 10 years old, and already completely out of control, eyes bright as marbles polished in a mouthful of spit, the white smile more wicked than a wolf's snarl, all gangly limbs and cavorting malice. He had been collecting things in secret, strands of hair, nail clippings, a rotted tooth. Something, it turned out, from everyone in the entire extended family. 42 if one counted 4-month-old Minerala, and he had the little bastard. A madness, less imaginative, might have settled for a host of horrid dolls, upon which he could deliver minor but chronic torment to feed his insatiable evil. But not her brother, who clearly believed himself destined for vast infamy. Not content with dolls fashioned in likenesses, he had constructed from twine, sticks, straw, wool, and horn, a tiny flock of 42 sheep, penned in a kraal of sticks assembled on the floor of the estate's attic. Then, from one of his own milk teeth, newly plucked from his mouth, he made for himself the likeness of a wolf fang, and then with tatters of fur, the wolf to which it belonged, of a scale to permit it to devour a sheep-doll in a single gulp. In skeins of demented magic, he had set his wolf among the flock. Screams and wails in the night, in household after household, unleashed from terrifying nightmares, steeped in the reek of panic and lanolin, of clopping hoofs and surges of desperate, hopeless flight. Nips and buffets from the huge, roaring wolf, the beast toying with every one of them. Oh, she would remember the torment for a long, long time. In the course of the following day, as uncles, aunts, nephews, and the like gathered, all pale and trembling, and as the revelation arrived that one and all had shared their night of terror, few were slow in realizing the source of their nightmares. Of course he had already lit out, off to one of his countless bolt-holes in the city, where he would hide until such time as the fury and outrage should pass. For the crimes committed by children, all fugue eventually faded, as concern rose in its stead. For most children, normal children, but not for Ben Adefon de Lat, who had gone too far again. And so Tora Aval de Lat had been dispatched to track down her brother and to deliver upon him an appropriate punishment, such as she had considered at the time flaying him alive. Sheep, were they? Well, she carried in her pack the wolf doll, and with that she intended most dreadful torture. Though nowhere near as talented as her younger brother, and admittedly far less imaginative, she had managed to fashion a leash of sorts for the creature, and now, no matter where her brother went, she could follow. He was able to stay ahead of her for most of a day and the following night, until a bell before dawn, when on a rooftop in the prelate quarter of Aaron, she caught up with him, holding in her hands the wolf doll, gripping the back legs and pulling them wide. The boy, running flat out one moment, flat on his face the next, squealing and laughing, and even as she stumbled, that laughter stung so that she gave those legs an extra twist, and screaming fell onto the pebbled roof, her hips filling with agony. Her brother shrieked as well, yet could not stop laughing. She had not looked too closely at the wolf doll, and now, gasping and wincing, she sought to do so. The gloom was reluctant to yield, but at last she made out the beast's bound-up body beneath the tatter of fur, her underclothes, the ones that had disappeared from the clothesline a week earlier, knotted and wrapped tight around some solid core, the nature of which she chose not to deliberate over much. He'd known she would come after him, had known she'd find his stash of dolls in the attic, had known she would make use of the wolf doll, his own anima that he had so carelessly left behind. He'd known everything. That night, in the darkness before dawn, Tora Aval decided that she would hate him for evermore. Passionately, a hatred fierce enough to scour the earth in its entirety. It's easy to hate the clever ones, even if they happen to be kin. Perhaps especially then. There was no clear path from that recollection to her life now, to this moment, with the singular exception of the sensation that she was trapped inside a nightmare, one from which, unlike that other nightmare all those years ago, she would never awaken. Her brother was not there, laughing and gasping, then finally convulsed with glee on the rooftop, releasing the sorcery within the wolf doll, making the pain go away. Her brother, dead or alive, by now more probably dead, was very far away, and she wished with all her heart that it wasn't so. Mumbling like a drunk beggar, Brithok sat before the stained granite-topped table to her right, his long-nailed fingers pushing the strange assortment of gold and silver coins back and forth as he sought to force upon them some means of categorization, a task at which he was clearly failing. The vast chests of coinage in Poliel's temple were bottomless, not figuratively but literally they had discovered, and to reach down into the ice-cold darkness was to close hands on frost-rimed gold and silver in all manner of currency. Stamped bars, studded teeth, holed spheres, torques and rings, rolled bolts of gold-threaded silk, small enough to fit in the palm of one hand, and coins of all sorts, square, triangular, crescent, holed, tubular, along with intricate folding boxes, chains, beads, spools, honeycomb wafers and ingots, not one of which was familiar to any of them gathered here, trapped here, in the Gidanisban temple with its mad, horrendous goddess. Torahaval had no idea there were so many languages in the world, such as she saw inscribed upon much of the currency, letters like tiny images, letters proceeding diagonally or vertically, or in spiral patterns, some letters little more than patterns of dots. From other realms, Brithok insisted, the more mundane coins could be found in the eastern chamber behind the altar, an entire room heaped with the damned things. An empire's treasury in that room alone, the man claimed, and perhaps he was right. With the first rumour of plague, the coffers of Poliel filled to overflowing, but it was the alien coinage that most interested the old man. It had since become Brithok's obsession, this cataloguing of realms that he claimed would be his final glory of scholarship. A strange contrast, this academic bent, in a man for whom ambition and lust for power seemed everything, the very reason for drawing breath, the cage in which his murderous heart paced. He had loosed more rumours of his death than anyone she had ever known, a new one every year or so, to keep the many hunters from his trail, he claimed. She suspected he simply took pleasure in the challenge of invention. Among the fools, her co-conspirators, gathered here, Brithok was perhaps the most fascinating. Neither Septhun Anabin nor Sradalpurthu encouraged her in matters of trust or respect. And Sribin, well, Sribin was no longer even recognizable, the fate, it seemed, of those whom the grey goddess took as mortal lover. And when she tired of the rotted, moaning thing that had once been Sribin, the bitch would select another, from her dwindling store of terrified prisoners. Male, female, adult, child. It mattered naught to Poliel. Brithok insisted the cult of Shaik was reborn, invigorated beyond, far beyond all that had gone before. Somewhere out there was the city of the fallen, and a new Shaik, and the grey goddess was harvesting for her a broken legion of the mad, for whom all that was mortal belonged to misery and grief, the twin offspring of Poliel's womb. And grey in miasma and chaos, blurred by distance, there lurked the crippled god, twisted and cackling in his chains, ever drawing tighter this foul alliance. What new Toravel of wars among the gods? She did not even care beyond the deathly repercussions in her own world, her own life. Her younger brother had long ago fallen one way, and she another, and now all hope of escape was gone. Brithok's mumbling ceased in a sudden gasp. He started in his chair, head lifting, eyes widening. A tremor ran through Toraval Delat. "What is it?" she demanded. The old man rose from behind the table. "She summons us." I too must be mad. What is there left in life to love? Why do I still grip the edge when the abyss offers everything I now yearn for? Oblivion, an end. Gods, an end. More than that, Bridthock, she said. You look aghast, saying nothing and not meeting her eye. He headed out into the hallway. Cursing under her breath, Tora Aval followed. Once, long ago, her brother, no more than 4, perhaps 5 years old at the time, long before the evil within him had fully grown into itself, had woken screaming in the night, and she had run to his bedside to comfort him. In child words he described his nightmare. He had died, yet walked the world still, for he had forgotten something. Forgotten, and no matter what he did, no recollection was possible. And so his corpse wandered everywhere with ever the same question on his lips, a question delivered to every single person cursed to cross his path. What? What have I forgotten? It had been hard to reconcile that shivering, wide-eyed child hiding in her arms that night with the conniving trickster of only a few years later. Perhaps she now thought as she trailed Bridthock and the train of his flapping, threadbare robes, perhaps in the interval of those few years, Edeaphon Delat had remembered what it was he had forgotten. Perhaps it was nothing more than what a corpse still striding the mortal world could not help but forget. How to live. I thought daytime was supposed to be for sleeping, Bottle muttered, as his sergeant tugged on his arm yet again. The shade of the boulder he had been curled up beside was, the soldier told himself, the only reason he was still alive. This day had been the hottest yet. Insects crawling on stone slabs had cooked halfway across, shells popping like seeds. No one moved, no one said a thing. Thirst and visions of water obsessed the entire troop. Bottle had eventually fallen into a sleep that still pulled at him with torpid, heavy hands. If only Fiddler would damned well leave him alone. Come with me, Bottle. Up on your feet. If you've found a cask of spring water, Sergeant, then I'm yours. Otherwise, Fiddler lifted him upright, then dragged him along. Stumbling, his tongue feeling like a knot of leather strips, Bottle was barely aware of the path underfoot away from the road, among wind-sculpted rocks, winding this way and that. Half-blinded by the glare, it was a moment before he realized that they had stopped, were standing on a clearing of flat sand, surrounded by boulders, and there were 2 figures awaiting them. Bottle felt his heart tighten in his chest. The one seated cross-legged opposite was Quick Ben. To his right squatted the assassin Kalam, his dark face glistening, worn black gloves on his hands, and the elongated handles of his twin longnivs jutting out from beneath his arms. The man looked ready to kill something, although Bottle suspected that was his normal expression. Quick Ben's eyes were fixed on him, languid yet dangerous, like a leopard playing with a maimed hare. But there was something else in that regard. Bottle suspected. Something not quite hidden. Fear. After a moment of locked gazes, Bottle's attention was drawn to the collection of dolls perched in the sand before the wizard. Professional interest helped push down his own fear, for the time being at least. Involuntarily, he leaned forward. "It's an old art," Quick Ben said. "But you know that, don't you, soldier?" "You're at an impasse," Bottle said. The wizard's brows lifted, and he shot Kalam an unreadable glance before clearing his throat and saying, I am. How did you see it? And how so, quickly?" Bottle shrugged. Quick Ben scowled at an amused grunt from Fiddler. "All right, you damned imp. Any suggestions on what to do about it?" Bottle ran a hand through the grimy stubble of his hair. "Tell me what you're trying to do." "What I'm trying to do, soldier, is none of your damned business." Sighing, Bottle settled onto the sand, assuming a posture to match that of the man opposite him. He studied the figures, then pointed to one. "Who's she?" Quick Ben started. "I didn't know it was a she. First one you set down, I'd hazard." "You probably woke from a bad dream, all confused, but knowing something was wrong, something somewhere, and this one, this woman, she's your link to it. Family, I'd hazard. Mother? Daughter? Sister? Sister, yes, she's been thinking about you a lot lately. Look at the skein of shadow lines around her, like she was standing in a thatch of grass. Only there ain't no grass nearby, so that skein belongs to something else. Hood, squeeze my balls, Quick Ben hissed, eyes now darting among the figures on the sand. He seemed to have forgotten his belligerence. Tora Haval, what in the name of the abyss has she got herself into now, and how come not one of the others can reach a single shadow towards her? Bottle scratched at his beard, fingernails trapping a knit. He pulled it loose and flicked it away. Kalam started, then cursed. "Watch that! Sorry!" Bottle pointed at one doll, wrapped in black silks. The shadow the doll cast seemed to reveal two projections of some kind, like crows perched on each shoulder. "That's Apsalar, yes. She's part of this, all right, though not at the moment. I think her path was meant to cross your sister's, only it never happened. So there was intent unfulfilled, and be glad for that." "That one's Cotillion, and he's dancing his infernal dance all right, but his only role was in starting the pebble from the hilltop. How it rolled and what it picked up on the way down he left to the fates. Still, you're right in choosing the House of Shadows. Was that instinct? Never mind. Here's your problem." He pointed at another doll, this one hooded and cloaked entirely in gauze thin black linen. Quick Ben blinked, then frowned. "Hardly. That's Shadow Throne, and he's central to this. It's all got to do with him, and damn you, Bottle, that's more than instinct. Oh, he's central all right, but see how his shadow doesn't reach? I know it doesn't reach, but that's where he stands. Damn you." Bottle reached out and collected the doll. Snarling, Quick Ben half rose, but Fiddler's hand snapped out, pushed the wizard back down. "Get that paw off me, sapper," the wizard said, his tone low even. "I warned you," the sergeant said, "didn't I?" He withdrew his hand, and Quick Ben settled back as if something much heavier had just landed on his shoulders. In the meantime, Bottle was busy reworking the doll, bending the wires within the arms and legs. For his own efforts, he rarely used wire, too expensive, but in this case they made his reconfiguring the doll much easier. Finally satisfied, he set it back in precisely the same position as before. No one spoke, all eyes fixed on the doll of Shadow Throne, now on all fours, right foreleg and left rear leg raised, the entire form pitched far forward, impossibly balanced, the shadow stretching out to within a finger's breadth of the figure that was Tora Aval Delat. Shadow Throne, now something else. Kalam whispered, still not touching. Bottle settled back, crossing his arms as he lay down on the sand.
"Wait,"
he said, then closed his eyes and a moment later was asleep once more. Crouched close at Quick Ben's side, Fiddler let out a long breath. The wizard pulled his stare from the reconfigured Shadow Throne, his eyes bright as he looked over at the sapper. He was half asleep, Fid. The sergeant shrugged. "No," the wizard said, "you don't understand. Half asleep. Someone's with him. Was with him, I mean. Do you have any idea how far back sympathetic magic like this goes? To the very beginning, to that glimmer, that first glimmer, Fid. The birth of awareness. Are you understanding me?" "As clear as the moon lately," Fiddler said, scowling, "the aerosol, the tall ones, before a single human walked this world. Before the Imas, before even the K-Chain Shamale. Fiddler, Eris, was here now. Herself. With him." The sapper looked back down at the doll of Shadow Throne. Four-legged now, frozen in its headlong rush, and the shadow it cast did not belong, did not fit at all. For the head was broad, the snout prominent and wide, jaws opened but wrapped about something, and whatever that thing was, it slithered and squirmed like a trapped snake. What, in Hood's name? Oh, wait! Atop, a large boulder that had sheared, creating an inclined surface. Apsalar was lying flat on her stomach, watching the proceedings in the clearing 20-odd paces distant. Disturbing conversations, those especially that last part about the Eris. Just another hoary ancient better left alone. That soldier bottle needed watching Tora Aval Delat. One of the names on that spy's, Mebra's list in Airliton. Quick Ben's sister. Well, that was indeed unfortunate, since it seemed that both Cotillion and Shadowthrone wanted the woman dead, and they usually got what they wanted, thanks to me and people like me. The gods place knives into our mortal hands and need do nothing more. She studied Quick Ben, gauging his growing agitation, and began to suspect that the wizard knew something of the extremity that his sister now found herself in. Knew, and in the thickness of blood that bound kin, no matter how estranged, the foolish man had decided to do something about it. Apsalar waited no longer, allowing herself to slide back down the flat rock, landing lightly in thick wind-blown sand, well in shadow and thoroughly out of sight from anyone. She adjusted her clothes, scanned the level ground around her, then drew from folds in her clothing 2 daggers, one into each hand. There was music in death. Actors and musicians knew this as true. And for this moment, so too did Apsalar. To a chorus of woe no one else could hear, the woman in black began the shadow dance. Telerast and Curdle, who had been hiding in a fissure near the flat-topped boulder, now edged forward. She's gone into her own world, Curdle said, nonetheless, whispering, her skeletal head bobbing and weaving, tail flicking with unease. Before them, not Apsalar danced, so infused with shadows she was barely visible. Barely in this world at all. Never cross this one, Curdle, Telerast hissed. Never. Wasn't planning to. Not like you. Not me, besides the dooms come upon us. What are we going to do? Don't know. I say we cause trouble, Curdle. Tiny jaws clacked. I like that. Quick Ben rose suddenly. I've got no choice, he said. Kalam swore, then said, I hate it when you say that, Quick. The wizard drew out another doll, this one trailing long threads. He set it down a forearm's reach from the others, then looked over and nodded to Kalam. Scowling, the assassin unsheathed one of his long knives and stabbed it point first into the sand. Not the Otatarol one, idiot. Sorry. Kalam withdrew the weapon and resheathed it, then drew out the other knife, a second stab into the sand. Quick Ben knelt, carefully gathering the threads and leading them over to the long knife's grip, where he fashioned knots, joining the doll to the weapon. See these go taut? I grab the knife and pull you back here. I know, quick. This ain't the first time, remember? Right. Sorry. The wizard settled back into his cross-legged position. Hold on, Fiddler said in a growl. What's going on here? You ain't planning something stupid, are you? You are. Damn you, Quick. Be quiet, the wizard said, closing his eyes. Me and Shadowthrone, he whispered. We're old friends. Then he smiled. In the clearing, Kalam fixed his gaze on the doll that was now the only link between Quick Ben and his soul. He's gone, Fid. Don't say nothing. I need to concentrate. Those strings could go tight at any time. Slow, so slow you can't even see it happen. But suddenly, he should have waited, Fiddler said. I wasn't finished saying what I was planning on saying, and he just goes, Cal, I got a bad feeling. Tell me, Quick and Shadowthrone really are old friends, Callum. Tell me Quick wasn't being sarcastic. The assassin flicked a momentary look up at the sapper, then licked his lips, returning to his study of the threads. Had they moved? No, not much anyway. He wasn't being sarcastic. Fid? Good. No, more sardonic, I think. Not good. Listen, can you pull him out right now? I think you should. Quiet. Damn you. I need to watch. I need to concentrate. Fid's got a bad feeling. Shit. Paran and Noto Boyle rode up and halted in the shadow cast by the city wall. The captain dismounted and stepped up to the battered facade. With his dagger he etched a broad, arched line, beginning on his left at the wall's base, then up, over, taking 2 paces, and down again, ending at the right side base. In the centre he slashed a pattern, then stepped back, slipping the knife into its scabbard. Remounting the horse, he gathered the reins and said, "Follow me," and he rode forward. His horse tossed its head and stamped its forelegs a moment before plunging into and through the wall. They emerged moments later onto a litter-strewn street. The faces of empty, lifeless buildings, windows stove in. A place of devastation, a place where civilization had crumbled, revealing at last its appallingly weak foundations. Picked white bones lay scattered here and there. A glutted rat wobbled its way along the wall's gutter. After a long moment, the healer appeared, leading his mount by the reins. "My horse," he said, "is not nearly as stupid as yours, Captain. Alas, just less experienced," Paran said, looking round. "Get back in the saddle. We may be alone for the moment, but that will not last." "Gods below," Noto Boyle hissed, scrambling back onto his horse. "What has happened here? You did not accompany the first group." They rode slowly onto the Gate Avenue, then in towards the heart of Gidanisband. "Dujek's foray? No, of course not. And how I wish the High Fist was still in command. Me too. The Grand Temple is near the central square. Where is Solid's temple?" "Soliel." "Captain Kindly, I cannot enter that place. Not ever again." "How did you come to be disavowed, Boyle?" "Noto Boyle, sir. There was a disagreement of a political nature. It may be that the nefarious, incestuous, nepotistic quagmire of a priest's life well suits the majority of its adherents. Unfortunately, I discovered too late that I could not adapt to such an existence. You must understand, actual worship was the least among daily priorities. I made the error of objecting to this unnatural, nay, unholy inversion." "Very noble of you," Paran remarked. "Oddly enough, I heard a different tale about your priestly demise. More specifically, you lost a power struggle at the temple in Khartoul. Something about the disposition of the treasury. Clearly, such events are open to interpretation. Tell me, Captain, since you can walk through walls thicker than a man is tall, do you possess magical sensitivities as well?"
Can you feel the foul hunger in the air? It is hateful. It wants us, our flesh, where it can take root and suck from us every essence of health. This is Poliel's breath, and even now it begins to claim us. We are not alone, Cutter. No, I would be surprised if we were. She will spare her followers, her carriers, she will. Quiet, Paran said, reining in. I meant we are not alone right now. Eyes darting, Noto Boyle scanned the immediate area.
"There," he whispered, pointing towards an alley mouth. They watched as a young woman stepped out from the shadows of the alley. She was naked, frighteningly thin, her eyes dark, large and luminous. Her lips were cracked and split, her hair wild and braided in filth. An urchin who had survived in the streets, a harvester of the discarded, and yet not a carrier, Paran said in a murmur. "I see about her purest health." Noto Boyle nodded. "Aye, in spite of her apparent condition." "Captain Kindly, this child has been chosen by Solid. I take it, not something you even thought possible back when you were a priest." The cutter simply shook his head. The girl came closer. "Malazans," she said, her voice rasping as if from lack of use. "Once, a year once, there were other Malazans. One of them pretended he was a growl, but I saw the armor under the robes. I saw the sigil of the Bridgeburners from where I hid beneath a wagon. I was young, but not too young. They saved me, those Malazans. They drew away the hunters. They saved me." Paran cleared his throat. "And so now Soliel chooses you to help us." Noto Boyle said, "For she has always blessed those who repay kindness." The cutter's voice was tremulous with wonder. "Soliel," he whispered, "forgive me."
"There are hunters," the girl said. "Coming, they know you are here. Strangers, enemies to the goddess. Their leader holds great hatred for all things. Bone-scarred, broke-faced, he feeds on the pain he delivers. Come with me, thank you," Paran said, cutting in. "But know that your warning is welcome. But I intend to meet these hunters. I intend to have them lead me to the grey goddess. Brokeface will not permit it. He will kill you and your horse."
"Your horse first, for he hates such creatures."
Noto Boyle hissed. "Captain, please, this is an offer from Soliel." "The offer I expect from Soliel," Paran said, tone hardening, "will come later, one goddess at a time." He readied his horse under him, then hesitated, glanced over at the cutter. "Go with her, then. We will meet up at the entrance to the Grand Temple. Captain, what is it you expect of me?" "Me? Nothing. What I expect is for Soliel to make use of you, but not as she has done this child here. I expect something a lot more than that." Paran nudged his mount forward. "And," he added amidst clumping hoofs, "I won't take no for an answer." Noto Boyle watched the madman ride off up the main avenue. Then the healer swung his horse until facing the girl. He drew the fish spine from his mouth and tucked it behind an ear. Then cleared his throat. "Goddess child, I have no wish to die, but I must point out that man does not speak for me. Should you smite him down for his disrespect, I most certainly will not see in that anything unjust or undeserving. In fact, be quiet, mortal," the girl said in a much older voice. "In that man the entire world hangs in balance, and I shall not be forever known as the one responsible for altering that condition, in any way whatsoever. Now, prepare to ride. I shall lead, but I shall not once wait for you, should you lose the way." "I thought you offered to guide me. Of lesser priority now," she said, smirking, inverted, in a most unholy fashion, you might say. "No, what I seek now is to witness. Do you understand? To witness." And with that, the girl spun round and sped off. Swearing, the cutter drove heels into his mount's flanks, hard on the girl's trail. Paran rode at a canter down the main avenue that seemed more a processional route into a necropolis than Gidanisban's central artery, until he saw ahead a mob of figures fronted by a single man, in his hands a farmer's scythe from which dangled a blood-crusted horsetail. The motley army, perhaps 30 or 40 in all, looked as if they had been recruited from a pauper's burial pit, covered in sores and wheals, limbs twisted, faces slack, the eyes glittering with madness. Some carried swords, others butchers' cleavers and knives or spears, shepherds' crooks or stout branches. Most seemed barely able to stand. Such was not the case with their leader, the one the girl had called Brokeface. The man's visage was indeed pinched, misshapen, flesh and bones folded in at right lower jaw, then across the face diagonally to the right cheekbone. He had been bitten, the captain realized, by a horse. Your horse first, for he hates such creatures. In that ruined face, the eyes, misaligned in the sunken pits of their sockets, burned bright as they fixed on Paran's own. Something like a smile appeared on the collapsed cave of the man's mouth. Her breath is not sweet enough for you. You are strong to so resist her. She would know first who you are before. His smile twisted further, before we kill you. The grey goddess does not know who I am, Paran said. For this reason, from her I have turned away. From me she can compel nothing. Brokeface flinched. There is a beast in your eyes. Reveal yourself, Malazan. You are not as the others. Tell her, Paran said, I come to make an offering. The head cocked to one side. You seek to appease the grey goddess, in a manner of speaking. But I should tell you we have very little time. Very little? Why? Take me to her and I will explain. But quickly, she does not fear you. Good." The man studied Paran for a moment longer. Then he gestured with his scythe. Follow, then. There had been plenty of altars before which she had knelt over the years, and from them, one and all, Tora Avol Delat had discovered something she now held to be true. All that is worshipped is but a reflection of the worshipper. A single god, no matter how benign, is tortured into a multitude of masks, each shaped by the secret desires, hungers, fears, and joys of the individual mortal, who but plays a game of obsequious approbation. Believers lunged into belief, the faithful drowned in their faith, and there was another truth, one that seemed on the surface to contradict the first one. The gentler and kinder the god, the more harsh and cruel its worshippers, for they hold to their conviction with taut certainty, febrile in its extremity, and so cannot abide dissenters. They will kill, they will torture in that god's name, and see in themselves no conflict, no matter how blood-stained their hands. Tora Aval's hands were blood-stained, figuratively now, but once most literally. Driven to fill some vast empty space in her soul, she had lunged, she had drowned, she had looked for some external hand of salvation, seeking what she could not find in herself, and, whether benign and love-swollen or brutal and painful, every god's touch had felt the same to her, barely sensed through the numbed obsession that was her need. She had stumbled onto this present path the same way she had stumbled onto so many others, yet this time it seemed there could be no going back. Every alternative, every choice had vanished before her eyes. The first strands of the web had been spun more than 14 months ago in her chosen home city Karashimesh, on the shores of the inland Karas Sea. A web she had since, in a kind of lustful willfulness, allowed to close ever tighter. The sweet lure from the grey goddess in spirit, now the poisoned lover of the chained one, the seduction of the flawed had proved so very inviting and deadly. For us both, this was, she realized as she trailed Brithok down the aisle of glory leading to the transept, no more than the spreading of legs before an inevitable, half-invited rape. Regret would come later, if at all. Perhaps, then, a most appropriate end for this foolish woman who never learned how to live. The power of the grey goddess swirled in thick tendrils through the battered-down doorway, so virulent as to rot stone. Awaiting Brithok and Tora Aval at the threshold were the remaining acolytes of this desperate faith. Septhun Anabin of Omari, and Sradal Purthu, who had fled Gatan a year ago after a failed attempt to kill that Malazan bitch, Dunsparrow. Both looked shrunken. Now some essence of their souls drained away, dissolving in the miasma like salt in water. Pained terror in their eyes as both turned to watch Brithok and Tora Aval arrive. "Sribin is dead," Septhun whispered. "She will now choose another." And so she did. Invisible, a hand, huge and clawed, more fingers than could be sanely conceived, closed about Tora Aval's chest, spears of agony sinking deep. A choked gasp burst from her throat, and she staggered forward, pushing through the others, all of whom shrank back, gazes swimming with relief and pity, the relief far outweighing the pity. Hatred for them flashed through Tora Aval, even as she staggered into the altar chamber. Eyes burning in the acid fog of pestilence, she lifted her head and looked upon Poliel, and saw the hunger that was desire. The pain expanded, filled her body, then subsided as the clawed hand withdrew, the crusted talons pulling loose. Tora Aval fell to her knees, slid helplessly in her own sweat that had pooled on the mosaic floor beneath her. "Wear what you ask for. Wear what you seek." The sound of horse hooves, coming from the Isle of Glory, getting louder. A rider comes? A rider? What? Who dares this? Gods below, thank you. Whoever you are, thank you. She still clung to the edge. A few breaths more, a few more. Sneering, Brokeface pushed past the cowering priests at the threshold. Paran scanned the three withered, trembling figures, and frowned as they each in turn knelt at the touch of his regard, heads bowing. "What ails them?" he asked. Brokeface's laugh hacked in the grainy air. "Well said, stranger. You have cold iron in your spine. I'll give you that, idiot." "I wasn't trying to be funny. Get off that damned horse," Brokeface said, blocking the doorway. He licked his misshapen lips, both hands shifting on the shaft of the scythe. "Not a chance," Paran said. "I know how you take care of horses. You cannot ride into the altar chamber." "Clear the way," Paran said. "This beast does not bother biting. It prefers to kick and stamp. Delights in the sound of breaking bones, in fact." As the horse, nostrils flared, stepped closer to the doorway, Brokeface flinched, edged back. Then he bared his crooked teeth and hissed, "Can't you feel her wrath, her outrage? Oh, you foolish man! Can she feel mine?" Paran ducked as his horse crossed the threshold. He straightened a moment later. A woman writhed on the tiles to his left, her dark skin streaked in sweat, her long limbs trembling as the plague-fouled air stroked and slipped round her, languid as a lover's caress. Beyond this woman rose a dais atop three broad, shallow steps on which were scattered the broken fragments of the altar stone. Centred on the dais, where the altar had once stood, was a throne fashioned of twisted, malformed bones. Commanding this seat, a figure radiating such power that her form was barely discernible. Long limbs suppurating with venom, a bared chest androgynous in its lack of definition, its shrunken frailty, the legs that extended outward seemed to possess too many joints, and the feet were three-toed and taloned, raptorial, yet as large as those of an Encaral Pulial's eyes, were but the faintest of sparks, blurred and damp at the centre of black bowls. Her mouth broad and the lips cracked and oozing, curled now into a smile. "Solitaken," she said in a thin voice, "do not frighten me. I had thought for a moment, but no, you are nothing to me." "Goddess," Paran said, settling back on his horse. "I remain turned away. The choice is mine, not yours, and so you see only what I will you to see. Who are you? What are you?" "In normal circumstances, Pulial, I am but an arbiter. I have come to make an offering."
"You understand, then," the grey goddess said. "The truth beneath the veil, blood, was their path, and so we choose to poison it." Paran frowned, then he shrugged and reached into the folds of his shirt. "Here is my gift," he said, then hesitated. "I regret, Pulial, that these circumstances are not normal." The grey goddess said, "I do not understand. Catch." A small, gleaming object flashed from his hand. She raised hers in defense. A whispering, strangely thin sound marked the impact, impaling her hand. A shard of metal, Ototaral. The goddess convulsed, a terrible animal scream bursting from her throat, ripping the air. Chaotic power, shredding into tatters and spinning away, waves of grey fire charging like unleashed creatures of rage, mosaic tiles exploding in their wake. On a bridling, skittish horse, Paran watched the conflagration of agony and wondered of a sudden whether he had made a mistake. He looked down at the mortal woman, curled up on the floor, then at her fragmented shadow, slashed through by nothing. Well, I knew that much. Time's nearly up. A different throne, this one so faint as to be nothing more than the hint of slivered shadows sketched across plains of dirty ice, oddly changed, Quick Ben decided, from the last time he had seen it. As was the thin, ghostly god reclining on that throne. Oh, the hood was the same, ever hiding the face, and the gnarled black hand still perched on the knotted top of the bent walking stick, the perch of a scavenger, like a one-legged vulture, and emanating from the apparition that was shadow-thrown, like some oversweet incense reaching out to brush the wizard's senses, a cloying, infuriating smugness. Nothing unusual in all of that. Even so, there was something... "Deluct!"
the god murmured, as if tasting every letter of the name with sweet satisfaction. "We're not enemies," Quick Ben said. "Not any longer, Shadow Throne. You cannot be blind to that. Ah, but you wish me blind, Delat? Yes, 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 you do. Blind to the past, to every betrayal, every lie, every vicious insult you have delivered foul as spit at my feet. Circumstances change. Indeed they do." The wizard could feel sweat trickling beneath his clothes. Something here was... what? Was very wrong. "Do you know, Quick?" Ben asked. "Why I'm here?" "She has earned no mercy, wizard. Not even from you." "I am her brother. There are rituals to sever such ties," Shadow Throne said, "and your sister has done them all." "Done them all? No, tried them all. There are threads that such rituals cannot touch. I made certain of that. I would not be here otherwise. A snort. Threads. Such as those you take greatest pleasure in spinning. A daephon delat, of course. It is your finest talent, the weaving of impossible skeins." The hooded head seemed to wag from side to side as Shadow Throne chanted, "Nets and snares and traps, lines and hooks and bait, nets and snares and—" Then he leaned forward. "Tell me, why should your sister be spared? And how, truly, how do you imagine that I have the power to save her? She is not mine, is she? She's not here in Shadowkeep, is she?" He cocked his head. "Oh my! Even now she draws her last few breaths, as the mortal lover of the grey goddess. What, pray tell, do you expect me to do?" Quick Ben stared. The grey goddess? Poliel? "Oh, Tora of all! Wait," he said. "Bottle confirmed it. More than instinct. You are involved right now. Wherever they are, it has something to do with you." A spasmodic cackle from Shadow Throne, enough to make the god's thin, insubstantial limbs convulse momentarily. "You owe me a Dephon Delat. Acknowledge this, and I will send you to her, this instant. Accept the debt. Damn it. First Kalam, and now me. You bastard, Shadow Throne. All right, I owe you. I accept the debt." The shadow god gestured a lazy wave of one hand, and Quick Ben vanished. Alone once again, Shadow Throne settled back in his throne. "So fraught," he whispered, "so careless, unmindful of this vast, echoing, mostly empty hall. Poor man, poor, poor man. Ah, what's this I find in my hand?" He looked over to see a short-handled scythe, now gripped and poised before him. The god narrowed his gaze, looked about in the gloomy air, then said, "Well, look at these threads, worse than cobwebs, these getting everywhere, grossly indicative of sloppy housekeeping. No, they won't do at all." He swept the scythe's blade through the sorcerous tendrils, watched as they spun away into nothingness. "There now," he said, smiling. "I feel more hygienic already." Throttled awake by gloved hands at his throat, he flailed about, then was dragged to his knees. Kalam's face thrust close to his own, and in that face Bottle saw pure terror. The threads the assassins snarled. Bottle pushed the man's hands away, scanned the sandy tableau, then grunted. "Cut clean, I'd say." Standing nearby, Fiddler said, "Go get him, Bottle. Find him. Bring him back." The young soldier stared at the two men. "What? How am I supposed to do that? He should never have gone in the first place." Bottle crawled over to stare at the wizard's blank visage. "Gone," he confirmed, straight into Shadow Throne's lair. What was he thinking? "Bottle! Oh," the soldier added, something else catching his gaze. "Look at that! What's she up to, I wonder?" Kalam pushed Bottle aside and fell to his hands and knees, glaring down at the dolls. Then he shot upright. "Apsalar! Where is she?" Fiddler groaned. "No, not again." The assassin had both of his long knives in his hands. "Hood, take her. Where is that bitch?" Bottle, bemused, simply shrugged as the two men chose directions at random and headed off. Idiots. This is what they get, though, isn't it? For telling nobody nothing about anything. He looked back down at the dolls. Oh my, this is going to be interesting, isn't it?
"The fool's gone and killed himself," Captain Sweetcreek said, "and he took our best healer with him, right through Hood's damned gate." Herlashal stood with crossed arms. "I don't think—" "Listen to me," Sweetcreek snapped, her Corporal Futhgar at her side, nodding emphatically as she continued.
I'm now in command, and there's not a single damned thing in this whole damned world that's going to change. She never finished that sentence as a shriek rang out from the north side of the camp. Then the air split with thunderous howls, so close, so loud that Herlachel felt as if his skull was cracking open. Ducking, he spun round to see, cartwheeling above tent roofs, a soldier, his weapon whipping away, and now the sudden snap of guy ropes, the earth trembling underfoot, and a monstrous black blurred shape appeared, racing like lightning over the ground straight for them. A wave of charged air struck the three like a battering ram a moment before the beast reached them. Herlachel, all breath driven from his lungs, flew through the air, landing hard on one shoulder. Then rolling, caught a glimpse of Captain Sweetcreek, tossed to one side, limp as a rag doll, and Futhgar seeming to vanish into the dirt as the midnight creature simply ran right over the hapless man. The hound's eyes, other beasts bursting through the camp, horses screaming, soldiers shrieking in terror, wagons flung aside before waves of power, and Herlachel saw one creature. No, impossible. The world darkened alarmingly as he lay in a heap, paralyzed, desperate to draw a breath. The spasm clutching his chest loosed suddenly, and sheer joy followed the sweet, dusty air down into his lungs. Nearby, the captain was coughing on her hands and knees, spitting blood. From Futhgar, a single piteous groan. Pushing himself upright, Herlachel turned, saw the hounds reach the wall of Gedanisban, and stared, eyes wide, as a huge section of that massive barrier exploded, stone and brick, facing shooting skyward above a billowing cloud of dust. Then the concussion rolled over them. A horse galloped past, eyes white with terror. "Not us," Sweetcreek gasped, crawling over. "Thank the gods, just passing through, just—" She began coughing again. On watery legs, Herlachel sank down onto his knees. "It made no sense," he whispered, shaking his head as buildings in the city beyond rocked and blew apart. "What?" He looked across at Sweetcreek. "You don't understand. I looked into that black beast's eyes, woman. I saw. What? I saw pure terror. The earth rumbled anew. A resurgence of screams, and he turned, even as 5 huge shapes appeared, tearing wide, relentless paths through the encamped army. Big, bigger than O gods below. He said to wait. Noto Boyle began, then wailed as his horse flinched so hard he would later swear he heard bones breaking. Then the beast wheeled from the temple entrance and bolted, peeling the cutter from its back like a wood shaving. He landed awkwardly, felt and heard ribs crack, the pain vanishing before a more pressing distress, that being the fish spine lodged halfway down his throat. Choking, sky darkening, eyes bulging. Then the girl hovering over him, frowning for a lifetime. Stupid, 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 before she reached into his gaping mouth, then gently withdrew the spine. Whimpering behind that first delicious breath, Noto Boyle closed his eyes, becoming aware once again that those indrawn breaths, in fact, delivered stabbing agony across his entire chest. He opened tear-filled eyes. The girl still loomed over him, but her attention was, it seemed, elsewhere, not even towards the temple entrance, but down the main avenue, where someone was pounding infernal drums, the thunder making the cobbles shiver and jump beneath him, causing yet more pain, and this day started so well. Not solely taken, Paran was saying to the goddess writhing on her throne, the pierced hand and its otataral spike pinning her here to this realm, to this dreadful extremity. Not solely taken at all, although it might at first seem so, alas, Polil, more complicated than that. My outrider's comment earlier regarding my eyes, well, that was sufficient. And from those howls we just heard, it turns out the timing is about right. The captain glanced down once more at the woman on the tiles, unconscious, perhaps dead. He didn't think the hounds would bother with her. Gathering the reins, he straightened in his saddle. "I can't stay, I'm afraid, but let me leave you with this. You made a terrible mistake. Fortunately, you won't have long to regret it. Concussions in the city, coming ever closer." "Mess with mortals, Polil," he said, wheeling his horse round, "and you pay." The man named Brokeface, who had once possessed another name, another life, cowered to one side of the altar chamber's entranceway. The three priests had fled back down the hallway. He was for the moment alone, so very alone, all over again. A poor soldier of the rebellion, young and so proud back then, shattered in one single moment. A Graal horse, a breath thick with the reek of wet grass, teeth like chisels driving down through flesh, through bone, taking everything away. He had become an unwelcome mirror to ugliness, for every face turning upon his own had twisted in revulsion, or worse, morbid fascination. And new fears had sunk deep, hungry roots into his soul, flinching terrors that ever drove him forward, seeking to witness pain and suffering in others, seeking to make of his misery a legion. Soldiers to a new cause, each as broken as he. Polil had arrived like a gift, and now that bastard had killed her, was killing her even now, taking everything away. Again. Horse hooves skidded on tiles, and he shrank back further as the rider and his mount passed through the doorway, the beast lifting from trot to canter down the wide corridor. Brokeface stared after them with hatred in his eyes. Lost, all lost. He looked into the altar chamber. Quick Ben landed cat-like. Then, in the cascade of virulent agony, sloughing from the imprisoned goddess not 3 paces to his right, he collapsed onto his stomach, hands over his head. Okay, very funny, Shadow Throne. He turned his head and saw Tora Aval lying motionless an arm's reach to his left. Poor girl, I should never have tormented her so. But show me a merciful child, and I will truly avow a belief in miracles, and I'll throw in my back pay besides. It was her oversensitivity that done her in. Still, what's life without a few thousand regrets? There was Ottertarol in this room. He needed to collect her and drag her clear back outside. Not so hard once he was out of this chaotic madhouse. So it turned out, to his astonishment, that Shadow Throne had played it true. It was then that he heard the howl of the hounds in thundering echo from the hallway. Paran emerged from the tunnel, then soared his horse hard to the left, narrowly avoiding Shan, the huge black beast plunging past, straight into the Grand Temple. Rude followed, then Baran, and in Baran's enormous jaws a hissing reptilian panther, seeking to slow its captor down with unsheathed talons scoring the cobbles, to no avail. In their wake, Blind and Gear, as Gear raced into the temple, the hound loosed a howl, a sound savage with glee, as of some long-awaited vengeance moments from consummation. Paran stared after them for a moment, then saw Noto Boyle lying down, the nameless girl hovering over him. "For hood's sake," he snapped. "There's no time for that. Get him on his feet. Soliel, we're now going to your temple. Boyle, where in the abyss is your horse?" Straightening, the girl looked back up the street. "My sister's death approaches," she said. The captain followed her gaze and saw the first of the Deragoth. "Oh, I started all this, didn't I?" Behind them the temple shook to a massive wall-cracking concussion. "Time to go!" Quick Ben grasped his sister by the hood of her robe, began dragging her towards the back of the chamber, already realizing it was pointless. The hounds had come for him, and he was in a chamber suffused with ottertarl. Shadowthrone never played fair, and the wizard had to admit he'd been outwitted this time. And this time's about to be my last. He heard claws rushing closer down the hallway and looked up. Brokeface stared at the charging beast. A demon. A thing of beauty, of purity. And for him there was nothing else, nothing left. Yes, let beauty slay me. He stepped into the creature's path and was shouldered aside, hard enough to crack his head against the wall, momentarily stunning him. He lost his footing and fell on his backside, darkness, swirling, billowing shadows. Even as the demon loomed above him, he saw another figure, lithe, clothed entirely in black, knife blades slashing out, cutting deep along the beast's right shoulder. The demon shrieked, pain, outrage, as, skidding, it twisted round to face this new attacker. Who was no longer there, who was somehow now on its opposite side, limbs weaving, every motion strangely blurred to Brokeface's wide, staring eyes. The knives licked out once more. Flinching back, the demon came up against the wall opposite, ember eyes flaring. From down the hallway more demons were approaching, yet slowing their ferocious pace, claws clattering. As the figure moved suddenly among them, the gleam of the blades, now red, seemed to dance in the air, here, there, wheeling motion from the figure, arms writhing like serpents, and with matching grace he saw a foot lash out, connect with a beast's head, which was as big as a horse's, only wider, and that head snapped round at the impact, shoulders following, then torso twisting round in strange elegance as the entire demon was lifted into the air, back end now vertical, head down in time to meet the side wall, where bricks exploded, the wall crumpling, caving into some room beyond, the demon's body following into the cloud of dust. Wild, crowded confusion in the hallway, and suddenly the figure stood motionless at Brokeface's side, daggers still out, dripping blood. A woman, black-haired, now blocking the doorway, skittering sounds along the tiles, and he looked down to see two small, bird-like skeletons flanking her. Their snouts were open, and hissing sounds emerged from those empty throats. Spiny tails lashed back and forth. One darted forward, a single hop, head dipping, and the gathered demons flinched back. Another reptilian hiss, this one louder, coming from a creature trapped in one demon's jaws. Brokeface saw in its terrible eyes a deathly fear, rising to panic. The woman spoke quietly, clearly addressing Brokeface. "Follow the wizard and his sister. They found a bolt hole behind the dais. Enough time, I think, to make good their escape. And yours, if you go now." "I don't want to," he said, unable to keep from weeping. "I just want to die." That turned her gaze from the demons facing her. He looked up into exquisite, elongated eyes, black as ebony. And in her face there was no mirror, no twist of revulsion, no naught but a simple regard, and then something that might have been sorrow. "Go to the temple of Soliel," she said. "She is ever turned away. Not today, she isn't. Not with Gano's Paran holding her by the scruff of her neck. Go, be healed." This was impossible, but how could he deny her? "Hurry, I don't know how Curdle and Telerast are managing this threat, and there's no telling how long it will last." Even as she said those words, a bellowing roar came from further down the hallway, and the demons bunched close before the threshold, yelping in desperate frenzy. "That's it," she murmured, lifting her knives. Brokeface leapt to his feet and ran into the altar chamber. Disbelief. Quick Ben could not understand what had held the hounds up. He'd caught sounds of fighting, fierce, snapping snarls, squeals of pain, and in one glance back, Moments before carrying Toravol through the back passage, he'd thought he'd seen something, someone ghostly in shadows commanding the threshold. Whatever this chance clash, it had purchased his life, and his sister's currency quick Ben would not squander. Throwing Toraval over his shoulder, he entered the narrow corridor and ran as fast as he could manage. Before too long he heard someone in pursuit. Swearing, quick Ben swung round, the motion crunching Toraval's head against a wall at which she moaned. A man, his face deformed, no horse-bitten, the wizard realized, rushed to close. "I will help you," he said. "Quickly! Doom comes into this temple. Had it been this man facing down the hounds? No matter. Take her legs then, friend. As soon as we're off sanctified ground, we can get the hood out of here." As the hounds gathered to rush Apsalar, she sheathed her knives and said, "Curdle, Telerast, stop your hissing. Time to leave. You're no fun. Not Apsalar," Curdle cried. "No, she isn't, is she?" Telerast said, head bobbing in vague threat motions that were now proving less effective. "Where is she?" Curdle demanded. "Gone. Without us. After her." Porliel, grey goddess of pestilence, of disease and suffering, was trapped in her own tortured nightmare. All strength gone, all will bled away, the shard of deadly Ottertarl impaling her hand, she sat on her throne, convulsions racking her. Betrayals, too many betrayals, the crippled god's power had fled, abandoning her, and that unknown mortal, that cold-eyed murderer who had understood nothing. In whose name, for whose liberation was this war being fought? The damned fool. What curse was it in the end, to see flaws unveiled, to see the twisted malice of mortals dragged to the surface, exposed to day's light? Who among these followers did not ever seek, willful or mindless, the purity of self-destruction? In obsession they took death into themselves, but that was but a paltry reflection of the death they delivered upon the land, the water, the very air. Self-destruction making victim the entire world. Apocalypse is rarely sudden. No, among these mortals, it creeps slow, yet inevitable, relentless in its thorough obliteration of life, of health, of beauty. Diseased minds and foul souls had drawn her into this world, for the sake of the land, for the chance that it might heal in the absence of its cruelest inflictors of pain and degradation. She sought to expunge them in the breath of plague. No more deserving a fate was imaginable. For all that, she would now die, she railed. Betrayal! 5 hounds of shadow entered the chamber. Her death! Shadow throne, you fool! A hound flung something from its mouth, something that skidded, spitting and writhing, up against the first step of the dais. Even in her agony, a core of clarity remained within Poliel. She looked down, seeking to comprehend, even as the hounds fled the room round the dais into the priest-hole. Comprehend this cowering, scaled panther, one limb swollen with infection, its back legs and hips crushed. It could not flee. The hounds had abandoned it here. Why? Ah, to share my fate. A final thought, meekly satisfying in itself, as the Deregoth arrived, bristling with rage and hunger, elder as any god, deprived of one quarry, but content to kill what remained. A broken Trollbarol, shrieking its terror and fury. A broken goddess who had sought to heal burn, for such was the true purpose of fever. Such was the cold arbiter of disease. Only humans, she reminded herself. Her last thought, only humans centre salvation solely upon themselves. And then the Deregoth, the first enslavers of humanity, were upon her. She's a carrier now, Brokeface said. And more. No longer protected, the plague runs wild within her, no matter what happens to Poliel. Once begun, these things follow their own course. Please, he added as he watched the man attempt to awaken Tora Aval, come with me. The stranger looked up with helpless eyes. "Come! Where? The temple of Soliel, that indifferent bitch?" "Please," Brokeface insisted, "you will see. I cannot help but believe her words." "Whose words? It's not far. She must be healed." And he reached down once more, collecting the woman's legs. "As before, it's not far." The man nodded. Behind them, a single shriek rose from the temple, piercing enough to send fissures rippling through the building's thick walls, dust snapping out from the cracks. Groaning sounds pushed up from beneath them as foundations buckled, tugging at the surrounding streets. "We must hurry away," Brokeface said, dismounting, dragging a stumbling, gasping Noto Boyle with one hand. Paran kicked down the doors to the Temple of Soliel, a modest but most satisfying burst of power that was sufficient. He trusted to apprise the sweet goddess of his present frame of mind. The girl slipped past him as he crossed the threshold, and cast him a surprisingly delighted glance as she hurried ahead to the central chamber. On the corridor's walls, paintings of figures kneeling, heads bowed in blessing, beseeching or despair, likely the latter with this damned goddess, Paran decided. Depending in folds from the arched ceiling were funeral shrouds, no doubt intended to prepare worshippers for the worst. They reached the central chamber even as the ground shook. The grand temple was collapsing. Paran pulled Noto Boyle to his side, then pushed him stumbling towards the altar.
"With luck, it'll bury the damned Deragoth. But I'm not holding my breath." He drew out a card and tossed it onto the floor. "Soliel, you are summoned." The girl, who had been standing to the right of the altar, suddenly sagged, then looked up, blinking owlishly. Her smile broadened. Paran vowed then that he would seek to recall every detail of the goddesses upon her enforced appearance, so exquisite her bridling fury.
She stood behind the altar, as androgynous as her now dead sister, her long fingers, so perfect for closing eyelids over unseeing eyes, clutching, forming fists at her side, as she said in a grating voice, "You have made a terrible mistake." "I'm not finished yet," he replied. "Unleash your power, Soliel. Begin the healing." "You can start with Noto Boyle here, in whom you shall place a residue of your power sufficient in strength and duration to effect the healing of the afflicted in the encamped army outside the city. Once you are done with him, others will arrive, Poliel's cast-offs. Heal them as well, and send them out." His voice hardened. 7 cities has suffered enough, Soliel. She seemed to study him for a long moment. Then she shrugged. "Very well. As for suffering, I leave that to you and through no choice of mine." Paran frowned, then turned at a surprised shout from behind them. The captain blinked and grinned. "Quick, Ben!" The wizard and Brokeface were dragging a woman between them, the one he had last seen in the altar chamber of the Grand Temple, and all at once Paran understood. Then, immediately thereafter, realized that he understood nothing. Quick Ben looked up at the altar, and his eyes narrowed. "That her? Hood's breath? I never thought. Never mind, Ganos. Paran, this was all by your hand? Did you know the hounds were for me?" "Not entirely, although I see how you might think that way. You bargained with Shadowthrone, didn't you?" For he gestured at the unconscious woman, her. The wizard scowled. "My sister. He has released the Deragoth." Soliel said, harsh and accusory. They tore her apart. Quick Ben's sister moaned, tried gathering her legs under her. "Shit," the wizard muttered. "I'd better leave back to the others before she comes round." Paran sighed and crossed his arms. "Really quick, you more than anybody should know about a sister's wrath." The wizard snapped, stepping away. He glanced over at Brokeface, who stood transfixed, staring up at Soliel. "Go on," he said. "You were right. Go to her." With a faint whimper, Brokeface stumbled forward. Paran watched as Quickben opened a warrant. The wizard hesitated, looked over at the captain. "Ganos," he said, "tell me something." "What, Tavore? Can we trust her?" The question felt like a slap, stinging, sudden. He blinked, studied the man, then said, "Tavore will do, wizard. What needs to be done to suit her or her soldiers?" "Quick," Ben demanded. For her friend, there is no distinction. Their gazes locked for a moment longer. Then the wizard sighed. "I owe you a tankard of ale when it's all over. I will hold you to it, Quick." The wizard flashed that memorable, infuriating grin and vanished into the portal. As it whispered shut behind him, the woman, his sister, lifted herself to her hands and knees. Her hair hung down, obscuring her face, but Paran could hear her clearly as she said, "There was a wolf." He cocked his head. "A hound of shadow. A wolf," she said again. "The loveliest, sweetest wolf in the world." Quick Ben opened his eyes and looked around. Bottle sat across from him, the only one present in the clearing. From somewhere nearby there was shouting, angry, sounds of rising violence. "Nicely done," Bottle said. "Shadow Throne threw you right into their path. So much of you that, had the hounds caught you, I'd now be burying this carcass of yours. You used his warren to get here. Very nice. A thread must have survived, wizard. One even Shadow Throne didn't see."
"What's going on?"
The soldier shrugged. "Old argument, I think. Kalam and Fiddler found Apsalar, with blood on her knives. They figure you're dead, you see, though. Why?" Quickben was already on his feet and running. The scene he came upon moments later was poised on the very edge of disaster. Kalam was advancing on Apsalar, his long knives out, the Otataro blade in the lead position. Fiddler stood to one side, looking both angry and helpless. And Apsalar. She simply faced the burly, menacing assassin. No knives in her hands, and something like resignation in her expression. "Kalam!" the man whirled, as did Fiddler. "Quick!" the sapper shouted. "We found her blood on the blades, and you—" "Enough of all that," the wizard said. "Back away from her, Kalam." The assassin shrugged, then scabbarded his weapons. "She wasn't big on explanations," he said, in a frustrated growl. "As usual." And I would swear, Quick, she was wanting this. "Wanting what?" he demanded. "Did she have her knives out? Is she in a fighting stance, Kalam? Is she not a shadow dancer, you damned idiot?" He glared at Apsalar and in a lower voice added, "What she wants ain't for us to give." Boots on stones sounded behind him, and Quick Ben swung round to see Bottle at his side, Captain Faradan sought. "There you all are," the captain said, clearly struggling to keep her curiosity in check.
"We're about to march. With luck, we'll reach the 14th this night. Shin seems to think so, anyway." "That's good news," Quick Ben said. "Lead on, Captain. We're right with you." Yet he held back until Apsalar walked past him. Then he reached out and brushed her sleeved arm. She looked over. Quick Ben hesitated, then nodded and said, "I know it was you, Apsalar. Thank you." "Wizard," she said, "I have no idea what you are talking about." He let her go.
"No, what she wants ain't for us to give. She wants to die." Layered in dust, wan with exhaustion, Cotillion strode into the throne room, then paused. The hounds were gathered before the Shadow Throne, two lying down, panting hard, tongues lolling. Shan paced in a circle, the black beast twitching, its flanks slashed and dripping blood, and Cotillion realized there were wounds on the others as well. On the throne sat Shadow Throne, his form blurred, as if within a roiling storm cloud. "Look at them," he said, in a low, menacing voice. "Look well, Cotillion. The Deragoth. No, not the Deragoth. No, I suppose not. Those look like knife cuts. I had him. Then I lost him. Had who? That horrid little thousand-faced wizard. That's who." a shadowy hand lifted, long fingers curling. I had him here in this very palm like a melting piece of ice. A sudden snarl, the god tilting forward on the throne. "It's all your fault," Cotillion blinked. "Hold on, I didn't attack the hounds. That's what you think. What is that supposed to mean?" Cotillion demanded. The other hand joined the first one, hovering, clutching the air in spasmodic, trembling rage. Then another snarl, and the god vanished. Cotillion looked down at Baron, reached out towards the beast. At a low growl, he snatched his hand back. "I didn't!" he shouted. The hounds, one and all staring at him, did not look convinced. Dusk muted the dust in the air above the camp as Captain Malaz Paran, leading his horse, and the cutter Noto Boyle, and the girl, whose name was Neval de Natha, climbed the slope and passed through the first line of pickets. The entire camp looked as if it had been struck by a freak storm. Soldiers worked on repairing tents, re-splicing ropes, carrying stretchers. Horses loose from their paddocks still wandered about, too skittish to permit anyone close enough to take their bits. "The hounds," Paran said. "They came through here. As did, I suspect, the Deragoth damned unfortunate. I hope there weren't too many injuries." Noto Boyle glanced over at him, then sneered. "Captain Kindly, you have deceived us. Malaz Paran, a name to be found on the list of the fallen in Dujek's own logs. A name with too many questions hanging off it. Cutter, do you realize, Captain, that the two remaining Malazan armies in 7 cities are commanded by brother and sister, for the moment at least? Once Dujek's back on his feet, a moment, Paran said. Herlishal and Sweet Creek were standing outside the command tent. Both had seen Paran and his companions, something in the outrider's face. They reached them. "Herlishal?" Paran asked. The man looked down. Sweet Creek cleared her throat. "High Fist Dujek Onherm died 2 bells ago, Captain Paran. As for suffering, I leave that to you and through no choice of mine." She had known. Soliel had already known. Sweet Creek was still talking. "Fever broke a short while ago. They're conscious. They've been told who you are. Malaz Paran. Are you listening to me? They've read Dujek's logs. Every officer among us has read them. It was required. Do you understand? The vote was unanimous. We have proclaimed you High Fist. This is now your army," she had known. All he had done here, too late. Dujek Onarm is dead. Chapter 16. The privileged waifs are here now, preening behind hired armies, and the legless once soldier who leans crooked against a wall like a toppled, broken statue, writ on his empty palm the warning that even armies cannot eat gold, but these civil younglings cannot see, so far and for their own children. The future's road is already picked clean, cobbles pried free to build rough walls and decrepit wastrel shelters. Yet this is a wealthy world still heaving its blood-streaked treasures at their silken feet. They are here now, the faces of civilization, and oh how we fallen fools yearn to be among them, fellow feasters at the bottomless trough. What is to come of this? I rest crooked hard stone at my back, and this lone coin settling in my hand has a face, some ancient waif, privileged in his time, who once hid behind armies, yes, until those armies awoke one day with empty bellies. Such pride, such hauteur, look on the road. From this civil strait I would run and run. If only I had not fought, defending that mindless devourer of tomorrow, if only I had legs. So watch them pass beneath their parasols, and the starving multitudes are growing, sullen, now eyeing me in their avid hunger. I would run, yes, if only I had legs, in the last days of the first Empire's sovereigns. A single strand of black sand, 400 paces long, broke the unrelieved basalt ruin of the coastline. That strip was now obscured beneath ramps, equipment, horses and soldiers, and the broad loader skiffs rocked through the shallows on their heavy drawlines out to the anchored transports crowding the bay. For 3 days the 14th Army had been embarking, making their escape from this diseased land. Fist Keneb watched the seeming chaos down below for a moment longer. Then, drawing his cloak tighter about himself against the fierce North Sea's wind, he turned about and made his way back to the skeletal remnants of the encampment. There were problems, almost too many to consider. The mood among the soldiers was a complex mixture of relief, bitterness, anger and despondency. Keneb had seriously begun to fear mutiny during the wait for the fleet, the embers of frustration fanned by dwindling supplies of food and water. It was likely the lack of options that had kept the army tractable if sullen word from every city and settlement west, east and south had been of plague. Blue tongue, ferocious in its virulence, sparing no one. The only escape was with the fleet. Keneb could understand something of the soldiers' sentiments.
The 14th's heart had been cut out at Wigatan. It was extraordinary how a mere handful of veterans could prove the lifeblood of thousands, especially when, to the Fist's eyes, they had done nothing to earn such regard. Perhaps survival alone had been sufficiently heroic. Survival until Wigatan. In any case, there was a palpable absence in the army, a hole at the core gnawing its way outward.
Compounding all this, the command was growing increasingly divided, for we have our own core of rot. Tene Baralta, the Red Blade, who lusts for his own death. There were no healers in the 14th skilled enough to erase the terrible damage to Baralta's visage. It would take Hydenul to regenerate the man's lost eye and forearm, and that was a talent growing ever rarer, at least in the Malazan Empire, if only Tene had also lost the capacity for speech. Every word from him was bitter with poison, a burgeoning hatred for all things, beginning with himself. Approaching the adjunct's command tent, Keneb saw Nether exit, her expression dark, bridling. The cattle dog Bent appeared, lumbering towards her. Then, sensing her state of mind, the huge, scarred beast halted, ostensibly to scratch itself, and moments later was distracted by the Hengezi lapdog Roach. The two trundled off. Drawing a deep breath, Keneb walked up to the young Wiccan witch. "I take it," he said, "the adjunct was not pleased with your report." She glared at him. "It is not our fault, Fist. This plague seethes through the warrens. We have lost all contact with Dujek and the host, ever since they arrived outside Gedanisban. And as for Pearl, she crossed her arms. We cannot track him. He is gone, and that is that. Besides, if the fool wants to brave the warrens, it's not for us to retrieve his bones. The only thing worse than a claw in camp was the sudden, inexplicable vanishing of that selfsame claw. Not that there was anything that could be done about it. Keneb asked, "How many days has it been, then, since you were able to speak with High Fist Dujek?" The young Wiccan looked away, her arms still crossed. "Since before Yetan." Keneb's brows rose. "That long, adjunct, you tell us so little?"
What of Admiral Nock? Have his mages had better luck?
"Worse," she snapped. "At least we're on land. For now," he said, eyeing her. Nether scowled. "What is it? Nothing, except a frown like that, can become permanent. You're too young to have such deep creases there." Snarling, the witch stalked off. Keneb stared after her a moment, then shrugging, he turned and entered the command tent. The canvas walls still reeked of smoke, a grim reminder of Wigatan. The map table remained, not yet loaded out onto the transports, and around it, despite the fact that the tabletop was bare, stood the adjunct, Blistig, and Admiral Nock. "Fist Keneb," Tavore said. "2 more days, I should think," he replied, unclasping his cloak now that he was out of the wind. The Admiral had been speaking, it seemed, for he cleared his throat and said, "I still believe, Adjunct, that there is nothing untoward to the command. The Empress sees no further need for the 14th's presence here. There is also the matter of the plague. You have managed to keep it from your troops thus far. True enough, but that will not last, particularly once your stores run out and you are forced to forage. Blistig grunted sourly. No harvest this year. Apart from abandoned livestock, there ain't much to forage. We'd have no choice but to march to a city. Precisely, said the Admiral. Keneb glanced at Tavore.
Forgive me, Adjunct. After I sent you out to gauge the loading of troops, the subject of command structure was concluded, to the satisfaction of all, a certain dryness to that, and Blistig snorted. Tavore continued, Admiral Nock has finally relayed to us the command of the Empress that we are to return to Unta. The difficulty before us now lies in deciding our return route. Keneb blinked. Why east and then south, of course?
The other way would take longer. Yes, Nock interrupted. Nonetheless, at this time of year, we would be aided by currents and prevailing winds. Granted, the course is less well charted, and most of our maps for the western coast of this continent are derived from foreign sources, making their reliability open to challenge. He rubbed at his weathered, lined face. All of that is, alas, not relevant. The issue is the plague.
Adjunct, we have sought one port after another on our way to this rendezvous, and not one was safe to enter. Our own supplies are perilously low. Blistig asked, So where do you believe we can resupply anywhere west of here, Admiral? Sepik, to begin with. The island is remote, sufficiently so that I believe it remains plague-free. South of that there is Nemil, and a number of lesser kingdoms all the way down to Shal Morzin.
From the southern tip of the continent, the journey down to the northwest coast of Quantali is in fact shorter than the Felar lanes. Once we have cleared the risk, that is Drift Avalii, we will find ourselves in the Jinnee Straits, with the coast of Dal Hon to our north. At that time, the currents will once again be with us. All very well, Blistig said in a growl, but what happens if Nemil and those other lesser kingdoms decide they're not interested in selling us food and fresh water?
We shall have to convince them, the Adjunct said, by whatever means necessary. Let's hope it's not by the sword. As soon as Blistig said that his regret was obvious, the statement should have sounded reasonable. Instead, it simply revealed the man's lack of confidence in the Adjunct's army. She was regarding her fist now, expressionless. Yet a certain chill crept into the chamber, filling the silence. On Admiral Nock's face, a look of disappointment. Then he reached for his sealskin cloak. I must return now to my flagship. Thrice on our journey here, the outrider escorts sighted an unknown fleet to the north. No doubt the sightings were mutual, but no closer contact occurred, so I believe it poses no threat to us. A fleet, Keneb said. Nemil. Possibly. There was said to be a Malaz City west of Sepik Sea. That report is a few years old. Then again, he glanced over at the Adjunct as he reached the flap. How fast can a floating city move in any case? Malaz raid and trade, and it may well be that Nemil has dispatched ships toward them from their coast. They watched the Admiral leave. Blistig said, Your pardon, Adjunct. Save your apology, she cut in, turning away from him. One day I shall call upon you, Blistig, to voice it again. But not to me, rather, to your soldiers. Now please visit Fist Tene Beralta and relay to him the essence of this meeting. He has no interest. His interests do not concern me, Fist Blistig. Lips pressed together, the man saluted, then left. A moment, the Adjunct said as Keneb prepared to follow suit. How fare the soldiers, Fist? He hesitated, then said, For the most part, Adjunct, they are relieved. I am not surprised, she said. Shall I inform them that we are returning home? She half smiled. I have no doubt the rumour is already among them. By all means, Fist. There is no reason to keep it a secret. Unter Keneb mused. My wife and children are likely there. Of course, it stands to reason that the 14th will not stay long in Unter. True, Our ranks will be refilled. And then she shrugged. Corel, I expect. Nock thinks the assault on theft will be renewed. It was a moment before Keneb realized that she did not believe a word she was saying to him. Why not, Corel? What might Laseen have in store for us, if not another campaign? What does Tavore suspect? He hid his confusion by fumbling over the cloak's clasps for a few heartbeats. When he glanced up again, the adjunct seemed to be staring at one of the tent's mottled walls. Standing, always standing. He could not recall ever having seen her seated, except on a horse. Adjunct? She started, then nodded and said, You are dismissed, Keneb. He felt like a coward as he made his way outside, angry at his own sense of relief. Still, a new unease now plagued him. Unta, his wife. What was is no longer. I'm old enough to know the truth of that. Things change. We change. Make it 3 days. Keneb blinked, looked down to see Grub, flanked by Bent and Roach. The huge cattle dog's attention was fixed elsewhere, south-eastward, while the lapdog sniffed at one of Grub's worn moccasins, where the child's big toe protruded from a split in the upper seam. Make what, 3 days, Grub? Until we leave, 3 days. The boy wiped his nose. Dig into one of the spare kits, Keneb said, and find some warmer clothes, Grub. This sea is a cold one, and it's going to get colder yet. I'm fine. My nose runs, but so does Bent's, so does Roach's. We're fine. 3 days. We'll be gone in 2. No, it has to be 3 days, or we will never get anywhere. We'll die in the sea 2 days after we leave Sepik Island. A chill rippled through the fist. How did you know we were headed west, Grub? The boy looked down, watched as Roach licked clean his big toe. Sepik, but that will be bad. Nemil will be good, then bad, and after that we find friends, twice, and then we end up where it all started, and that will be very bad. But that's when she realizes everything, almost everything. I mean enough of everything, to be enough, and the big man with the cut hands says yes. He looked up, eyes bright. I found a bone whistle, and I'm keeping it for him because he'll want it back. We're off to collect seashells. With that all three ran off, down towards the beach. 3 days, not 2, or we all die. Don't worry, Grub, he said in a whisper. Not all grown-ups are stupid. Lieutenant Paws looked down at the soldiers' collection. What in Hood's name are these? Bones, sir? The woman replied. Bird bones. They was coming out of the cliff. Look, they're hard as rock. We're going to add them to our collection. Us heavies, I mean. Hanfino, he's drilling holes in 'em. The others, I mean, we got hundreds. You want us to make you some, sir? Give me a few, he said, reaching out. She dropped into his hand 2 leg bones, each the length of his thumb, then another that looked like a knuckle, slightly broader than his own. You idiot! This one's not from a bird. Well, I don't know, sir. Could be a skull. It's solid. A woodpecker. Go back to your squad, Senny. When are you on the ramp? Looks like tomorrow now, sir. Fist Keneb's soldiers got delayed. He pulled half of 'em back off. It was complete chaos. There's no figuring officers, sir. A wave sent the woman scurrying. Lieutenant Pores nestled the small bones into his palm, closing his fingers over to hold them in place. Then he walked back to where Captain Kindly stood beside the 4 trunks that comprised his camp kit. 2 retainers were busy repacking one of the trunks, and Pores saw, arranged on a camel-hair blanket, an assortment of combs, 2 dozen, maybe more, no 2 alike. Bone, shell, antler, tortoise-shell, ivory, wood, slate, silver, gold, and blood copper. Clearly, they had been collected over years of travel. The captain's sojourn as a soldier laid out, the succession of cultures, the tribes and peoples he had either befriended or annihilated. Even so, Pores frowned. Combs, Kindly was mostly bald. The captain was instructing his retainers on how to pack the items. Those cotton buds and the goat wool, or whatever you call it. Each one, and carefully. If I find a scratch, a nick, or a broken tooth, I will have no choice but to kill you both. Ah, Lieutenant, I trust you are now fully recovered from your wounds. Good. What's wrong, man? Are you choking? Gagging, his face reddening, Paws waited until Kindly stepped closer. Then he let loose a cough, loud and bursting, and from his right hand held before his mouth 3 bones were spat out to clunk and bounce on the ground. Paws drew in a deep breath, shook his head, and cleared his throat.
"Apologies, Captain," he said in a rasp. "Some broken bones still in me, I guess. Been wanting to come out for a while now." "Well," Kindly said, "are you done?" "Yes, sir." The 2 retainers were staring at the bones. One reached over and collected the knuckle. Paws wiped imaginary sweat from his brow. "That was some cough, wasn't it? I'd swear someone punched me in the gut." The retainer reached over with the knuckle. "He left you this, Lieutenant." "Ah, thank you, soldier. If you think any of this is amusing, Lieutenant," Kindly said, "you are mistaken now. Explain to me this damned delay." "I can't, Captain. Fist Kenneb's soldiers, some kind of recall. There doesn't seem to be a reasonable explanation. Typical. Armies are run by fools. If I had an army, you'd see things done differently. I can't abide lazy soldiers." "I've personally killed more lazy soldiers than enemies of the Empire. If this was my army, Lieutenant, we would have been on those ships in 2 days flat, and anybody still on shore by then we'd leave behind, stripped naked with only a crust of bread in their hands and the order to march to Quantully. Across the sea. I'm glad we're understood now. Stand here and guard my kit, Lieutenant. I must find my fellow captains Madantul Rada and Ruthen Good. They're complete idiots, but I mean to fix that." Paws watched his captain walk away. Then he looked back down at the retainers and smiled. Now wouldn't that be something? High Fist Kindly commanding all the Malazan armies. Leastways, one of the men said we'd always know what we was up to. The lieutenant's eyes narrowed. "You would like Kindly doing your thinking for you. I'm a soldier, ain't I? And what if I told you Captain Kindly was insane? You be testing us anyway. Don't matter if he is or not, so long as he knows what he's doing and he keeps telling us what we're supposed to be doing." He nudged his companion. "Ain't that right, thick bird?" "Right enough," the other mumbled, examining one of the combs. "The Malazan soldier is trained to think," Porys said. "That tradition has been with us since Kellanved and Dasim Ultor. Have you forgotten that?" "No, sir, we ain't. There's thinking, and there's thinking, and that's just the way it is. Soldiers do one kind, and leaders do the other. Ain't good the two getting mixed up. Must make life easy for you." A nod. "Aye, sir, that it does. If your friend scratches that comb he's admiring, Captain Kindly will kill you both. Thick bird, put that down. But it's pretty. So's a mouthful of teeth, and you want to keep yours, don't you? And with soldiers like these, we won an empire. The horses were past their prime, but they would have to do. A lone mule would carry the bulk of their supplies, including the wrapped corpse of Heboric ghost hands. The beasts stood waiting on the east end of the main street, tails flicking to fend off the flies, already enervated by the heat, although it was but mid-morning. Barathol Mekhar made one last adjustment to his weapons belt, bemused to find that he'd put on weight in his midriff. Then he squinted over as Cutter and Solara emerged from the inn and made their way towards the horses. The woman's conversation with the 2 Jesses had been an admirable display of brevity, devoid of advice, and ending with a most perfunctory thanks. So, the baby was now the youngest resident of this forgotten hamlet. The girl would grow up, playing with scorpions, rhizan and mere rats, her horizons seemingly limitless, the sun overhead the harsh, blinding and brutal face of a god, but all in all she would be safe and loved.
The blacksmith noted a figure nearby, hovering in the shadow of a doorway. Ah, well, at least someone will miss us. Feeling oddly sad, Barathol made his way over to the others. Your horse will collapse under you, Cutter said. It's too old and you're too big, Barathol. That axe alone would stagger a mule. Who's that standing over there? Silara asked. Chor, the blacksmith, swung himself onto his horse, the beast sidestepping beneath him as he settled his weight in the saddle. Come to see us off, I expect. Mount up, you two. This is the hottest part of the day, Cutter said. It seems we're always travelling through the worst this damned land can throw at us. We will reach a spring by dusk, Barathol said. When we'll all need it most, we lie over there until the following dusk, because the next leg of the journey will be a long one. They set out on the road that quickly became a track. A short while later, Silara said, We have company, Barathol. Glancing back, they saw Chower carrying a canvas bundle against his chest. There was a dogged expression on his sweaty face. Sighing, the blacksmith halted his horse. Can you convince him to go home? Silara asked. Not likely, Barathol admitted. Simple and stubborn, that's a miserable combination. He slipped down to the ground and walked back to the huge young man. Here, Chor, let's tie your kit to the mule's pack. Smiling, Chor handed it over. We have a long way to go, Chor, and for the next few days at least, you will have to walk. Do you understand?
Now, let's see what you're wearing on your feet. Hood's breath. He's barefoot, Cutter said, incredulous. Chor Barathol tried to explain. This track is nothing but sharp stones and hot sand. There's some thick Bedouin hide in our kit, Silara said, lighting her pipe somewhere. Tonight I can make him sandals, unless you want us to stop right now. The blacksmith unslung his axe, then crouched and began pulling at his boots.
Since I'll be riding, he can wear these until then.
Cutter watched as Chor struggled to pull on Barathol's boots. Most men, he knew, would have left Chor to his fate. Just a child in a giant's body, after all, foolish and mostly useless, a burden. In fact, most men would have beaten the simpleton until he fled back to the hamlet, a beating for Chor's own good, and in some ways very nearly justifiable. But this blacksmith, he hardly seemed the mass murderer he was purported to be, the betrayer of Arn, the man who assassinated a fist, and now their escort to the coast. Cutter found himself oddly comforted by that notion. Kalam's cousin, assassinations must run in the family. That huge double-bladed axe hardly seemed an assassin's weapon. He considered asking Barathol, getting from him his version of what had happened at Arn all those years ago. But the blacksmith was a reluctant conversationalist, and besides, if he had his secrets, he was within his right to hold on to them. The way I hold on to mine, they set out again, Char trailing, stumbling every now and then, as if unfamiliar with footwear of any kind. But he was smiling. Damn these leaking tits, Silara said beside him. Cutter stared over at her, not knowing how he should reply to that particular complaint. And I'm running out of rust leaf too. I'm sorry, he said. What have you to be sorry about? Well, it took me so long to recover from my wounds. Cutter, you had your guts wrapped round your ankles. How do you feel, by the way? Uncomfortable, but I never was much of a rider. I grew up in a city, after all. Alleys, rooftops, taverns, estate balconies. That was my world before all this gods below. I do, Mr. Rujistan. You would love it, Skilara. You must be mad. I don't remember cities. It's all desert and dried-up hills for me, tents and mud-brick hovels. There are caverns of gas beneath the Rujistan, and that gas is piped up to light the streets with this beautiful blue fire. It's the most magnificent city in the world, Silara. Then why did you ever leave it?
Cutter fell silent. All right, she said after a moment. How about this? We're taking Heboric's body where, precisely? Ototaral Island. It's a big island, Cutter. Any place in particular?
Heboric spoke of the desert 4 or 5 days north and west of Dosinpali. He said there's a giant temple there, or at least the statue from one.
So you were listening after all. Sometimes he got lucid. Yes.
Something he called the Jade, a power both gift and curse, and he wanted to give it back. Somehow. Since he's now dead, Silara asked, how do you expect him to do anything like returning power to some statue? Cutter, how do we find a statue in the middle of a desert? You might want to consider that whatever Heboric wanted doesn't mean anything anymore. The clan Emas killed him, and so Tretch needs to find a new destriant. And if Heboric had any other kind of power, it must have dissipated by now or followed him through Hood's Gate. Either way, there is nothing we can do about it. His hands are solid now, Silara. She started. What? Solid jade, not pure, filled with imperfections, flaws, particles buried deep inside, like they were flecked with ash or dirt. You examined his corpse? Cutter nodded.
Why?
Greyfrog came back to life. So you thought the old man might do the same. It was a possibility, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. He's mummifying, and fast. Kalam Mekhar spoke. His funeral shroud was soaked in salt water, then packed in even more salt, Cutter. Keeps the maggots out. A fist-sized bundle of rags was pushed into the back of his throat, and a few other places besides. The old practice was to remove the intestines, but the locals have since grown lazier. There were arts involved, skills mostly forgotten. What's done is to dry out the corpse as quickly as possible. Cutter glanced at Silara, then shrugged. Heboric was chosen by a god, but he failed that god, she replied. They were Tilan Imas. A flow of smoke accompanied Skilara's words as she said, next time we get swarmed by flies, we'll know what's coming. She met his eyes. Look, Cutter, there's just us, now. You and me and until the coast, Barathol. If you want to drop Heboric's body off on the island, that's fine. If those jade hands are still alive, they can crawl back to their master on their own. We just bury the body above the tide line and leave it at that. And then, Darujistan? I think I want to see this magnificent city of yours. You said rooftops and alleys. What were you there? A thief? Must have been? Who else knows alleys and rooftops? So, you can teach me the ways of a thief, Cutter. I'll follow in your shadow. Hood knows stealing what we can from this insane world makes as much sense as anything else. Cutter looked away. It's not good, he said, following anyone's shadow. There's better people there for you to get along with. Murillo, maybe, or even Cole. Will I one day discover, she asked, that you've just insulted me? No, of course not. I like Murillo, and Coyle's a councilman. He owns an estate and everything, Barathol said. Ever seen an animal led to slaughter, Cutter? What do you mean? But the big man simply shook his head. After repacking her pipe, Silara settled back in her saddle, a small measure of mercy silencing, for the moment at least, her baiting of Cutter. Mercy, and she admitted, Barathol's subtle warning to ease up on the young man. That old killer was a sharp one. It wasn't that she held anything against Cutter. The very opposite, in fact. That small glimmer of enthusiasm when he spoke of Darujistan had surprised her. Cutter was reaching out to the comfort of old memories, suggesting to her that he was suffering from loneliness. That woman who left him, the one for whom he departed Darujistan in the first place, I suspect. Loneliness, then, and a certain loss of purpose, now that Heboric was dead and Felicin Younger stolen away. Maybe there was some guilt thrown in. He'd failed in protecting Felicin, after all, failed in protecting Silara, too, for that matter. Not that she was the kind to hold such a thing against him. They'd been Tilan Imas for Hood's sake. But Cutter, being young and being a man, would see it differently. A multitude of swords that he would happily fall on with a nudge from the wrong person. A person who mattered to him. Better to keep him away from such notions, and a little flirtation on her part, yielding charming confusion on his, should suffice. She hoped he would consider her advice on burying Heboric. She'd had enough of deserts. Thoughts of a city lit by blue fire, a place filled with people, none of whom expected anything of her, and the possibility of new friends, with Cutter at her side, were in truth rather enticing. A new adventure, and a civilized one at that. Exotic foods, plenty of rust leaf. She had wondered, briefly, if the absence of regret or sorrow within her at the surrendering of the child she had carried inside all those months was truly indicative of some essential lack of morality in her soul, some kind of flaw that would bring horror into the eyes of mothers, grandmothers, and even little girls as they looked upon her. But such thoughts had not lasted long. The truth of the matter was, she didn't care what other people thought, and if most of them saw that as a threat to whatever to their view on how things should be, well, that was just too bad, wasn't it? As if her very existence could lure others into a life of acts without consequence. Now that's a laugh, isn't it? The most deadly seducers are the ones encouraging conformity. If you can only feel safe when everybody else feels, thinks, and looks the same as you, then you're a hood-damned coward, not to mention a vicious tyrant in the making. So, Kalam Mekhar, what awaits you on the coast? Probably plague, he said. Oh, now that's a pleasant thought, and if you survive that, he shrugged, a ship going somewhere else. I've never been to Genabakis, nor Falar. If you go to Falar, Solara said, or Empire-held Genabakis, your old crimes might catch up with you. They've caught up with me before, so either you're indifferent to your own death, Barathol, or your confidence is supreme and unassailable. Which is it? Take your pick. A sharp one. I won't get any rise from him. No point in trying. What do you think it will be like, crossing an ocean? Like a desert, Cutter said, only wetter. She probably should have glared at him for that, but she had to admit it was a good answer. All right, so maybe they're both sharp in their own ways. I think I'm going to enjoy this journey. They rode the track, the heat and sunlight burgeoning into a conflagration, and in their wake clumped Char, still smiling. The jagged Ganath stood looking into the chasm. The sorcerous weaving she had set upon this intrusion had shattered. She did not need to descend that vast fissure, nor enter the buried sky, keep itself, to know the cause of that shattering. Draconian blood had been spilled, although that in itself was not enough. The chaos between the warrens had also been unleashed, and it had devoured Omtosifelak as boiling water does ice. Yet her sense of the sequence of events necessary for such a thing to happen remained clouded, as if time itself had been twisted within that once floating fortress. There was outrage, locked in the very bedrock, and now a most peculiar imposition of order. She wished for companions here at her side, Sinigig especially, and Phyllis. As it was in this place, alone as she was, she felt oddly vulnerable. Perhaps most of all would that Malaz Paran, master of the deck, was with me, a surprisingly formidable human. A little too prone to take risks, however, and there was something here that invited a certain caution. She would need to heal this. There could be no doubt of that. Still, Ganath pulled her unhuman gaze from the dark fissure in time to see, flowing across the flat rock to either side, and behind her a swarm of shadows and now figures, huge, reptilian, all closing in on where she stood. She cried out, her warren of Omtosfelek rising within her, an instinctive response to panic as the creatures closed. There was no escape, no time. Heavy mattocks slashed down, chopping through flesh, then bone. The blows drove her to the ground amidst gushes of her own blood. She saw before her the edge of the chasm, sought to reach out towards it, to drag herself over it and fall a better death. Massive clawed feet, scaled, wrapped in strips of thick hide, kicking up dust close to her face. Unable to move, feeling her life drain away, she watched as that dust settled in a dull patina over the pool of her blood, coating it like the thinnest skin, too much dirt. The blood wouldn't like that. It would sicken with all that dirt. She needed to clean it. She needed to gather it up, somehow pour it back into her body, back in through these gaping wounds, and hope that her heart would burn clean every drop. But now, even her heart was failing, and blood was sputtering, filled with froth from her nose and mouth. She understood suddenly that strange sense of order. K-Chain Shamal, a recollection stirred to life once more after all this time. They had returned then, but not the truly chaotic ones. No, not the long tails. These were the others, servants of machines of order in all its brutality. Naruk, they had returned. Why? The pool of blood was sinking down into the white, chalky dust where furrows had been carved by talons, and into these furrows the rest of the blood drained in turgid rivulets. The inexorable laws of erosion, writ small, and yet, yes, I suppose, most poignant. She was cold, and that felt good, comforting. She was, after all, a Jagat. And now I leave. The woman stood facing landwards, strangely alert. Mappo Runt rubbed at his face, driven to exhaustion by Iscarol Pust's manic tirade at the crew of the broad-beamed caravel as they scurried about with what seemed a complete absence of reason, through the rigging, bounding wild over the deck and clinging with frantic screams to various precarious perches here and there. Yet somehow the small but seaworthy trader craft was full before the wind, cutting clean on a northeasterly course. A crew, an entire crew of Boker-Allah. It should have been impossible. It most certainly was absurd. Yet these creatures had been awaiting them in their no-doubt purloined craft, anchored offshore when Mappo, Iscaral, his mule, and the woman named Spite pushed through the last of the brush and reached the broken rocks of the coast. And not just some random collection of the ape-like pointy-eared beasts, but as Iscaral's shriek of fury announced, the high priest's very own menagerie, the once residence of his cliffside fastness league upon league eastward at the rim of the distant Raraku Sea. How they had come to be here with this caravel was a mystery, and one unlikely to be resolved any time soon. Heaps of fruit and shellfish had crowded the midship deck, fussed over like votive offerings when the three travellers drew the dinghy, rowed ashore to greet them by a half-dozen Bocarella, alongside the ship and clambered aboard, to find adding to Mappo's bemusement that Iscarol Pust's black-eyed mule had somehow preceded them. Since then there had been chaos. If Bocarella could possess faith in a god, then their god had just arrived in the dubious personage of Iscarol Pust, and the endless mewling, chittering, dancing about the high priest was clearly driving Pust mad, or madder than he already was. Spite had watched in amusement for a time, ignoring Mappo's questions. How did this come to be here? Where will they be taking us? Are we in truth still pursuing Icarium? No answers. And now, as the coastline crawled past, pitching and rolling on their right, the tall woman stood, her balance impressive, and stared with narrowed eyes to the south. "What is wrong?" Mappo asked, not expecting an answer. She surprised him. A murder. There are godless ones walking the sands of 7 cities once again. I believe I understand the nature of this alliance. Complexities abound, of course, and you are but a trell, a hut-dwelling herder. Who understands nothing of complexities? I, even so, explain what alliance. Who are the godless ones? That hardly matters and serves little by way of explanation. It falls to the nature of gods, Mappo Runt, and of faith. I'm listening. If one asserts a distinction between the gifts from a god and the mortal mundane world in which exists the believer, she said, then this is as an open door to true godlessness, to the religion of disbelief, if you will. She glanced over, sauntered closer. Ah, already I see you frowning in confusion. I frown at the implications of such a distinction, Spite. Truly? Well, I am surprised. Pleasantly so. Very well, you must understand this, then. To speak of war among the gods, it is not simply a matter of, say, this goddess here scratching out the eyes of that god over there, nor even of an army of acolytes from this temple marching upon an army from the temple across the street. A war among the gods is not fought with thunderbolts and earthquakes, although of course it is possible, but improbable, that it could come to that. The war in question, then, is messy, the battle lines muddied, unclear, and even the central combatants struggle to comprehend what constitutes a weapon, what wounds and what is harmless, and worse still, to wield such weapons proves as likely to harm the wielder as the foe. Fanaticism breeds fanaticism. Aye, Mappo said, nodding.
In proclamation, one defines his enemy for his enemy. She smiled her dazzling smile, a quote, from whom? Kellenved, the founding emperor of the Malazan Empire. Indeed, you grasp the essence of my meaning. Now, the nature of fanaticism can be likened to that of a tree, many branches, but one taproot. Inequity, or at least the comprehension of and the faith in, whether such inequity is but imagined or exists in truth. More often than not, of course, such inequity does exist, and it is the poison that breeds the darkest fruit. Mundane wealth is usually built upon bones, piled high and packed deep. Alas, the holders of that wealth misapprehend the nature of their reward, and so are often blithely indifferent in their ostentatious display of their wealth.
The misapprehension is this, that those who do not possess wealth all yearn to, and so seek likeness. And this yearning occludes all feelings of resentment, exploitation, and most relevantly, injustice. To some extent they are right, but mostly they are woefully wrong. When wealth ascends to a point where the majority of the poor finally comprehend that it is, for each of them, unattainable, then all civility collapses and anarchy prevails. Now I was speaking of war among the gods.
Do you grasp the connection, Mappo Runt? Not entirely. I appreciate your honesty, Trell. Consider this. When inequity burgeons into violent conflagration, the gods themselves are helpless. The gods cease to lead, they can but follow, dragged by the will of their worshippers. Now, suppose gods to be essentially moral entities, that is, possessing and indeed manifestly representing a particular ethos, well then, such moral considerations become the first victim in the war. Unless that god chooses to defend him or herself from his or her own believers. Allies, enemies. What relevance such primitive, simplistic notions in that scenario? Mappo Runt? The Trell gazed out at the heaving waves, this tireless succession born of distant convulsions, the broken tug of tides, hard and bitter winds, and all that moved in the world, and yet, staring long enough, this simple undulating motion, mesmerizing. We are, he said, as the soil and the sea. Another quote. He shrugged, driven by unseen forces, forever in motion, even when we stand still. He struggled against a surge of despair, for all that the contestants proclaim that they are but soldiers of their god. All that they do in that god's name is at its core profoundly godless. And the truly godless, such as you spoke of earlier, cannot but see such blasphemers as allies. She studied him until he grew uneasy. Then she said, "What drives Icarium to fight? When under control, it is inequity, injustice, and when out of control, then nothing. And the difference between the two is one of magnitude." He glanced away once more, and of motivation. Are you sure? Even if inequity, in triggering his violence, then ascends, crossing no obvious threshold, into all-destroying annihilation, Mappo Trell, I believe, motivations prove ultimately irrelevant. Slaughter is slaughter. Upon either side of the battlefield, The face grins with blunt stupidity, even as smoke fills the sky from horizon to horizon, even as crops wither and die, even as sweet land turns to salt. Inequity ends, Trell, when no one and no thing is left standing. Perhaps, she added, this is Icarium's true purpose, why the nameless ones seek to unleash him. It is, after all, one sure way to end this war. Mappo Trell stared at her, then said, "Next time we speak like this, Spite, you can tell me your reasons for opposing the nameless ones, for helping me." She smiled at him. "Ah, you begin to doubt our alliance. How can I not? Such is war among the gods, Trell. We are not gods. We are their hands, their feet, wayward and willful. We fight for reasons that are, for the most part, essentially nonsensical, even when the justification seems plain and straightforward. 2 kingdoms, one upriver, one downriver. The kingdom downriver sees the water arrive, befouled and sickly, filled with silts and sewage. The kingdom upriver, being on higher land, sees its desperate efforts at irrigation failing as the topsoil is swept away each time the rains come to the highlands beyond. The 2 kingdoms quarrel until there is war. The downriver kingdom marches. Terrible battles are fought. Cities are burned to the ground. Citizens enslaved. Fields salted and made barren. Ditches and dikes are broken. In the end, only the downriver kingdom remains, but the erosion does not cease. Indeed, now that there is no irrigation occurring upriver, the waters rush down in full flood, distempered and wild, and they carry lime and salt that settles on the fields and poisons the remaining soil. There is starvation, disease, and the desert closes in on all sides. The once victorious leaders are cast down. Estates are looted. Brigands rove unchecked, and within a single generation there are no kingdoms, neither upriver nor downriver. Was the justification valid? Of course. Did that validity defend the victors against their own annihilation? Of course not. A civilization at war chooses only the most obvious enemy, and often also the one perceived at first to be the most easily defeatable. But that enemy is not the true enemy, nor is it the gravest threat to that civilization. Thus, a civilization at war often chooses the wrong enemy. Tell me, Mappo Runt, for my 2 hypothetical kingdoms where hid the truest threat. He shook his head. Yes, difficult to answer, because the threats were many, seemingly disconnected, and they appeared, disappeared, then reappeared over a long period of time. The game that was hunted to extinction, the forests that were cut down, the goats that were loosed into the hills, the very irrigation ditches that were dug. And yet more, the surplus of food, the burgeoning population, and its accumulating wastes. And then diseases, soils blown or washed away, and kings, one after another, who could or would do nothing, or indeed saw nothing untoward beyond their fanatical focus upon the ones they sought to blame. Alas, she said, leaning now on the rail, her face to the wind, there is nothing simple in seeking to oppose such a host of threats. First, one must recognize them, and to achieve that, one must think in the long term, and then one must discern the intricate linkages that exist between all things, the manner in which one problem feeds into another. From there, one must devise solutions, and finally one must motivate the population into concerted effort, and not just one's own population, but that of the neighboring kingdoms, all of whom are participating in the slow self-destruction. Tell me, can you imagine such a leader ever coming to power, or staying there for long? Me neither. The hoarders of wealth will band together to destroy such a man or woman. Besides, it is much easier to create an enemy and wage war, although why such hoarders of wealth actually believe that they would survive such a war is beyond me. But they do, again and again. Indeed, it seems they believe they will outlive civilization itself. You propose little hope for civilization, Spite. Oh, my lack of hope extends far beyond mere civilization. The Trell were pastoralists, yes? You managed the half-wild Bedouin herds of the Maasai Plains. Actually, a fairly successful way of living, all things considered. Until the traders and settlers came, yes, those who coveted your land, driven as they were by enterprise or the wasting of their own lands, or the poverty in their cities, each and all sought a new source of wealth. To achieve it, alas, they first had to destroy your people. Iscaral Poost scrambled to the Trell's side. Listen to you two, poets and philosophers. What do you know? You go on and on whilst I am hounded unto exhaustion by these horrible squirming things. Your acolytes, high priest, Spite said, you are their god, indicative, I might add, of at least two kinds of absurdity. I'm not impressed by you, woman. If I am their god, why don't they listen to anything I say? Maybe, Mappo replied. They are but waiting for you to say the right thing. Really? And what would that be, you fat oaf? Well, whatever it is they want to hear, of course. She's poisoned you. The high priest backed away, eyes wide. He clutched and pulled at what remained of his hair, then whirled about and rushed off towards the cabin. 3 Boccaralla, who had been attending him, raced after him, chittering and making tugging gestures above their ears. Mappo turned back to Spite. Where are we going, by the way? She smiled at him. To start, the Ototaral Sea. Why? Isn't this breeze enlivening? It's damned chilly. Yes, lovely, isn't it? A vast oblong pit, lined with slabs of limestone. Then walls of brick, rising to form a domed roof, the single entrance ramped and framed in limestone, including a massive lintel stone on which the imperial symbol had been etched above the name Dujek Onam and his title, High Fist. Within, the barrow lanterns had been set out to aid in drying the freshly plastered walls. Just outside, in a broad, shallow bowl half-filled with slimy clay, basked a large toad, blinking sleepy eyes as it watched its companion, the imperial artist Ormulogun, mixing paints. Oils by the dozen, each with specific qualities, and pigments culled from crushed minerals, duck eggs, dried inks from sea creatures, leaves and roots and berries, and jars of other mediums. Egg whites from turtles, snakes, vultures, masticated grubs, gull brains, cat urine, dog drool, the snot of pimps. All right. The toad reflected, perhaps not the snot of pimps, although given the baffling arcanum of artists, one could never be certain. It was enough to know that people who delved into such materials were mostly mad, if not to start with, then invariably so after years spent handling such toxins. And yet, this fool Ormolagun, somehow he persisted, with his stained hands, his stained lips from pointing the brushes, his stained beard from that bizarre sputtering technique when the pigments were chewed in a mouthful of spit, and Hood knew what else, his stained nose from when paint-smeared fingers prodded, scratched and explored, his stained breeches from— "I know what you're thinking, Gumble," Ormolagun said. "Indeed? Please proceed then in describing my present thoughts." The earwax of whores, and stained this and stained that, the commentary swiftly descending into the absurd as befits your inability to think without exaggeration and puerile hyperbole. Now startled as you no doubt are, shift that puny, predictable brain of yours and tell me in turn what I'm thinking. Can you? Ha! I thought not. I tell you, you grubber of pastes, my thoughts were not in the least as you just described, in that pathetic paucity of pastiche you dare call communication, such failure being quite unsurprising, since I am the master of language, whilst you are little more than an ever-failing student of portraiture bereft of both cogent instruction of craft and, alas, talent. You seek to communicate to the intellectually deaf, do you, whilst you paint to enlighten the blind? Yes, yes, Gumble sighed, the effort proving alarmingly deflating, alarming even to himself. He quickly drew in another breath. We wage our ceaseless war, you and I. What will adorn the walls of the great man's barrow? Why, from you the usual propagandistic pageantry, the politically aligned reaffirmation of the status quo, heroic deeds in service of the empire, and an even more heroic death, for in this age, as in every other, we are in need of our heroes, dead ones, that is. We do not believe in living ones, after all, thanks to you, to me. To me, the rendition of flaws is your forte ormulogun. Oh, consider that statement. I impress even myself with such perfectly resonating irony. Anyway, such flaws in the subject are as poisoned darts flung into heroism. Your avid attention destroys, as it always must. No, fool, not always. And with me, with Ormulogun the Great, never. Why?
Well, it is simple, although not so simple you will ever grasp it. Even so, it is this. Great art is not simply rendition. Great art is transformation. Great art is exaltation, and exaltation is spiritual in the purest, most spiritual sense. As noted earlier, Gumble drawled, comprehensive erudition and brevity eludes the poor man. Besides which, I am certain I have heard that definition of great art before.
In some other context, likely accompanied by a pounding of the fist on table or skull top, or at the very least a knee in the kidneys. No matter, it all sounds very well. Too bad you so consistently fail to translate it into actuality. I have a mallet with which I could translate you into actuality, Gumble. You would break this exquisite bowl. I'd shed a few tears over that, but then I'd get better. Dujek Onam standing outside the shattered gates of black coral. Dujek Onam at the parley with Caladan Brood and Anamanda Rake. Dujek Onam and Taishren outside pale, the dawn preceding the attack. 3 primary walls, 3 panels, 3 images. You've looked at my sketchings. Gods, how I hate you. There was no need. Gumble said to do something so crass, not to mention implicitly depressing, as to examine your sketchings. Ormologan quickly gathered up his chosen paints, styli and brushes, then made his way down into the barrow. Gumble stayed where he was and thought about eating flies. Malaz Paran looked down at the armour laid out on the cot. A high fist's armour, one sleeve of chain newly attached. The inheritance left a sour, bitter taste in his mouth. Proclamation, was it? As if anything he'd done whilst a soldier could justify such a thing. Every fist in this army was better qualified to assume command. What could it have been? There in Dujek's logs, to so thoroughly twist, even falsify, Paran's legacy as the captain and commander of the Bridgeburners. He considered finding out for himself, but knew he would do no such thing. He already felt impostor enough without seeing proof of the duplicity before his own eyes. No doubt Dujek had good reasons, likely having to do with protecting, if not elevating, the reputation of House Paran, and thereby implicitly supporting his sister Tavore in her new command of the 14th. Politics dictated such official logs, of course, as I suppose they will dictate my own entries, or not. What do I care? Posterity be damned. If this is my army, then so be it. The Empress can always strip me of the command, as she no doubt will when she hears about this field promotion. In the meantime, he would do as he pleased. Behind him, Herloschel cleared his throat, then said, "High fist, the fists may be on their feet, but they're still weak." "You mean they're out there standing at attention?" "Yes, sir, that's ridiculous." "Never mind the armour, then." They walked to the flap, and Herloschel pulled the canvas aside. Paran strode outside, blinking in sunlight. The entire army stood in formation, standards upright, armour glinting. Directly before him were the fists, Wraith Booty foremost among them. She was wan, painfully thin in gear that seemed oversized for her frame. She saluted and said, "High Fist Malaz Paran, the host awaits your inspection." "Thank you, Fist. How soon will they be ready to march?" "By dawn tomorrow, High Fist." Paran scanned the ranks. Not a sound from them, not even the rustle of armour. They stood like dusty statues. And precisely how, he asked in a whisper, am I to live up to this? High Fist, Hurlachel murmured at his side, you rode with one healer into Gdanisban and then single-handedly struck down a goddess, drove her from this realm. You then forced the sister of that goddess to gift a dozen mortals with the power to heal. That power will not last, Paran said, nonetheless. High Fist, you have killed the plague, something even Dujek Onem could not achieve. These soldiers are yours, Malaz Paran, no matter what the Empress decides. But I don't want a damned army. Fist Rythabud said, given the losses to disease High Fist, we are sufficiently supplied to march for 6, perhaps 7 days, assuming we do not resupply en route.
Of course, she added. There are the grain stores in Gdanisban, and with the population virtually non-existent. Yes, Paran cut in. Virtually non-existent. Does that not strike you as strange, Fist? The goddess herself, Hurlachel, reports that his outriders are seeing people, survivors, heading north and east. A pilgrimage. Yes, High Fist. She was wavering, he saw. We will follow those pilgrims, Fist, Paran said. We will delay another 2 days, during which the stores of Gdanisban will be used to establish a full resupply, but only if enough remains to sustain the population still in the city. Commandeer wagons and carts as needed further. Invite those citizens the soldiers come upon to join our train. At the very least, they will find a livelihood accompanying us, and food, water, and protection. Now, inform the captains that I will address the troops the morning of our departure, at the consecration and sealing of the barrow. In the meantime, you are all dismissed. The Fists saluted. Shouts from the captains stirred the ranks into motion as soldiers relaxed and began splitting up. I should have said something to them here and now, warned them not to expect too much. No, that wouldn't do. What does a new commander say, especially after the death of a great leader, a true hero? Damn it, Ganos, you're better off saying nothing. Not now, and not much, when we seal the barrow and leave the old man in peace. We're following pilgrims. Why? Because I want to know where they're going, that's why. That should do. Mentally shrugging, Paran set off. In his wake followed Hurlachel, and then 10 paces back, the young Gidani woman, Naval Dinatha, who was now, it seemed, a part of his entourage. High Fist? What is it, Hurlachel? Where are we going? To visit the imperial artist. Oh, him. May I ask why? Why suffer such torment, you mean? Well, I have a request to make of him. High Fist, I need a new deck of dragons. Is he skilled, do you know? A subject of constant debate, High Fist. Really? Among whom the soldiers? I find that hard to believe. Ormologan has accompanying him everywhere, a critic. Oh, the poor man. The body was lying on the trail, the limbs lacerated, the tanned hide shirt stiff and black with dried blood. Boatfinder crouched beside it. Stonefinder, he said, in the frozen time now we shared tales. Someone cut off one of his fingers, Karsa Orlong said. The rest of the wounds they came from torture, except that spear thrust beneath the left shoulder blade. See the tracks. The killer stepped out from cover as the man passed. He was not running, but staggering. They but played with him. Samardev settled a hand on Boatfinder's shoulder and felt the Anibar trembling with grief. How long ago? She asked Karsa. The Teblor shrugged. It does not matter. They are close. She straightened in alarm. How close? They have made camp, and they are careless with its wastes. He unslung his flint sword. They have more prisoners. How do you know that? I smell their suffering. Not possible. Is such a thing possible? She looked round, seeking more obvious signs of all that the Toblakai claimed to know. A peat-filled basin was to their right.
a short descent from the bedrock path on which they stood. Grey-boled black spruce trees rose from it, leaning this way and that, most of their branches bereft of needles. Glinting strands of spider's web spanned the spaces in between, like scratches on transparent glass. To the left, flattened sprawls of juniper occupied a fold in the bedrock that ran parallel to the trail. Samar frowned. "What cover?" she asked. "You said the killer stepped out from cover to drive that spear into the Anibar's back." "But there isn't any, Karsa." "None that remains," he said. Her frown deepened into a scowl. "Are they swathed in branches and leaves, then?" "There are other ways of hiding, woman, such as—" Karsa shrugged off his fur cloak.
"Sorcery," he said. "Wait here. Like Hood I will." She set off after Karsa as the Toblakai, sword held before him in both hands, moved forward in a gliding half-run. 4 strides later, and she had to sprint in an effort to keep up. The jog silent grew swifter, became lightning fast. Gasping, she scrambled after the huge warrior, but he was already lost to sight.
At the sound of a sudden shriek to her left, Samar skidded to a halt. Karsa had left the trail somewhere behind her, had plunged into the forest over jumbled, moss-slick boulders, fallen trees, thick skeins of dead branches, leaving in his wake no sign. More screams. Heart hammering in her chest, Samar Dev pushed into the stand, clawing aside undergrowth, webs pulling against her before snapping, dust and bark flakes cascading down. While the slaughter somewhere ahead continued. Weapons clashed, iron against stone, the crunch of splintered wood, blurred motion between trees ahead of her, figures running a body, cartwheeling in a mist of crimson. She reached the edge of the encampment and saw Karsa Orlong and 100, maybe more, tall grey-skinned warriors wielding spears, cutlasses, long knives and axes, now closing in on the Toblakai. Karsa's path into their midst was marked by a grisly corridor of corpses and fallen mortally wounded foes. But there were too many. The huge flint sword burst into view at the end of a sweeping upswing amid fragments of bone and thick whipping threads of gore. 2 figures reeled back. A third struck so hard that his moccasined feet flashed up and over at Karsa's eye level, and falling back, dragged down the spear shafts of 2 more warriors, and into that opening the Toblakai surged, evading a half-dozen thrusts and swings, most of them appearing in his wake, for the giant's speed was extraordinary. No more, it was appalling. The 2 foes, weapons snagged, sought to launch themselves back, beyond the reach of Karsa, but his sword, lashing out, caught the neck of the one on the left. The head leapt free of the body, then the blade angled down to chop clean through the other warrior's right shoulder, severing the arm. Karsa's left hand released its grip on his sword, intercepting the shaft of a thrusting spear, then pulling both weapon and wielder close, the hand releasing the haft to snap up and round the man's neck. Fluids burst from the victim's eyes, nose and mouth as the Toblakai crushed that neck, as if it were little more than a tube of parchment. A hard push flung the twitching body into the pressing mass, fouling yet more weapons. Samar Dev could barely track what her eyes saw, for even as Karsa's left hand had moved away from the sword's grip, the blade itself was slashing to the right, batting aside enemy weapons, then wheeling up and over, and while the warrior's throat was collapsing in that savage clutch, the sword crashed down through an upflung cutlass and into flesh and bone, shattering clavicle, then a host of ribs. Tearing the sword loose burst the ribcage, and Samar stared to see the victim's heart, still beating pitch-free of its broken nest, dangling for a moment from torn arteries and veins before the warrior fell from sight. Someone was screaming, away from the battle, off to the far left where there was a shoreline of rocks, and, beyond open water, a row of low-slung, broad-beamed wooden canoes, and she saw there a woman, slight, golden-haired, a human casting spells. Yet whatever sorcery she worked seemed to achieve nothing. Impossibly. Karsa Orlong had somehow carved his way through to the other side of the press, where he spun round, his back to a huge pine, the flint sword almost contemptuous in its batting aside attacks, as the Toblakai paused for a rest. Samar could not believe what she was seeing. More shouts now, a single warrior standing well beyond the jostling mob, bellowing at his companions, who began to draw back, disengaging from Karsa Orlong. Seeing the Toblakai draw a deep chest-swelling breath, then raise his sword, Samar Dev yelled, "Karsa, wait, do not attack, damn you!" The cold glare that met her gaze made Samar flinch. The giant gestured with the sword. "See what's left of the Anibar woman." His voice was deep in tone, the beat of words like a drum of war. She nodded, refusing to look once more at the row of prisoners, bound head down and spread-eagled to wooden frames along the inland edge of the encampment, their naked forms painted red in blood, and before each victim a heap of live embers, filling the air with the stench of burnt hair and meat. Karsa Orlong, she realized, had been driven by rage, yet such fury set no tremble in the huge warrior. The sword was motionless now, held at the ready, the very stillness of that blade seeming to vow a tide of destruction. "I know," she said, "but listen to me, Karsa. If you kill them all, and I see that you mean to do just that, but listen, if you do, more will come, seeking to find their vanished kin. More will come, Toblakai, and this will never end, until you make a mistake, until there are so many of them that even you cannot hope to prevail. Nor can you be everywhere at once, so more Anibar will die. What do you suggest then, woman?" She strode forward, ignoring for the moment the grey-skinned warriors and the yellow-haired witch.
They fear you now, Karsa, and you must use that fear.
She paused, distracted by a commotion from among the half-tent, half-huts near the beached canoes. 2 warriors were dragging someone into view, another human. His face was swollen by constant beatings, but he seemed otherwise undamaged. Samar Dev studied the new arrival with narrowed eyes, then quickly approached Karsa, lowering her voice to a harsh whisper. "They now have an interpreter, Karsa. The tattoos on his forearms. He is Taxilian. Listen to me quickly. Use that fear. Tell them there are more of your kind allies to the Anibar, and that you are but the first of a horde coming in answer to a plea for help. Karsa, tell them to get the hood off this land. If they leave, I cannot kill more of them." An argument was going on among the raiders. The warrior who had issued commands was rejecting in an obvious fashion the frantic pleas of the yellow-haired human. The Taxilian, held by the arms off to one side, was clearly following the debate, but his face was too mangled to reveal any expression. Samar saw the man's eyes flick over to her and Karsa, then back to her, and with slow deliberation, the Taxilian winked. Gods below. "Good." She nodded. Then, to spare him any retribution, she averted her gaze and found herself looking upon a scene of terrible carnage. Figures lay moaning in blood-drenched humus. Broken spear shafts were everywhere like scattered kindling from an overturned cart. But mostly there were motionless corpses, severed limbs, exposed bones and spilled intestines, and Karsa Orlong was barely out of breath. Were these tall, unhuman strangers such poor fighters? She did not believe so. By their garb, theirs was a warrior society. But many such societies, if stagnant or isolated for a long enough period of time, bound their martial arts into ritualized forms and techniques. They would have but one way of fighting, perhaps with a few variations, and would have difficulty adjusting to the unexpected, such as a lone Toblakai with an unbreakable flint sword nearly as long as he is tall, a Toblakai possessing mind-numbing speed and the cold, detached precision of a natural killer. And Karsa had said that he had fought this enemy once before. The commander of the grey-skinned raiders was approaching. The Taxilian being dragged along in his wake, the yellow-haired witch hurrying to come up alongside the leader, who then straight-armed her back a step. Samar saw the flash of unbridled hatred, the small woman directed at the commander's back. There was something dangling from the witch's neck, blackened and oblong, a severed finger. A witch indeed of the old arts, the lost ways of spiritual magic, well, not entirely lost, for I have made of that my own speciality, atavistic bitch that I am. By her hair and heart-shaped features, and those blue eyes, she reminded Samar Dev of the small, mostly subjugated peoples who could be found near the center of the subcontinent, in such ancient cities as Halaf, Guron, and Karashimesh, and as far west as Omari, some remnant population perhaps. And yet, her words earlier had been in a language Samar had not recognized. The commander spoke, clearly addressing the yellow-haired witch, who then in turn relayed his words, in yet another language, to the Taxilian at that latter exchange. Samar Dev's eyes widened, for she recognized certain words, though she had never before heard them spoken, had only read them in the most ancient tomes. Remnants, in fact, from the First Empire. The Taxilian nodded when the witch was done. He faced first Karsa, then Samar Dev, and finally said, "To which of you should I convey the Preda's words?" "Why not to both?" Samar responded. "We can both understand you, Taxilian." "Very well. The Preda asks what reason this Tarthanal had for his unwarranted attack on his Marood warriors." "Tarthanal? Vengeance," Samar Dev said quickly before Karsa Orlong triggered yet another bloody clash. She pointed towards the pathetic forms on the racks at the camp's edge. "These, Anibar, suffering your predations, have called upon their long-standing allies. The Toblakai," at that word the yellow-haired witch started, and the Preda's elongated eyes widened slightly. And this warrior, a lowly hunter among the 20,000-strong clan of the Toblakai, was by chance close by, and so he represents only the beginning of what will be, I am afraid, a most thorough retribution, assuming the Preda is of course foolish enough to await their arrival. A certain measure of amusement glittered in the Taxilian's eyes, quickly veiled as he turned to relay Samar's words to the yellow-haired witch. Whatever she in turn said to the Preda was twice as long as the Taxilian's version. Preda? Would that be a variation on Predalata, I wonder? A unit commander in a legion of the First Empire, middle period. Yet, this makes no sense. These warriors are not even human after all. The witch's translation was cut short by a gesture from the Preda, who then spoke once more. When the Taxilian at last translated, there was something like admiration in his tone. The Preda wishes to express his appreciation for this warrior's formidable skills. Further, he inquires if the warrior's desire for vengeance is yet abated. "It is not, Karsa," Orlong replied. The tone was sufficient for the Preda, who spoke again. The yellow-haired witch's expression suddenly closed, and she related his words to the Taxilian in a strangely flat monotone. She hides glee. Suspicion rose within Samar Dev. "What comes now?" the Taxilian said. "The Preda well understands the Toblakai's position. Indeed, he empathizes, for the Preda himself abhors what he has been commanded to do along this entire foreign coastline. Yet he must follow the needs of his emperor. That said, the Preda will order a complete withdrawal of his Tiste Edur forces back to the fleet. Is the Toblakai satisfied with this?" "No." The Taxilian nodded at Karsa's blunt reply as the Preda spoke again. "Now what?" "The Preda again has no choice but to follow the commands of his emperor, a standing order, if you will. The emperor is the greatest warrior this world has seen, and he ever defends that claim in personal combat. He has faced 1,000 or more fighters, drawn from virtually every land, and yet still he lives, triumphant and unvanquished. It is the emperor's command that his soldiers, no matter where they are, no matter with whom they speak, are to relate the emperor's challenge. Indeed, the Emperor invites any and every warrior to a duel, always to the death, a duel in which no one can interfere, no matter the consequences, and all rights of guest are accorded the challenger. Further, the soldiers of the Emperor are instructed to provide transportation and to meet every need and desire of such warriors who would so face the Emperor in duel. More words from the Preda. A deep chill was settling in Samardev, a dread she could not identify. But there was something here, something vastly wrong. The Taxilian resumed. Thus, if this Toblakai hunter seeks the sweetest vengeance of all, he must face the one who has so commanded that his soldiers inflict atrocities upon all strangers they encounter. Accordingly, the Preda invites the Toblakai and, if desired, his companion to be guest of the Tiste Edur on this, their return journey to the Leather Empire. Do you accept? Karsa blinked, then looked down at Samardev. They invite me to kill their emperor. It seems so. But Karsa, there is. Tell the Preda, the Toblakai said, that I accept. She saw the commander smile. The Taxilian said, Preda Hanradi Khalag then welcomes you among the Tiste Edur. Samardev looked back at the bodies lying sprawled through the camp. And for these fallen kin, Preda Hanradi Khalag, you care nothing? No, gods below, something is very wrong here. Samardev, Karsa said, will you stay here? She shook her head. Good, he grunted. Go get Havoc. Get him yourself, Toblakai? The giant grinned. It was worth a try. Stop looking so damned pleased, Karsa Orlong. I don't think you have any idea to what you are now bound. Can you not hear the shackles snapping shut? Chaining you to this absurd challenge and these damned bloodless Tiste Edur? Karsa's expression darkened. Chains cannot hold me, witch. Fool, they are holding you right now. Glancing across, she saw the yellow-haired witch appraising Karsa Orlong with avid eyes. And what does that mean, I wonder, and why does it frighten me so? Fist Temul, Keneb asked. How does it feel to be going home? The young, tall Wiccan, who had recently acquired full-body blue tattooing in the style of the Crow clan, an intricate geometric design that made his face look like a portrait fashioned of tesserae, was watching as his soldiers led their horses onto the ramps down on the strand below. At Keneb's question, he shrugged. Among my people, I shall face yet again all that I have faced here, but not alone any more, Keneb pointed out. Those warriors down there, they are yours now. Are they? So I was led to understand. They no longer challenge your orders or your right to command, do they? I believe, Temul said, that most of these Wiccans will choose to leave the army once we disembark at Unta. They will return to their families, and when they are asked to recount their adventures in 7 cities, they will say nothing. It is in my mind, Fist Keneb, that my warriors are shamed, not because of how they have shown me little respect. No, they are shamed by this army's list of failures. He fixed dark, hard eyes on Keneb. They are too old, or too young, and both are drawn to glory as if she was a forbidden lover. Temul was not one for speeches, and Keneb could not recall ever managing to pull so many words from the haunted young man. They sought death, then. Yes, they would join with Coltane, Bult, and the others in the only way still possible to die in battle against the very same enemy. It is why they crossed the ocean, why they left their villages. They did not expect ever to return home, and so this final journey back to Quantali will break them. Damned fools, forgive me. A bitter smile from Temul as he shook his head. No need for that. They are fools, and even had I wisdom, I would fail in its sharing. From the remnants of the camp behind them, cattle dogs began howling. Both men turned in surprise. Keneb glanced over at Temul. What is it? Why? I don't know. They set off, back towards the camp. Lieutenant Porres watched Bent race up the track, skirls of dust rising in the dog's wake. He caught a momentary glimpse of wild, half-mad eyes above that mangled snout. Then the beast was past, so only now we find out that they're terrified of water. Well, good. We can leave the ugly things behind. He squinted towards the file of Wiccans and Seti overseeing the loading of their scrawny horses. Not many of those animals would survive this journey, he suspected, which made them valuable sources of meat. Anything to liven up the deckwash and bilge-crewed sailors call food. Oh, those horse warriors might complain, but that wouldn't keep them from lining up with their bowls when the bell tolled. Kindly had made sure the adjunct knew, in torrid detail, his displeasure with Fist Kenneb's incompetence. There was no question of Kindly lacking courage, or at least raging megalomania. But this time, damn it, the old bastard had had a point. An entire day and half a night had been wasted by Kenneb. A hood-damned kit inspection, presented squad by squad, and right in the middle of boarding assembly, gods, the chaos that ensued. Has Kenneb lost his mind? Oh, yes. Kindly's first question to the adjunct, and something in her answering scowl told Pause that the miserable woman had known nothing about any of it, and clearly could not comprehend why Kenneb would have ordered such a thing. Well, no surprise that, with her moping around in her damned tent, doing who knew what with that cold beauty timbre, even the Admiral's frustration had been obvious. Word was going through the ranks that Tavore was likely in line for demotion. Yucatan could have been handled better. Every damned soldier turned out to be a tactical genius when it came to that, and more than once Pause had bitten out a chunk of soldier meat for some treasonous comment. It didn't matter that Nock and Tavore were feuding. It didn't matter that Tenebaralta was a seething cauldron of sedition among the officers. It didn't even matter that Pause himself was undecided whether the adjunct could have done better at Wigatan. The rumours alone were as poisonous as any plague the grey goddess could spit out. He was both looking forward to and dreading boarding the transports and the long, tedious journey ahead. Bored soldiers were worse than woodworm in the keel, or so the sailors kept saying as they cast jaded eyes on the dusty, swearing men and women who ascended the ramps only to fall silent, huddling like shorn sheep in the raft like scuttles as the heave and haul chant rang out over the choppy water. Worse still, seas and oceans were nasty things. Soldiers would face death with nary a blink if they knew they could fight back, maybe even fight their way out of it, but the sea was immune to swinging swords, whistling arrows and shield walls. And Hood knows we've been swallowing that lumpy, helpless thing enough as it is. Damned cattle dogs were all letting loose now. Now what? Unsure of his own reasons, Pause set off in the direction Bent had gone. East on the track, past the command tent, then the inner ring of pickets, and out towards the latrine trenches, and the lieutenant saw the racing figures of a dozen or so cattle dogs, their mottled, tanned shapes converging, then circling with wild barking, and on the road the subjects of their excitement, a troop approaching on foot. So who in the Queen's name are they? The outriders were all in, he was sure of that. He'd seen the Seti practicing heaving their guts up on the ramps. They got seasick standing in a puddle, and the Wiccans had already surrendered their mounts to the harried transport crews. Poise glanced round, saw a soldier leading 3 horses towards the strand. "Hey, hold up there." He walked over. "Give me one of those." "They ain't saddled, sir." "Really? How can you tell?" The man started pointing at the horse's back. "Idiot," Pause said. "Give me those reins." "No, those ones. That's the adjunct's." Thought I recognized it. He pulled the beast away, then vaulted onto its back, then set off onto the road. The foundling Grub was walking out from the camp, at one ankle that yipping mutt that looked like what a cow would regurgitate after eating a mohair rug. Ignoring them, Pause angled his mount eastward and kicked it into a canter. He could already put a name to the one in the lead, Captain Faradan Sort. And there was that high mage, quick Ben, and that scary assassin Kalam, and gods below, but they're all no they weren't. Marines, damned Marines. He heard shouts from the camp behind him now, an alarm being raised outside the command tent. Pors could not believe his own eyes. Survivors from the firestorm, that was impossible. Granted, they look rough, half dead in fact. Like Hood used them to clean out his hoary ears. There's Lostara Yil. Well, she ain't as bad as the rest, Lieutenant Pores reined in before Faradan sought. Captain, we need water, she said, the words barely making it out between chapped, cracked and blistered lips. Gods, they look awful. Pors wheeled his horse round, nearly slipping off the animal's back in the process. Righting himself, he rode back towards the camp. As Keneb and Temel reached the main track, 30 paces from the command tent, they saw the adjunct appear, and a moment later, Blistig, and then Tamba. Soldiers were shouting something as yet incomprehensible from the eastern end of the camp. The adjunct turned towards her 2 approaching fists. It seems my horse has gone missing. Keneb's brows rose. Thus the alarms. Adjunct, no, Keneb, a troop has been spotted on the east road. A troop, we're being attacked.
I do not think so. Well, accompany me then. It seems we shall have to walk, and this will permit you, Fist Keneb, to explain the fiasco that occurred regarding the boarding of your company. Adjunct, I find your sudden incompetence unconvincing. He glanced across at her. There was the hint of an emotion there on that plain, drawn visage. A hint, no more, not enough that he could identify it. Grub, he said. The adjunct's brows rose.
I believe you will need to elaborate on that, Fist Keneb. He said, we should take an extra day boarding adjunct, and this child's advice, a barely literate, half-wild child at that, is sufficient justification for you to confound your adjunct's instructions? Not normally, no, Keneb replied. It's difficult to explain, but he knows things he shouldn't, I mean. He knew we were sailing west, for example. He knew our planned ports of call. Hiding behind the command tent, Blistig said. Have you ever seen the boy hide, Blistig? Ever? The man scowled. Must be. He's good at it, then. Adjunct Grubb said we needed to delay one day, or we would all die at sea. I am beginning to believe. She held up a gloved hand, the gesture sharp enough to silence him, and he saw that her eyes were narrowed now, fixed on what was ahead. A rider, bareback, coming at full gallop. That's Kindly's lieutenant, Blistig said. When it became obvious that the man had no intention of slowing down nor of changing course, everyone quickly moved to the sides of the road. The lieutenant sketched a hasty salute, barely seen through the dust, as he plunged past, shouting something like, "They need water," and Blistig added, waving at clouds of dust as they all set out again. "That was your horse, Adjunct." Keneb looked down the road, blinking to get the grit from his eyes. Figures wavered into view. Indistinct, no, that was Faradan sort, wasn't it? Your deserter is returning, Blistig said. Stupid of her, really, since desertion is punishable by execution. But who are those people behind her? What are they carrying? The adjunct halted suddenly, the motion almost a stagger. Quick Ben, Kalam, more faces covered in dust so white they looked like ghosts, and so they are. What else could they be? Fiddler, Gessler, Lostara Yil, Stormy Keneb saw one familiar, impossible face after another, sun-ravaged, stumbling like creatures trapped in delirium, and in their arms children, dull-eyed, shrunken. The boy knows things, Grub. And there he stood, flanked by his ecstatic dogs, talking, it seemed, with Shin. Sin, we'd thought her mad with grief. She'd lost a brother, after all, lost and now found again. But Faradan sort had suspected rightly that something else had possessed Shin, a suspicion strong enough to drive her into desertion. Gods, we gave up too easily, but no, the city, the firestorm, we waited for days, waited until the whole damned ruin had cooled. We picked through the ashes. No one could have lived through that. The troop arrived to where the adjunct stood. Captain Faradan's sword straightened with only a slight waver, then saluted, fist to left side of her chest. "Adjunct," she rasped, "I have taken the liberty of reforming the squads, pending approval." "That approval is Fist Keneb's responsibility," the adjunct said, her voice strangely flat. "Captain, I did not expect to see you again." A nod. "I understand the necessities of maintaining military discipline, adjunct, and so I now surrender myself to you. I ask, however, that leniency be granted Sin, her youth, her state of mind at the time. Horses from up the road." Lieutenant Porres returning, more riders behind him. Bladders filled with water, swinging and bouncing like huge udders. The other riders, healers, one and all, including the Wiccans Nil and Nether. Keneb stared at their expressions of growing disbelief as they drew closer. Fiddler had come forward, a scrawny child sleeping or unconscious in his arms. "Adjunct," he said, through cracked lips, without the captain, digging with her own hands. "Not one of us trapped under that damned city would have ever left it. We'd be mouldering bones right now." He stepped closer. But his effort at lowering his voice to a whisper failed as Keneb heard him say, "Adjunct, you hang the captain for desertion, and you better get a lot more nooses, 'cause we'll leave this miserable world when she does." "Sergeant," the adjunct said, seemingly unperturbed, "am I to understand that you and those squads behind you burrowed beneath Gatan in the midst of the firestorm, somehow managing not to get cooked in the process, and then dug your way clear?" Fiddler turned his head and spat blood. Then he smiled a chilling, ghastly smile, the flaking lips splitting in twin rows of red, glistening fissures. "Aye," he said in a rasp, "we went hunting through the bones of the damned city. And then, with the captain's help, we crawled outer that grave." The adjunct's gaze left the ragged man, travelled slowly along the line, the gaunt faces, the deathly eyes staring out from dust-caked faces, the naked, blistered skin. Bonehunters in truth, then. She paused, as Porres led his healers forward with their waterskins, then said, "Welcome back, soldiers. Book 4, The Bonehunters. Who will deny that it is our nature to believe the very worst in our fellow kind?" Even as cults rose and indeed coalesced into a patronymic worship, not just of Coltane, the winged one, the black feather, but too of the chain of dogs itself, throughout 7 cities, with shrines seeming to grow from the very wastes along that ill-fated trail, shrines in propitiation to one dead hero after another. Bult, Lull, Mincer, Sormo, Enath, even Baria and Meska Setral of the Red Blades, and to the foolish dog clan, the weasel clan, and of course the crow and the 7th Army itself, while at Gilor Ridge, in an ancient monastery overlooking the old battle site, a new cult centered on horses was born. Even as this vast fever of veneration gripped 7 cities, so certain agents in the heart of the Malazan Empire set loose among the commonry tales, purporting the very opposite, that Coltane had betrayed the Empire, that he had been a renegade, secretly allied with Shaikh. After all, had the countless refugees simply stayed in their cities, accepting the rebellion's dominion? Had they not been dragged out by Coltane and his bloodthirsty Wiccans, and had the 7th's mage cadre leader, Culp, not so mysteriously disappeared, thus leaving the Malazan army vulnerable to the sorcerous machinations and indeed manipulations of the Wiccan witches and warlocks? Had not all this occurred, there would have been no slaughter, no terrible ordeal of crossing half a continent exposed to every predating half-wild tribe in the wastes. And, most heinous of all, Coltane had then in league with the traitorous imperial historian Duca, connived to effect the subsequent betrayal and annihilation of the Aran army, led by the naive high-fist Pormqual, who was the first victim of that dread betrayal. Why else, after all, would those very rebels of 7 cities take to the worship of such figures, if not seeing in Coltane and the rest heroic allies? In any case, whether officially approved or otherwise, The persecution of Wiccans within the empire flared hot and all-consuming given such ample fuel. The year of 10,000 lies. Caeson, chapter 17. What is there left to understand? Choice is an illusion. Freedom is conceit. The hands that reach out to guide your every step, your every thought, come not from the gods, for they are no less deluded than we. No, my friends, those hands come to each of us, from each of us. You may believe that civilization deafens us with tens of thousands of voices, but listen well to that clamour, for with each renewed burst so disparate and myriad, an ancient force awakens, drawing each noise ever closer until the chorus forms but two sides, each battling the other. The bloody lines are drawn, fought in the turning away of faces, in the stopping of ears, the cold denial, and all discourse at the last is revealed as futile and worthless. Will you yet hold, my friends, to the faith that change is within our grasp, that will and reason shall overcome the will of denial? There is nothing left to understand. This mad whirlpool holds us all in a grasp that cannot be broken, and you with your spears and battle masks, you with your tears and soft touch, you with the sardonic grin behind which screams fear and self-hatred, even you who stand aside in silent witness to our catastrophe of dissolution, too numb to act. It is all one. You are all one. We are all one. So now come closer, my friends, and see in this modest cart before you my most precious wares, elixir of oblivion, tincture of frenzied dancing, and here my favourite, unguent of male prowess, unending, where I guarantee your soldier will remain standing through battle after battle. Hawker's harangue, recounted by Valen Winder, Malaz City, the year the city overflowed with sewage, 1123, Burns sleep. Rivulets of water, reeking of urine, trickled down the steps leading to Coop's Hanged Man Inn, one of the score of disreputable taverns in the docks quarter of Malaz City that Banashar, once a priest of Direk, was now in the habit of frequenting. Whatever details had once existed in his mind to distinguish one such place from another had since faded. The dike of his resolve rotted through by frustration and a growing panic poisonous enough to immobilize him, in spirit if not in flesh. And the ensuing deluge was surprisingly comforting, even as the waters rose ever higher. Little different, he observed, as he negotiated the treacherous mould-slimed steps from this cursed rain, or so the long-time locals called it, despite the clear sky overhead. Mostly rain comes down, they said, but occasionally it comes up, seeping through the crumbling cobbles of the quarter, transforming such beneath-ground establishments as coops into a swampy quagmire, the entrance guarded by a whining cloud of mosquitoes, and the stench of overflowed sewers wafting about, so thick the old-timers announce its arrival as they would an actual person miserably named Stink, greeted, if not welcomed into already sordid company. And most sordid was Banashar's company these days. Veterans who avoided sobriety as if it was a curse. Whores who'd long since hawked their hearts of gold if they'd ever had them in the first place. Scrawny youths with a host of appropriately modest ambitions, meanest thug in this skein of fetid streets and alleys, master thief of those few belongings the poor possessed, nastiest backstabber with at least 50 knots on their wrist strings, each knot honouring someone foolish enough to trust them, and of course the usual assortment of bodyguards and muscle whose brains had been deprived of air at some point in their lives, smugglers and would-be smugglers, informants and the imperial spies to whom they informed, spies spying on the spies, hawkers of innumerable substances, users of self-same substances on their way to the oblivion of the abyss, and here and there, people for whom no category was possible since they gave away nothing of their lives, their histories, their secrets. In a way, Banashar was one such person on his better days. Other times, such as this one, he could make no claim to possible, if improbable, grandiosity. This afternoon, then, he had come early to Coop's, with the aim of stretching the night ahead as far as he could, well lubricated, of course, which would in turn achieve an overlong and hopefully entirely blissful period of unconsciousness in one of the lice-infested rat traps above the tavern. It would be easy, he reflected, as he ducked through the doorway and paused just within, blinking in the gloom, easy to think of clamour as a single entity, one sporting countless mouths, and to reckon the din as meaningless as the rush of brown water from a sewer pipe. Yet Banashar had come to a new appreciation of the vagaries of the noise erupting from human throats. Most spoke to keep from thinking, but others spoke as if casting lifelines even as they drowned in whatever despairing recognition they had arrived at, perhaps during some unwelcome pause, filled with the horror of silence. A few others fit neither category. These were the ones who used the clamour surrounding them as a barrier, creating in its midst a place in which to hide, mute and indifferent, fending off the outside world. More often than not, Banashar, who had once been a priest, who had once immersed himself within a drone of voices, singing the cadence of prayer and chant, sought out such denizens for the dubious pleasure of their company. Through the haze of durhang and rust-leaf smoke, the acrid black tail swirls from the lamp-wicks, and something that might have been mist gathered just beneath the ceiling, he saw hunched in a booth along the back wall, a familiar figure. Familiar in the sense that Banashar had more than a few times shared a table with the man, although Banashar was ignorant of virtually everything about him, including his given name, knowing him only as foreigner. A foreigner, in truth, who spoke Malazan with an accent Banashar did not recognize, in itself curious, since the ex-priest's travels had been extensive, from Corel to Theft to Mare in the south, from Nathalog to Kalos on Genabakis in the east, and northward from Falar to Arin to Yath Alban, and in those travels he had met other travellers hailing from places Banashar could not even find on any temple map. Nemil, Perish, Shalmozin, Ellingarth, Torment, Yakuruku and Stratem. Yet this man whom he now approached, weaving and pushing through the afternoon crowd of sailors and the local murder of veterans, this man had an accent unlike any Banashar had ever heard. Yet the truth of things was never as interesting as the mystery preceding the revelation, and Banashar had come to appreciate his own ignorance. In other matters, after all, he knew far too much, and what had that availed him? Sliding onto the greasy bench opposite the huge foreigner, the ex-priest released the clasp on his tattered cloak and shrugged free from its folds. Once, long ago it seemed now, such lack of consideration for the unsightly creases that would result would have horrified him, but he had done his share since of sleeping in that cloak, senseless on a vomit-spattered floor, and, twice, on the cobbles of an alley, correct comportment, alas, had ceased being a moral necessity. He leaned back. Now the rough cloth bunching behind him, as one of Coop's serving wenches arrived with a tankard of Coop's own leech swill, a weak, gassy ale that had acquired its name in an appropriately literal fashion, warranting the now customary affectation of a one-eyed squint into the brass-hued brew before the first mouthful. The foreigner had glanced up once upon Banashar's arrival, punctuating the gesture with a sardonic half-grin before returning his attention to the fired clay mug of wine in his hands. "Oh, Yucatacan grapes are all very well," the ex-priest said. "It's the local water that turns that wine you like so much into snake's piss." "Aye, bad hangovers," foreigner said. "And that is desirable." "Aye, it is. Wakes me up again and again through the night. Almost every bell with a pounding skull and a bladder ready to explode. But if I didn't wake up, that bladder would explode. See?" Banashar nodded, glanced round. "More heads than usual for an afternoon. You only think that because you ain't been here round this time lately. 3 transports and an escort come in 3 nights past from Corel." The ex-priest studied the other customers a little more carefully this time. "They talking much. Sounds it to me about the campaign down there." Foreigner shrugged. "Go ask 'em if you like." "No, too much effort. The bad thing about asking questions is getting answers. Aye, you've said that before. That is another bad thing, the way we all end up saying the same things over and over again. That's you, not me, and you're getting worse. Banashar swallowed 2 mouthfuls, then wiped his lips with the back of his hand. Worse.
Yes, indeed. Never good, foreigner observed, seeing a man in a hurry. It's a race, Banashar said. Do I reach the edge and plunge over, or does my salvation arrive in time? Lay down a few coins on the outcome. I'd suggest the former, but that's just between you and me.
The huge man, who rarely met anyone's eyes while talking, and whose massive hands and wrists were scarred and puckered with wheals, shook his head and said, "If that salvation's a woman, only a fool would wager agin me." Banashar grimaced and lifted his tankard. "A fine idea. Let's toast all the lost loves in the world, friend. What happened to yours? Or is that too personal a question for this dubious relationship of ours?" "You jumped on the wrong stone," the man said. "My love ain't lost. And maybe some days I'd think of swapping places with you, but not today, not yesterday, neither, nor the day afore that. Come to think of it, no need to continue. My salvation is not a woman, or if she was, it wouldn't be because she's a woman, if you understand me. So we just had one of them hypothetical conversations. Learned Malazan from an educated sailor, did you? In any case, hypothetical is the wrong word for what you mean, I think. More like metaphorical. You sure of that? Of course not, but that's not the point, is it? The woman's a broken heart, or maybe just a mudslide you ride until it buries you, until it buries all of us? Banashar finished his ale, waved the tankard in the air for a moment, then settled back with a belch. Haired about a Napan sailor, drank a keg's worth of leech swill, then, standing too close to a lit wick, went and blew off most of his backside. How does that illuminate matters, I wonder? Momentarily, I'd imagine. Satisfied with that answer, Banashar said nothing. A server arrived with a pitcher with which she refilled the expriest's tankard. He watched her leave, swaying through the press, a woman with things that needed doing. It was easy to think of an island as isolated. Certainly most islanders shared a narrow perspective, a blend of smug arrogance and self-obsession. But the isolation was superficial, a mere conceit. Drain the seas and the rocky ground, linking everything was revealed. The followers of Drek, the worm of autumn, understood this well enough. Rumours, attitudes, styles, beliefs, rattling chains of conviction, all rolled over the waves as easily as the wind, and those that fitted comfortably soon became to the islanders their own, and indeed, as far as they were concerned, had originated with them in the first place. There had been a purge, and the air still smelled of ash from the Mouse Quarter, where mobs had descended on the few dislocated Wiccan families resident there, stablers, stitchers and riveters of leather tack, weavers of saddle blankets, an old woman who healed dray horses and mules, and had with appalling zeal dragged them from their hovels and shacks, children and elders, and all in between then, after looting them of their scant possessions, the mob had set fire to those homes. Herded into the street and surrounded, the Wiccans had then been stoned to death. Cultain wasn't dead, people said. That entire tale was a lie, as was the more recent rumour that Shaikh had been killed by the Adjunct, an impostor, it was said, a sacrificial victim to deflect the avenging army. And as for the rebellion itself, well, it had not been crushed. It had simply disappeared, the traitors ducking low once more, weapons sheathed and hidden beneath Talaba. True enough, the Adjunct had even now chased down Learman of the Flails, trapping him in Gatton. But even that was but a feint. The Red Blades were once more free in Arran, the bones of the betrayed high-fist Pormqual broken and scattered along Arran Way, the grasses already growing thick on the barrows holding Pormqual's betrayed army. Had not concerned residents of Arran journeyed out to the hill known as the Fall, and there dug holes into the barrow in search of the cursed Cultain's bones? And bolts, mincers, lulls, had they not found nothing? Lies. The traitors had one and all disappeared, including Duca, the imperial historian whose betrayal of his empress and of the empire itself was perhaps the foulest moment of them all. And finally, the latest news of a disastrous siege, of terrible plague in 7 cities. Disparate, disconnected, yet like pokers thrust into the fire, sending sparks bursting into the dark. And, in whispers harsh with the conviction of truth, Shaikh Reborn had reappeared, and now called to her more followers. The last pebbles on the cart. Down in the Mouse, the mob had acted on its own. The mob needed no leaders, no imperial directives. The mob understood justice, and on this island, this birthplace of the empire, justice was held in red hands. The battered, pulped corpses were dumped in the river, which was too turgid, too thick with sewage, and refuse. The culverts beneath the bridges too narrow to carry those bodies through and out into the bay. And this too was seen as an omen. The ancient sea god had rejected those corpses. Mail, empowered by the enlivening of faith here on the island, would not accept them into the salty bay of Malaz harbour. What greater proof was needed? The emperor's ghost had been seen in the overgrown yard of the dead house, a ghost feeding on the souls of the slaughtered Wiccans. In the Derrick temples in Jakarta and here in Malaz City, the priests and priestesses had vanished, sent out at night, it was whispered, to hunt down the rest of the Wiccans left on the island, the ones who'd fled upon hearing of the purge in Malaz City. For the worm of autumn herself hungered for Wiccan blood. An army of citizens was said to be massing on the old borders, at the edge of the Wiccan plains on the mainland, and was about to march with the aim of destroying every last damned betrayer in their squalid, stinking huts. And had the Empress sent out her legions to disperse that army? No, of course not, for she approved. The imperial high mage Taishgren was in Malaz City, ensconced in Mock's hold. What had brought him here? And why so public a visit? The strange sorcerer was legendary for moving unseen, for acting behind the scenes to ensure the health of the empire. He was the very foundation of Laseen's power, after all, her left hand where the right belonged to the claw. If he was here, it was to oversee. He is here. Banashar could feel the bastard, an aura brooding and ominous drifting down from Mock's hold, day upon day, night after night. And why? Oh, all you fools, for the same reason I'm here. 6 messengers thus far, 6 all paid enough to be reliable, all swearing afterwards that they had passed the urgent missive on to the Hold's Gate watchman, that bent creature said to be as old as Mock's hold itself, who had in turn nodded each time, saying he would deliver the missive to the High Mage. And yet no reply, no summons. Someone is intercepting my messages. There can be no other possibility. True, I was coy in what I said. How could I not be? But Taishgren would recognize my sigil, and he would understand, with heart suddenly pounding, cold sweat on the skin, with trembling hands, he would have understood instantly. Banashar did not know what to do. The last messenger had been 3 weeks ago. It's that desperate glint in your eye. The man opposite him said, half grinning once again, though his gaze slid away as soon as Banashar focused on him. Enamored, are you? No, but close to curious. Been watching you these weeks, giving up, but slowly. Most people do that in an instant, rising from bed, walking to the window, then standing there, motionless, seeing nothing, as inside it all falls down with nary a whisper, nary a cloud of dust to mark its collapse, its vanishing into nothingness. You do better talking and thinking like a damned sailor, Banashar said. The more I drink, the clearer and steadier I get. That's a bad sign, friend. I collect those. You ain't the only one cursed with waiting. Months, years for me, the man said, dipping into his cup with one blunt finger, fishing out a moth that had landed in the wine. Sounds like you're the one who should have given up long ago. Maybe, but I've come to a kind of faith. Not long now, I'd swear it, not long. Banashar snorted. The drowning man converses with the fool, a knight to beggar acrobats, jugglers and dancers. Come one, come all. 2 silvers buys you endless, and I do mean endless, entertainment. I ain't too unfamiliar with drowning, friend. Meaning? Something tells me when it comes to fools, you might say the same thing. Banashar looked away, saw another familiar face, another huge man, shorter than the foreigner opposite, but equally as wide, his hairless pate marked with liver spots, scars seaming every part of his body. He was just collecting a tankard of Coop's old Malazan dark. The ex-priest raised his voice. "Hey, Temper, there's room to sit here." He sidled along the bench, watched as the old yet still formidable man, a veteran without doubt, made his way over. At least now the conversation could slip back into the meaningless. Still, another bastard waiting for something. Only with him I suspected it'd be a bad thing if it ever arrived. Somewhere in the vaults of a city far, far away rotted a wall hanging, rolled up, home to nesting mice, the genius of the hands that had woven it slowly losing its unwitnessed war to the scurry beetle grub, taurin worms and ash moths. Yet, for all that, the darkness of its abandonment hid colours still vibrant here and there, and the scene depicted on that huge tapestry retained enough elements of the narrative that meaning was not lost. It might survive another 50 years before finally surrendering to the ravages of neglect. The world, Al-Rada An knew, was indifferent to the necessity of preservation, of histories, of stories layered with meaning and import. It cared nothing for what was forgotten, for memory and knowledge had never been able to halt the endless repetition of willful stupidity that so bound peoples and civilizations. The tapestry had once commanded an entire wall, to the right when facing the obsidian throne, from which, before the annexation, the High King of Bluearose, supreme servant to the black-winged lord, had ruled, and flanking the dais, the council of the Onyx Wizards, all attired in their magnificent cloaks of supple liquid stone. But no, it was the tapestry that so haunted Al-Rada An. The narrative began at the end furthest from the throne. 3 figures against a midnight background. 3 brothers, born in pure darkness and most cherished by their mother. All cast out now, although each had come to that in his own time. Anderist, whom she saw as the first betrayer, an accusation all knew was mistaken. Yet the knot of falsehoods had closed tight round him, and none could pry it loose except Anderist himself, and that he could or would not do. Filled with unbearable grief, he had accepted his banishment, making his final words these: welcome or not. He would continue his guardianship of Mother Dark, in isolation, and in this would be found the measure of his life. Yet even to that promise she had turned away. His brothers could not but recognize the crime of this, and it was Anomandaris Purake who was first to confront Mother Dark. What words passed between them, only they knew, although the dire consequence was witnessed by all. Anomander turned his back on her. He walked away, denying the darkness in his blood, and seeking out in its stead the chaos that ever warred in his veins. Silkias Ruin, the most enigmatic of the brothers, had seemed a man riven by indecision, trapped by impossible efforts at mitigation, at reconciliation, until all constraint was sundered, and so he committed the greatest crime of all. Alliance with Shadow, even as war broke out among the Tiste, a war that continues unchecked to this day. There had been victories, defeats, great slaughters then in that final gesture of despair. Silkias Ruin and his followers joined with the legions of Shadow and their cruel commander Skabandari, who would come to be known as Blue Dye, in their flight through the gates to this world. But betrayal ever haunts those 3 brothers. And so, in the moment of supreme victory against the Kaychain Shamal, Silkias' ruin had fallen to Skabandari's knife, and his followers had in turn fallen to Tiste Edur's swords. Such was the second scene in the tapestry, the betrayal, the slaughter. But that slaughter had not been as thorough as the Edur believed. Tiste Andi had survived, the wounded, the stragglers, the elders and mothers and children left well behind the field of battle. They had witnessed, they had fled. The third scene portrayed their fraught flight, the desperate defense against their pursuers by 4 barely grown sorcerers who would become the founders of the Onyx Order, the victory that gave them respite, enough to make good their escape, and through new unfoldings of magic, elude the hunters, and so fashion a sanctuary. In caves buried beneath mountains on the shore of the inland sea, caves in which grew flowers of sapphire, intricate as roses, from which kingdom, mountains, and sea derived their common name. Blue arose, and so the last and most poignant scene, closest to the throne, closest to my heart. His people, the few thousand that remained, once more hid in those deep caves, as the tyranny of the Edur raged like madness over all of Leather. A madness that has devoured me. The Heroth Biraim drummed like thunder in the heaving swells of this fierce North Sea the locals called Kokakal, and Alrada gripped the rail with both hands as bitter cold spray repeatedly struck his face, as if he was the subject of an enraged god's wrath. And perhaps he was, and if so, then it was well earned as far as he was concerned. He had been born the child of spies, and through generation after generation his bloodline had dwelt in the midst of the Tiste Edur, thriving without suspicion in the chaos of the seemingly endless internecine disputes between the tribes. Hanan Mosag had ended that, of course, but by then the Watchers, such as Alrada, An, and others, were well in place, their blood histories thoroughly mixed and inseparable from the Edur. Bleaches for the skin, the secret gestures of communication shared among the hidden Andi, the subtle manipulations to ensure a presence among eminent gatherings. This was Alrada An's life, and had the tribes remained in their northern fastness, it would have been palatable until such time as he set out on a hunting expedition, from which he would never return, his loss mourned by his adopted tribe, while in truth Alrada would have crossed the south edge of the ice wastes, would have walked the countless leagues until he reached Blue Arose, until he came home. That home was not as it had once been. The sanctuary was under siege, true, by an unsuspecting enemy who as yet knew nothing of the catacombs beneath their feet. But they now ruled, the chosen elites in their positions of supreme power, from which all manner of depravity and cruelty descended from the emperor. The foul blood flows down and down. No Letheri reign had ever fallen, as far as had Rulad's and that of his Edur nobles. Pray that it ends. Pray that one day historians will write of this dark period in the history of Letheris as the Nightmare Age, a title of truth to warn the future. He did not believe it. Not a word of the prayer he had voiced in his head 10,000 times. We saw the path Rulad would take, saw it when the Emperor banished his own brother, gods. I was there, in the nascent. I was one of the brothers of Rulad, his new extended family of cowering fauners. May the black-winged Lord preserve me. I watched as the one Edur I admired, the one Edur I respected, was broken down. No, I did more than watch. I added my voice to Rulad's ritual shawning of Trull, and Trull's crime. Why? Nothing more than yet one more desperate attempt to bring Rulad home. Ah, by the dark mother herself. But Alrada An had never dared, not once, not even in those early days when Trull struggled to turn the tide. No, he had himself turned away, rejecting every opportunity to unveil words that he knew Trull had needed, and would see and cherish as gifts. I was a coward. My soul fled the risk, and there is no going back. In the days following Rulad's ascension to the Lethari crown, Alrada had led a company of Arape warriors out of Letheras, seeking the trail of the new emperor's betrayers, his brother Pier and that slave Udinas. They had failed to discover any sign of them, and in that Alrada had found some small measure of victory. Rulad's rage had nearly resulted in mass executions, Alrada and his searchers foremost among them, but the wreckage that remained of Hanan Mosag had managed to impose some control on Rulad. The emperor had great need for Tiste Edur warriors, not just in the occupation and rule of the empire, but yet more in the vast expeditions that were even then being planned. Expeditions such as this one. Had he known what these journeys would entail, Alrada might well have elected for the execution. Rulad had been so eager to provide in those early days in Letheras. Since that time, all that we have done in his cursed name, we follow him. What has that made of us? Oh, Trull, you were right, and not one of us was brave enough to stand at your side when it mattered most. His memories of Trull Sengar haunted Alrada Ahand. No, his memories of everything haunted him, yet they had converged, found focus in one lone honourable warrior of the Tiste Edur. He stood on the huge ship, eyes on the tumultuous seas, his face long since grown numb from the icy spray, whilst in the waters to all sides more ships rolled in the heavy waves, one half of the third Edur imperial fleet, seeking a way round this enormous continent. Below decks and in the rigging on each and every ship laboured Lethari crews, even the lesser marines, while their overlords did nothing beyond consuming wine and the endless courses of meals, or took to their sumptuous beds Lethari slave women, and those that they used up, left broken and raving with the poison of Edur seed, were simply flung over the rail for the ever-following huge grey sharks and the pods of yearling Denrabi, one half of the fleet in these seas, commanded by Tomad Sengar, the emperor's father. And how well have we done thus far, dear Tomad, a bare handful of dubious champions, challengers to deliver home and into the cast of your youngest son's manic gaze. And let us not forget the fallen kin we have found. Where have they come from? Even they don't know, yet do we treat them as long-lost kin? Do our arms open wide for them? No, they are lesser creatures, blood-befouled by failure, by destitution. Our gift is contempt, though we proclaim it liberation. But I was thinking of champions and Rulad's insatiable hunger that sends out into this world fleet upon fleet. Tomad, how well have we done? He thought to their latest guests down below, and there was the sense no more than a whisper in the murk of his rolled-up, rotted, moth-eaten soul, that perhaps this time they had found someone truly formidable. Someone who just might make Rulad choke on his own blood, even more than once. Although, as always, there would come that terrible scream, "We are made and unmade," and so it goes on forever, and I will never see my home. With eyes the colour of weathered granite, the Letheri Marine Commander, Atri Preda Yan Tovis, known to her soldiers as Twilight, looked down upon the sickly man. The gloomy hold of the ship was fetid and damp, the walkway above the keel smeared with puke and slimy mould. Creaks and thumps filled the air with the impact of every wave against the hull. The muted light of lanterns pitched about, making riotous the shadows. "Here," she said, "drink this." The man looked up, red-rimmed eyes set in a face the hue of whale fat. Drink. Even the words seemed nearly sufficient to double him over yet again, but she saw him struggle mightily against the impulse. "I speak your language not well," she said. "Drink. 2 swallows. Wait, then more. I'll not keep it down," the man said. "No matter. 2, you feel better. Then more, sick goes." With a trembling hand, he accepted the small patinated glass bottle. "Cedar make," Twilight said. "Made generations ago, sick goes." He swallowed once, then twice, was motionless for a moment. Then he lunged to one side. Spitting, coughing, gasping, then, "Spirits, take me." "Yes." "Better," a nod. "Drink rest, it will stay." He did so, then settled back, eyes closed. "Better. Better, yes. Good. Now go to him." She pointed towards the bow, 20 paces further along the walkway, where a figure leaned, huddled against the prow's uplift. "Preda Tomad, Sengar has doubts. Champion will not survive voyage. Will not eat, drink. Wastes away. Go to him, you claim much. His prowess, we see otherwise. We see only weakness." The man lying on the walkway would not meet her eyes, but he slowly sat up, then climbed awkwardly, unevenly to his feet. Legs wide to maintain his balance, he straightened, spat into the palms of his hands, rubbed his palms together for a moment, then swept both hands back through his hair. Tarelak Veed met the woman's eyes. "Now you are the one looking ill," he said, frowning. "What is wrong?" Twilight simply shook her head. "Go. The Preda must be convinced, else we throw you both overside." The Graal warrior turned about and made his way, crab-like, up the walkway. To either side of him, pressed together between crates and casks, were chained figures, grey-skinned like their captors, almost as tall, with many bearing facial traits that revealed Edur blood. Yet here they were, rotting in their own filth, their dull, owlish gazes following Tarelak as he made his way forward. The Graal crouched before Icarium, reached out a hand to rest it on the warrior's shoulder. Icarium flinched at the contact. "My friend," Tarelak said in a low voice, "I know this is not illness of the flesh that so afflicts you. It is illness of the spirit. You must struggle against it, Icarium." The jag was drawn up, knees to his chest, arms wrapped tight, the position reminding the Graal of the burial style practiced by the early. For a long moment there was no response to his words. Then a shudder racked the figure curled up before him. "I cannot do this," Icarium said, lifting his head to fix despairing eyes upon Tarelak. I do not wish to kill anyone." Tarelak rubbed at his face. Spirits below, that draught from twilight, had done wonders.
"I can do this, Icarium. Look down this walkway. Look upon these filthy creatures who were told they were being liberated from their oppressors, who came to believe that in these Edur was their salvation. But no, their blood is not pure. It is muddied. They were slaves, fallen so far, knowing nothing of their own history. The glory of their past, yes, I know what glory, but look upon them. What manner of demons are these Tiste Edur and their damned empire, to so treat their own kind?"
"Now tell me, Icarium, what have I procured for you? Tell me." The warrior's expression was ravaged, horror swimming in his eyes, and something else, a light of wildness. "For what we witnessed," the jag whispered, "for what we saw them do." "Vengeance," Tarelak Veed said, nodding. Icarium stared at him like a drowning man. "Vengeance. But you will not be given that chance, Icarium. The Preda loses faith in you, in me, and we are in grave peril of being thrown to the sharks. They ask me to kill their emperor, Tarelak Veed. It makes no sense. What they ask," the Graal said, baring his teeth, "and what you shall deliver are two entirely different things." "Vengeance," Icarium said again, as if tasting the word. Then he brought both hands to his face. "No, no, it is not for me. Already too much blood. More can achieve nothing. I will be no different than them." He reached out suddenly and grasped Tarelak, dragging him close. "Don't you see that? More innocent lives. Innocent. You fool, Icarium, can't you understand? Innocence is a lie. None of us is innocent. Not one. Show me one, please, I beg you. Show me that I am wrong." He twisted round in the jag's iron grip, jabbed a finger towards the huddled forms of the slaves. "We both witnessed, did we not, yesterday?" 2 of those pathetic fools, choking the life out of a third one, all 3 in chains, Icarium, all 3 starving, dying. Yet some old quarrel, some old stupidity, unleashed one last time. Victims. Oh yes, no doubt of that. Innocent? Ha! And may the spirits above and below strike me down if my judgment is false. Icarium stared at him. Then, slowly, his long fingers relaxed their grip on the Graal's hide shirt. My friend, Taralac said, you must eat. You must keep your strength. This empire of the Tiste Edur, it is an abomination, ruled by a madman whose only talent is with a sword, and to that the weak and strong must bow, for such is the caste of the world. To defy the powerful is to invite subjugation and annihilation. You know this, Icarium. Yet you and you alone, friend, possess what is necessary to destroy that abomination. This is what you were born to do. You are the final weapon of justice. Do not waver before this flood of inequity. Feed upon what you have witnessed, what we have witnessed, and all that we shall see on the voyage ahead. Feed on it to fuel the justice within you until it is blinding with power. Icarium, do not let these terrible Edur defeat you, as they are doing now. A voice spoke behind him. Twilight. The Praetor considers a test for this warrior. Taralac Veed turned, looked up at the woman. What do you mean? What sort of test? We fight many wars. We walk paths of chaos and shadow. The Graal's eyes narrowed. We? She grimaced. The Edur now rule Lether. Where they lead, Letheri must follow. Edur swords make river of blood, and from river of blood there is river of gold. The loyal have grown rich, so very rich. And the disloyal, they tend the oars indebted. It is so, and you, Atri Praetor, are you loyal? She studied him silent for a half-dozen heartbeats. Then she said, each champion believes. By their sword the emperor shall die. What is believed and what is true is not same, she said, strangely twisting Taralac's own words. To what is true I am loyal. The Praetor considers a test. Very well, the Graal said, then held his breath, dreading a refusal from Icarium. But none came. Ah, that is good. The woman walked away, armor rustling like coins spilling onto gravel. Taralac Veed stared after her. She hides herself, Icarium said in a low, sad voice, yet her soul dies from within. Do you believe, my friend, the Graal said, turning back to the jug once more, that she alone suffers in silence? That she alone cowers, her honor besieged by what she must do? Icarium shook his head. Then think of her when your resolve falters, friend. Think of Twilight, and all the others like her. A wan smile. Yet you say there is no innocence, an observation that does not obviate the demand for justice, Icarium. The jag's gaze shifted down and away, and seemed to focus on the slime-laden planks of the hull to his right. No, he whispered in a hollow tone, I suppose it doesn't. Sweat glistened on the rock walls, as if the pressure of the world had grown unbearable. The man who had just appeared, as if from nowhere, stood motionless for a time. The dark grey of his cloak and hood making him indistinct in the gloom, but the only witnesses to this peculiarity were both indifferent and blind, the maggots writhing in torn, rotting flesh among the sprawl of bodies that stretched before him down the chasm's elongated, rough floor. The stench was overpowering, and Cotillion could feel himself engulfed in grief-laden familiarity, as if this was the true scent of existence. There had been times, he was almost certain, when he'd known unmitigated joy, but so faded were they to his recollection that he had begun to suspect the fictional conjuring of nostalgia. As with civilizations and their golden ages, so too with people, each individual ever longing for that golden past moment of true peace and wellness. So often it was rooted in childhood, in a time before the strictures of enlightenment had afflicted the soul, when what had seemed simple unfolded its complexity like the petals of a poison flower to waft its miasma of decay. The bodies were of young men and women, too young in truth to be soldiers, although soldiers they had been. Their memories of solace would likely have been scoured from their minds back, when, in a place and a world they had once called home, they hung nailed by iron spikes to wooden crosses, uncomprehending of their crimes. Of course there had been no such crimes, and the blood which they had shed so profusely had yielded no evidence of its taint, for neither the name of a people, nor the hue of their skin, nor indeed the cast of their features, could make life's blood any less pure or precious. Willful fools with murder in their rotted hearts believed otherwise. They divided the dead into innocent victim and the rightfully punished, and knew with unassailable conviction upon which side they themselves stood. With such conviction the plunging of knives proved so very easy. Here they had fought hard, he observed, as he pushed himself into motion, a pitched battle, then an engaged withdrawal. Proof of superior training, discipline, and a fierce unwillingness to yield without exacting a price. The enemy had taken their own fallen away, but for these young dead, the chasm itself was now their crypt, saved from their crucifixions. For this there had been so many pressing tasks, essential necessities, that we neglected this company, a company we ourselves ensconced here to defend what we claimed our own, and then it must have seemed we abandoned them. And in that grim conclusion they would, he admitted sourly, not be far wrong. But we are assailed on all sides now. We are in our most desperate moment right now. Oh, my fallen friends, I am sorry for this. A conceit among the living that their words could ease the dead. Worse to voice words seeking forgiveness from those dead. The fallen had but one message to deliver to the living, and it had nothing to do with forgiveness. Remind yourself of that, Cotillion. Be ever mindful of what the dead tell you and everyone else over and over again. He heard noises ahead, muted, a rhythmic, rusping sound, like iron edges licking leather, then the soft pad of moccasined feet. The natural corridor of the chasm narrowed, and blocking the choke point was a Tilan Emas, sword point resting on the rock before it, watching Cotillion's approach. Beyond the undead warrior, there was the dull yellow glow of lanterns, a passing shadow, another, then a figure stepped into view. "Stand aside, Ibra Golan," Minala said, her eyes on Cotillion. Her armour was in tatters. A spear point had punctured chain and leather high on her chest, the left side, just beneath the shoulder. Old blood crusted the edges. One side of her helm's cheek guard was gone, and the area of her face made visible by its absence was swollen and mottled with bruises. Her extraordinary light grey eyes were fixed on Cotillion's own as she moved past the Tilan Emas. "They arrived through a gate," she said, "a warren lit by silver fire. Chaos," he said. "Proof of the alliance we had feared would come to pass. Minala, how many attacks have you repulsed?" "4." She hesitated, then reached up and worked her helm loose, lifting it clear. Sweat-matted, filthy black hair snaked down. "My children, the losses have been heavy." Cotillion could not hold her gaze any longer. Not with that admission. She went on. If not for the Tilan Emas and Apt, and the Tiste Edur renegade, this damned first throne would now be in the possession of an army of blood-hungry barbarians. "Thus far, then," Cotillion ventured, "your attackers have been exclusively Tiste Edur?" "Yes." She studied him for a long moment. "That will not last, will it?" Cotillion's eyes focused once again on Ibra Golan. Minala continued, "The Edur are but skirmishers, aren't they? And even they have not fully committed themselves to this cause. Why? They are as thinly stretched as we are, Minala. Ah, then I cannot expect more Aptorians. What of the other demons of your realm, Cotillion? Azalan, Dinal, can you give us nothing? We can, he said, but not now. When? He looked at her. When the need is greatest. Minala stepped close. You bastard! I had 1,300. Now I have 400 still capable of fighting. She jabbed a finger towards the area beyond the choke point. Almost 300 more lie dying of wounds, and there is nothing I can do for them. Shadow Throne will be informed, Cotillion said. He will come. He will heal your wounded. When? The word was nearly a snarl. When I leave here, he replied. I'm returning directly to Shadowkeep. Minala, I would speak with the others. Who? Why? Cotillion frowned, then said, The renegade? Your Tiste Edur. I have questions. I have never seen such skill with the spear. Trull Sengar kills and kills, and then, when it is done, and he kneels in the blood of the kin he has slain, he weeps. Do they know him? Cotillion asked. Do they call him by name? No. He says they are Den Ruther and young newly blooded, but he then says it is only a matter of time. Those Edur that succeed in withdrawing, they must be reporting the presence of an Edur among the defenders of the First Throne. Trull says that one of his own tribe will be among the attackers, and he will be recognized. And it is then, he says, that they will come in force with warlocks. He says, Cotillion, that he will bring ruin upon us all. Does he contemplate leaving? Cotillion asked. She scowled. To that he gives no answer. If he did, I would not blame him. And, she added, if he chooses to stay, I may well die with his name the last curse I voice in this world, or, more likely, the second last name. He nodded, understanding. Trull Sengar remains then, out of honour, and that honour spells our doom. Cotillion ran a hand through his hair, mildly surprised to discover how long it had grown. Jay need to find a hair hacker. One trustworthy enough, with a blade at my neck. He considered that, well, is it any wonder gods must do such mundane tasks for themselves? Listen to yourself, Cotillion. Your mind would flee from this moment. Meet this woman's courage with your own. The arrival of warlocks among the Tiste Edur will prove a difficult force to counter. We have the Bonecaster, she said, as yet he has remained hidden. Inactive, for like Trull Sengar, he is a lodestone. Cotillion nodded. Will you lead me in, Minala? In answer, she turned about and gestured that he follow. The cavern beyond was a nightmare vision. The air was fetid, thick as that of a slaughterhouse. Dried blood covered the stone floor like a crumbling pasty carpet. Pale faces, too young by far, turned to look upon Cotillion with ancient eyes drained of all hope. The gods saw apt, the demon's black hide ribboned with grey, barely healed scars, and crouched at her lone forefoot. Panic, his huge faceted eye glittering. The forehead above that ridged eye displayed a poorly stitched slice, result of a blow that had peeled back his scalp from just above one side of the eye's orbital across to the temple opposite. 3 figures rose, emerging from gloom as they walked towards Cotillion. The patron god of assassins halted. Monok Okem, the clanless Tilan Imas, known as Onrak the Broken, and the renegade Tiste Edur, Trail Sengar. I wonder would these 3, along with Ibra Golan, have been enough? Did we need to fling Minala and her young charges into this horror? Then, as they drew closer, Cotillion saw Onrak and Trull more clearly. Beaten down, slashed, cut. Half of Onrak's skeletal head was shorn away. Ribs had caved in from some savage blow, and the upper ridge of his hip on the left side had been chopped away, revealing the porous interior of the bone. Trull was without armour, and had clearly entered battle lacking such protection. The majority of his wounds, deep gashes, puncture holes, were on his thighs, beneath the hips, and to the outside, signs of a spear wielder's style of parrying with the middle haft of the weapon. The Edur could barely walk, leaning heavily on the battered spear in his hands. Cotillion found it difficult to meet the Edur's exhausted, despair-filled eyes. "When the time comes," he said to the grey-skinned warrior, "help shall arrive." Onrak the Broken spoke. "When they win the first throne, they will realize the truth, that it is not for them. They can hold it, but they cannot use it." Why, then, Cotillion of Shadow, do these brave mortals surrender their lives here? "Perhaps we but provide a feint," Monarch Ochem said, the bonecaster's tone as inflectionless as Onrak's had been. "No," Cotillion said, "more than that. It is what they would do upon making that discovery. They will unleash the warren of chaos in this place, in the chamber where resides the first throne. Monarch Ochem, they shall destroy it, and so destroy its power." "Is such a deed cause for regret?" Onrak asked. Shaken Cotillion had no reply. Monarch Ochem pivoted to regard Onrak the Broken. This one speaks the words of the unbound. He fights not to defend the first throne. He fights only to defend Troll Sengar. He alone is the reason that Tiste Edur still lives.
"This is true," Onrak replied. "I accept no authority other than my own will, the desires I choose to act upon, and the judgments I make for myself. This, Monarch Ochem, is the meaning of freedom." "Don't, Troll," Sengar said, turning away. "Troll Sengar, no, Onrak, do you not see? You invite your own annihilation, and all because I do not know what to do, all because I cannot decide anything. And so here I remain as chained as I was when you first found me in the nascent."
"Troll Sengar," Onrak said after a moment, "you fight to save lives. The lives of these youths here, you stand in their stead again and again. This is a noble choice. Through you I discover the gift of fighting in defense of honor, the gift of a cause that is worthy. I am not as I once was. I am not as Monarch Ochem and Ibra Golan. Expedience is no longer enough. Expedience is the murderer's lie." "For Hood's sake," Cotillion said to Monarch Ochem, feeling exasperated, brittle with frustration, "can you not call upon kin? A few hundred Tilan emas? There must be some lying around somewhere, doing nothing as is their wont." The empty eyes remained empty. "Cotillion of Shadow, your companion claimed the first throne, then he need only command the Tilan emas to attend. No, the others journey to a war of self-preservation, to Hood with a sail." Cotillion shouted, his voice echoing wildly in the cavern. "This is nothing but damned pride. You cannot win there. You send clan after clan, all into the same destructive maw. You damned fools, disengage. There is nothing worth fighting for on that miserable nightmare of a continent. Don't you see, among the tyrants there, it is nothing but a game." "It is the nature of my people," Onrak said, and Cotillion could detect a certain tone in the words, something like vicious irony, to believe in their own supreme efficacy. They mean to win that game, Cotillion of Shadow, or greet oblivion. They accept no alternatives. Pride? It is not pride, it is the very reason to exist. We face greater threats, and they do not care, Onrak cut in. This you must understand, Cotillion of Shadow. Once, long ago by mortal standards, now your companion found the first throne. He occupied it, and so gained command over the Tilan emas. Even then it was a tenuous grasp, for the power of the first throne is ancient. Indeed, its power wanes. Shadow Throne was able to awaken Logros Tilan emas, a lone army, finding itself still bound to the first throne's remnant power due to little more than mere proximity. He could not command Kron Tilan emas, nor Bentract, nor Ephael, nor the others that remained, for they were too distant. When Shadow Throne last sat upon the first throne, he was mortal. He was bound to no other aspect. He had not ascended. But now he is impure, and this impurity ever weakens his command. Cotillion, as your companion loses ever more substance, so too does he lose veracity. Cotillion stared at the broken warrior, then looked over at Monok Ochem and Ibra Golan. And these then, he said in a low voice, represent token obedience. The Bonecaster said, we must seek to preserve our own kind, Cotillion of Shadow. And if the first throne is lost? A clattering shrug. Gods below. Now, at last, I understand why we lost Logros's undead army in the middle of the 7 Cities campaign. Why they just left. He shifted his gaze back to Onrak the Broken. Is it possible, he asked, to restore the power of the first throne?
Say nothing, Monok Ockham commanded. Onrak's half-shattered head slowly turned to regard the Bonecaster. You do not compel me. I am unbound. At some silent order, Ibra Golan lifted his stone weapon and faced Onrak. Cotillion raised his hands. Wait, Onrak, do not answer my question. Let's forget I ever asked it. There's no need for this. Haven't we enough enemies as it is? You, said Monok Ockham to the god, are dangerous.
You think what must not be thought. You speak aloud what must not be said. You are as a hunter who walks a path no one else can see. We must consider the implications. The Bonecaster turned away, bony feet scraping as he walked towards the chamber of the first throne. After a moment, Ibra Golan lowered his blade and thumped off in Monok Ockham's wake. Cotillion reached up to run his hand through his hair once again and found his brow slick with sweat. And so, Trull Sengar said, with a hint of a smile, you have taken our measure, Cotillion, and from this visit we, in turn, receive equally bitter gifts, namely the suggestion that all we do here in defense of this first throne is without meaning. So, do you now elect to withdraw us from this place? His eyes narrowed on the god, and the ironic half-smile gave way to something else I thought not. Perhaps indeed I walk an unseen path. One even I am blind to, but now the necessity of following it could not be greater. We will not abandon you, he said. So you claim, muttered Minala behind him. Cotillion stepped to one side. I have summoned Shadow Throne, he said to her, a wry expression. Summoned, we grant each other leave to do such things, Minala, as demands dictate, companions in truth, then. I thought that you were subservient to Shadow Throne, Cotillion. Do you now claim otherwise? He managed a smile. We are fully aware of each other's complementary talents, he replied, and left it at that. There wasn't enough time, she said. For what? For training, for the years needed for them to grow up, to live. He said nothing, for she was right. Take them with you, Minala said. Now, I will remain, as will Apt and Panic. Cotillion, please, take them with you. I cannot. Why? He glanced over at Onrak. Because, Minala, I am not returning to the realm of shadow. Wherever you are going, she said in a suddenly harsh voice, it must be better than this. Alas, would that I could make such a promise. He cannot, said Onrak. Minala, he now in truth sets out on an unseen path. It is my belief that we shall not see him again. Thank you for the vote of confidence, Cotillion said. My friend has seen better days, Trull, Sengar said, reaching out to slap Onrak on the back. The thump the blow made was hollow, raising dust, and something clattered down within the warrior's chest. Oh, said the Tiste Edur, did that do something bad? No, Onrak replied, the broken point of a spear. It had been lodged in bone. Was it irritating you? Only the modest sound it made when I walked.
Thank you, Troll, Sengar.
Cotillion eyed the two. What mortal would call a Tilan Emas friend? And they fight side by side. I would know more of this Trull Sengar, but, as with so many things lately, there was no time for that. Sighing, he turned and saw that the youth Panic now guarded the choke point in Ibra Golan's absence. The god headed that way. Panek swung to face him. "I miss him," he said. "Who, Edgewalker? Why?" "I doubt that sack of bones could fight his way out of a birch-bark coffin. Not to fight at our sides, uncle. We will hold here. Mother worries too much." "Which mother?" A hideous, sharp-toothed smile. "Both. Why do you miss Edgewalker, then? For his stories." "Oh, those... the dragons. The foolish ones, the wise ones, the living ones, and the dead ones. If every world were but a place on the board, they would be the game pieces, yet no single hand directs them. Each is wild, a will unto itself. And then there are the shadows. Edgewalker explained about those. The ones you can't see, he explained, did he? Well, clearly the hoary bastard likes you more than he does me." "They all cast shadows, uncle," Panek said, "into your realm. Every one of them. That's why there's so many prisoners." Cotillion frowned, then, slowly, inexorably as comprehension dawned, the god's eyes widened. Trull, Sengar watched the god move past Panek, one hand tracking along the stone wall, as if Cotillion was suddenly drunk. "I wonder what that was all about. You'd think Panek just kneed him between the legs. He'd earn a kiss from me if he did that," Minala said. "You're too harsh," Trull said. "I feel sorry for Cotillion." "Then you're an idiot, but of course I've known the truth of that for months." He smiled across at her, said nothing. Minala now eyed the uneven entrance to the chamber of the first throne. "What are they doing in there? They never go in there." "Considering implications, I suppose," Trull said. "And where's Shadow Throne? He's supposed to be here by now. If we get attacked right now—" "We're dead." Trull leaned more heavily on the spear, to ease the weight on his left leg, which was hurting more, marginally, than his right. "Or at least I am."
"But that's likely whether or not I get healed, once my kin decide to take this seriously." He did not understand their half-hearted skirmishing, the tentative probing by the Denratha. And why were they bothering at all? If they hungered for a throne, it would be that of Shadow, not this petrified bone monstrosity they call the First Throne. But dunking on it, maybe this does indeed make sense.
They have allied themselves with the crippled god, and with the unbound Tlan Imas, who now serve the chained one. But my Tiste Edur place little weight on alliances with non-Edior. Maybe that's why all they've done thus far is token bloodletting. A single warlock and veteran warriors, and this little fate would be over, and they would come. They will come, once I am recognized. Yet he could not hide himself from their eyes. He could not stand back whilst they slaughtered these young humans who knew nothing of life, who were soldiers in name only. These lessons of cruelty and brutality did not belong in what a child needed to learn, in what a child should learn. And a world in which children were subjected to such things was a world in which compassion was a hollow word, its echoes a chorus of mockery and cold contempt. 4 skirmishes. 4, and Minala was now mother to 700 destroyed lives, almost half of them facing the mercy of death, until Shadow Throne appears, with his edged gift in itself cold and heartless. Your face betrays you, Trull Sengar. You are driven to weeping yet again. The Edur looked across at Onrak, then over to where Minala now stood with Panek. Her rage is her armor friend, and that is my greatest weakness, that I cannot conjure the same within myself. Instead, I stand here, waiting. For the next attack, for the return of the terrible music, the screams, the pain and the dying, the deafening roar of the futility our battle lust creates, with every clash of sword and spear. Yet you do not surrender, the Tlan Imas said. I cannot. The music you hear in battle is incomplete. Trull Sengar. What do you mean? Even as I stand at your side, I can hear Minala's prayers, whether she is near us or not. Even when she drags wounded and dying children back, away from danger, I hear her. She prays, Trull Sengar, that you do not fall, that you fight on, that the miracle that is you and the spear you wield shall never fail her. Never fail her and her children. Trull Sengar turned away. Ah, Onrak said, with your tears suddenly loosed, friend, I see my error. Where I sought by my words to instill pride in you, I defeat your own armor and wound you deeply. With despair, I am sorry. There remains so much of what it is to live that I have forgotten. The battered warrior regarded Trull in silence for a moment, then added, Perhaps I can give you something else, something more, hopeful. Please try, Trull said in a whisper. At times down in this chasm I smell something, a presence. It is faint, animal. It comforts me, although I do not know why, for I cannot comprehend its source. In those times, Trull Sengar, I feel as if we are being observed. We are being watched by unseen eyes, and in those eyes there is vast compassion. Do you say this only to ease my pain, Onrak? No, I would not so deceive you. Who does it come from? I do not know, but I have seen that it affects Monarch Ochem. Even Ibra Golan, I sense their disquiet, and this too comforts me. Well, rasped a voice beside them, it isn't me. Shadows coalescing, creating a hunched, hooded shape, wavering indistinct, as if reluctant to commit itself to any particular existence, any single reality. Shadow throne, healing, yes? Very well, but I have little time. We must hurry, do you understand? Hurry, renewed once again, to face what will come. Would that I had my own prayers, comforting words in my mind, to drown out the screams all around me, to drown out my own. Somewhere down below, Karsa Orlong struggled to calm havoc, and the sudden hammer of hooves against wood, sending trembles through the deck beneath Samar Dev's feet, indicated that it would be some time before the animal quieted. She did not blame the jag horse. The air below was foul, reeking with the sick and the dying, with the sour stench that came from hopelessness. But we are spared that fate. We are guests, because my giant companion would kill the Emperor. The fool, the arrogant, self-obsessed idiot. I should have stayed with Boatfinder there on that wild shore. I should have then turned around and walked home. She had so wanted this to be a journey of exploration and discovery, the lure of wonders waiting somewhere ahead. Instead, she found herself imprisoned by an empire gone mad with obsession, self-righteous, seeing its own might as if it was a gift bestowing piety, as if power projected its own ethos, and the capability to do something was justification enough for doing it. The mindset of the street corner bully, in his head 2 or 3 rules by which he guided his own existence, and by which he sought to shape his world. The ones he must fear, the ones he could drive to their knees, and maybe ones he hungered to be like, or ones he lusted after. But even there the relationship was one of power. Samar Dev felt sick with disgust, fighting a tide of tumultuous panic rising within her, and no dry deck beneath her boots could keep her from that sort of drowning. She had tried to keep out of the way of the human crew who worked the huge ship's sails, and finally found a place where she wouldn't be pushed aside or cursed at the very prow, holding tight to ratlines as the waves lifted and dropped the lumbering craft. In a strange way, each plunge that stole her own weight proved satisfying, almost comforting. Someone came to her side, and she was not surprised to see the blonde, blue-eyed witch, no taller than Samar's shoulder, her arms exposed to reveal the lean, cabled muscles of someone familiar with hard, repetitive work. Indicative as well, she believed, of a particular personality, hard-edged, judgmental, perhaps even untrustworthy. Muscles, like wires, were ever stretched taut by some inner extremity, a nervous agitation devoured like fuel, unending in its acrid supply. I am named Featherwitch, the woman said, and Samar Dev noted, with faint surprise, that she was young. You understand me, words? My words, He teaches not well, she added. She means the Taxilian. It's no surprise. He knows what will happen when he outlives his usefulness. You teach me, Featherwitch said. Samar Dev reached out and flicked the withered finger hanging from the young woman's neck, eliciting both a flinch and a curse. I teach you nothing. I make Hunradi Halag kill you, then Karsa Orlong kills every damned person on this ship, except the chained ones. Featherwitch, scowling, was clearly struggling to understand. Then, with a snarl, she spun round and walked away. Samar Dev returned her gaze to the heaving seas ahead. A witch indeed, and one that did not play fair with the spirits. One who did not recognize honor. Dangerous. She will attempt things. She may even try to kill me, make it look like an accident. There is a chance she will succeed, which means I had better warn Karsa. If die, he will understand that it will have been no accident, and so he will destroy every one of these foul creatures. Her own thoughts shocked her. Ah, shame on me. I too begin to think of Karsa Orlong as a weapon, to be wielded, manipulated, and in the name of some imagined vengeance, no less. But she suspected someone or something else was already playing that game, with Karsa Orlong. And it was that mystery she needed to pursue until she had an answer. And then, am I not assuming that the Toblakai is unaware of how he is being used? What if he already knows? Think on that, woman. All right. He accepts it for now. But whenever he deems it expedient to turn on those unseen manipulators, he will, and they will regret ever having involved themselves in his life. Yes, that well suits Karsa's own arrogance, his unshakable confidence. In fact, the more I think on it, the more I am convinced that I am right. I've stumbled onto the first steps of the path that will lead me to solving the mystery. Good. What in Hood's name did you say to her? Startled, Samar Dev looked over to see the Taxilian arrive at her side. Who? What? Oh, her. Be careful, the man said. He waved a filthy hand in front of his bruised, misshapen face. See this? Featherwitch. I dare not fight back. I dare not even defend myself. See it in her eyes. I think she was beaten herself when a child. That is how these things breed generation after generation. Yes, Samar said, surprised. I believe you are right. He managed something like a grin. I was foolish enough to be captured, yes, but that does not make me always a fool. What happened? Pilgrimage of sorts. I paid for passage on a drake, back to Rutu Jelba, trying to flee the plague, and believe me, I paid a lot. Samar Dev nodded. Drakes were Tanno pilgrim ships, heavy and stolid and safe against all but the fiercest storms, and on board there would be a Tanno spirit walker, or at the very least a Tanno mendicant. No plague could thrive on such a ship. It had been a clever gamble, and drakes were usually half empty on their return journeys. Dawn broke a mere 2 days away from Rutu Jelba. The Taxilian continued, and we were surrounded by foreign ships. This fleet, the Spirit Walker, sought to communicate. Then, when it became evident that these Edur viewed us as a prize, to negotiate. Gods below, woman, the sorcery they unleashed upon him. Awful. It sickened the very air. He resisted a lot longer than they expected. I've since learned long enough to cause them considerable consternation. But he fell in the end, the poor bastard. The Edur chose one of us, me as it turned out, and cut open the others and flung them to the sharks. They needed a translator, you see. And what, if I may ask, is your profession? Architect in Taxila. No, not famous, struggling. He shrugged. A struggle I would willingly embrace right now. You were working deceit when teaching Featherwitch. He nodded. She knows, yes, but for the moment she can do nothing about it. This part of the fleet is resupplied, will not be heading landward for some time, and as for 7 cities' ships to capture, well, the plague's emptied the seas, hasn't it? Besides, we will be sailing west. For now, I'm safe, and unless Featherwitch is a lot smarter than I think she is, it will be a long time before she comes to comprehension. How are you managing it? I'm teaching her 4 languages all at once and making no distinction among them, not even the rules of syntax. For each word I give her 4 in translation, then think up bizarre rules for selecting one over another given the context. She's caught me out but once, so Malazan, the Taxili scholar's dialect, the early variant of the common tongue, and, from my grandfather's sister, tribal Rangala. Rangala? I thought that was extinct. Not until she dies, and I'd swear that old hag's going to live forever. What is your name? He shook his head. There is power in names. No, I do not distrust you. It is these Tiste Edur, and Featherwitch, if she discovers my name, she can compel you. I understand. Well, in my mind I think of you as the Taxilian. That will suffice. I am Samar Dev, and the warrior I came with is Toblakai. Shaiks Toblakai. He calls himself Karsa Orlong. You risk much, revealing your names. The risk belongs to Featherwitch. I surpass her in the old arts. As for Karsa, well, she is welcome to try. She glanced at him. You said we were sailing west? He nodded. Hunradi Khalag commands just under half the fleet. The rest is somewhere east of here. They have both been sailing back and forth along this coast for some months, almost half a year, in fact, like fisher fleets. But the catch they seek walks on 2 legs and wields a sword. Discovering remnant kin was unexpected, and the state those poor creatures were in simply enraged, these Edur. I do not know where the 2 fleets intend to merge, somewhere west of Sepik, I think. Once that happens, he shrugged, we set a course for their empire. And where is that? Another shrug. Far away, and beyond that I can tell you nothing. Far away indeed. I have never heard of an empire of humans ruled by Tiste Edur. And yet, this leathery language, as you noted, it is somehow related to many of the languages here in 7 cities, those that are but branches from the same tree, and that tree is the first empire. Ah, that explains it then, for I can mostly understand the leathery now. They use a different dialect when conversing with the Edur, a mix of the 2, a trader tongue, and even there I begin to comprehend. I suggest you keep such knowledge to yourself, Taxilian. I will. Samar Dev, is your companion truly the same Toblakai as the one so named who guarded Shaik? It is said he killed 2 demons the night before she was slain, one of them with his bare hands. Until recently, Samar Dev said he carried with him the rotted heads of those demons. He gifted them to Boatfinder, to the Anibari shaman who accompanied us. The white fur Karsa wears is from a Solataken. He killed a 3rd demon just outside Ugarat and chased off another in the Anibar forest. He single-handedly killed a Bedouin bull, and that I witnessed with my own eyes. The Taxilian shook his head. The Edur Emperor, he too is a demon. Every cruelty committed by these grey-skinned bastards they claim is by their emperor's command, and so too this search for warriors. An emperor who invites his own death, how can this be? I don't know, she admitted. And not knowing is what frightens me the most. As you say, it makes no sense. One thing is known, the man said. Their emperor has never been defeated, else his rule would have ended. Perhaps indeed that tyrant is the greatest warrior of all. Perhaps there is no one anywhere in this world, who can best him, not even Toblakai. She thought about that, as the huge Edur fleet, filling the seas around her, worked northward, the untamed wilds of the Ulfara Peninsula, a jagged line on the horizon to port. North, then west, into the Sepik Sea. Samar Dev slowly frowned. Oh, they have done this before. Sepik, the island kingdom, the vassal to the Malazan Empire. a peculiar, isolated people with their two-tiered society. The indigenous tribe subjugated and enslaved. Rulhuntal Venor, the mudskins. Taxilian, these Edius slaves below. Where did they find them? I don't know. The bruised face twisted into a bitter smile. They liberated them. The sweet lie of that word, Samadev. No, I will think no more on that. You are lying to me, Taxilian, I think. There was a shout from the crow's nest, picked up by sailors in the rigging and passed on below. Samadev saw heads turn, saw Tiste Edur appear and make their way astern. Ships have been sighted in our wake, the Taxilian said. The rest of the fleet? No. He lifted his head and continued listening as the lookout called down ever more details. Foreigners? Lots of ships? Mostly transports, 2/3 transports, 1/3 dromon escort, he grunted. The third time we've sighted them since I came on board. Sighted, then evaded each time. Have you identified those foreigners for them, Taxilian? He shook his head. The Malazan Imperial Fleet, Admiral Nock. It has to be. She saw a certain tension now among the Tiste Edur. What is it? What are they so excited about? Those poor Malazans, the man said with a savage grin. It's the positioning now, you see. What do you mean? If they stay in our wake, if they keep sailing northward to skirt this peninsula, they are doomed. Why? Because now Samadev, the rest of the Edur fleet, Tomad Sengar's mass of warships, is behind the Malazans. All at once, the cold wind seemed to cut through all of Samadev's clothing. They mean to attack them. They mean to annihilate them, the Taxilian said. And I have seen Edur sorcery, and I tell you this, the Malazan Empire is about to lose its entire imperial fleet. It will die, and with it, every damned man and woman on board. He leaned forward as if to spit. Then, realizing the wind was in his face, he simply grinned all the harder, except maybe one or two champions. This was something new, Banashar reflected as he hurried beneath sheets of rain towards coops. He was being followed. Once, such a discovery would have set a fury alight inside him, and he would have made short work of the fool, then, after extracting the necessary details, even shorter work of whoever had hired that fool. But now the best he could muster was a sour laugh under his breath. Aye, master or mistress. He wakes up in the afternoon without fail, and after a sixth of a bell or so of coughing and scratching and clicking knits, he heads out onto the street and sets off, mistress or master, for one of 6 or so disreputable establishments, and once ensconced among the regulars, he argues about the nature of religion, or is it taxation and the rise in port tithes, or the sudden drop-off in the Koraval schools off the Yucatan shoals, or the poor workmanship of that cobbler who'd sworn he could restitch that sole on this here left boot. What? True enough. Master or mistress, it's all nefarious code, sure as I can slink with the best slinkers, and I'm as near to cracking it as can be. His lone source of entertainment these nights, these imagined conversations. Gods, now that is pathetic. Then again, pathos ever amuses me. And long before it could cease amusing him, he'd be drunk. And so went another passage of the sun and stars in that meaningless heaven overhead. Assuming it still existed, who could tell with this solid ceiling of grey that had settled on the island for almost a week now, with no sign of breaking. Much more of this rain, and will simply sink beneath the waves. Traders arriving from the mainland will circle and circle where Malaz Island used to be. Circle and circle, the pilots scratching their heads. There he went again. Yet another conjured scene with its subtle weft of contempt for all things human. The sheer incompetence, stupidity, sloth and bad workmanship. Look at this, after all. He limped like some one-footed shark, beta. The cobbler met him at the door, barefooted. He should have started up with the suspicion thing about then. Don't you think? Well, Empress, it's like this. The poor sod was half Wiccan, and he'd paid for that. Thanks to your refusal to rein in the mobs, he'd been herded, oh, great one, with bricks and clubs, about as far as he could go without diving headfirst into the harbour. Lost all his cobbler tools and stuff, his livelihood, you see. And me, well, I am cursed with pity. Ay, Empress, it's not an affliction that plagues you much, and all the good to you, I say. But where was I? Oh yes, racked with pity, prodded into mercy. Hood knows, the poor broken man needed that coin more than I did, if only to bury that little son of his he was still carrying round. Ay, the one with the caved-in skull. No, stop this. Banasha, stop. Meaningless mind games, right? Devoid of significance. Nothing but self-indulgence. And for that vast audience out there, the whispering ghosts and their intimations, their suppositions and veiled insults, and their so easily bored minds, that audience, they are my witnesses. Yes, that sea of murky faces in the pit, for whom my desperate performance, ever seeking to reach out with a human touch, yields nothing but impatience and agitation, the restless waiting for the cue to laugh. Well enough, this oratory pageant served only himself, Banashar knew, and all the rest was a lie. The child with the caved-in skull showed more than one face, tilted askew and flaccid in death. More than one, more than 10, more than 10,000 faces he could not afford to think about in his day-to-day, night-through-night stumble of existence. For they were as nails driven deep into the ground, pinning down whatever train he dragged in his wake, and with each forward step the resistance grew, the constriction round him down him to add to its depth, and a half-dozen faces, pale and dirty as the moon after a dust storm, swung towards him for but a moment, then away again. My adoring public. Yes, the tragic mummer has returned, and there, seated alone at a table, was a monstrosity of a man, hunched over, tiny black eyes glittering beneath the shadow of a jutting brow, hairy beyond reason, twisted snarls exploding out from both ears, the ebon-hued curls wending down to merge with the vast gull's nest that was his beard, which in turn engulfed his neck and continued downward, unabated, to what was visible of the man's bulging chest, and two climbed upward to fur his cheeks, conjoining on the way with the twin juts of nostril hairs, as if the man had thrust tiny uprooted trees up his nose, only to then merge uninterrupted with the sprung hemp ropes that were the man's eyebrows, which in turn blended neatly into the appallingly low hairline that thoroughly disguised what had to be a meagre, sloping forehead. And, despite the man's absurd age, rumoured age, actually, since no one knew for certain, that mass of hair was dyed squid-ink black. He was drinking red vine tea, a local concoction sometimes used to kill ants. Banashar made his way over and sat down opposite the man. If I'd thought about it, I'd say I've been looking for you all this time, Master Sergeant Braventooth. But you ain't much of a thinker, are you? The huge man did not bother looking up.
Can't be if you were looking for me. What you're seeing here is an escape, no, outright flight. Hood knows who's deciding these pathetic nitwits. They keep sending me, deserve the name of recruits, in the Malazan army by the abyss. The world's gone mad, entirely mad. The gatekeeper, Banashar said. Top of the stairs, Mock's Hold, the gate watchman, Braventooth. I assume you know him. Seems he's been there as long as you've been training soldiers. There's knowing and there's knowing that bell-backed old crab. Now let me tell you something about him. I could send legion after legion of my cuddly little recruits up them stairs with every weapon at their disposal, and they'd never get past him. Why? I'll tell you why. It ain't that Lubbin's some champion or mortal sword or something. No, it's that I got more brains lodged up my left nostril waiting for my finger than all my so-called recruits got put together. That doesn't tell me anything about Lubbin, Braventooth, only your opinion of your recruits, which it seems I already surmised. Just so, said the man, nodding. Banashar rubbed at his face.
Lubben? Listen, I need talk with someone holed up in mocks. I send messages, they get into Lubben's hands, and then nothing. So who's that you want to talk to? I'd rather not say. Oh, him. So is Lubben dropping those messages down that slimy chute, the effluence of which so decorously paints the cliffside? Efflu what? No. Tell you what, how about I head up there and take that you'd rather not say by the overlong out-of-style braid on top of his head and give him a shake or three? I don't see how that would help. Well, it did cheer me up, not for any particular gripe, mind you, but just on principle. Maybe you'd rather not. Say'd rather not talk to you. Have you thought of that? Or maybe you'd rather not. I have to talk to him. Important, huh? Yes, imperial interest. No, at least I don't think so. Tell you what, I'll grab him by his cute braid and dangle him from the tower. You can signal from below. I swing him back and forth, and it means he says, "Sure, come on up, old friend," and if I just drop him, it means the other thing. That, or my hands got tired and maybe slipped. You're not helpful at all, Braventooth. Wasn't me sitting at your table? Was you sitting at mine? Banisher leaned back, sighing. Fine, here, I'll buy you some more tea. What? You trying to poison me now? All right, how about we share a pitcher of Malazan Dark? The huge man leaned forward, meeting Banisher's eyes for the first time. Better. Ye see, I'm in mourning. Oh, the news from Yegatan. He snorted. It's always the news from Yegatan, ain't it? Anyway, I've lost some friends. Ah, so tonight, Braventooth said, I plan on getting drunk. For them. I can't cry unless I'm drunk, you see. So why the red vine tea? Braventooth looked up as someone arrived and gave the man an ugly smile. Ask Temper here. Why the red vine tea, you old hunkered-down bastard? Plan on crying tonight, Braventooth. The Master Sergeant nodded. Temper levered himself into a chair that creaked alarmingly beneath him. Red-shot eyes fixed on Banisher. Makes his tears the colour of blood. Story goes, he's only done it once before, and that was when Dasim Ultor died. Gods below, must I witness this tonight? It's what I get, Braventooth muttered, head down once more for believin' everything I hear. Banisher frowned at the man opposite him. Now, what does that mean? The pitcher of ale arrived, as if conjured by their silent desires, and Banisher relieved of further contemplation, and every other demanding stricture of thought, settled back, content to weather yet another night. Aye, master or mistress. He sat with them veterans, pretending he belonged, but really he's just an impostor, sat there all night until Coop had to carry him out. Where is he now? Why, in his smelly, filthy room, dead to the world? Yes, indeed, Banisher is dead to the world. The rain descended in torrents, streaming over the battlements, down along the blood gutters, and the cloud overhead had lowered in the past 20 heartbeats, swallowing the top of the old tower. The window Pearl looked through had once represented the pinnacle of island technology, a fusing of sand to achieve a bubbled, mottled but mostly transparent glass. Now, a century later, its surface was patinated in rainbow patterns, and the world beyond was patchy like an incomplete mosaic, the tesserae melting in some world-consuming fire. Although sight of the flames eluded Pearl, he knew with fearful certainty that they were there, and no amount of rain from the skies could change that. It had been flames, after all, that had destroyed his world, flames that took her, the only woman he had ever loved. And there had been no parting embrace, no words of comfort and assurance exchanged, no, just that edgy dance round each other, and neither he nor Lestara had seemed capable of deciding whether that dance was desire or spite. Even here, behind this small window and the thick stone walls, he could hear the battered, encrusted weather vane somewhere overhead, creaking and squealing in the buffeting gusts of wind assailing Mock's Hole. And he and Lostara had been no different from that weather vane, spinning, tossed this way and that, helpless victim to forces ever beyond their control, beyond even their comprehension. And didn't that sound convincing? Hardly. The adjunct had sent them on a quest, and when its grisly end arrived, Pearl had realized that the entire journey had been but a prelude as far as his own life was concerned, and that his own quest yet awaited him. Maybe it had been simple enough. The object of his desire would proclaim to his soul the consummation of that quest. Maybe she had been what he sought, but Pearl was not certain of that, not any more. Lostara Yil was dead, and that which drove him, hounded him, was unabated, was in fact growing. Who'd take this damned foul city anyway? Why must imperial events ever converge here? Because, he answered himself, Genabakis had Pale, Corel had the Storm Wall, 7 cities has Yatan. In the heart of the Malazan Empire, we have Malaz City. Where it began, so it returns, again and again and again. Festering sores that never heal, and when the fever rises, the blood wells forth, sudden a deluge. He imagined that blood sweeping over the city below, climbing the cliffside, lapping against the very stones of Mock's Hold. Would it rise higher? "It is my dream," said the man, sitting cross-legged in the room behind him. Pearl did not turn. "What is?" "Not understanding this reluctance of yours, Claw, I assure you," Pearl said. "The nature of my report to the Empress will upend this tidy cart of yours. I was there. I saw. You saw what you wanted to see. No witness in truth but myself, regarding the events now being revisited. Revised, yes, as all events are, for such is the exercise of quill-clawed carrion who title themselves historians. Revisiting, thirsting for a taste, just a taste of what it is to know trauma in one's quailing soul. Pronouncing with authority, yes, on that in which the proclaimant in truth has no authority. I alone survive as witness. I alone saw, breathed the air, tasted the treachery. Pearl would not turn to face the fat, unctuous man. He dare not, lest his impulse overwhelm him, an impulse to lift an arm, to flex the muscles of his wrist just so, and launch a poison-sheathed quarrel into the flabby neck of Malik Rel, the gistal priest of Mail. He knew he would likely fail. He would be dead before he finished raising that arm. This was Malik Rel's chamber, after all, his residence. Wards carved into the floor, rituals suspended in the damp air, enough sorcery to set teeth on edge and raise hairs on the nape of the neck. Oh, officially this well-furnished room might be referred to as a cell, but that euphemistic absurdity would not last much longer. The bastard's agents were everywhere, whispering their stories in taverns, on street corners, beneath the straddled legs of whores and noblewomen. The gistal priest was becoming a hero, the lone survivor of the fall at Aran, the only loyal one, that is, the one who managed to escape the clutches of the traitors, be they Sha'ik's own or the betrayers in the city of Aran itself. Malik Rel, who alone professes to know the truth. There were seeds from a certain grass that grew on the Seti plains, Pearl recalled, that were cleverly barbed, so that when they snagged on something or someone, they were almost impossible to remove. Barbed husks that weakened and cracked apart only after the host had travelled far. Such were rumours, carried on breaths from one host to the next, the barbs holding fast. And when the necessary time has passed, when every seed is in place, what then? What shall unfold at Malik Rel's command? Pearl did not want to think about it. Nor did he want to think about this. He was very frightened. Claw, speak with him. Him. I admit, I cannot yet decide which him you are referring to, priest. In neither case, alas, can I fathom your reasons for making such a request of me. Teishren is no friend of yours. Nor is he a fool, Claw. He sees far ahead, does Teichrin? No, there is no reason I would urge you to speak with the Imperial High Mage. His position grows ever more precarious as it is. You seek, yes, to confabulate? Plainly, then, I urge you, Claw, to descend to the catacombs and there speak with Corbolo Dom. You have not heard his story, and in humility I would advise, it is time that you did. Pearl closed his eyes on the rain-lashed scene through the window. Of course. He was in truth an agent of Laseen's. Even when he fought on behalf of Shaik, his dog-slayers, they were in place to turn upon Shaik and crush her utterly, including killing both Toblakai and Leoman of the Flails. But there, during the chain of dogs, he stumbled upon a greater betrayal in the making. Oh yes, Malik Rel, I can see how you and he will twist this. I imagine you two have worked long and hard during those countless illegal sojourns of yours down in the catacombs. Indeed, I know of them. The claw remain outside your grasp, and that will not change, I assure you. It is best, the man said in his sibilant voice, that you consider my humble suggestion, Claw, for the good of your sect. For the good of gods below, he feels ready to threaten the claw. How far has all this madness gone? I must speak with Topper. Maybe it's not too late. This rain, Malik Rel continued behind him, it shall make the seas rise, yes? Chapter 18. Truth is a pressure, and I see us all shying away. But my friends, from truth there can be no escape. The year of 10,000 lies, Keesan, Ahizan, clinging to the limp folds of the imperial standard, its hunger forgotten, its own life, but a quiescent spark within its tiny body, had listened intently to the entire conversation. A dromon was easing its way among the nearest transports, towing a sleek, black-hulled warship, and from the shoreline watched the Adjunct and Admiral Nock, along with Fist Keneb, Quick Ben, and Kalam Mekhar. Few words were exchanged among them until the arrival of Sergeant Gessler and Corporal Stormy. At that point, things got interesting. Adjunct, Gessler said in greeting. That's our ship. That's the Salander. Admiral Nock was studying the gold-hued marine. Sergeant, I understand you claim that you can sail that unpleasant craft. A nod. With a couple squads? Aye, and that's it. As for the crew below manning the oars, well, when we need 'em to row, they'll row. Stormy added, We lived with 'em long enough, they don't scare us no more, sir. Not even Gessler here, and he jumps every time he looks in that fancy silver mirror of his. And those heads, they don't make our skins crawl. Neither. No more. Stop talking like a sailor, Adjutant Stormy, Nock said. A smile amidst the red, bristling beard. Ain't no adjutant any more, Admiral. Thin brows rose and Nock said, Title alone gifts the bearer with intelligence. Stormy nodded.
That it does, sir. Which is why Gessler's a sergeant and I'm a corporal. We get stupider every year that passes. And Stormy's proud of that, Gessler said, slapping his companion on the back. The adjunct rubbed at her eyes. She examined the tips of her leather gloves, then slowly began removing the gauntlets. I see by the waterline she's fully provisioned. Food does not spoil in that hold, Nock said. That much my mages have determined.
Furthermore, there are no rats or other vermin. He hesitated, then sighed. In any case, I could find no sailors who would volunteer to crew the Salander, and I have no intention of forcing the issue. He shrugged. Adjunct, if they truly want it. Very well, Sergeant Gessler, your own squad and 2 others. The 4th and 9th adjunct. Her gaze narrowed on the man, then she turned to Keneb. Fist, they're your resurrected squads.
The 4th, that would be Strings's. For Hood's sake, the adjunct said. His name is Fiddler. It is the worst kept secret in this army, Keneb. Of course. My apologies, adjunct. Fiddlers, then, and the 9th. Let's see, Sergeant Balm's squad. Abyss. Take us, Gessler. What a snarly bunch of malcontents you've selected. Yes, sir. All right.
Keneb hesitated, then turned to Tavore. Adjunct, may I suggest that the Solander hold a flanking position to your own flagship at all times? Mock dismay on Gessler's face, and he punched Stormy in the arm and said, "They don't trust us, Stormy. Shows what they know, don't it?" "Aye, it does. Damn me, they're smarter than we thought." "Sergeant Gessler," the adjunct said, "take your corporal and get out of here." "Aye, adjunct." The two Marines hurried off. After a moment, Admiral Nock laughed, briefly, under his breath, then said, "Adjunct, I must tell you, I am relieved." To leave the Solander to those idiots? No, Tavore. The unexpected arrival of more survivors from Wigaten, with soldiers such as Fiddler, Cuttle, Gessler and Stormy among them, and, he turned to Quick Ben and Kalam, you two as well. The transformation within your army, adjunct, has been palpable. It is often forgotten by commanders, the significance of storied veterans, especially among young, untried soldiers, added to that, the extraordinary tale of their survival beneath the streets of Gatan. He shook his head. In all, a most encouraging development. "I agree," Tavore said, glancing at Keneb. "It was, for the most part, these soldiers who at the very beginning embraced what could have been seen as a terrible omen and made of it a thing of strength. None of us were fully cognizant of it at the time, but it was there, in Arn, at that first parade, that the Bonehunters were born. The others were all staring at her, her brows lifted fractionally. Kinib cleared his throat. "Adjunct, the Bonehunters may well have been birthed that day in Arn, but it only drew its first breath yesterday." "What do you mean?" "We were wondering," Kalam said to her, "where that decoration came from. The one you presented with your own hand to Captain Faradan's sword, and the witch Shin." "Ah, yes. Well, I can make no claim regarding that. The design of that sigil was by Tamba's hand. There were jewelsmiths in her family, I understand, and she passed a few years of her youth as an apprentice. Nonetheless, I do not see how that ceremony achieved little more than a confirmation of what already existed. Adjunct, Fist Keneb said, it was your confirmation that was needed, to make it real. I do not wish to offend you, but before then, you were the adjunct. You were Laseen's, her property. Her expression was suddenly flat, dangerous. And now Fist. But it was Kalam who answered, "Now you belong to the 14th. You belong to us," Keneb said. The moment should have ended there, and all would have been well, better than well. It would have been perfect instead. They saw upon Tavore's expression a growing dismay and fear. And at first, neither emotion made any sense. Unless she was unable to return such loyalty, and so the doubt twisted free like newborn vipers slithering from their clutch of eggs, and tiny deadly fangs sank into every figure standing there, witness to what her face revealed. And this from a woman whose self-control was damned near inhuman. Startled into life, the Ryzan lizard dropped free of its perch, wheeled once, then flitted off, down along the strand, where it alighted on the white flank of a huge tree trunk some past storm had flung ashore. The creature's legs spread wide, belly to the wood, its tiny sides palpitating. Distracted and frightened, Bottle reached out to brush one fingertip between the Ryzan's eyes, a gesture intended to offer comfort, even as he released his hold upon its life spark. The creature fled in a flurry of wings and whipping tail. And now, 5 days later, Bottle found himself on the foredeck of the Solander, staring back down the ship to that tarp-covered heap of severed heads that Stormy called his brain's trust. Amusing, yes, but Bottle knew those undying eyes were piercing the frayed fabric of the canvas, watching him in expectation of what? Damn you, I can't help you poor fools, you have to see that. Besides, he had plenty of other things to worry over right now, so many, in fact, that he did not know where to start. He had seen the sigil, the decoration the adjunct had presented to Faradan's sword, at what should have been her court-martial, and to the mute child Sin, not that she was in truth mute, Bottle knew. The urchin just had very little to say to anyone, barring her brother Shard. The sigil, in silver, a city wall over which rose ruby flames, and the sloped tell beneath that wall, a mass of gold human skulls. The echo of the Bridgeburners' old sigil was not accident. No, it was sheer genius, Tambur's genius. By the end of that same day, iron needles and silk threads were out as blunted fingers worked with varying degrees of talent, and military-issue cloaks found a new decoration among the soldiers of the 14th Army. To go along with dangling finger bones, the occasional bird skull and drilled teeth. All well and good as far as it went. For much of the first day, as Bottle and the others recovered, soldiers would come by just to look at them. It had been unnerving. All that attention, and he still struggled to understand what he saw in those staring eyes. Yes, we're alive. Unlikely, granted, but true nonetheless. Now what is it that you see? The memories of that time beneath the city were a haunting refrain behind every spoken word shared between Bottle and his fellow survivors. It fueled their terrible dreams at night. He had grown used to awakening to some muffled cry from a squad member, from Smiles or Cuttle or Corab Bilan Thenualis, cries dimly echoed from where other squads slept on the stony ground. Their kits had been rifled through in their absence, items and gear redistributed as was the custom, and on that first day soldiers arrived to return what they had taken. By dusk, each survivor had more than they had ever begun with, and could only look on in bemusement at the heaped trinkets, buckles, clasps and charms, the mended tunics, the scrubbed clean quilted underpiding, the buffed leather straps and weapon rigging, and daggers. Lots of daggers, the most personal and precious of all weapons, the fighter's last resort. The weapon that, if necessary, would be used to take one's own life in the face of something far worse. Now, what significance are we to take from that? Crouched nearby on the foredeck, Corrick and Tar were playing a game of bones that the former had found among the offerings in his kit, a sailor's version. The cribbed box deep to prevent the playing pieces bouncing out of the field, the underside made stable by iron-tipped eagle talons at each corner, sharp enough to bite into the wood of a galley bench or deck. Tar had lost every game thus far, over 20, both to Corrick and Smiles, yet he kept coming back. Bottle had never seen a man so willing to suffer punishment. In the captain's cabin lounged Gesler, Stormy, Fiddler and Balm, their conversations sporadic and desultory. Deep in shadows beneath the elongated map table huddled Wigatan, Bottle's rat, my eyes, my ears, my aching teats. No other rats on board, and without his control over Wigatan and her brood, they would have flung themselves overboard long ago. Bottle sympathized. The sorcery engulfing this ship was foul, redolent with madness. It disliked anything alive that was not bound by its chaotic will, and it especially disliked me. Only Gesler and Stormy, they seem immune to it. The bastards, forcing us to join them on this eerie, unwelcome floating barrow. Bottle considered talking to Fiddler about it, then dismissed the idea. Fiddler was like Kalam, who was like Apsalar, who was like Quick Ben. All evil. All right. Not evil, but something. I don't know that stuff in shadow. What were they up to? And Kalam, ready to stick his knives in Apsalar. And Apsalar looking like she wanted just that. Then Quick Ben waking up, getting between the two as if this was all some old argument, old wounds ripped open. Tavore had claimed Quick Ben, Kalam and Apsalar for her own retinue on the Adjunct's flagship, Froth Wolf, a Quan-built Droman, its workmanship Mappo, its keel and metalwork from somewhere else entirely. Fen, can't be more than a handful of keel carvers and blacksmiths left among the squalid remnants. But they made that keel, and they made those fittings, and there's nothing insensate or inert about them. In any case, Bottle was glad they were on that ship, riding the swells 3 reaches to starboard. Not quite far enough away for his comfort, but it would have to do. He could picture those 2 skeletal reptiles scurrying around in the hold below, hunting rats. So it was Grubb who held onto that whistle? Fiddler asked Gessler in the cabin. Beneath the table, Yigatan's tattered ears perked up. "Aye, Keneb's lad. Now there's a strange one for you," said he knew we were coming. "Now maybe I believe that, maybe I don't, but it was the first thing I got back. Good thing too," Stormy said audibly, scratching his beard. "I'm feeling right at home." "That's a joke," Gessler cut in. "Last time we was on this damned ship, Stormy, you spent most of the time cowering in a corner." "Just took a while getting used to it. That's all," Fiddler said. "Look what some bright spark left in my loot." Something thumped onto the table. "Gods below," Sergeant Balm muttered. "Is it complete? Hard to say. There are cards in there I've never seen before. One for the apocalyptic. It's an unaligned, and there's something called the House of War, showing as its ranked card a bone throne, unoccupied, flanked by 2 wolves. And in that house there's a card called the Mercenary, and another, done by a different hand, that I think is named something like Guardians of the Dead, and it shows ghostly soldiers standing in the middle of a burning bridge. A moment of silence. Then, Gessler, recognize any faces, Fid? Didn't want to look too closely at that one. There's the House of Chains, and the king of that house, the king in chains, is sitting on a throne. The scene is very dark, swallowed in shadows, except I'd swear that poor bastard is screaming, and the look in his eyes. What else? Balm asked. Stop sounding so eager, you dull Honey's rock-toad. All right, if you don't like your new present, Fiddler, give it to me.
Right, and you'd probably lay a field right here on this ship. So you want to open a door to this Tiste and Tellen nightmare of Warren's? To the crippled god, too? Oh, anyway, there's more unaligned. Master of the deck, and him I recognize. And chain, a knot in the center, with links stretching out in all directions. Don't like the look of that one. Some gift, Fid, like a rock thrown to a drowning sailor.
Put it away, Gessler said. The rat listened as the deck was dragged back from the center of the table. We got us a problem, Gessler continued. Only, Stormy added, we don't know what it is. We only know that something's rattled Keneb, and that assassin friend of yours, Fid, and Quick Ben, rattled them all. The adjunct, Fiddler said. Kalam and Quick weren't talking, but they're not happy. A pause. Then could be, it's the way Pearl just vanished, right after Regatten, likely straight back to the Empress. Just a claw operative delivering his report. Maybe. But even that leaves a sour taste in the mouth. He was too quick to act, too quick to reach conclusions, as if what he thought happened at Wigatan was only confirming suspicions he already held. Think on it. Do you really suppose a report like that has anything good to say? She killed Shaik, Balm said, exasperated. She broke open that wasp nest in Raraku and damned nothing came buzzing out. She nabbed Corbolo Dom and sent him back in shackles. And she did all that with us, not losing nobody or almost nobody. The scraps on the way were expected, and not nearly so bad as they could have been. Then she chases Leoman to Wigatan. Unless you got someone on the inside to crack open the gate, sieges are costly, especially when the attackers got no time to wait it out. And we didn't, did we? There was a damned plague on the way. Calm down, Fiddler said. We lived through all that too, remember? Aye, and did any one of us really think Leoman would broil his own people, that he'd turn a whole city into a heap of ashes and rivers of lead? All I'm saying, Fid, is we ain't done too bad, have we, when you think on it? Balm's right, Stormy said, scratching again. Fiddler, in that deck you got, that House of War, did you smell Tretch there? Those wolves, they got me wondering. I have real doubt about that version, Fiddler replied. That whole house, in fact. I'm thinking the maker was confused, or maybe what she saw was confused. I think so, except the rogue one, the guardians of the dead. That's a man's hand for sure. There was a sudden tension in Stormy's voice. Pull 'em out again, Fid. Let's see that house of war. All the cards in that house. Shuffling noises. I'll show each one then. Not on the table, but still in my hand, all right. One at a time. Okay. As for titles, I'm just reading what's in the borders. A moment then. The Lords of War. 2 wolves, 1 male, 1 female. Suggests to me the name for this one is wrong. But it's the plural that counts, meaning the unoccupied throne isn't that important. All right, everybody had a look? Good. Next one. The Hunter. And that's Tretch. What's with the striped corpse in the foreground? That old man with no hands? No idea, Gessler. Next one, said Stormy. Guardians of the dead? Let me get a closer. Good. Wait, Stormy, said Balm. What do you think you're seeing? What's next? The Falari corporal demanded. Quick, the army and the soldier, I don't know, 2 names for this, which may be determined by context or something. Any more? 2, and I don't like these ones at all. Here, Life Slayer, Jegut. Half Jagut, Fiddler said in a dull voice. I know who this is, the horn bow, the single-edged sword. Life Slayer is Icarium, and his protector Mappo Runt is nowhere in sight. Never mind all that, Stormy said. What's the last card, Icarium's counterpoint of sorts? Death Slayer. Who in the abyss is that supposed to be? That's impossible. A sour grunt from Fiddler. Then he said, Who? Well, let's see. Squalid hut of skins and sticks. Brazier coughing out smoke. A hooded thing inside the hut, broken-limbed, shackles sunk into the earth. Now, who might that be? That's impossible, Gessler said, echoing Stormy's assertion. He can't be 2 things at once. Why not? Fiddler said, then sighed. That's it now, Stormy. What's lit that fire in your eyes? I know who made these cards, really. Fiddler sounded unconvinced. And how did you come by that? The Guardian's card, something about the stonework on the bridge. Then those last 2, the skulls, I got a damned good look at Faradan Sort's medal. So's I could sew the like, you see. There was a long, long silence. And Bottle stared, unseeing, as implications settled in his mind, settled momentarily, then burst up and out like dust devils, one after another. The adjunct wants that deck of dragons in Fiddler's hands. And either she or Tamba or maybe Nether and Nil or someone is boiling over with arcane knowledge and isn't afraid to use it. Now, Fid, he never lays a field with those cards. No. He makes up games. The adjunct knows something, just like she knew about the ghosts at Raraku and the flood, but she carries an Otataral sword, and the 2 Wiccans are nothing like they once were, or so goes the consensus. It must be Tamba. What awaits us? Is this what's got Quick Ben and the others so rattled? What if? Something just nudged my foot. What, is that a rat? Right under our table? Ain't no rats on the Solander, Stormy. I'm telling you, Guess, there. Fiddler swore, then said, That's Bottle's rat. Get it, after it. Skidding chairs, the crash of crockery, grunts and stamping boots. It's getting away. There were so many places Bottle knew on a ship where only a rat could go. Gyatan made her escape, despite all the cursing and thumping. Moments later, Bottle saw Fiddler appear on deck amidships. The soldier looked away a moment before the sergeant's searching gaze found him, and Bottle listened, staring out to sea, as the man pushing past lounging soldiers approached. Thump, thump, thump up the steps to the foredeck. Bottle, blinking, he looked over. Sergeant, oh no, I ain't fooled. You was spying, listening in. Bottle gestured over at Coric and Tan, who had looked up from their game and were now staring. "Ask them. I've been sitting here not doing a thing for more than a bell. Ask them, your rat. Her? I lost track of her last night, Sergeant. Haven't bothered trying to hunt her down since. What would be the point? She's not going anywhere, not with her pups to take care of." Gessler, Stormy and Balm were now crowding up behind Fiddler, who looked ready to rip off his own stubbly beard in frustration. "If you're lying," Fiddler hissed. "Of course he's lying," Balm said. "If I was him, I'd be lying right now too." "Well, Sergeant Balm," Bottle said, "you're not me, and that is the crucial difference, because I happen to be telling the truth." With a snarl, Fiddler turned round and pushed his way back down to the mid-deck. A moment later the others followed, Balm casting one last glare at Bottle, as if only now comprehending that he'd just been insulted. A low snort from Coric after they'd left. "Bottle, I happened to glance up a while back, before Fiddler came out, and who'd take me? There must have been 50 expressions crossing your face, one after the other." "Really?" Bottle asked mildly. "Probably clouds passing the sun, Coric." Tar said, "Your rat still has those pups." "You must have carried them on the march then. If I'd been the one carrying them, I would have eaten them one by one. Pop into the mouth, crunch, chew, sweet and delicious. Well, it was me, not you, wasn't it? Why does everyone want to be me anyway?" "We don't," Tar said, returning to study the game. "We're just all trying to tell you we think you're a raving idiot, Bottle." Bottle grunted. "All right." "Then I suppose you two aren't interested in what they were talking about in that cabin just a little while ago." "Get over here," Coric said in a growl. "Watch us play and start talking Bottle, else we go and tell the sergeant." "No thanks," Bottle said, stretching his arms. "I think I'm in need of a nap. Maybe later, besides, that game bores me." "You think we won't tell Fiddler?" "Of course you won't." "Why not?" "Because then this would be the last time ever you got any inside information from me. You lying, snivelling snake of a bastard. Now, Bottle said. Be nice. You're getting worse than Smiles, Coric said." "Smiles?" Bottle paused at the steps. "Where is she, by the way?" "Mooning away with Corab, I expect," Tar said. "Really? She shouldn't do that." "Why?" "Corab's luck doesn't necessarily extend to people around him. That's why. What does that mean? It means I talk too much." "Never mind." Coric called out, "They'll get that rat, you know. Bottle, sooner or later. Nobody's thinking straight around here. Gods, Coric, you still think those pups are little helpless pinkies. Alas, they are all now quite capable of getting around all by themselves. So I haven't got just one extra set of eyes and ears, friends. No. There's baby Coric, baby Smiles, baby Tar, baby, oh, you know the rest." He was halfway to the hatch when the alarm sounded drifting like demonic cries across the swollen waves, and on the wind there arrived a scent. No, a stench. Hood, take me. I hate not knowing. Callum swung himself up into the rigging, ignoring the pitching and swaying as the Froth Wolf heeled hard about on a new course, northeast, towards the gap that had, through incompetence or carelessness, opened between two dromons of the escort. As the assassin quickly worked his way upward, he caught momentary glimpses of the foreign ships that had appeared just outside that gap. Sails that might have been black once, but were now grey, bleached by sun and salt. Amidst the sudden confusion of signals and alarms, one truth was becomingly appallingly evident. They had sailed into an ambush. Ships to the north, forming an arc with killing lanes between each one, another crescent, this one bulging towards the Malazans, was fast approaching before the wind from the northeast, whilst another line of ships formed a bristling barrier to the south, from the shallows along the coast to the west. Then out in a saw-toothed formation eastward, until the arc curled north. Our escorts are woefully outnumbered, transports loaded down with soldiers like bleating sheep trapped in a slaughter pen. Kalam stopped climbing. He had seen enough. Whoever they are, they've got us in their jaws.
He began making his way down once more, an effort almost as perilous as had been the ascent. Below, figures were scrambling about on the decks, sailors and marines, officers shouting back and forth. The Adjunct's flagship, flanked still to starboard by the Cylinder, was tacking a course towards that gap. It was clear that Tavore meant to engage that closing crescent. In truth, they had little choice. With the wind behind those attackers, they could drive like a spear point into the midst of the cumbersome transports. Admiral Nock was commanding the lead escorts to the north, and they would have to seek to push through the enemy, blocking the way with as many of the transports following as were able. But all the enemy ships have to do is drive them into the coast, onto whatever uncharted reefs lurk in the shallows. Kalam dropped the last distance to the deck, landed in a crouch.
He heard more shouts from somewhere far above as he made his way forward. Positioned near the pitching prow, the Adjunct and Quick Ben stood side by side, the wind whipping at Tavore's cloak. The high mage glanced over as Kalam reached them. They've shortened their sails, drawn up, or whatever it is sailors call slowing down. Now, why would they do that? Kalam asked. That makes no sense. Those bastards should be driving hard straight at us. Quick Ben nodded, but said nothing. The assassin glanced over at the Adjunct, but of her state of mind as she stared at the opposing line of ships, he could sense nothing. Adjunct, he said, perhaps you should strap on your sword. Not yet, she said. Something is happening. He followed her gaze. Gods below, what is that? On the Cylinder, Sergeant Kessler had made use of the bone whistle, and now banks of oars swept out and back with steady indifference to the heaving swells, and the ship groaned with each surge, easily keeping pace with the Adjunct's droman. The squads had finished reefing the sails, and were now amidships, readying armour and weapons. Fiddler crouched over a wooden crate, trying to quell his ever-present nausea. Gods, I hate the sea, the damned back and forth and up and down. No. When I die, I want my feet to be dry. That and nothing more. No other stipulations, just dry feet. Damn it. As he worked the straps loose and lifted the lid, he stared down at the Morant munitions, nestled in their beds of padding. Who can throw, he demanded, glaring over at his squad. Then something cold slithered in his gut. I can, both Coric and Smiles said. Why ask, said Cuttle. Corab Bilan Thenualus sat nearby, knees drawn up. Too sick to move, much less respond to Fiddler's question. Tar said, shrugging, if it's right in front of me, maybe I can hit it, Sergeant. But Fiddler barely heard any of this. His eyes were fixed on Bottle, who stood motionless, staring at the enemy line of ships. Bottle, what is it? An ashen face turned to regard him. It's bad, Sergeant. They're conjuring. Samar Dev shrank away until hard, insensate wood pressed against her back. Before her, to either side of the mainmast, stood 4 Tiste Edur, from whom burgeoned crackling savage sorcery, whipping like chains between them, fulminating with blooms and gouts of grey flames, and, beyond the rocking prow, a tumbling wave was rising, thrashing, as if held taut, lifting skyward. Bristling chains of power snapped out from the 4 warlocks, arcing left and right, out to conjoin with identical kin from the ships to either side of Hanradi Kalag's command ship, and then onward to other ships. One after another, and the air Samar Dev drew into her lungs seemed dead, some essential necessity utterly destroyed. She gasped, sank down to the deck, drawing up her knees. A cough, then trembles racked through her in waves. Sudden air, life flooding her lungs. Someone stood to her left. She looked over, then up. Karsa Orlong, motionless, staring at the billowing, surging wall of magic. What is this? He demanded. Elder, she said in a ragged voice. They mean to destroy them. They mean to tear 10,000 souls and more into pieces. Who is the enemy?
Karsa, what is this breath of life you deliver? The Malazan imperial fleet, Samar, heard the Taxilian answer, and she saw that he had appeared on deck, along with Featherwitch and the Preda Hanradi Khalag, and all were staring upward at the terrible chained storm of power. The Toblakai crossed his arms. Malazans, he said, they are not my enemy. In a harsh, halting accent, Hanradi Khalag turned to Karsa Orlong and said, Are they Tiste Edur? The giant's eyes thinned to slits as he continued studying the conjuration, from which there now came a growing roar as of a million enraged voices. No, he said. Then, replied the Preda. They are enemy. If you destroy these Malazans, Karsa said, more of them will come after you. We do not fear. The Toblakai warrior finally glanced over at the Preda, and Samar Dev could read with something fluttering inside her his contempt. Yet he said nothing, simply turned about and crouched down at Samar Dev's side. She whispered, You were going to call him a fool. I'm glad you didn't. These Tiste Edur don't manage criticism too well, which makes them even bigger fools, the giant rumbled. But we knew that, Samar Dev. They believe their emperor can defeat me. Karsa. A strange chorus of cries erupted from the warlocks, and they all convulsed, as if some fiery hand had reached into their bodies, closed tight and cruel about their spines. Samar Dev's eyes widened. This ritual, it twists them. Oh, such pain! The enormous wall lifted free of the sea's suddenly becalmed surface, rose higher, then higher still, and in the space beneath it a horizontal strip mocking normality. The Malazan ships were visible, their sails awry, each one losing way as panic raced through the poor bastards, except for those two in the lead, a Dromon warship, and on its seaward flank a black-hulled craft, its oars flashing to either side. What? Hanradi Khalag had stepped forward upon seeing that odd black ship, but from where Samar sat curled up she could not see his expression, only the back of his head, the suddenly taut posture of his tall form. And then something else began to happen. The wall of magic was pulling free from the surface, drawing with it spouts of white churning water that fragmented and fell away like toppling spears as the grey-shot raging manifestation lifted ever higher. The roar of sound rolled forward, loud and fierce as a charging army. The adjunct's voice was low, flat. Quick, Ben, not Warren's, the wizard replied, as if awed. Elder, not Warren's holds, but shot through with chaos, with rot. The crippled god. Both the wizard and Kalam looked over at her. You're full of surprises, Adjunct, Quick Ben observed. Can you answer it? Adjunct? This elder sorcery, high mage, can you answer it? The glance that Quick Ben cast at Kalam startled the assassin. Yet it matched his reply perfectly. If I cannot adjunct, then we are all dead. You bastard, you've got something. You do not have long, the adjunct said. If you fail, she added, as she turned away, I have my sword. Kalam watched her make her way down the length of the ship. Then, heart pounding hard in his chest, he faced the tumbling, foaming conjuration that filled the north sky.
Quick, you ain't got long here, you know. Once she comes back with her sword, I doubt it'll be enough. The wizard cut in. Oh, maybe for this ship and this ship alone, as for everybody else, forget it. Then do something. And Quick Ben turned on Kalam a grin the assassin had seen before hundreds of times, and that light in his eyes, so familiar, so. The wizard spat on his hands and rubbed them together, facing the elder sorcery once more. They want to mess with holds.
So will I. Kalam bared his teeth. You've got some nerve. What? Full of surprises, you said to her. Yes, well, best give me some room. It's been a while, I may be a little rusty. And he raised his arms, so familiar, so alarming, on the Solander. 4 reaches to seaward, Bottle felt something jolt all his senses. His head whipped round to fix his eyes on the forecastle of the Froth Wolf. Quick Ben alone, standing tall at the prow, arms stretched out to the sides like some damned offering, and around the high mage, fire the colour of gold-flecked mud, billowed awake, rushed outward, upward, fast, so fierce, gods take me, no more patience, you fool, if they. Whispering a prayer, Bottle flung all his will at the high mage's conjuration, slower, you fool, slower. Here, deepen the hue, thicker, fling it out to the sides. It's just a reverse mudslide. Yes, all going back up the slope. Flames like rain, tongues of gold nastiness. Yes, like that. No, stop fighting me, damn you. I don't care how terrified you are. Panic will ruin everything. Pay attention. Suddenly, filling Bottle's head, a scent of fur, the soft brush of not quite human hands, and Bottle's flailing efforts to quell Quick Ben's manic enthusiasm all at once ceased to matter. As his will was brushed aside like a cobweb, Kalam crouched down on the forecastle's wooden steps, watched as Quick Ben, legs spread wide, slowly lifted from the deck, as if some outside force had closed invisible hands on the front of his tunic, drawing him close, then giving him a shake.
What in Hood's name?
The magic rising in answer to that grey, seething storm opposite was like a wall of earth, shot through with burning roots, churning and heaving and tumbling back into itself, its wild, explosive will bound tighter to something more powerful. And when he releases it into that other one, Hood below, nobody's going to survive this. Hanradi Khalag had stared, frozen in place for a dozen heartbeats, as the wild chaos of elder magic rose in appalling challenge to that of the Edur warlocks, to that of nearly 100 Edur warlocks, and Samar Dev realized, as she stared at the lead Malazan droman, all from that one man, that black-skinned man floating above the ship's prow, his limbs spread wide. The Preda seemed to stagger. Then he straightened and screamed orders, the same phrase repeated again and again as he lurched drunkenly towards his warlocks. They collapsed, flung to the deck as if knocked down one after another by a giant's blows. Then they lay writhing, mouths foaming, liquids spilling from them. As the looming, roaring grey walls seemed to implode, tendrils whipping off to vanish in the air or strike the now churning surface of the sea, sending gouts skyward that shot into view from clouds of billowing steam. The roaring sound shattered, fell away. The sorcery collapsed. The chains linking wielders on each ship flickering out or breaking explosively as if they were in truth links of iron. The deck pitched drunkenly beneath them, and all but Karsa Orlong staggered. Samar Dev dragged her eyes away from him and looked out once more upon that dark earthen wall of magic. It too was subsiding. Yes, maybe these Edur fools feel no compunction about unleashing such things when unopposed. But the same stupidity cannot be said of you, Malazan, whoever you are. Hanradi Khalag, ignoring the warlocks thrashing about in their own filth, was calling out commands, and leathery sailors, white-faced and chanting prayers, scrambled to bring the ship about. Eastward. We're withdrawing. The Malazan called their bluff. He faced them down. Oh, wizard, I could kiss you. I could do more than that. Gods, What are the Edur saying? Karsa Orlong demanded. The Taxilian, frowning, shrugged, then said, They're disbelieving. Samar Dev croaked. They're shaken, Taxilian, badly. The man nodded, glancing over at Featherwitch, who was watching all 3 of them. Toblakai, the Edur are saying that these Malazans, they have a cedar on board. Karsa scowled. I do not know that word. I do, Samar Dev said. She smiled as a sudden shaft of sunlight broke through the tumult overhead and bathed her face with unexpected warmth. "Tell them, Taxilian, that they are right. They do, a cedar. The Malazans have a cedar, and for all the Edur expected from this day in their arrogance, these Malazans were not afraid. Tell them that, Taxilian, tell them." Kalam knelt beside Quick Ben, studied the man's face for a moment, the slack expression, the closed eyes. Then he slapped the wizard, hard. Quick Ben swore, then glared up at the assassin. "I should crush you like a bug, Kalam." "Right now, I think," he rumbled in reply. "A bug's fart might blow you right off this ship, Quick. Be quiet. Can't I just lie here for a while longer?" "The adjunct's coming." "Slowly, I'll grant you." "Idiot, you gave too much away." "Enough, Kalam. I need to think and think hard. Since when did you play with elder magic?" Quick Ben met Kalam's eyes. "When? Never, you idiot."
What? That was a hood-damned illusion. Thank the gods cowering in their outhouses right now that the idiots swallowed the hook. But listen, it wasn't just that. I had help, and then I had help. What does that mean? I don't know. Let me think. No time for that, Kalam said, sitting back the adjuncts here. Quick Ben's hand snapped up and grasped Kalam's shirt, tugged him close. "God's friend," he whispered. "I've never been so scared in my entire life."
"Don't you see? It started out as an illusion." "Yes, but then—" The adjunct's voice. "High Mage, you and I must talk." "It wasn't. Ben Adefon Delat. You and I will talk now. Straightening." Kalam backed away, then halted at a gesture from Tavore. "Oh no, assassin, you as well." Kalam hesitated, then said, "Adjunct, this conversation you propose, it cannot be one-sided." She frowned, then slowly nodded. Fiddler stood next to Bottle where he lay on the deck. "You, soldier?" The man's eyes were closed, and at Fiddler's words the eyes scrunched tight. "Not now, Sergeant, please. Soldier," Fiddler repeated. "You have, made something of a mess of yourself, you know. Around your crotch." Bottle groaned. Fiddler glanced over at the others of the squad, still busy with themselves for the moment. "Good." He crouched down.
"Damn it, Bottle. Crawl off and get yourself cleaned up. If the others see this, but hold on, I need to know something. I need to know what you found so exciting about all that." Bottle rolled onto his side. "You don't understand," he mumbled. "She likes doing that when she gets the chance. I don't know why. I don't know. She? Who? Nobody's been near you, Bottle. She plays with me." "With it, somebody sure does," Fiddler said. "Now get below and clean yourself up."
Smile sees this, and you're looking at a life of torment. The sergeant watched the man crawl away, excited. Here we were, about to get annihilated, every damned one of us, and he fantasizes about some old sweetheart. Hood's breath. Taralak Veed studied the confusion on the deck for a time, frowning as he watched the commander, Tomad Sengar, pacing back and forth whilst Edur warriors came and went, with messages somehow signalled across from the seemingly countless other Edur ships. Something had struck Tomad Sengar, an almost physical blow, not the ritual sorcery that had challenged their own, but some news that arrived a short time later, as the Malazan fleet worked to extricate itself from the encirclement. Ships were passing within a quarrel's flight of each other, faces turned and staring across the gap. Something like relief connecting that regard. Taralak had even seen a Malazan soldier wave, before a fellow soldier had batted the man in the side of the head with a fist. Meanwhile, the two Edur fleets were conjoining into one no-simple task, given the unsettled waters and the vast number of craft involved, and the fading light as the day waned. And there, in the face of Tomad Sengar, the admiral of this massive floating army, the haunting that could only come with news of a very personal tragedy. A loss, a terrible loss. Curious indeed. The air hung close about the ship, still befouled with elder sorcery. These Edur were abominations to so flagrantly unleash such power, thinking they would wield it as if it were a weapon of cold, indifferent iron. But with elder powers, with chaos, it was those powers that did the wielding. And the Malazans had answered in kind. A stunning revelation, a most unexpected unveiling of arcane knowledge. Yet, if anything, the power of the Malazan ritual surpassed that of the scores of Edur warlocks. Extraordinary. Had not Tarelak Veed witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have considered such ability in the hands of the Malazan Empire simply unbelievable. Else, why had they never before exploited it? Ah, a moment's thought, and he had the answer to that. The Malazans might be bloodthirsty tyrants, but they are not insane. They understand caution, restraint. These Tiste Edur unfortunately do not. Unfortunate, that is, for them. He saw Twilight, the Atri Preda, moving among her Literi soldiers, voicing a calming word or two, the occasional low-toned command, and it seemed the distraught eddies calmed in her wake. The Graal headed over. She met his eyes and greeted him with a faint nod. "How fares your companion below?" she asked, and Tarelak was impressed by her growing facility with the language. He eats. His fortitude returns, Atri Preda. But, as to this day and its strange events, he is indifferent. He will be tested soon. Tarelak shrugged. This does not concern him. What assails Tomad Sengar? He asked under his breath, stepping closer as he did so. She hesitated for a long moment, then said, "Word has come that among the Malazan fleet was a craft that had been captured some time back and an ocean away by the Edur, and that ship was gifted to one of Tomad's sons to command a journey into the nascent, a mission the nature of which Emperor Rulad would not be told. Tomad now believes that son is dead. There can be no other possibility, and in losing one son, he in truth has lost two." "What do you mean?" She glanced at him, then shook her head. "It is no matter, but what has been born in Tomad Sengar this day, Tarelak Veed, is a consuming hatred for these Malazans." The Graal shrugged. They have faced many enemies in their day, Atri Preda, Caladan Brood, Sorrel Torith, Kaz Davor, Anomanda Rake. At the last name, Twilight's eyes widened, and as she was about to speak, her gaze shifted fractionally to just past Tarelak Veed's left shoulder. A male voice spoke from behind him. "That is impossible." The Graal stepped to one side to take in the newcomer, an Edur. "This one is named Alarada Ahan," Twilight said, and he sensed some hidden knowledge between the two in her voicing of the Edur's name. "Like me, he has learned your language, swifter than I. Anamanda Rake," the Edur said. "The black-winged lord dwells at the gates of darkness. The last I heard, Tarelak Veed said, he dwelt in a floating fortress called Moon's Spawn. He fought a sorcerous battle with the Malazans on a distant continent above a city named Pale, and Anamanda Rake was defeated, but not killed." Shock and disbelief warred on the Edur warrior's weathered, lined visage. "You must tell me more of this. The one you call Anamanda Rake. How is he described?" "I know little of that. Tall, black-skinned, silver hair. He carries a cursed two-handed sword. Are these details accurate? I know not. But I see by the look in your eyes, Alrada Ahan, that they must be." Tarelak paused, considering how much he should reveal. His next statement would involve arcane knowledge, information not known by many. Still, let us see how this plays out. He shifted his language to that of the Lethri and said, "Anomanda Rake is Tiste Andi, not Edur." Yet, by your reaction, warrior, I might think that, as with Tomad Sengar, you are wounded by some manner of unwelcome revelation. A sudden skittish look in the warrior's eyes. He glanced at Twilight, then pivoted about and strode away. "There are matters," the Atri Preda said to Tarelak Veed, "that you are unaware of. and it is best that it remain so. Ignorance protects you. It was not wise, she added, that you revealed your facility with the Lethari language.
I believe, the growl replied, that Alrada An will prove disinclined to report our conversation to anyone. He met her eyes then and smiled. As will you, Atri Preda. You are careless, Taralak Veed. He spat on his hands and swept them through his hair, wondering again at her sudden look of distaste. Tell Tomad Sengar this, Atri Preda. It is he who risks much with his demand that Icarium's prowess be tested. You seem so certain, she said. Of what?
That your companion represents the most formidable threat Emperor Rulad has ever faced. Alas, as has invariably proved the case, all others who believed the same are now dead, and, Taralak Veed, there have been so many. Tomad Sengar must know for certain. He must be made to believe before he will guide your friend to stand before his son. His son? Yes. Emperor Rulad is Tomad Sengar's youngest son. Indeed, now the only son he has left. The other three are gone or dead. Likely they are all dead. Then it strikes me, the growl said, that what Tomad seeks to measure is not Icarium's prowess, but his lack thereof. After all, what father would wish death upon his last surviving son? In answer, Twilight simply stared at him for a long moment. Then she turned away, leaving Taralak Veed alone, a frown growing ever more troubled on his face. Sergeant Hellion had found a supply of sailor's rum and now walked round the decks, a benign smile on her face. Not half a bell earlier, she'd been singing some Cartulian death dirge as the very abyss was being unleashed in the skies overhead. Masan Gilani, her armour off once more and a heavy woolen cloak wrapped about her against the chill wind, sat among a handful of other soldiers, more or less out of the way of the sailors. The enemy fleet was somewhere to the south now, lost in the deepening dusk, and good riddance to them. We've got us a high mage now, a real one. That quick Ben, he was a Bridgeburner after all, a real high mage who just saved all our skins. That's good. A new badge adorned her cloak, in silver, crimson and gold thread. She was quite proud of her handiwork. The Bonehunters. Yes, I can live with that name. True, it wasn't as poignant as Bridgeburners. In fact, its meaning was a little bit obscure, but that was fine, since thus far the 14th's history was equally obscure, or at least muddied up enough to make things confused and uncertain, like where we're going. What's next? Why has the Empress recalled us? It's not as if 7 cities don't need rebuilding, or Malazans filling all those empty garrisons. Then again, the plague now held the land by the throat and was still choking the life from it. But we got us a high mage. The young girl's shin crawled near, shivering in the chill, and Masan Gilani opened one side of her cloak. Shin slipped within that enveloping embrace, snuggled closer, then settled her head on Mason's chest. Nearby, Sergeant Cord was still cursing at Crump, who had stupidly waved at one of the passing enemy ships just after the battle that wasn't. Crump had been the one who'd messed things badly at the wall of Gyatan, she recalled. The one who ran with his knees up to either side of his big ears, and who was now listening to his sergeant with a broad, mindless smile, his expression twitching to sheer delight every time Cord's tirade reached new heights of imagination. If all of that went on much longer, Masan Gilani suspected the sergeant might well launch himself at Crump, hands closing on that long, scrawny neck with its bobbing, fist-sized apple, just to strangle that smile from the fool's horsey face. Sin's small hand began playing with one of Masan's breasts, the index finger circling the nipple. What kind of company has this imp been keeping? She gently pushed the hand away, but it came back. Fine. What of it? But damn, that's one cold hand she's got there. All dead, Shin murmured. What? Who's all dead, girl? They're all dead? You like this? I think you like this. Your finger is cold. Who is all dead?
Big. The finger went away, was replaced by a warm, wet mouth, a dancing tongue, Hood's breath. Well, I can think of worse ways to end this terrifying day. Is that my sister hiding in there? Masan Gilani looked up at Corporal Shard. Yes. A slightly pained expression on his face. She won't tell me what happened at the estate, what happened to her. He hesitated, then added, Yours isn't the first cloak of the night she's crawled under, Masan Gilani.
Though you're the first woman. Ah, I see. I want to know what happened. You understand that? I need to know. Masan Gilani nodded. I can see how it is, Shard went on, looking away and rubbing at his face. We all cope in our own ways. But you're her brother, she said, still nodding, and you've been following her around, to make sure nobody does anything with her they shouldn't do. His sigh was heavy. Thanks, Masan Gilani. I wasn't really worried about you. I doubt you'd need worry about any of us, she replied. Not the squads here, you know, he said, and she saw tears trickle down his cheeks. That's what surprised me here with these people, all of us who came out from under the city. They've all said the same thing as you just did. Shard, she said gently, you still a shock regiment, you and the rest? He shook his head. No, we're Bonehunters now. That's good. I got some extra thread, she noted. Might be I could borrow your cloaks on a warm day. You've got a good hand, Masan Gilani. I'll tell the others if that's okay. It is. Not much else for us to do now anyway on these bloated hippos. Still, I appreciate it. I mean everything. That is, go get some sleep, Corporal, from your sister's breathing. That's what she's doing right now. Nodding, he moved away. And if some soldier who doesn't get it tries to take advantage of this broken thing, all 40-odd of us will skin him or her alive. Add one more, Faradan's sort. 4 children scrambled across the deck, one squealing with laughter, tucked in Masan Gilani's arms. Sin stirred slightly, then settled in once more, her mouth planted firm on the woman's nipple. The Dol Hanesi woman stared after the children, pleased to see that they'd recovered from the march, that they'd begun their own healing. We all cope in our own ways. Aye. So who was Shin seeing when she said that they were all dead? Gods below, I don't think I want to know. Not tonight, anyway. Let her sleep. Let those others play, then curl up beneath blankets somewhere below. Let us all sleep to this beast's swaying, quick Ben's gift to us, all of this. Brother and sister stood at the prow, wrapped against the chill, and watched as stars filled the darkness of the north sky. Creaking cordage, the strain of sails canted over as the ship made yet another tack. Westward, a ridge of mountains blacker than the heavens marked the Ulfara Peninsula. The sister broke the long silence between them. It should have been impossible, her brother snorted, then said. It was. That's the whole point. Tavore won't get what she wants. I know. She's used to that. She's had to deal with us, yes? You know Nil, he saved us all. A nod, unseen beneath the heavy hood of Wiccan wool. Especially Quick Ben. Agreed. So Nil continued. We are also agreed that it is a good thing he is with us. I suppose, Nether replied. You're only sounding like that because you like him, sister. Like him the way a woman likes a man. Don't be an idiot. It's those dreams and what she does. Nil snorted again. Quickens your breath, does it? That animal hand gripping him hard. Enough! That's not what I meant. It's just, yes, it's a good thing he's with this army. But her with him, well, I'm not so sure. You're jealous, you mean? Brother, I grow weary of this childish teasing. There's something, well, compulsive about it, the way she uses him. All right, on that I would agree. But for you and me, sister, there is one vital question remaining. The Erizal has taken an interest. She follows us like a jackal. Not us, him. Exactly.
And that is at the heart of the question here. Do we tell her? Do we tell the adjunct? Tell her what? That some wet-crotched soldier in Fiddler's squad is more important to her and her army than Quick Ben, Kalam and Apsalar all put together? Listen, we wait until we discover what the High Mage tells the adjunct about what just happened.
Meaning, if he says little or even claims complete ignorance, or takes credit and struts around like a first hero, that's when we decide on our answer. Nil. All right, they were silent then for a dozen heartbeats, until Nil said, "You shouldn't worry overmuch, nether. A half-woman, half-animal, all covered in smelly fur, isn't much competition for his heart, I'd imagine." But it wasn't my hand. Abruptly, she shut up, then offered up a most ferocious string of Wiccan curses. In the dark, Nil was smiling, thankful none the less that his sister could not see it. Marines crowded the hold, sprawled or curled up beneath blankets, so many bodies Apsalar was made uneasy, as if she'd found herself in a soldier barrow. Drawing her own coverings to one side, she rose. 2 lanterns swung from timbers, their wicks low. The air was growing foul. She clasped on her cloak and made her way towards the hatch. Climbing free, she stepped onto the mid-deck. The night air was bitter cold, but blissfully fresh in her lungs. She saw 2 figures at the prow, Nil and Nether, so turned instead and ascended to the stern castle, only to find yet another figure leaning on the stern rail. A soldier, short, squat, his head left bare despite the icy wind, bald with a fringe of long, grey, ratty strands that whipped about in the frigid blasts. She did not recognize the man. Apsalar hesitated, then, shrugging, walked over. His head turned when she reached the rail at his side. "You invite illness, soldier," she said. "At the least, draw up your hood." The old man grunted, said nothing. "I am named Apsalar, so you want my name back, do you? But if I do that, then it ends. Just silence. It's always that way." She looked down on the churning wake, twisting away from the ship's stern. Phosphorescence lit the foam. "I'm a stranger to the 14th Army," she said. "Doubt it'll make a difference," he said. "What I did ain't no secret to nobody. I have but recently returned to 7 cities." She paused, then said, "In any case, you are not alone with the burden of things you once did." He glanced over again. "You're too young to be haunted by your past. And you, soldier, are too old to care so much about your own." He barked a laugh, returned his attention to the sea. To the east clouds skidded from the face of the moon, yet the light cast down was muted, dull. "Look at that," he said. "I got good eyes. But that moon's nothing but a blur. Not the haze of cloud, neither. It's a distant world, ain't it? Another realm, with other armies crawling around in the fog, killing each other, dragging children into the streets, red swords flashing down over and over. And I bet they look up every now and then, wondering at all the dust they kicked up, making it hard to see that other world overhead. When I was a child," Apsalar said, "I believed that there were cities there, but no wars, just beautiful gardens, and the flowers were ever in bloom, every season, day and night, filling the air with wondrous scents. You know, I told all of that to someone once. He later said to me that he fell in love with me that night, with that story. He was young, you see, and now he's just that emptiness in your eyes, Apsalar." She flinched. "If you are going to make observations like that, I will know your name. But that would ruin it, everything right now. I'm just me, just a soldier like all the others. You find out who I am, and it all falls apart." He grimaced, then spat down into the sea. "Very well, nothing ever lasts, not even ignorance. My name's Squint."
"I hate to puncture your ego, as tortured as it is, but no vast revelation follows your name. Do you lie?" No, I see you don't. Well, never expected that, Apsalar. Nothing changes then, does it? You know nothing of me, and I know nothing of you. I'd forgotten what that was like. That young man, what happened to him? I don't know. I left him. You didn't love him? She sighed. Squint, it's complicated. I've hinted at my own past.
The truth is, I loved him too much to see him fall so far into my life, into what I was, and still am. He deserves better. You damned fool, woman. Look at me. I'm alone once. I wasn't in no hurry to change that. And then, one day, I woke up, and it was too late. Now, alone gives me my only peace. But it ain't a pleasant peace. You two loved each other. Any idea how rare and precious that is? You broke yourself and broke him too, I'd think. Listen to me. Go find him, Apsalar. Find him and hold on to him, now whose ego tortures itself, eh? There you are, thinking that change can only go one way. Her heart was thudding hard. She was unable to speak, every counter-argument, every refutation seeming to melt away. Sweat cooled on her skin. Squint turned away. Gods below, a real conversation, all edges and life. I'd forgotten. I'm going below, my head's gone numb. He paused. Don't suppose you'd ever care to talk again. Just Squint and Apsalar, who ain't got nothing in common except what they don't know about each other. She managed a nod and said, I would welcome that, Squint. Good. She listened to his footsteps dwindle behind her. Poor man. He did the right thing taking Coltane's life, but he's the only one who can't live with that. Climbing down into the hold, Squint stopped for a moment, hands on the rope rails to either side of the steep steps. He could have said more, he knew, but he had no idea he'd slice so easily through her defences. That vulnerability was unexpected. You'd think, wouldn't you, that someone who'd been possessed by a god would be tougher than that. Apsalar, she knew the voice, and so did not turn. Hello, Cotillion. The god moved up to lean against the rail at her side. It was not easy to find you. I am surprised. I am doing as you ask, after all. Into the heart of the Malazan Empire. That detail was not something we had anticipated. Victims do not stand still, awaiting the knife. Even unsuspecting, they are capable of changing everything. He said nothing for a time, and Apsalar could feel a renewal of tension within her. In the muted moonlight, his face looked tired, and in his eyes, as he looked at her, something febrile. Apsalar, I was complacent. Cotillion, you are many things, but complacency is not one of them. Careless, then. Something has happened. It is difficult to piece together. As if the necessary details have been flung into a muddy pool, and I have been able to do little more than grope, half-blind, and not even certain what it is I'm looking for. Cutter. He nodded. There was an attack.
An ambush, I think. Even the memories held in the ground where the blood spilled were all fragmented. I could read so little. What has happened? She wanted to ask that question. Now, cutting through his slow, cautious approach. Not caution, he is hedging. A small settlement is near the scene. They were the ones who cleaned things up. He is dead. I don't know. There were no bodies, except for horses.
One grave, but it had been opened, and the occupant exhumed. No, I don't. Why anyone would do that. In any case, I have lost contact with Cut It, and that, more than anything else, is what disturbs me. Lost contact, she repeated dully. Then he is dead, Cotillion. I honestly do not know. There are two things, however, of which I am certain. Do you wish to hear them? Are they relevant? That is for you to decide. Very well. One of the women Scylla, yes. She gave birth. She survived to do that at least, and the child is now in the care of the villagers. That is good. What else? Heboric light touch is dead. She turned at that, but away from him, staring out over the seas to that distant murky moon, ghost hands. Yes, the power, the aura of that old man, it burned like green fire. It had the wild rage of Treach. It was unmistakable, undeniable, and now it is gone. Yes, there was another woman, a young girl. Yes, we wanted her, Shadow Throne and I. As it turns out, I know she lives, and indeed she appears to be precisely where we wanted her to be, with one crucial difference. It is not you and Shadow Throne who control her. Guide, not control. We would not have presumed control, Apsalar. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said of her new master, the crippled god. He hesitated, then said, Felisin Younger is Shaik reborn. Apsalar nodded, like a sword that kills its maker. There are cycles to justice. Justice. Abyss below, Apsalar. Justice is nowhere to be seen in any of this. Isn't it? She faced him again. I sent Cutter away because I feared he would die if he stayed with me. I sent him away, and that is what killed him. You sought to use Felisin Younger, and now she finds herself a pawn in another god's hand. Trich wanted a destriant to lead his followers into war, but Heboric is killed in the middle of nowhere, having achieved nothing. Like a tiger cub getting its skull crushed. All that potential, that possibility, gone. Tell me, Cotillion, what task did you set Cutter in that company? He did not answer. You charged him to protect Felisin Younger, didn't you? And he failed. Is he alive, for his own sake? Perhaps it is best that he is not. You cannot mean that, Apsalar. She closed her eyes. No, I do not mean that. Gods, what am I to do with this pain? What am I to do? Cotillion slowly reached up, his hand, the black leather glove removed, nearing the side of her face. She felt his finger brush her cheek, felt the cold thread that was all that was left of the tear he wiped away. A tear she had not known was there. You are frozen, he said in a soft voice. She nodded, then shook her head suddenly as everything crumbled inside, and she was in his arms, weeping uncontrollably. And the god spoke, I'll find him, Apsalar. I swear it. I'll find the truth, truths, yes, one after another, one boulder settling down, then another, and another, blotting out the light, darkness closing in, grit and sand sifting down, a solid silence when the last one is in place. Now, dear fool, try drawing a breath. A single breath. There were clouds closed fast round the moon, and one by one gardens died.